In the spring of that year, a severe drought afflicted the territory of Waigwo Shaanxi County, resulting in a harvestless season. By summer, relentless rains inundated the landscape, causing the Greenwater River to swell and breach its banks, demolishing countless homes along its shores. In an instant, despair enveloped the region, casting a somber pall over the land 30 miles from the city of Shaanxi, within a humble rural shack. The frail figure of Yi Chuan nestled against a pile of hay in a corner, his weakened body trembling against the howling wind. I cannot die, I must not perish. I will find my father and mother. Yi Chuan gritted his teeth, enduring the biting cold as he whispered these words repeatedly to himself. This mantra fueled his resolve, slowly helping him conquer the overwhelming fear that gripped his heart. He reached out to touch the increasingly rigid corpse beside him, tears unwept in his despair. He was once a villager from a small hamlet over 100 miles away, where he lived with his parents and 6 siblings. Though their existence was modest, often deprived of meaty meals, they thrived in a harmonious and loving environment. However, unrelenting natural disasters had robbed him of all his kin in a single night. The horrifying memory of their home collapsing under the floodwaters sent shivers down his spine. His parents had only managed to place him, the youngest, onto a makeshift wooden boat before their thatched roof. House succumbed to the torrent. He watched in helpless agony as his parents and 4 older brothers were swept away by the fierce current, his voice hoarse from futile cries. Ultimately, the flood spared his fragile boat, carrying him to this unfamiliar place. Having never ventured beyond his small village, Yi Chuan found himself bewildered in this strange environment, uncertain of his next steps. Fortunately, a kind-hearted farmer from a nearby village discovered him and took him in, preventing him from starving. However, just as he began to settle into this newfound stability, the farmer's village was beset by a band of marauding thieves. The benevolent farmer hastily concealed him among the hay in the shack, intending to flee. Tragically, he was suddenly struck down by a bandit, his lifeless body collapsing upon the very hay where Yi Chuan hid, blood pooling around him. Fearful of making a sound, Yi Chuan remained motionless, even as the bandit departed. The clamor of violence outside gradually subsided, only to be replaced by the ominous glow of flames. Accompanied by the crackling of burning wood, the marauders set fire to the thatched huts after their brutal rampage. As the fire encroached upon the shack, dense smoke choked Yi Chuan, forcing him to cover his mouth and nose with his sleeve. Seizing the moment before the blaze fully engulfed the structure, he dashed out into the open. Behind him, the shack crumbled under the ferocity of the flames, eventually reduced to ashes. Standing beside the searing remnants, Yi Chuan felt lost and desolate, finally shedding 2 silent tears, yet stifling any sound, fearful of attracting the attention of the bandits. After the bandits, quick, pursue them. Do not let them escape. Suddenly, a group of soldiers armed with long spears and swords stormed into the village. However, rather than hastening to chase the thieves, they busied themselves looting the belongings of the deceased. However, the villagers' wealth had been entirely plundered by the bandits, leaving no valuable possessions behind. The soldiers could not help but feel disheartened, cursing under their breath. Sever the heads of these corpses and present them as the bandits' trophies to the county office. Each one will earn us 2 taels of silver. Brothers, be swift and efficient. Dispose of the headless bodies by burning them on the pyre and burying the ashes, leaving no trace behind, commanded a seemingly authoritative soldier. The soldiers responded in unison, eagerly seeking out corpses to behead. One soldier, having just severed a head from a corpse, looked up to see a young boy named Yi Chuan standing dazedly beside the ashes of a thatched hut. "Captain He, there's a living child here." The soldier exclaimed joyfully and charged towards Yi Chuan. Terrified, Yi Chuan fled, but his small stature and frail body were no match for the burly soldier behind him. Before he could take more than a few steps, he was seized by the collar and lifted off the ground. Yi Chuan did not struggle or scream like an ordinary child. He understood that he had fallen into the clutches of these villains and that death was inevitable. If he refrained from resisting, he might endure less suffering and fewer beatings. Struggling fiercely would only invite harsh punishment, and with his current frail condition, even a single slap would be unbearable. It was better to await a swift demise, which would spare him a great deal of anguish. The robust soldier, Noticing Yi Chuan's lack of resistance and no intent to strike him, simply tossed him aside and warned menacingly, "If you run again, they'll break your legs." Yi Chuan remained silent, daunted into inaction, and sat quietly on the ground, awaiting his fate. Shortly thereafter, a fierce-looking middle-aged soldier approached, flanked by dozens of comrades, inquiring, "Zhuang Laosan, what's happened?" "Captain He, we found a survivor. How should we handle him? Shall we kill him and pass him off as a bandit to claim a bounty?" Zhuang Laosan, the soldier, stepped forward, ingratiatingly suggesting. A sharp slap resounded as Zhuang Laosan received a heavy blow to the face. Captain He scolded, "You fool, Zhuang Laosan. Do you truly believe a child like this could be a bandit? Well, how do you propose we deal with him?" "He has witnessed our deeds," Zhuang Laosan replied, covering his swollen cheek, still smiling, but too fearful to show anger. "What else can we do? Just like before, take him back to the county and sell him to the Golden Tiger Gang, that if they take a liking to him, we might earn a nice sum of 10 to 20 taels of silver. The Golden Tiger Gang is quite generous." Captain He said with a grin. "Of course. How could I forget such a thing?" Zhuang Laosan exclaimed, stepping forward to grab Yi Chuan by the collar. "Listen here, boy, don't even think about fleeing. You'll come with me to the county, where I'll ensure you have enough to eat, better than suffering from hunger out here. But remember, do not utter a single word about what you've witnessed today, or you will meet the same fate as them." Zhuang Laosan, while pointing to the headless corpse on the ground, elicited a shiver from Yi Chuan, who quickly nodded in understanding. Observing Yi Chuan's compliant demeanor, Zhuang Laosan found himself at a loss for words. He was well aware of Captain He's influence, even if this young man were to speak indiscriminately, or if the matter were to reach the ears of the county magistrate, it would pose no significant trouble. Thus, he felt no concern regarding the issue of silence, for in his mind, if calamity were to befall them, a tall figure would surely shield them. After a night of relentless toil, the group of soldiers finally concluded their grim tasks. The village houses and the remains of the innocent farmers had long since turned to ashes. As dawn broke, the soldiers, a contingent of several dozen, marched back along the path, their long rifles in hand, bantering and laughing amongst themselves. Each soldier bore several severed heads hanging from their weapons, their features obscured by disheveled hair and facial mutilations, rendering it nearly impossible to discern their true identities. Yet, within the depths of Yi Chuan's heart, he knew all too well that these disembodied heads belonged to the simple villagers with whom he had shared his life for the past 6 months. In an effort to prevent Yi Chuan from escaping along the road, the third Zhuang tightly bound Yi Chuan's hands with rope and held on to the other end. Consequently, the journey was fraught with hardship for Yi Chuan. His hands were chafed and bled profusely. The rugged terrain caused him to stumble, and on one unfortunate occasion, he was dragged for several dozen yards, leaving him with numerous abrasions. Had it not been for the intervention of Captain He, who remarked that damaging him would reduce his value to the Golden Tiger Gang, Yi Chuan would have undoubtedly endured even greater torment. After traversing a substantial distance for over half a day, they finally arrived outside the city of Shanyang by midday. Upon sighting the towering gray city walls in the distance, the soldiers erupted into cheers, instinctively quickening their pace. Yi Chuan, being pulled by the rope, nearly fell several times, but managed to maintain his balance and avoid being dragged along the ground again. As they approached the city gate, Yi Chuan was struck unconscious by a punch from the third Zhuang. When he regained consciousness, he found himself enveloped in darkness, his body racked with pain. Upon touching his body, he encountered a sticky substance, which burned fiercely where he had touched, indicating he had grazed a wound. Despite the intense pain and cold sweat beating on his forehead, Yi Chuan refrained from crying out. Rather than succumbing to despair, he felt a profound sense of gratitude for surviving at the hands of merciless bandits and corrupt officials. Falling back into a hazy slumber, he dreamed of his kind parents and his simple, honest brothers, reminiscing about family gatherings during the new year, where they savored fragrant meat-filled dumplings together. Suddenly, he was jolted awake by a gentle kick to his body. Startled, he opened his eyes only to be met with blinding light, prompting him to shut them once more. "Get up, come with me, quickly, no dawdling." The voice commanded, authoritative and unyielding. Understanding the necessity of compliance while in another's domain, Yi Chuan struggled to rise and followed the figure out of the dim room. Outside, the light was bright, indicating it was indeed past midday. Before him lay a spacious bluestone square, where a sprightly elder in a blue robe stood guard at the center, reciting the names of boys who approached him. His expression impassive as he did so. The boys, aged between 7 and 15, were all clad in black robes, each adorned with an embroidered golden tiger on their left chest. "Manager's son, what brings another novice for testing?" the elder in blue inquired, glancing at the blue-clad man passing by, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Manager Imo, this child has just been delivered. I will take him to Elder Yi's residence." The middle-aged man in blue replied, leading each one across the bluestone square and through several courtyards until they reached an exceptionally spacious courtyard. There stood a massive ginkgo tree, its branches and leaves casting a cool shade over much of the yard, giving it a rather desolate ambience. "Stand properly at the entrance, and refrain from speaking out of turn." After the steward's son coldly addressed Yuchuan, he turned and bent down, speaking towards the inner chamber. "I report to Elder Yi. I, Sun Chang, have brought another trial herb boy for you." Inside the room, silence reigned, with no response echoing back. After a moment, a long sigh was heard, followed by an aged voice saying, "You may enter." Upon hearing this, Sun Chang hurriedly complied, pushing open the door and stepping inside. Yichuan, too timid to raise his gaze, remained oblivious to the specifics of the room's interior. Before long, Sun Chang emerged from the chamber, casually closing the door behind him. Cradling a dark, bean-sized pill in his hand, which he placed before Yichuan, instructing, "Consume this." Yichuan stared at the foul-smelling pill in terror, hesitating to accept it. It was evident that Sun Chang could not wait any longer. He seized Yichuan by the nape of his neck and, taking advantage of the moment when Yichuan opened his mouth, forcibly shoved the repugnant pill into his mouth. With a swift motion, he pressed against Yichuan's throat. And with a soft gulp, the pill slid down the esophagus and into his stomach. Panic surged within Yichuan as he desperately attempted to expel the pill. But he found himself firmly restrained by Sun Chang, unable to move. After a brief moment, a searing warmth began to emanate from his abdomen, gradually intensifying into a scorching sensation, akin to fiery coals mercilessly burning his insides, particularly his stomach. With a cry of anguish, Yichuan summoned an unexpected strength, violently shaking off Sun Chang, and began to claw at his throat. However, after days without sustenance, his stomach was devoid of contents, and all he could bring forth were waves of bitter bile. The pill, evidently designed to dissolve upon ingestion, could not be expelled. The intense heat grew more unbearable, forcing Yichuan to abandon his attempts to purge himself, writhing on the ground as if this movement might alleviate his suffering. Time became an indistinct blur until, at last, the relentless agony began to wane, and the fiery sensation in his belly gradually subsided, allowing Yichuan to rise to his feet once more. Quite impressive to endure such torment in such a short span. This young man holds great potential, came the elder's voice from within the room. Sun Chang, proceed to the transmission hall and complete the registration for this lad, marking him as my newly accepted disciple. Bring him back here by dawn tomorrow. A registered disciple? Sun Chang exclaimed, astonished, glancing at the sweating, convulsing Yichuan with disbelief. What troubles you? Is there an issue? The elder's voice, now tinged with displeasure, inquired. No. How could there be any issue with Elder Yi's instructions? It is merely that Elder Yi has never accepted a registered disciple before. I am just taken aback. I shall take him to the transmission hall for registration at once. Sun Chang hurriedly bowed, his demeanor reflecting deep apprehension. What is your name? Come with me. Sun Chang gently patted Yichuan's shoulder, his tone noticeably softened. I am Yichuan. Yichuan timidly spoke. I haven't eaten for several days, and my throat is parched. My voice is quite unpleasant. All right, let us first take a bath, change into fresh clothing, and then we shall head to the transmission hall to register, Sun Chang said, observing Yichuan's feeble demeanor. He hurriedly led him out of Elder Yi's courtyard. As they traversed several courtyards, they arrived at a fragrant garden, and Yichuan was momentarily overwhelmed. The expansive courtyard was filled with young maidens, the youngest being around 13 or 14, and the oldest merely 24 or 25. Each one was elegantly attired in fine silks, adorned like daughters of affluent families. Their delicate, dewy skin and floral fragrances made Yichuan, dressed in tattered rags and emanating an unpleasant odor, feel utterly embarrassed. Sun Chang brought Yichuan to the entrance of a room and addressed two tall, fair-skinned young women clad in floral patterned dresses. This is young Master Yichuan, a newly accepted disciple of Elder Yi from the pharmacy hall. Please attend to him with utmost care. First, give him a hot bath to cleanse his body. Treat his wounds with salve, and then select the finest garments for him. Afterward, ensure he has a hearty meal, prepared according to the standards of the master of fragrance. Before bringing him to my courtyard, rest assured, manager's son, we shall see to it, the two young women chimed in unison, respectfully bidding farewell to Sun Chong before turning their attention to Yi Chuan. Young Master Yi, please wait a moment inside. We will prepare hot water for you immediately. Their gentle, delicate hands glided over his skin, imparting an unfamiliar sensation that was far more pleasant than his mother's rough touch or the coarse tongue of his family dog. The air was thick with floral fragrances, causing Yi Chuan to stifle numerous sneezes, much to the amusement of the two young women assisting him. With great care, the two women scrubbed away the grime from Yi Chuan's body, avoiding his wounds, allowing him to revel in comfort rather than pain. After several changes of hot water, he stood unclothed before the two semi-nude maidens, watching as they gently dried his skin with clean, soft cloths. He felt an unprecedented sense of enchantment, as if he had truly entered a paradise of dreams. Once they had dried his skin, the young women produced a bottle of fragrant white ointment, carefully applying it to his wounds with cotton swabs. A refreshing coolness flowed into his body, instantly alleviating any pain he had felt. After the treatment, they presented him with freshly prepared garments, tenderly helping him to dress. Although the clothing felt slightly oversized, the exquisite, silky fabric against his skin was intoxicating, enveloping him in a delightful sensation. Dressed in a blue silk garment, Yi Chuan was seated upon a wooden stool, where a woman in front of him began to massage his limbs and body, while another woman behind him gently tended to his hair. Once his hair was styled, the woman in front presented a bronze mirror. Yi Chuan gazed into the mirror and scarcely recognized the charming young lad reflected back at him. Apart from his sallow complexion and the pallor of his sickly face, his appearance had transformed remarkably. One could easily mistake him for the scion of a wealthy family. Young Master Yi, your meal is all prepared. You should eat first, a gentle voice urged, having caught a whiff of the long-missed aroma of food from the outer room. Yi Chuan's appetite stirred, and he swallowed hard, eagerly making his way towards the inner door leading outside. The outer chamber was spacious, with a round table crafted from redwood, already laden with a plethora of fragrant dishes, steaming invitingly. There were chickens, ducks, fish, meats, and vegetables, along with a generous bowl of snowy white rice and a large bowl of seaweed and egg drop soup, which happened to be Yi Chuan's favorite. Despite having only tasted it once or twice a year in the past, the memory of that flavor lingered vividly in his mind. As he beheld the feast before him, Yi Chuan felt a surge of excitement, knowing that this splendid array of dishes was about to be his. Yet, he remained composed, casting a glance at the two women beside him, who were already dressed and smiling silently. Only then did he step forward to the round wooden table and begin to eat. He started with a sip of the seaweed and egg drop soup, savoring its perfect balance of saltiness and exquisite taste, accompanied by a hint of oceanic flavor. He then devoured 2 chicken legs, the rich aroma enveloping his senses. He sampled the duck, fish, meat, and vegetables, feeling his stomach begin to swell. Reluctantly, he set down his chopsticks, even though he longed to continue feasting, a powerful urge to consume every dish on the table battling within him. However, he suppressed the impulse, swallowing hard to quell his desire. He recalled the cautionary tale of his elder brother, who, succumbing to hunger, had once pilfered the emergency rations hidden by their mother. He had overindulged, nearly bursting his belly and spitting up blood, spending weeks bedridden, a lesson he had never forgotten, though a year had passed since he had enjoyed a full meal. Sometimes subsisting on meager rations for days, the sight of the delectable food before him stirred the hunger in any starved man. Yet, Yi Chuan, possessing a strong sense of self-discipline and awareness, refrained from risking his life for the sake of a single hearty meal. As Yi Chuan paused with his chopsticks, one of the women presented him with a cup of fragrant tea that had been brewed to perfection. He took a sip, finding the temperature just right. Although he could not discern the quality of the tea leaves, it was far superior to plain water, especially with the addition of chrysanthemum petals and ample rock sugar, imparting a delightful sweetness. Young Master Yi, have you finished your meal? By the way, my name is Lan Hua, and this is my sister Ju Hua. Should you return to the wash courtyard, we hope you will choose us to attend to you. Our skills are the finest in the establishment. Among the group, a slightly taller girl chuckled and said, Sister, we mustn't delay any longer, lest manager's son grows impatient and angry. Young Master Yi, allow me to escort you to manager's son's residence. Please follow me. The woman named Ju Hua, noticing the time was slipping away, hurriedly reminded them. As they exited, Yi Chuan couldn't help but cast a lingering glare at the table laden with an abundance of chicken, duck, and fish, swallowing hard at the sight. It was worth noting that he had barely consumed 1/10 of the lavish spread. The remainder could sustain him for nearly half a year. Enough. Yi Chuan reassured himself internally, contemplating Manager Sun's demeanor towards him. I should have the opportunity to indulge in such meals again in the future. However, it is prudent to refrain from risking my life for a single feast. This household, with its vast wealth, should have no trouble providing for its members. There is ample time ahead. I shall no longer endure hunger or cold. With these thoughts, he trailed behind the woman named Juhua, making his way to Manager Sun's residence. Though Manager Sun's abode was modest in size, it felt rather spacious for a solitary occupant. The structure comprised 3 main rooms, with a chamber on either side, and the courtyard boasted several jujube trees, offering a pleasant expanse. Upon seeing Yi Chuan, Manager Sun couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Reflecting on the age-old adage that attire makes the man, he was astonished to witness how, with a mere change of appearance, the once downtrodden youth had transformed into a striking figure. After guiding Yi Chuan to the transmission hall and preparing a table for him, Manager Sun presented him with a token of identity before leading him back to his residence, where he was assigned to the west wing for lodging. Nestled within the soft embrace of satin blankets, Yi Chuan found himself unable to drift into slumber, his thoughts swirling with reflections on his 2 lives. The stark contrast from hell to paradise. He was lost in contemplation, unaware of when sleep finally claimed him. He was roused from his dreams by Manager Sun's call. Hastily dressing and stepping outside to find Manager Sun waiting by the entrance. First, make a trip to the lavatory. We wouldn't want you to lose face in front of Elder Yi, Manager Sun advised, causing Yi Chuan's face to flush as he hurried off to the restroom. A quarter of an hour later, having emerged from the lavatory, Yi Chuan followed Manager Sun to Elder Yi's courtyard. Elder Yi, I have brought Yi Chuan, Manager Sun announced, bowing respectfully before Elder Yi's door before turning to exit the courtyard and closing the door behind him. Please, come inside. An aged voice beckoned from within. Yi Chuan hesitated momentarily but complied with the invitation, pushing the door open to be greeted by a strong scent of medicinal herbs that filled the air. The aroma tickled his nose, prompting an involuntary sneeze that startled him, and he quickly covered his mouth with his hand. Ah, quite impressive. With a little refinement. You possess a certain charm, the old voice continued. Now that you have become my registered disciple, I shall ensure you are well taken care of. First, I will impart to you a set of my most cherished techniques. Close the door and sit cross-legged on the mat. The elderly voice instructed once more. Upon hearing the words, Yi Chuan swiftly turned and closed the door. Once he faced the interior again, he could finally discern the scene within the room. The space was quite expansive, yet the furnishings were exceedingly sparse. In the center stood a half-human tall, 3-legged iron stove, from which wisps of smoke ascended through its lid, casting a delicate veil of mist over the surroundings and creating an obscured atmosphere. Besides the stove, a wooden table and chair occupied a corner, upon which rested a purple clay teapot and teacups. Adjacent to this, a bamboo recliner cradled a frail old man clad in a purple robe, whose gaunt frame resembled that of dry kindling. The elder appeared remarkably emaciated, scarcely weighing a few dozen pounds, with skin tightly stretched over bones, resembling the bark of an ancient tree. His face was a tapestry of wrinkles, and his sunken eyes, though deep-set, occasionally sparkled with a vibrant glimmer, giving him the semblance of a man on the brink of death. The unnamed mental cultivation method was divided into 3 tiers. The first tier focused on guarding the dantian to sense one's own vital energy. The second tier involved drawing energy into the body to cultivate this vital energy, and the third tier revolved around circulating energy throughout the meridians. The elder began to impart the first tier of this esoteric method to Yi Chuan, urging him to commit it to memory. This initial practice of guarding the dantian required inward contemplation, concentrating all thoughts on the dantian region to perceive the faint presence of innate vital energy. Should one feel a searing warmth emanating from the dantian, it would signify the successful mastery of the first tier. Although the first tier of the unnamed method was not particularly profound for Yi Chuan, a boy from a humble village with scant literacy, comprehending it proved to be quite challenging. After a prolonged session of instruction, the elder, noticing Yi Chuan's bewilderment, felt at a loss for words. I seem to have forgotten that you, a country lad with no knowledge of letters and untrained in basic martial arts, cannot grasp such intricate internal techniques. Very well. Seek out Sun Chong and have him take you to the transmission hall to find a teacher. You must learn to read. With a dismissive gesture, the elder signaled for Yi Chuan to depart. Stepping out of the elder's abode, Yi Chuan closed the door behind him and exited through the main gate, where he found Steward Sun still stationed at his post. How did it go? Did the elder impart to you the profound secrets of internal cultivation? Sun inquired with eager anticipation. The elder said I should first go to the transmission hall to find a teacher to learn reading. Yichuan relayed the elder's instructions hastily. Upon hearing this, Sun nodded with understanding. Indeed, as a country bumpkin brought here against your will and unable to read a single character, how could you possibly grasp the complexities of internal cultivation? Very well, return home for a meal, and this afternoon I shall take you to the transmission hall to find the finest teacher to instruct you in literacy. As Sun Guanshi spoke, he guided Yichuan back to his residence. The lunch arrived promptly, and the dishes were delightful, resembling those from the previous day. Yichuan felt a surge of joy in his heart, as this indicated he might indulge in such sumptuous meals daily. After sharing lunch with Sun Guanshi, they rested for an hour before he took Yichuan to the transmission hall, where a private tutor was assigned to teach him literacy. With his basic sustenance secured and the opportunity to learn, Yichuan found himself somewhat disoriented by the rapid transformation of his fate. Yet, recognizing the significance of education, he strained to comprehend the lessons, listening intently to his tutor, fearing the loss of even a single word. A month swiftly passed, and Yichuan enjoyed 3 hearty meals each day. Apart from studying with his tutor, he had little else to occupy his time, leading to a life of great contentment. Gradually, he began to forget the harrowing experiences of past hunger and despair. However, as the month drew to a close, Sun Guanshi brought him to Elder Es door once more, presenting him with a small, black, foul-smelling pill. Holding the noxious pill, Yichuan understood that if he hesitated to consume it, everything he had, his meals, his comfort, his new clothes, would vanish, plunging him back into a life of uncertainty and hardship. Resolutely, he accepted the pill and swallowed it whole. A searing heat coursed through his body, akin to being seared by a red-hot iron, causing him to sweat profusely. Eventually, he could no longer withstand the agony and collapsed, rolling on the ground until the discomfort subsided. After what felt like an eternity, he finally emerged from the depths of pain, rising to find himself considerably lighter, his spirits lifted. He wiped the sweat from his brow, which had thoroughly drenched his clothing, and felt a chill as the wind blew. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 4 years had passed. Yichuan had grown into a robust 12-year-old boy. Over these 4 years at the 100 Medicine Hall, he had been well fed and well cared for, his physique strengthening considerably. The pallor of malnourishment had faded from his face. Apart from enduring the monthly torment of the black, foul-smelling pill, which brought him fiery pain for half a day, he experienced a life akin to paradise. Sun Guanshi treated him exceptionally well, and his conditions in the 100 Medicine Hall were remarkably favorable. With age, he realized that his privileges were comparable to those of the esteemed head of the hall, which was indeed quite generous. Throughout these 4 years, Yichuan not only learned to read and write extensively with his tutor, but also absorbed knowledge about meridians and acupoints from Sun Guanshi. And he acquired an unnamed mental technique from Elder E. Over the past 4 years, Yichuan has made notable progress in cultivating the first layer of the unnamed heart technique taught by Elder E, experiencing a sensation of warmth in his dantian. He has finally mastered the first layer, much to Elder Yi's commendation, who then imparted the second layer of the heart technique to him. As he matures and becomes more literate, Yichuan's perception has expanded, leading him to suspect that such extraordinary fortune could not simply fall into his lap like a pie from the heavens. A sense of vigilance has thus arisen within him. Yet despite his conjectures, he remains puzzled as to what Elder E sees in him that could be detrimental. This feeling has intensified with age, becoming increasingly inescapable. The steward's son, who has been living with him, caring for and watching over him, has shown great interest in the unnamed heart technique passed down by Elder E. Over the years, he has subtly probed Yichuan, attempting to extract the heart technique from him. Initially, Yichuan was reluctant, but when the steward promised numerous benefits and conveniences, he found himself irresistibly intrigued. One day, having transcribed half of the first layer of the unnamed heart technique, Yichuan knocked on the steward's door. "Ah, Yichuan, have you come to a decision? Are you willing to exchange the unnamed heart technique with me?" The steward, realizing that his long-cherished wish was about to be fulfilled, felt a surge of joy, yet struggled to contain his excitement, maintaining a facade of calm. "Yes, I can transcribe the heart technique for you, but my conditions must be elevated," Yichuan stated, sitting expressionlessly on the wooden stool in the steward's room. "Very well, I shall grant any request within my means," the steward replied, rubbing his hands in anticipation, unable to suppress his elation, his face breaking into a radiant smile. "Besides the gold and silver you promised, I also wish to learn martial arts and the art of alchemy. I wonder if you can accommodate that?" Yichuan stated directly. "Elder E has not prohibited you from studying martial arts. I can speak to Steward Mo at the Martial Arts Hall to allow you to choose a technique to practice. As for alchemy knowledge, I manage the Alchemy Hall's repository, so I can facilitate that for you. Additionally, as I previously mentioned, the 500 taels of gold can be doubled to 1,000 taels. How does that sound? However, this matter must never be mentioned to Elder E, not a word. The steward readily agreed, yet he emphasized the importance of secrecy, as if fearing Elder E would discover his clandestine teachings of the unnamed heart technique. Here's the first half of the incantation and cultivation method for the first layer of the unnamed heart technique. Once you fulfill your promises, I will transcribe the remaining half for you. Yichuan nodded, retrieving the handwritten booklet from his sleeve. You are indeed cautious, not willing to act without assurance. Very well. I shall expedite the arrangements. You should return and transcribe the latter half of the incantation. The steward was not angered by Yichuan's prudence, rather. He spoke with a hint of admiration in his tone. Farewell to manager son, Yichuan returned to his chamber, contemplating the course of his future. With the promise of 1,000 taels of gold from manager's son, his upcoming life seemed secure. However, residing within the confines of the 100 Herbs Hall, he was still entangled in the affairs of the martial world, where the lack of means for self-preservation rendered even the most abundant wealth insufficient for safeguarding his life. Through 4 years of literacy education, Yichuan had acquired considerable knowledge. He learned that the name of his county was Shanyan, an unremarkable medium-sized county nestled within the Great Green Mountain, and that Shanyan belonged to the distant and modestly sized administrative region of Lushui. Located in the southern part of the Wei State, the Golden Tiger Gang was the sole major faction in Shanyan County, comprising an inner hall and an outer hall. The inner hall, also known as the White Blade Hall, was the most elite division of the Golden Tiger Gang, commanded directly by the gang leader. Every member within this hall was a martial arts expert, serving as the enforcers of the gang. The outer hall included 7 divisions: the Transmission Hall, Law Enforcement Hall, Beast Hall, 100 Herbs Hall, Stone Hall, Internal Affairs Hall, and External Affairs Hall. The Transmission Hall, as its name suggests, was responsible for teaching martial arts to new recruits, while the Law Enforcement Hall maintained discipline within the gang. The Internal Affairs Hall managed the gang's internal affairs, and the External Affairs Hall was tasked with selling the gang's goods to external markets in exchange for the resources that the gang lacked. Situated amidst towering mountains, Shanyan County boasted barren lands with limited arable fields for grain crops, necessitating substantial purchases from outside to meet the annual food requirements. Consequently, the Golden Tiger Gang relied on the mountains for their livelihood, establishing the 100 Herbs Hall, Beast Hall, and Stone Hall to exploit the resources of the Great Green Mountain. These 3 halls had set up branches in the affiliated townships of Shanyan County, serving as crucial sources of income for the Golden Tiger Gang. The hierarchy within the Golden Tiger Gang was quite stringent, categorized into 9 ranks from top to bottom: the gang leader, vice leader, elder members of each hall, hall masters, vice hall masters, incense masters, vice incense masters, elite members, and ordinary members. Elder E, who imparted the nameless heart technique to Yichuan, was an elder of the 100 Herbs Hall and reputed to be the only alchemy master within the gang, thus enjoying a prominent status. Even the gang leader and vice leader would respectfully salute him, addressing him as Elder E. Manager's son, who had been living with Yichuan, was one of the many managers of the 100 Herbs Hall, belonging to the elite member rank. Although his rank was not high, he directly served Elder E, acting as his confidant. Consequently, his status soared, making him the most esteemed among the managers of the 100 Herbs Hall. Even the incense master and vice incense master treated him like a brother, while the hall master and vice hall master dared not speak to him disrespectfully. Additionally, his management of the hall's secret chamber further elevated his standing. Although Yichuan held no official position or salary within the 100 Herbs Hall due to being recognized as a nominal disciple by Elder E, he enjoyed the privileges akin to that of an incense master, thus benefiting from Elder Yi's influence. At long last, the day had arrived for Yichuan to select his martial arts manual from the secret chamber. Dressed meticulously, he followed Steward's son out of the door and into the manual room of the transmission hall. Inside, he beheld a vast array of tomes, seemingly overflowing with the wealth of knowledge collected at great expense from the martial world. Though the levels of these texts were not particularly high, they held a significant allure for Yichuan, a young man who had yet to practice any martial arts. According to the regulations of the Golden Tiger Gang, each newly admitted inner hall disciple was entitled to choose one martial technique free of charge. Any subsequent selections would necessitate the use of contribution points to exchange for additional texts, a privilege not extended to outer hall disciples. However, as a recognized disciple of Elder E and a close friend of Steward's son, exceptions were to be made. You may choose any manual you desire. Simply register your selection, remarked Steward Immo, who was stationed at the entrance. Do not worry, my friend. I shall remember this favor. Should you require the crafting of elixirs in the future, you may seek my assistance, and I will ensure you are promptly connected with an alchemist, Steward's son replied with a smile. Let us agree upon this. Do not attempt to evade your promise when the time comes. Steward Immo chuckled in response. Yet, he reminded Yuchuan sternly, though friendship is important, do not lose sight of the manual. It must be returned within a month. Otherwise, the responsibility will weigh heavily upon the three of us. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yuchuan stepped into the manual room, which was situated within a spacious hall meticulously organized by dedicated personnel. Rows of three-tiered wooden shelves stood in neat alignment, displaying a plethora of martial techniques and knowledge of medicinal herbs, totaling no less than 1,000 volumes. Each shelf bore a plaque indicating the category of manuals housed within, with numerous subdivisions under each major category. As Yuchuan surveyed the room filled with manuals, he pondered his aspirations. He did not wish to become a wandering swordsman or a chivalrous hero. Instead, he sought merely a means of self-preservation, a way to shield himself from the bullying of others and to safeguard his life. The shadow escape needle technique. What an odd name for a martial skill, Yuchuan mused, his gaze falling upon a particularly thick manual that was twice the size of the others. He was momentarily taken aback by its title. Upon retrieving it, he discovered that this tome comprised over 100 pages. After perusing the contents for just a few moments, he felt a surge of joy. As he hastily flipped through dozens of pages, Yuchuan found himself captivated by the text. It described a technique for using concealed flying needles, which, when mastered, could allow one to strike unseen, rendering the practitioner nearly invisible to their foes. This skill seemed perfectly suited to his disposition. With his heart brimming with excitement, Yuchuan cradled the hefty manual as he made his way back to the entrance. Have you made your selection? Remember to transcribe it promptly. The original must be returned within a month. Steward's son reminded him once more before allowing him to leave. Upon returning to his residence, Yuchuan procured paper and ink, commencing the transcription of the shadow escape needle technique. Since his only other endeavor was practicing the nameless heart method taught by Elder E, he found himself with ample time to devote to this task. After several days of diligent copying, he completed the transcription. Having returned the original text, Yuchuan began to ponder the essence of the shadow escape needle technique. The written instructions were exceedingly detailed, outlining the crafting techniques and launching methods for various needles, rendering comprehension straightforward. However, the text cautioned that while the technique was easy to learn, mastery required insight, understanding, and creativity to achieve higher levels. Within a few days, the promised 1,000 taels of gold from Steward's son arrived. With no suitable storage, Yuchuan concealed the gold beneath his bed. The presence of this wealth imbued him with newfound confidence. In the following days, Yuchuan frequently visited the 100 Herbs Hall's library, acquiring a substantial stack of handwritten manuscripts concerning the cultivation, gathering, and refining of medicinal herbs. Although this collection did not encompass the entirety of the library's resources, it represented at least a fifth of it. Realizing that he had fulfilled Steward's son's conditions, Yuchuan felt hesitant to request more and instead transcribed the latter half of the first layer of the nameless heart method on the spot. Delighted to receive the complete heart method, Steward's son praised Yuchuan effusively before hastily returning to his quarters to study the material. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, Yuchuan secluded himself in his room, immersing himself in the study of the shadow escape needle technique, finding the days to be remarkably fulfilling. After months of diligent study, Yuchuan began to experience insights into the shadow escape needle technique and felt an eagerness to craft a set of shadow escape needles. Wishing to practice the technique in earnest, resolute in his intentions, he informed Steward's son of his plans. But with Steward's son preoccupied with the first layer of the nameless heart method, he was left to his own devices. Yuchuan retrieved several ingots of gold, amounting to over 100 taels, and, carrying them with him, exited the side door of the 100 Herbs Hall. He intended to purchase paper money and incense from the shops in town, as today marked the memorial day for his parents and brothers. Despite the passage of years, he had yet to honor their memories. Now that he possessed the means, it was imperative to offer them a tribute. The grand estate of the Golden Tiger Gang occupied a significant portion of the western district of Shanyang County, exuding a majestic presence that dwarfed the local government office in the eastern district. The gang thrived in business, boasting thousands of members. which rendered the streets surrounding their domain bustling and vibrant, far more lively than those in front of the county office. Upon arriving at the largest blacksmith shop in town, Yichuan sought out a blacksmith named Wang. He presented the meticulously drawn design of the shadow escape needles and paid a deposit of 1 tael of gold, requesting that Master Wang utilize the finest iron to forge a total of 108 needles. Consequently, the cost was considerable, and the crafting would require a month before he could retrieve the finished product. After concluding his business, Yichuan strolled along the bustling street, overwhelmed with astonishment. Hailing from a small mountain village, he had never ventured beyond its confines. Although he had spent over 4 years in the county town of Shanyang, he remained within the grand estate of Baiyatang, never setting foot outside to witness the town's vibrant thoroughfare, which filled him with wonder. As he passed by a shop selling incense and candles, Yichuan stepped inside and purchased some of the finest incense and paper offerings. Just as he was about to exit, the shopkeeper called out to him, "Young sir, in addition to incense and paper offerings, we also have some ancient treasures and rare items for sale. Might you have an interest in such wares?" The shopkeeper, an elderly man in his 50s with a keen expression, noticed Yichuan's fine attire and his generous purchase, having paid with gold, which led him to believe that the young man was affluent. What ancient treasures? Yichuan initially intended to decline, but after a moment's contemplation, he paused and casually inquired, "Please, follow me to the back for a discussion." The shopkeeper, sensing Yichuan's curiosity, promptly instructed his assistant to guard the entrance before leading Yichuan to the back room. The shopkeeper retrieved a wooden box, roughly 3 feet square, from beneath the bed, dusting it off before opening it. Inside lay an assortment of peculiar items, pots, bowls, and various utensils, as well as swords, all clearly aged. These are rare items procured from ancient tombs by acquaintances in our circle. Each piece is an antique. If any catch your interest, I can offer you a discount, the shopkeeper explained, gesturing toward the contents of the box. Seeing antiques for the first time, Yichuan was naturally intrigued, yet as his gaze swept over them, he found himself shaking his head in silence. Despite his newfound wealth, he was reluctant to squander it on what he deemed useless relics. "Are you dissatisfied with these, young sir? I have some newly arrived treasures as well." The shopkeeper, sensing Yichuan's disinterest, felt a twinge of disappointment but recognized that affluent young gentlemen often had discerning tastes. If he could not present something truly remarkable, he would likely miss out on this lucrative opportunity. Just as Yichuan was about to leave, he noticed the shopkeeper swiftly climbing onto the bed, shoes still on. As he retrieved a silk pouch from the nightstand, the shopkeeper descended and opened it before Yichuan, exclaiming, "This contains a fine item just received from a friend in our circle 2 days ago. Take a look, don't be in a rush to leave. If it pleases you, I can offer you a favorable price." Yichuan took the pouch and discovered a jade pendant, the size of a dragon's eye, shaped like a heart and featuring 9 tiny holes. A delicate, shimmering silver chain threaded through one hole and emerged from another. "Young sir, this piece was excavated from an unnamed ancient tomb by my friend, who exerted considerable effort in its recovery. It is believed to have belonged to a person of great stature, and it bears a charming name, the Heart of 9 Apertures, making it exceedingly valuable. If you are interested, it can be yours for the sum of 10 taels of gold." The shopkeeper noticed Yichuan's unwavering gaze fixed on the heart-shaped jade pendant and felt a surge of joy, hastily promoting the item. 10 taels of gold? Do you take me for a fool?" Yichuan silently disparaged the shopkeeper, tossing the exquisite jade pendant back without uttering a word and turning to leave. "Wait, young sir. 5 taels of gold. No, 2 taels. The shopkeeper attempted to reach out to Yichuan but hesitated, aware that the young masters from affluent families were not to be trifled with. Despite his youth, the shopkeeper dared not resort to coercion, opting instead for a softer approach and reducing the price. After all, a friend from the underworld had sold it for merely 10 taels of silver, equivalent to a tael of gold, leaving ample room for negotiation. 1 tael of gold, not a single coin more, Yichuan retorted coldly. Remarkably, the jade pendant, with its verdant hue, caught his eye and felt pleasantly cool to the touch. Recently, he had been plagued by a sense of heat in his chest, and perhaps donning this heart-shaped pendant would bring him some relief. With 1,000 taels of gold in his possession, 1 tael was still within his means. This would be his first gift to himself. Though reluctant to part with that tael, he resolved to make the purchase. He retrieved a small gold ingot worth 1 tael and handed it to the shopkeeper, taking the pendant in exchange. Discarding the silk pouch, he hung the pendant around his neck, allowing it to rest perfectly over his heart. Upon exiting the incense shop, Yichuan returned home. That evening, He burned offerings and incense for the spirits of his parents and brothers in the courtyard. However, upon returning indoors, he found himself unable to sleep for an extended period. The following morning, Yichuan awoke with bleary eyes, still haunted by the bizarre images from his dream the previous night. After some time, he shook his head vigorously, a bitter smile forming on his face. After paying homage to his parents and brothers, he had not slept a wink, and when he finally drifted off, it was into a strange dream that left him feeling quite unsettled upon waking. In the dream, he wandered through a desolate land, desperately seeking an escape, yet unable to reach the end. Memories of his parents and relatives swept away by the flood weighed heavily on his heart. And as he sighed deeply, warmth trickled from his nostrils. Frowning, he noticed a drop of crimson fluid escape from one nostril, landing upon the jade pendant resting on his chest. Not again, he thought, quickly pinching his nose, preparing to rise and fetch some paper to staunch the bleeding. Intending to clean the blood from the pendant, the dry weather and insufficient hydration had made him prone to nosebleeds at this age, and he had long grown accustomed to it. Just then, he observed the drop of blood land on the pendant, vanishing as if absorbed by a parched sponge. Completely consumed by the jade, Yichuan gazed in astonishment at this extraordinary sight, his mouth agape, rendered speechless. Suddenly, he felt the blood within him begin to surge violently, akin to boiling water. In an instant, a jet of blood erupted from deep within his nasal cavity, striking the jade pendant resting on his chest, only to vanish without a trace. Yichuan gasped softly, immediately sensing a wave of dizziness wash over him, his limbs growing weak and his entire body devoid of strength. It seemed as though the blood arrow that had left his body contained all the energy he possessed. As it departed, his expression fell into despair, his form collapsing softly onto the ground beside the bed. The jade pendant, which had absorbed a significant amount of his blood, suddenly radiated a brilliant emerald light, and with a flash, it vanished into his brow. Witnessing this, Yichuan's heart plummeted in terror, and he hurriedly struggled to sit up. Searching his entire body, yet finding no trace of the jade pendant, only the slender silver chain remained around his neck. Having lost a considerable amount of blood, he felt utterly fatigued after his exertion and succumbed to a drowsy slumber by the bedside. In his dreams, Yichuan found himself inexplicably transported to a quaint pastoral landscape enclosed by a low, greenish fence. This field, measuring 1 acre and 3/10, was shrouded in a gray haze, devoid of any apparent exits, and seemed like the sole existence within the universe. Curiously, he surveyed this pastoral scene, noticing a modest thatched cottage nestled in one corner. The ground was composed of black-gray grains of sand, perfectly smooth and even, barren of any vegetation. It resembled not a cultivable field, but rather a stretch of sandy beach. Yichuan's belief that this place was a pastoral haven stemmed entirely from the sight of a rustic wooden corridor in front of a thatched cottage, where an array of farming implements lay scattered, tools such as hoes, shovels, and rakes. Yet, these tools were not ordinary. They were exquisitely crafted, translucent with a greenish hue, resembling toys made of jade rather than the implements of a farmer. Coming from a farming background, Yichuan had assisted his parents with agricultural chores since he was old enough to understand, and thus he was familiar with such tools. However, the delicate craftsmanship piqued his curiosity, compelling him to approach the thatched cottage. He ascended 2 wooden steps, settled himself on the corridor, and began to toy with the finely wrought farming implements. Inside the solitary room of the thatched cottage, nothing occupied the space. While the exterior of the fence was enveloped in a dull gray, devoid of any vitality, with an exceedingly monotonous palette, the expanse of this modest pastoral land was equally uninspiring. After playing with the tools on the corridor for about half an hour, Yichuan found little novelty in the experience and was suddenly overwhelmed by fatigue, a drowsiness creeping over him. He mused that if vibrant flowers and greenery were to be planted in the drab gray sand of this pastoral land, it would be far more enchanting. With this thought, he stifled a yawn, tilted his head, and succumbed to slumber. Where could that 9 orifices exquisite heart jade pendant have gone? It was indeed perplexing. Upon awakening, it took him a moment to gather his senses, and he gazed at the slender silver chain resting against his chest, feeling an unsettling restlessness within. After enduring until the afternoon and having lunch, Yichuan lay on his bed and drifted into a nap, despite having accomplished nothing throughout the morning. The loss of blood had rendered him quickly into a deep slumber. In his dreams, he once again found himself in that pastoral landscape, identical to the last time he departed. As he opened his eyes, he realized his posture mirrored that of when he had left. Could this be a dream? Was the appearance of this pastoral land linked to the disappearance of the 9 orifices' exquisite heart? The 9 orifices' exquisite heart had absorbed my blood before vanishing into my forehead. Could it be? Could it be a legendary artifact of the Immortals? Thoughts swirled in Yichuan's mind, traversing various absurd notions. Yet this explanation seemed the most plausible. Since childhood, Yichuan had relished listening to the tales spun by adults, particularly those involving immortals, demons, and supernatural beings. Though they were merely legends of the mortal realm, with no commoner having witnessed such entities firsthand. Contemplating this, excitement surged within him, yet drowsiness soon enveloped him again. He quickly adjusted into a comfortable sleeping position, following the same method he had used to enter and exit the pastoral land, and soon fell into a deep sleep. When he next opened his eyes, he indeed found himself back in reality, lying on his soft, comfortable bed. The hourglass on the table indicated that only a brief period had passed, perhaps no more than half an hour. Uncertain if he could bring medicinal herb seeds into that fertile land, Yichuan found himself contemplating the possibility of experimenting with the cultivation of such herbs. The 100 Herbs Hall boasted vast tracts of medicinal fields, the produce of which constituted a significant source of income for the Golden Tiger Gang. The older the herbs, particularly the wild varieties, the higher their market value. Those that had matured over a century could fetch a fortune, each plant worth its weight in gold. In pursuit of understanding the secrets of the 100 Herbs Hall, Yichuan had once requested some seeds from Steward's son for study purposes. Though they had become redundant, he had retained them, and now, recalling their existence, he felt a surge of excitement. He swiftly rose and approached the bookshelf, retrieving a cloth pouch from a wooden compartment. Upon opening it, he discovered various seeds, which he had specifically sought from Steward's son to study the documented herbs. Clutching the pouch of seeds, Yichuan returned to his bed, though his exuberance kept him restless. After tossing and turning for most of the night, he finally succumbed to slumber just as dawn approached. Upon awakening, he found himself indeed back in that verdant expanse, and to his astonishment, he was holding a pouch of medicinal herb seeds. Just as I anticipated, how marvelous! Yichuan exclaimed, though he was alone and had no concern of being overheard. Eagerly, he grasped a hoe and dashed down the corridor before his humble abode. Selecting a random spot to begin tilling the soil for planting. The dark gray sandy earth required little preparation. A single swing of the hoe created a significant hole. After digging several pits and scattering a few seeds, he returned to the corridor, lost in contemplation. The growth of medicinal herbs requires time, and the fertility of the land is paramount. The rarer and older the herb, the longer it takes to mature, necessitating more fertile soil, which in turn enhances its potency and increases its market value. Yichuan did not dare to expect immediate results from the seeds he had just sown, and thus maintained a tempered outlook. After a spell of daydreaming, he exited the verdant realm. Upon opening his eyes again, he remained in a daze, murmuring to himself, "This land appears to have been formed by the 9 apertures Linglong heart. Let us call it Heartfield. I hope my dear parents and brothers in the heavens bless me with a bountiful harvest, so I need not worry about my livelihood in the future." Having pondered the matter of Heartfield, Yichuan was about to rise to consult the secret texts when he suddenly heard a knock at the door. "Yichuan, hurry and get up. It's time to pay your respects to Elder E." Steward's son's voice echoed from outside. After returning from Elder E, Yichuan spent a long, disoriented afternoon. After dinner, as night fell, he retired early to the Heartfield. Sitting up from the wooden corridor, he gazed at the dark, gray, sandy soil and marveled at the sight before him. The very spots where he had sown the seeds at noon had blossomed into vibrant, resplendent flowers. This is truly extraordinary. In less than half a day, they have already bloomed. Yichuan could not contain his excitement as he jumped down from the corridor and rushed towards the cluster of flower stems, examining them with great care. These flower stems appeared to have matured over several years. Could it be that within this heartland, time flows at a much swifter pace than in the outside world? The rapid maturation of these herbs was truly a treasure. After meticulously observing the cluster of flower stems, Yichuan exclaimed with exhilaration. This revelation brought him immense fortune. According to his preliminary and somewhat unrefined deductions, the herbs growing in this heartland could mature at a pace several times faster than those in the external world. By his calculations, a single day of growth in the heartland equated to 10 years in the outside realm. With this wondrous heartland, he envisioned a future where he could cultivate precious herbs that had aged for many years, promising an influx of wealth and an absence of financial worries. The thought filled Yichuan with such joy that he could hardly contain his smile. The first few medicinal herb seeds that Yichuan experimented with had a relatively short growth cycle, maturing in about 10 years in the external world. However, within his inner realm, he could harvest them after merely a day. It seemed he needed to introduce a beehive to aid in pollinating the flowers of these herbs. His attempts at manual pollination had proven inadequate. In his heart, Yichuan straightened his back, discarding the tools in his hands, and contemplated the freshly harvested medicinal plants. Acquiring a beehive was straightforward. There were beekeepers in Shan'an County who specialized in raising bees and selling honey. After spending a bit of gold, he purchased several fine beehives from them and brought them into his inner realm, eliminating the need for him to pollinate the flowers personally. Subsequently, he scattered the precious medicinal seeds he had obtained from Steward's son into the dark gray sandy soil, patiently awaiting the second harvest. According to the secrets of the Baichao Hall, these seeds had a growth period exceeding 90 years. If sold on the market, each plant would be worth a fortune. After patiently waiting for 9 days, Yichuan indeed harvested over 10 precious medicinal plants along with several large bags of seeds, filling him with immense joy. He scattered all those seeds into the dark gray sandy soil, eagerly anticipating the third harvest. After several rounds of this process, the quantity of the 90-year-old precious herbs he had amassed became quite significant, forming a large pile at the entrance of his thatched-roof house. Now, the once barren expanse of dark gray sand was entirely sown with seeds. Following this harvest, the number of precious herbs had reached an astonishing level. He feared he might never consume them all in a lifetime. It was time to learn the art of alchemy. The alchemical text stated that after refining, the medicinal properties could be stripped of their inherent toxins, preserving their efficacy to the utmost. By adhering to the prescribed proportions in the recipes, the toxic effects of certain herbs could be neutralized, making them more suitable for consumption. The potency of the precious herbs was particularly fierce. Consuming them raw not only hindered absorption, but also led to a buildup of toxins within the body. Over time, this could increase resistance to medicines and adversely affect physical health. If he could become an alchemist, not only would he secure a life free from worries, but his status in the martial world would also rise significantly. Should he reach the level of a master alchemist akin to Elder E, his standing would be even more illustrious, and he would no longer fear the whims of the powerful who might threaten his life. With these thoughts in mind, Yichuan developed a more detailed plan for his future. Since acquiring this inner realm capable of rapidly growing medicinal herbs and ensuring a plentiful supply, it would indeed be a waste not to learn the art of alchemy. However, the path to becoming an alchemist was fraught with high costs. The initial apprenticeship required the consumption of a substantial amount of precious herbs to gain sufficient experience. Without it, one could never truly become an alchemist. Although the Golden Tiger Gang possesses wealth rivaling nations, it cannot afford the extravagant consumption of precious medicinal materials by an excessive number of alchemical apprentices. Thus, aside from Elder E, a master alchemist, the gang is left with only 4 alchemists, each regarded as a treasure within the organization, holding a status superior to that of the sect leaders, second only to the elders. Moreover, to become an alchemist, one must possess extraordinary talent. Otherwise, the materials would be wasted without the requisite experience to cultivate into a skilled practitioner. Among the essential talents required to become a true alchemist, precise calculation and a profound understanding of the properties of medicinal ingredients are paramount. The 4 fundamental elements of alchemy include the materials, the alchemical furnace, the control of heat, and the formulation, with each element being indispensable. This essential knowledge is meticulously documented in a handwritten manuscript titled The Compendium of Alchemy, transcribed from the archives of the 100 Herbs Hall. Yichuan, possessing a commendable memory, has managed to remember the contents after several readings. With a fertile mind, the supply of medicinal materials poses no issue, and he can invest in a furnace forged by a skilled blacksmith. The mastery of heat, however, requires gradual exploration through practical experience, demanding exceptional insight. Even under direct mentorship, those lacking such insight may never grasp the essence of heat control. As for the formulations, the manuscript contains records of several commonly used prescriptions, encompassing most elixirs typically employed by martial artists, thus providing a comprehensive reference. Yichuan believes he possesses the 2 essential talents required of an alchemical apprentice: precise calculation and a thorough understanding of medicinal properties. What he currently lacks is a knowledgeable mentor to guide him through the intricacies of the craft. Although he is a recognized disciple of Elder E, the Elder S demeanor leaves much to be desired, apart from the monthly summoning where he is compelled to ingest a noxious black pill. The Elder shows little inclination to engage in further discourse or instruction on the art of alchemy. Consequently, it appears he must rely on self-study and exploration. His living quarters have been transformed into an alchemical laboratory, where the air is often permeated with the acrid scent of charred materials, and the crackling heat of charcoal, accompanied by his intermittent soliloquies that oscillate between joy and sorrow. Alchemy may seem straightforward, merely following the prescribed ratios and sequentially introducing various ingredients into the furnace while managing the heat, but the actual practice is fraught with variables. A moment's inattention could lead to catastrophic failure, resulting in the waste of precious materials worth thousands of gold coins, a burden few could bear. With a fertile mind capable of continuously yielding rare herbs, Yi Chuan is undeterred by the loss of materials. His sole deficiency lies in the accumulation of alchemical experience. Thus, 2 years have swiftly passed. During this time, aside from the regular monthly visits to Elder Yi to endure the unpleasantness of the pungent black pill, he has not ventured beyond the confines of his courtyard. Nearly all his time has been devoted to amassing alchemical knowledge and experience. And with a steady supply of precious materials at his disposal, he can relentlessly pursue his experiments in the art of alchemy. Certainly, whenever time permits, he diligently practices the elusive shadow needle technique transcribed from the secret chamber of the transmission hall, along with the nameless mental cultivation method imparted by Elder Yi. However, as his endeavors in alchemy have consumed a considerable amount of time, his dedication to refining the needle technique and the nameless mental method has diminished significantly. Yi Chuan firmly believes that mastering the art of alchemy is the only expedient path to prominence. Yet, the initial stages of his alchemical journey were fraught with excruciating trials. A series of failures nearly obliterated his confidence. Fortunately, an abundant supply of rare herbs served as his foundation, coupled with an unwavering resolve to rise above his circumstances and seize control of his destiny, which compelled him to persevere without uttering thoughts of surrender. After 2 years of tireless effort, the fruits of his labor began to manifest. His initial success rate in concocting potions was a dismal fraction of less than 50%, but it has now improved to 20%, a commendable achievement considering he has undertaken this journey without the guidance of a mentor. 2 years may seem a considerable span. Yet after the extensive wastage of precious herbs, each one has finally made substantial progress. It is worth noting that the herbs he squandered could have bankrupted a formidable organization like the Golden Tiger Gang multiple times over. The sole regret that lingers in Yi Chuan's heart is that the meticulously crafted energy pills, intended to significantly enhance a warrior's inner strength, had no discernible effect on the cultivation of the nameless mental method when consumed. This realization left him in a state of prolonged vexation. Nevertheless, the accumulation of alchemical experience over these 2 years has enabled him to amass a variety of elixirs, with the energy pills being the most abundant. Despite their ineffectiveness in aiding his own cultivation, he now possesses the means to exchange these rare pills for other invaluable benefits. Gradually, Yi Chuan has come to appreciate the worth of elixirs, which seem to hold the capacity to procure nearly anything of value, including rare treasures and seeds of precious herbs. However, such transactions must be conducted discreetly and with the right individuals, lest he inadvertently encounters obstacles. As for gold and silver, trading elixirs for such commodities would be a misallocation of resources. Now, at the age of 14 or 15, Yi Chuan has matured into a young man. In his former mountain village, parents would typically begin arranging marriages for their sons at this age, preparing them for fatherhood in a year or two. Yet, with the absence of his parents and kin, no one is concerned about his lifelong commitments. On this particular morning, after concluding a night of alchemical work, he stepped out from his self-made alchemical chamber into the courtyard, drawing forth the iron sword from his back. He commenced practicing the recently acquired 108 styles of leaf sword play beneath the shade of a grand tree. His form danced gracefully within the courtyard, each movement light and fluid, as every sword strike seemed to pierce through a falling leaf, consistently hitting the same spot. After an hour of swordplay, Yi Chuan sheathed the iron sword and let out a long sigh of relief. This leaf swordplay was transcribed by him from the teachings of Mr. Mo at the Transmission Hall's secret chamber. Within the secret chamber, a plethora of martial arts manuals pertaining to hand-to-hand combat lay in wait. Yet Yi Chuan held steadfast to the belief that his pursuit of martial arts was solely for the preservation of his life, to thwart any adversary from easily extinguishing his existence. He had no aspirations of becoming a martial artist or a grand hero wandering the world with sword in hand. Thus, he opted for the leaf-drifting sword technique, a choice made with the intention of self-defense rather than seeking glory. The essence of the leaf-drifting sword technique lies in the principle that formlessness triumphs over form. The swordplay flows as effortlessly as drifting leaves, exhibiting an enigmatic and unpredictable nature, rendering it nearly impossible for foes to discern the trajectory of his strikes. This approach aligns perfectly with Yi Chuan's disposition and closely mirrors the core tenets of the shadow escape needle technique he had diligently practiced. After a rigorous sword practice that left him drenched in perspiration, Yi Chuan carefully stowed away his iron sword, following a refreshing wash and a change into clean, dry garments. He stepped outside and made his way toward the grand estate of the 100 Herbs Hall. He had been invited to a banquet in honor of Wang Zhan, the head of the herbal cultivation sub-hall, who had recently been elevated to the position of deputy hall master of the 100 Herbs Hall. Wang Zhan, whom Yi Chuan had fortuitously encountered, had learned of Yi Chuan's expertise in alchemy and his status as a registered disciple of Elder Yi. Subsequently, he had sent a substantial sum of gold and silver, along with a property in the county, seeking Yi Chuan's assistance in concocting a bottle of energy pills to expedite his cultivation. During Yi Chuan's ongoing quest to amass alchemical experience, and with access to a wealth of rare herbs, he readily agreed to Wang Zhan's request. He prepared an ample supply of high-quality energy pills, which, unexpectedly, allowed Wang Zhan to swiftly break through his cultivation realm. This remarkable improvement caught the attention of the leader of the Golden Tiger Gang, resulting in Wang Zhan's promotion from the position of head of the herbal cultivation sub-hall to deputy hall master of the 100 Herbs Hall. As Yi Chuan pondered these events, he arrived at the entrance of a spacious estate on South Street of the county, where Wang Zhan awaited him with open arms. Upon spotting Yi Chuan turning the corner, Wang Zhan erupted into hearty laughter and approached him with enthusiasm. "Brother Yi, you truly honor me with your presence. I have not invited many guests today. Only our close friends have gathered. There are two brothers who have long wished to meet you, having traveled a considerable distance for this occasion." Wang Zhan, a robust man in his 40s with a bushy beard, addressed Yi Chuan with a warmth that made him feel slightly uneasy. Despite being of an age comparable to Yi Chuan's father, "What are you all standing around for? Hurry and prepare the food and drink. Our esteemed guest has arrived." Wang Zhan bellowed to the servants as he led Yi Chuan into the estate. "Brother Yi, let us converse in the back hall first. The two gentlemen eager to meet you are no strangers, especially with their generous spirits. You will soon see for yourself," Wang Zhan remarked, his demeanor shifting to one of cordiality. Upon entering the back hall, Yi Chuan beheld two individuals seated. One was tall and slender, clad in blue attire, while the other was shorter and portly, draped in a black robe. Both appeared to be of considerable age, comparable to Wang Zhan. "Allow me to introduce you to these two gentlemen," Wang Zhan proclaimed. "This is Yi Chuan, the younger brother I often mention to the two of you. He is the registered disciple of Elder Yi and is proficient in the art of alchemy." Wang Zhan introduced Yi Chuan to the two individuals, who had already risen from their seats. Observing Yi Chuan's youthful appearance, they harbored a certain skepticism. However, their expressions transformed as Wang Zhan concluded his introduction. "This gentleman here is Lu Shiwang, the esteemed incense master of the beast hunting branch within our Golden Tiger Gang." Wang Zhan gestured towards the tall and slender figure clad in green, then pointed to another person, a stout man in black robes, "And this is Brother Sikong, the incense master of the alchemy branch. We are all brothers who have known each other for many years. Although Yi Chuan appears youthful, he is indeed a seasoned alchemist. Thanks to the vitality pills that he crafted for me, I managed to break through the formidable barrier of the 6th level of inner strength that had plagued me for years and ascended to the 7th level. The gang leader took notice of my progress and promoted me to the position of vice master of the 100 Medicines Hall." "Haha. So it is Master Yi. My apologies for any disrespect." Upon hearing this, Lu Shiwang and Sikong immediately expressed their reverence, clasping their fists in greeting. Yi Chuan humbly replied, "I am merely a young and impetuous individual who has studied alchemy for a few years under Elder Yi. I am hardly deserving of the title of master. If you two brothers do not mind, please refer to me as your younger brother." Although Yi Chuan had taught himself the intricacies of alchemy without guidance from Elder Yi, the latter is nonetheless the only master of alchemy within the Golden Tiger Gang, and leveraging his reputation would facilitate smoother interactions. Though the two gentlemen before him were merely incense masters of the branch halls and held positions at the grassroots level within the Golden Tiger Gang, they wielded considerable authority and influence. It was essential to cultivate good relations with such foundational leaders to thrive within the gang. As for the higher echelons, such as the gang leader and vice leader, not only was it challenging for Yi Chuan to curry favor with them, but even securing an audience would prove difficult. Moreover, approaching them too eagerly might even provoke their disdain. In contrast, someone like Wang Zhan, who sought his assistance in alchemy and approached him directly, fostered a different kind of relationship. "Brother Yi, I speak candidly in your presence. I, Lu Shiwang, have come today not only to partake in Brother Wang's joyous banquet, but also to seek your esteemed guidance. I have heard of your remarkable skills and would like to request that you concoct a vitality pill for me, Lu Shiwang declared, retrieving a small wooden box the size of a fist from his robe and presenting it to Yi Chuan with his left hand. Opening the lid to reveal an object resembling a lychee-sized peach pit. This was discovered outside a cave inhabited by a demon monkey during a hunting expedition last year. Upon returning, I consulted ancient texts, and it appears to be the legendary seed of the blood-red zhu fruit, which can be used in alchemical preparations. As Lu Shiwang spoke, he raised his gaze to observe Yi Chuan's reaction. The blood-red zhu fruit, such a treasure, documented in ancient tomes, is said to cleanse the marrow and strengthen the constitution. It reportedly blooms once every century, bears fruit once every century, and takes 5 centuries to mature. Furthermore, a single blood-red zhu tree can produce only 3 fruits at most, making it a truly mythical entity. Upon hearing Lu Shiwang's introduction, Yi Chuan was instantly reminded of a passage from an ancient tome in the Baoyao Hall's secret chamber. He couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement, yet he endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor, concealing his astonishment. For outsiders, the blood-red fruit's pit might seem a trivial trinket, and even for an ordinary alchemist, it merely served to enhance the quality of a batch of pills, proving to be of little consequence. However, for Yi Chuan, this pit was immensely precious, for with it, he could cultivate the blood-red fruit in his Heartfield, ensuring a continuous supply in the future. Lu's reputation as a stingy miser was indeed well-earned. How audacious to request an alchemist's services with a mere found seed. Yi Chuan mused, while Sikong, observing the exchange, couldn't help but chuckle. He then retrieved a narrow wooden box, measuring 4 feet in length, from a nearby table. This is my family's heirloom sword, named Duan Yu. It possesses the ability to slice through gold and jade. I implore you, Brother Wang, to fetch a blade for the exchange, Sikong declared, opening the box to reveal a sword, sheathed and gleaming. Very well. I shall offer my dagger, Wang Zhen replied with a knowing nod, drawing his weapon from his waist. Everyone, take heed, Sikong instructed, placing the sword box back on the table as he grasped the sword's hilt, gently drawing it from its sheath. As the blade emerged, a chilling aura enveloped the room. Truly a sword capable of severing gold and jade, Wang Zhen exclaimed in admiration. In a flash, Sikong's right hand moved, and with a soft hiss, he effortlessly cleaved Wang Zhen's finely crafted dagger in 2, the severed piece clattering to the floor. This sword, if placed on the market, would be worth its weight in gold, perhaps even beyond 100,000, as it was a treasured family heirloom. Yet, retaining it served no purpose for me. I would rather exchange it for vitality pills to expedite my cultivation and advance my position, thereby accruing wealth. Seeing Yi Chuan's evident intrigue, Sikong unabashedly revealed his intent. Well said. I shall gladly accept the Duan Yu sword. From now on, should you require any number of vitality pills, do not hesitate to ask. I fear I may not be able to produce them quickly enough. Yi Chuan replied with a smile, clearly enamored with the sword that could slice through iron like mud. Brother Yi, you are a man of forthrightness. The Duan Yu sword is now yours. I trust you will treat it well, Sikong said, sheathing the sword before reluctantly placing it back in the box, his fingers lingering over it before finally relinquishing it to Yi Chuan. Receiving the sword with both hands, Yi Chuan silently nodded in approval. With this formidable blade in his possession, his chances of survival had significantly increased. Beside him, Lu Shiwang was overshadowed by Sikong's directness. Feeling an indignation rising within, he had intended to exchange the effortlessly acquired seed of the celestial fruit for a vial of energy pills. However, Sikong's dismissive attitude left him unable to maintain his dignity. Although he was typically frugal, he understood that to engage a seasoned alchemist to concoct pills for him necessitated something of significant value. Observing Sikong's air of self-satisfaction, Lu Shiwang's frustration peaked. And with determination, he reached into his bosom to retrieve a land deed. This is the deed for 10,000 acres of prime farmland I acquired in my hometown. A gift for Brother Yi, Lu Shiwang proclaimed, presenting the deed to Yi Chuan with both hands. Yi Chuan was taken aback, astonished by such profound regard for an alchemist. It was remarkable that these 2 prestigious incense masters were vying to solicit his services, affirming the wisdom of his choice to become an alchemist. Brother Lu, you and Brother Sikong are both kin to Brother Wang, thus friends of mine, and even without any remuneration, I can assure you that with a mere word from you, I can produce as many pills as you desire. However, I shall not accept the farmland, as the master of the beast hunting hall. You must have collected some rare wild medicinal seeds during your time in the mountains. I would be grateful for any aged seeds you might part with, the older, the better. Yi Chuan waved his hand, declining the land deed. He was under no obligation to provide his services for free. The compensation he deserved was non-negotiable, especially since it was others seeking his assistance. Rare wild medicinal seeds, you say? Indeed, I have amassed quite a collection over the years, though I left them at home. Allow me a moment to retrieve them. Lu Shiwang replied, turning promptly to exit the back hall, not wishing to delay. Brother Yi is truly a man of character. If you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me, and I shall not shy away from any challenge. Wang Zhan observed, realizing that Yi Chuan had extended a considerable favor by accepting his wealth and property in exchange for a vial of energy pills. The potency of Yi Chuan's concoctions far surpassed those provided by the organization, enabling him to break through barriers and elevate his inner strength to a new realm in a remarkably short time. Brother Wang, do not be formal. Since Yi Chuan lost his parents at a young age and has no relatives, he yearns for companionship. As I possess knowledge in alchemy, it is only right that I lend a helping hand to my friends. Yi Chuan replied hastily. Sikong, remaining silent, nodded inwardly, pleased to have formed a friendship with a seasoned alchemist, alleviating any future concerns regarding the acquisition of energy pills. In this world, martial prowess held the highest esteem. Only with the corresponding level of strength could one enjoy commensurate privileges, even among the offspring of noble families. The martial realm was divided into 10 stages, and to be recognized as a true martial artist was marked by the cultivation of inner strength, thus referred to as the 10 stages of inner strength. The Golden Tiger Gang stipulates that individuals at the 1st to 3rd levels of internal strength are considered apprentices. Those at this stage are not yet qualified to embark on missions and must assist their masters in menial tasks. Upon reaching the 4th to 6th levels, they can undertake missions independently, typically assuming roles within the various branches of the gang. However, once one ascends to the 7th level of internal strength, they become a mid-level elite within the gang, often entrusted with significant responsibilities as hall masters or deputy hall masters. Attaining the 10th level elevates one to the highest echelon of the gang, where the gang leader and deputy leaders are all formidable practitioners of this caliber. The hierarchy within the gang is primarily determined by skill level rather than strictly by internal strength, although those referred to as masters, such as alchemists, herbalists, and beast hunters, are generally at least 7th level practitioners. Among these masters, alchemists are undoubtedly the most esteemed, as the energy pills they concoct can rapidly enhance a warrior's internal strength, particularly during critical breakthroughs. Additionally, the healing pills, hemostatic pills, and detoxification pills they produce serve essential functions, making seasoned alchemists invaluable to a gang that traverses the treacherous paths of the Jianghu. Consequently, they are often revered as elders within their respective gangs, receiving the highest honors and treatment from the leadership. Wang Zhan and Sikong, along with Lu Shiwang, who hurried home to fetch medicinal seeds, regarded their association with Yi Chuan as an immense stroke of fortune. After all, they lived perilously, constantly flirting with death, and it was imperative to elevate their internal strength and procure superior healing, detoxification, and hemostatic pills for self-preservation to avoid a swift demise. As the three conversed, Lu Shiwang returned in a flurry, producing a square wooden box from his sleeve. Upon opening it, he revealed several small packages of medicinal seeds, each labeled meticulously with their names and properties, indicating his diligence and attention to detail. With the acquisition of these precious wild medicinal seeds, some over a century old, along with the blood-red pit of the Zhu fruit, Yi Chuan felt a surge of joy, realizing that his initial effort to cultivate a relationship with Wang Zhan had not been in vain, yielding substantial rewards swiftly. After an evening of revelry, Yi Chuan returned to the Baiyao Hall, intoxicated, and slept soundly until dawn. Upon awakening, his first task was to plant the blood-red Zhu fruit pit and the precious wild medicinal seeds into the fertile earth of his heart, sowing them in the dark gray sandy soil. After completing his morning routine and donning the exquisite Duanyu sword gifted by Sikong, Yi Chuan stepped outside to the courtyard to continue practicing the floating leaf sword technique. This set of swordplay not only encompassed the art of swordsmanship, but also included a specialized body movement technique, which was a primary reason for Yi Chuan's choice of this particular sword manual, thereby saving him the time of separately practicing body techniques. After practicing swordsmanship for an hour, Yi Chuan proceeded to the dining hall for breakfast, and then returned to his quarters to engage in the art of the shadow needle technique. With a swift motion of his right hand, an almost imperceptible gray shadow shot forth, striking the red circle at the center of a wooden board affixed to the wall beside the bed. Through years of diligent practice, Yi Chuan had honed his accuracy remarkably, and his technique in launching the shadow needle had become quite proficient. However, he had yet to practice on moving targets, leaving him uncertain of the results. After lunch, Yichuan intended to refine potions, but recollecting the nameless mental technique imparted by Elder Yi, he realized that the past 2 years had been consumed with potion crafting and martial arts training, leaving little time for the cultivation of the nameless technique. His progress had been sluggish, and Elder Yi had chastised him on several occasions. Determined not to procrastinate further, Yichuan devoted his afternoon and evening to practicing the nameless mental technique. As half a month passed, Yichuan found himself meditating on his bed, striving to cultivate the second layer of the nameless technique. Suddenly, he felt an unbearable heat emanating from his dantian, followed by a gentle, cool white light streaming through his pores and gathering in his dantian's energy sea. This cool white light must surely be the heaven and earth essence mentioned in the nameless technique. Realizing the transformation within his body, Yichuan could not suppress his thoughts. He now sensed the presence of the essence in the air and had successfully drawn it into his body, signifying that he had thoroughly mastered the second layer of the nameless technique. With this thought, Yichuan restrained his excitement and continued meditating. Shortly thereafter, he felt more faint white light gathering around him, intensifying the heat in his dantian. Elation surged within him. It appeared that his arduous training over the past days had not been in vain, as he had finally made substantial progress in the second layer of the nameless technique and could draw the essence from the outside world into his being. As time elapsed, the amount of essence he absorbed into his body increased significantly. Once he broke through the bottleneck, his cultivation advanced remarkably. With the continuous practice of the nameless technique, he discovered that a portion of the absorbed essence settled within various parts of his body, remaining there temporarily instead of being expelled. As the accumulation of heaven and earth essence within him grew, Yichuan became increasingly adept with the second layer of the nameless technique. By the end of the month, he arrived early at Elder Yi's courtyard, standing anxiously at the entrance. Although he had grown accustomed to the monthly ritual of swallowing a foul-smelling black pill that caused excruciating pain for half a day over the past 6 or 7 years, the mere act of standing at Elder Yi's door sent shivers down his spine, as if he sensed ill intentions from the elder. This time, the ominous feeling intensified, and Yichuan was overwhelmed with an impulse to flee the courtyard. As he matured, his mind became sharper, leading him to speculate about Elder Yi's intentions behind forcing him to take those pills over the years. Although he could not decipher the elder's motives, he was certain they were not benign. "Come in." The aged voice of Elder Yi resonated within the room, prompting Yichuan to enter without delay, hastily closing the door behind him. "Have you mastered the second level? Have you been distracted by too many trivial matters lately, neglecting your cultivation? It seems I have been too lenient with you." Elder Yi, reclining in his chair, spoke with a tone of severity, abruptly sitting upright, his imposing aura surging forth. Yichuan immediately felt an overwhelming pressure wash over him, nearly rendering him breathless. At that moment, the natural energy he had absorbed into his body began to stir, and after a brief turmoil, it alleviated the formidable pressure, allowing him to breathe freely once more. "Revered Elder Yi, I have indeed mastered the second level a few days ago." Yichuan, sensing the elder's impending wrath, spoke with trepidation. "Ah, so you have truly achieved the second level. Otherwise, how could a novice like you withstand my aura? Splendid. You have not wasted the years of my effort." Elder Yi relaxed his aura and reclined once again. "Haha, my chi-inducing pill has finally succeeded in its experiment. After 50 years of dedication, it has not been in vain." Elder Yi reclined in his chair, his eyes half closed, speaking excitedly to himself. After a considerable time, Elder Yi emerged from his reverie, casting a piercing glance at Yichuan, who remained with his head bowed in a submissive manner. Satisfied, he nodded slightly and declared, "Now, I shall impart to you the third level of the unnamed heart technique. You must practice diligently and avoid distractions, otherwise, I shall impose severe punishment upon you." "Yes, I shall not dare to falter," Yichuan replied, his heart racing as he bowed deeply. Half an hour later, Yichuan had memorized the cultivation method for the third level of the unnamed heart technique and was preparing to take his leave when Elder Yi spoke again. "I must embark on a long journey and will return in 2 years. Before I depart, I will inform the leader to formally accept you as my disciple, granting you the privileges of a vice hall master. Now, take this final chi-inducing pill and be on your way." As Elder Yi spoke, he tossed a dark pill to Yichuan. Upon inspection, Yichuan keenly noticed that this pill appeared slightly different from the previous ones, being somewhat dimmer in hue. Not thinking too much of it, considering he had consumed dozens already, he swallowed it without hesitation. However, unlike the usual searing sensation akin to being engulfed in flames, this time. A chilling feeling rose within his stomach, devoid of any pain. Is this chi-inducing pill truly different from the ones I have taken before? Hee. This is not the genuine chi pill, but rather a concocted corpse insect pill, within which lies a venomous insect of secretive origin. Once ingested, this insect will lie dormant within you. However, rest assured, it will not awaken for 1,000 days. Yet, after this duration, without the antidote to suppress its awakening, it shall rouse from its slumber, devouring your flesh and blood piece by piece, and the agony, I trust, you can well imagine. I am not one to engage in alarmist rhetoric. If you doubt my words, you may wait 1,000 days to witness the truth for yourself. Hiki, but before that, I shall return, and at that time, I will provide you with the antidote to completely eradicate the threat of the venomous insect. During my absence, you must diligently practice the 3rd level of the heart technique. Should I return and find no evidence of your progress, rest assured, the antidote will not be bestowed upon you. Contemplate this matter carefully and weigh the pros and cons. Unbeknownst to him, Elder E had already risen from his recliner, stooping slightly and gazing intently at Yichuan as he delivered this unsettling message, leaving Yichuan agape, unable to utter a word. With a heavy heart, he exited Elder Yi's residence and returned to his modest dwelling, struggling to muster any spirit. His mind incessantly replaying Elder Yi's earlier words. Damn it, who have I wronged? Yichuan muttered to himself in frustration. That old codger always seeks to scheme against me, using me as a guinea pig for his concoctions and inflicting me with a venomous insect. It's infuriating. After venting his anger, Yichuan was compelled to confront reality. Elder Yi's words were unmistakably clear. He did not believe the old man would jest or toy with him. It appeared that even upon his return in 2 years, Elder E would not easily relent but would devise even more insidious methods to torment him. It seemed prudent to utilize this time to formulate a counter-strategy. However, prior to that, he needed to focus on mastering the 3rd level of the Nameless Heart technique, lest that old man return unexpectedly and find him languid and unproductive, thus denying him the antidote. Yichuan began to strategize, ultimately allowing reason to triumph over impulse. He resolved to commence training in the 3rd level of the Nameless Heart technique, all the while seeking a solution, perhaps devising a plan to confront that old man before Elder Yi's return. Yet, why was that old man testing me with his concoctions? What was his motivation in imparting the Nameless Heart technique? Why resort to poisoning? Was it to prevent my escape? But I was quite content at the Golden Tiger Gang, enjoying plentiful food and drink. What reason had I to flee? It seems there is but one explanation. The old man's actions, testing me with his concoctions and teaching me the Nameless Heart technique, are all part of a clandestine scheme. The poisoning must be due to my significance to his plans, compelling him to act with utmost caution and force me to ingest the venomous insect, ensuring I would not dare to flee. But what, exactly, is that old man's hidden agenda? This question eluded Yichuan as he furrowed his brow, lost in thought for a prolonged moment. After spending a day and night in a daze and melancholy, the following morning, Yichuan was summoned to the conference hall of the Golden Tiger Gang's headquarters. In the presence of all the senior members of the gang, he respectfully offered tea to Elder E and formally paid his respects to become Elder Yi's official disciple, thus enjoying the privileges of a deputy hall master. During the apprenticeship ceremony, Elder E shared many encouraging words and expressed his intention to pass on his entire legacy to Yichuan, aspiring for him to become the 2nd alchemy master of the Golden Tiger Gang. However, he requested that no one in the gang disturb him for alchemical matters, allowing him to devote himself to cultivation and hasten his journey to mastery. The gang leader and other high-ranking members of the Golden Tiger Gang were naturally ecstatic. The significance of an alchemy master to a martial arts faction cannot be overstated. It represents not only a bounteous source of wealth but also the very survival and prosperity of the gang. Without the healing potions, detoxifying elixirs, and blood-stanching remedies crafted by an alchemy master, the gang would lack confidence, inevitably facing substantial losses in the brutal conflicts of the martial world. Furthermore, without the master's potent energy pills, the gang would find it impossible to cultivate a large number of skilled fighters in the short term. A faction without sufficient prowess risks being swallowed by rival gangs in the future. Following the apprenticeship ceremony, Yichuan's status within the Golden Tiger Gang soared. The gang leader personally ordered a serene and elegant courtyard to be arranged for Yichuan's secluded practice, assigning a clever maid to attend to his needs so he could concentrate on his cultivation without the burdens of mundane life. However, upon moving into the new residence, Yichuan found it difficult to feel joy. He was perplexed by Elder Yi's intentions, questioning if the old man was merely playing tricks, offering a sweet reward after a harsh reprimand, much like a jester's performance. Through interactions with the gang's senior members, Yi Chuan learned indirectly that Elder Yi's full name was Yi Zhongtian, a long-standing member of the Golden Tiger Gang and a close friend of the gang leader's father. Their camaraderie dated back over 60 years when they co-founded the Golden Tiger Gang, which has since evolved into one of the three major factions in Lushui County. In his 60 years within the gang, Elder Yi had not accomplished any remarkable feats. Yet his status as an alchemy master rendered him a revered figure akin to a venerable ancestor. Nonetheless, Elder Yi preferred solitude, remaining in the remote Shan'an County and vehemently opposing the gang's expansion into Lushui County. As for Elder Yi's origins from 6 decades ago, Yi Chuan gleaned some information from the gang leader, who hinted that Elder Yi was once a renowned divine physician in his youth. He was not only an exceptional healer but also possessed formidable martial skills, earning great respect and a stellar reputation in the martial world for his benevolent deeds. In Yi Chuan's heart, however, he did not regard Elder Yi as a benevolent figure. Rather, he perceived him as a villain of the highest order. His very life was in Elder Yi's hands, and what was even more terrifying was that Elder Yi was orchestrating a clandestine plan involving him. The uncertainty surrounding the nature of Elder Yi's scheme filled Yi Chuan with an overwhelming sense of dread. Although Yi Chuan felt a twinge of anxiety in his heart, he reassured himself with the thought that 2 years remained, a relatively ample span of time. His worries seemed premature. Perhaps Elder Yi merely intended to jest, urging him to diligently practice the nameless mental technique. With this thought, he felt somewhat relieved and began to methodically cultivate the third layer of the nameless mental technique. The third layer, known as circulating qi throughout the body, aimed to open all the meridians. Ever since Yi Chuan had completed the second layer, he had been able to tenuously control a portion of the subtle elemental energy of heaven and earth within his meridians. Each cycle of this energy through his meridians would tame a fraction of it, and after several rounds of circulation, a small amount would remain in his dantian, no longer yearning to escape his body. However, controlling the elemental energy to circulate was an arduous task. Each complete cycle would consume at least a day and night. This was due to the uncontrollable nature of the elemental energy within his body and the obstructed meridians, making it exceedingly difficult to manage. Thus, even with a full day and night, he could barely achieve one complete circulation. Faced with such grueling training, Yi Chuan felt on the verge of madness. This was far more challenging than when he practiced the second layer, which merely required him to sit in stillness without such laborious effort. Fortunately, after more than 2 months, the maturation of various precious wild medicinal herbs in his Heartfield, particularly the blood-red zhu fruit, offered him a glimmer of hope. In the secluded chamber dedicated to his practice, Yi Chuan held 3 blood-red zhu fruits, each roughly the size of a plum. Gazing at the vividly crimson skin, he hesitated. He had initially intended to concoct a medicinal pill using these fruits along with the precious herbs growing in his Heartfield, but he lacked the recipe for refining such high-quality materials. After some contemplation, he resolved to consume them raw. Summoning his resolve, he took a bite of the fruit skin, savoring its sweet and refreshing taste, which was exquisite and left a lingering aftertaste. Unable to resist, he quickly devoured the first fruit entirely, followed by the second and third, leaving nothing behind but the bare pits. Suddenly, an unsettling pain gripped his abdomen. Could it be that the blood-red zhu fruit was toxic? Yi Chuan felt as if his insides were being twisted by knives, the pain becoming unbearable. He hastily gathered the 3 pits and dashed out of the room, racing towards the latrine. A cacophony ensued as he relieved himself, purging an entire pit's worth of filth. And only then did he feel a sense of emptiness and comfort in his abdomen. Cursing under his breath at the unbearable stench, he emerged from the latrine, only to discover himself covered in grime. Hadn't he just bathed? A glance at his exposed skin revealed a thin layer of viscous, shiny, black residue, emitting a foul odor even more repugnant than that of the latrine. Spring Orchid, prepare hot water at once. I must bathe. This is intolerable. Yi Chuan hastily commanded Chun Lan, the maid responsible for his baths. Holding her nose, Chun Lan brought over a basin of hot water, enduring the foul stench as she commenced washing Yi Chuan. He, too, dared not breathe in the odor, pinching his nose, and was unable to appreciate the gentle touch of the young girl. After several washes, the stench diminished considerably, yet it remained unbearable, necessitating further cleansing. It was only after a dozen rinses that he began to feel somewhat relieved. Chun Lan, fetch me some perfume, and do bring more, Yi Chuan exclaimed, completely unclothed. Chun Lan hurriedly approached with a large box of fragrant powder, sprinkling it generously over his body, which made the atmosphere a touch more pleasant. This is utterly revolting. Yichuan cursed, but noticed Chun Lan stifling a giggle behind her small hand. You insolent girl, how dare you laugh at me? I shall punish you by making you kneel, Yichuan said, a hint of irritation in his voice. Though he had a good temperament, he did not wish for his servants to display such unruly behavior. Yichuan tidied his attire and stepped out of the washroom, entering the secluded training chamber. He settled cross-legged onto the tatami mat, and after a brief moment of drowsiness, he delved into his inner consciousness. After planting 3 blood-red zhu fruit seeds, Yichuan retrieved some precious medicinal herbs stored in the small cabin before emerging from his meditative state. Why does my body feel so remarkably light? He pondered. Could it be the result of consuming the blood-red zhu fruit earlier? He soon realized the transformation within himself, akin to the sensation of having bathed after many years without, or like a desert dweller finally immersed in a pool of water, an indescribable sense of refreshment enveloping him. Yichuan hastily rose and pulled a book from the bookshelf nestled in the corner, scrutinizing its contents. He discovered a discreet note on one of the pages. Inscribed in small letters, blood-red zhu fruit, also known as the cleansing marrow fruit. The fruit tree blooms once every 100 years, bears fruit once every century, and takes 500 years to mature, yielding a maximum of 3 fruits per tree. How could I have forgotten the alias of the blood-red zhu fruit? He exclaimed. As its name implies, the cleansing marrow fruit possesses the ability to purify marrow and strengthen bones. A fruit that significantly enhances one's constitution, maturing over 5 centuries. Is indeed a celestial fruit. This thought filled Yichuan with immense joy. Let me attempt the 3rd level of the nameless heart technique once more. With a surge of excitement, he settled back onto the tatami mat, closed his eyes, and began to channel the primordial energy of the universe within him. The once unruly energy now flowed with a newfound gentleness, and the previously blocked meridians became remarkably unobstructed, resembling a cleared conduit through which water flowed freely. Previously, it took me an entire day and night to circulate the primordial energy, suffering immensely in the process. Now, I can complete a full cycle in merely an hour, feeling extraordinarily invigorated. Yichuan exclaimed. The blood-red zhu fruit was indeed a remarkable treasure. It appeared that consuming it raw was the right choice. At this moment, the process of circulating the primordial energy within his meridians no longer felt akin to a constricted passage. Rather, it flowed effortlessly, completing a cycle in just an hour. Moreover, the amount of energy absorbed into his dantian's reservoir increased exponentially. Since discovering the extraordinary effects of the blood-red zhu fruit in purifying marrow and strengthening bones, Yichuan felt a renewed confidence in mastering the 3rd level of the nameless heart technique. However, the 3 newly planted blood-red zhu fruit trees would require over 2 months to mature, a rather lengthy wait. During these weeks, Yichuan was not idle. After realizing the benefits of consuming the blood-red zhu fruit raw, he whimsically decided to try eating other wild precious herbs in the same manner. Although their taste was far less delightful than that of the blood-red zhu fruit, often shockingly bitter, they significantly accelerated his progress in mastering the 3rd level of the nameless heart technique. Since consuming 3 blood-red zhu fruits, Yichuan's physical constitution has greatly improved. His meridians have essentially been unblocked, allowing him to circulate the essence of heaven and earth at a speed several times faster than before. The quantity of this essence absorbed into his dantian has also multiplied, enabling his daily cultivation to match the arduous efforts he previously exerted over an entire year. Furthermore, by consuming copious amounts of wild, precious medicinal herbs, the amount of essence he ingests has increased exponentially. Consequently, Yichuan's daily progress in cultivation now equates to what he used to achieve over a decade of relentless toil. However, the taste of raw medicinal herbs is exceedingly unpalatable. To remedy this, Yichuan scoured numerous alchemical texts and eventually discovered a recipe for a nourishing soup, ideally suited for blending various rare wild herbs. By adding some seasonings and simmering the concoction, not only did the flavor improve significantly, but the medicinal properties were also utilized more effectively, thus accelerating Yichuan's cultivation progress. Yet, the excessive consumption of aged wild herbs has potent side effects. Yichuan's vitality surged to an overwhelming extent. He found himself compelled to dedicate 2 to 3 hours daily to fervently practice the floating leaf sword technique and the shadow escape needle technique. Although both martial arts do not significantly deplete his essence, consequently, Yichuan resorted to a clever exchange, trading 10 portions of the nourishing soup with the leader's young son for a set of his family's ancestral internal martial arts, known as the Rising Dragon Fist, a formidable technique that consumes considerable essence during practice. After completing the 36 forms of the Rising Dragon Fist, Yi Chuan was drenched in sweat, feeling as if his blood was boiling like water in a cauldron. The depletion of his essence was substantial, and having only recently cultivated his essence, he felt somewhat fatigued. With a sense of emptiness in his dantian, clearly indicating a near exhaustion of his vital energy. To his surprise, the Rising Dragon Fist consumed so much essence. He pondered its effectiveness in combat. Hastily returning to his quarters, he drank a bowl of freshly prepared nourishing soup and sat cross-legged, circulating his energy. After a while, Yi Chuan felt his essence had returned to its peak, and even experienced a slight increase, which filled him with joy. Rising to his feet, he resumed practicing the Rising Dragon Fist, and upon fatigue, returned to drink more nourishing soup, continuing to circulate his energy for recovery. After more than 2 months, the 4 blood-red Ju plants successfully bore fruit, yielding a total of 12 ripe fruits. Yi Chuan quickly consumed them, but this time, the aftermath was far more troublesome than the first experience. He spent half a day in the restroom, struggling to eliminate the impurities from his body, and emerged covered in a viscous, dark, oily substance. After having Spring Orchid assist him with his bath, it was already deep into the night. For the past 2 months, Yi Chuan had been incessantly consuming the invigorating tonic, his vitality surging beyond measure, leaving him with an insatiable urge for release. Upon encountering Spring Orchid, he succumbed to his primal instincts and took her by force. Once the act was completed, he pushed aside her unconscious form, yet his heart was still brimming with exhilaration. His energy momentarily expended but still abundant. Gazing at the delicate figure on the bed, still lost in slumber, her complexion flushed, her face blooming like a peach blossom. Adorned with a fine sheen of perspiration, he suddenly felt a jolt of realization. What have I done? How could I allow myself such indulgence? As the time for the return of the esteemed elder drew near, he knew he must hasten his cultivation efforts. Yi Chuan quickly rose and made his way to his personal training chamber, commencing a day of rigorous practice. Time flew by as he immersed himself in his training, nearly losing track of it altogether. He only recalled having collected the crimson berries 10 times. The quantity consumed was beyond count. However, after devouring a substantial amount of the berries during his last session, he noticed the absence of the previous agonizing abdominal pain that had urged him to relieve himself. And there was no longer that thick, dark, viscous substance seeping from his skin. Could it be that I have consumed too many crimson berries, developing a resistance? Yi Chuan pondered, yet after much contemplation, he decided to dismiss the thought. Reflecting on the passage of 2 years in this arduous training, he realized that the elder should be returning soon. If he delayed any longer, the poisonous curse within him might awaken, consuming his very essence, rendering his diligent efforts in cultivation futile. Master, the medicinal soup is ready. Would you like to drink it while it's hot? Spring Orchid's enchanting voice broke through his thoughts. Yi Chuan turned to glance at her. Since she had become his woman, her figure had grown more voluptuous, and her beauty had blossomed. Her demeanor towards him had shifted from fear to a warmth akin to that of kinship. As he beheld her alluring visage, memories of the calamity that swept away his parents resurfaced, followed by the horrifying images of bandits wreaking havoc in the village of Shanyan County, and the scene of himself being trampled by the elder while Spring Orchid lay lifeless beside him. Yi Chuan could not suppress a cry, spitting forth a mouthful of blood and collapsing onto the ground. Master! Master! The sound of Spring Orchid's weeping reached his ears, pulling him from the brink of unconsciousness. I did not just cough up blood, did I? Struggling to rise, Yi Chuan circulated his vital energy throughout his body, yet found no signs of internal injury. Allowing himself to relax. It seems my impatience and practice over the past 2 years has caused this. If I continue down this path, it may not be the elder who strikes first, but I shall be the one to fall into madness. With this thought, he could not help but reach out, wiping away the tears from Spring Orchid's face. Do not worry, my dear Orchid, your master will not perish. There are those who wish for my demise. Yet it will not come so easily, Yi Chuan declared, his spirit suddenly ignited as he embraced Spring Orchid tightly. Well, let's not drink the soup for now. Come with me for a stroll, Yi Chuan gently said as he grasped Chun Lan's small hand. With her master seemingly untroubled, Chun Lan felt a wave of relief wash over her. She smiled and freed herself from Yi Chuan's grasp, retreating into the house to gather her belongings. Moments later, she emerged with a small bag in hand, linking her arm with Yi Chuan's as they made their way out of the courtyard. Since embarking on arduous training 2 years prior, Yi Chuan had seldom stepped outside the confines of the courtyard. Thus, crossing the threshold now felt akin to traversing realms. First, we shall visit the transmission hall, where I will redeem you, Yichuan stated calmly, aware that Elder Yi would soon return, leaving him little time. Although engaging Elder Yi in combat might not yield favorable odds, he resolved to fight rather than succumb passively. However, before that, he needed to ensure Chunlan, his first love, was well taken care of. Upon arriving at the transmission hall and revealing his identity as a direct disciple of Elder Yi, the steward of the hall promptly retrieved Chunlan's indenture, presenting it to Yichuan with both hands. After confirming its authenticity, Yichuan incinerated the document on the spot, ignoring the steward's displeased expression as he took Chunlan's hand and exited the Golden Tiger Gang's gates. Master, do you no longer want me? Chunlan inquired, her tone tinged with discontent. Seizing a moment when they were alone on a side street, she dared to voice her concerns. How could that be? By redeeming you, I wish for you to no longer serve as a maid. I intend to provide you with a residence and some gold and silver. What do they call it? Ah, yes. It is referred to as keeping a beauty in a golden house, Yichuan replied with a smile. After settling Chunlan, Yichuan returned to his quarters to resume his rigorous training. Days slipped by unnoticed, and one day, as he exited the training room to practice the floating leaf sword technique, he was startled to find a hunched, emaciated elder in purple robes standing in the courtyard, Elder Yi, who had been absent for 2 years. Ah, Elder Yi, you have returned, Yichuan exclaimed, his voice betraying his surprise. His complexion must have reflected his trepidation. He had envisioned their reunion countless times, yet upon actual encounter, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Come with me to my residence, Elder Yi replied, nodding slightly, his expression inscrutable. Elder Yi, perhaps you could provide me with the antidote first? Yichuan ventured, opting for directness rather than hesitation. The antidote can wait. First, I must assess your progress in cultivating the 3rd level of the Nameless Heart technique before deciding whether to grant you the antidote, Elder Yi stated without a glance at Yichuan, turning instead to shuffle slowly toward the exit. With a sigh, Yichuan followed the elder's retreating figure. Though reluctant to visit Elder Yi's residence, he understood that the antidote remained firmly in the elder's grasp. Failing to accompany him would guarantee its absence. Upon arriving at the entrance of Elder Yi's abode, Yichuan noted the door ajar, revealing a nondescript figure clad in black within the courtyard, bearing weapons on his back. The individual appeared somewhat dazed, exuding an odd aura. Close the door. No one is permitted to step through the threshold or face dire consequences. Elder Yi strode directly into the courtyard, issuing commands to the black-clad figure within, his tone now imbued with an ominous gravity. Yichuan, following closely behind, felt a shiver run down his spine, apprehension stirring within him. Come with me, I have matters to discuss with you, Elder Yi declared without glancing back. Pushing open the door to the main hall and stepping inside with deliberate slowness, Yichuan gazed at Elder Yi's retreating figure, casting a furtive glance at the enigmatic figure cloaked in black. With a resigned sigh, he realized that to obtain the antidote from Elder Yi, he had no choice but to follow him inside, though he remained uncertain of the means Elder Yi would employ against him. Leave your sword outside. The sudden command from Elder Yi halted Yichuan in his tracks. Hesitating for a moment, he observed the black-clad man swiftly unsheathing his weapon. An aura of lethal intent radiating from him, his vacant eyes ablaze with bloodlust, fixated on Yichuan as if ready to strike should he refuse to relinquish his weapon. Yichuan inwardly sighed, understanding that this was not the moment for confrontation. He could not afford to provoke Elder Yi, for doing so would jeopardize his chances of retrieving the antidote, leading him to a path of certain doom. Reluctantly, he unstrapped the jade sword from his back and handed it to the black-clad man before stepping into the room and shutting the door behind him. Within, a faint mist still wafted from the iron furnace in the center, carrying with it a delicate fragrance of medicinal herbs. Step closer. Let me assess your progress in cultivating the 3rd layer over the past 2 years. Elder Yi reclined in his chair, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Yichuan. After a moment's hesitation, Yichuan approached, standing before Elder Yi. First, extend your left hand so that I may take your pulse, Elder Yi instructed. Again, Yichuan hesitated, yet slowly extended his hand. Elder Yi, with a trembling right hand resembling a desiccated bird's claw, reached towards Yichuan's left wrist. Suddenly, Elder Yi's hand shifted as if to seize Yichuan's pulse point. But Yichuan was prepared. He quickly withdrew and retreated to the doorway, maintaining distance from Elder Yi. What are you attempting to do, Elder Yi? Were we not to assess my progress in the Nameless Heart technique's 3rd layer? Why the need to seize my pulse? When I first encountered you, you were but a poor country boy, illiterate and unrefined. Yet, in just a few years, you have transformed into a resourceful and cunning young man. displaying remarkable agility and quick reflexes. It is evident, without needing to assess, that your cultivation of the third layer has indeed progressed commendably. Clearly, you have not been idle these past 2 years. I shall grant you an opportunity. Feel free to ask any questions you may have. Should you miss this chance, it may never present itself again. Elder E, unfazed by Yi Chuan's escape, smiled with composed serenity. I do have some inquiries that I wish to pose to Elder E. Yi Chuan nodded, his mind racing as he devised a plan. Given that he sought the antidote, he could not afford to act against Elder E. Moreover, the black-clad figure outside appeared formidable, and with the inscrutable Elder E before him, the odds of victory were uncertain at best. It was prudent to bide his time, adapt to the situation, and once he secured the antidote, he could consider his options for retreat should the need arise. Before you present your questions, I wish to share with you a secret I have harbored in my heart for 60 years, one I have never disclosed to another soul. It has been a burden to keep this secret for decades. After the old man finished speaking, he gestured for Yi Chuan to inquire if he had any questions. Very well, I shall listen attentively. Yi Chuan nodded in response. Have you ever heard tales of immortals, demons, and monsters? Do you believe that such beings truly exist in this world? Instead of revealing his secret immediately, Elder E posed a question to Yi Chuan. In my childhood, I listened to the stories told by adults, and I believed them then. However, as I grew older, I began to harbor doubts. As no one has ever witnessed these beings with their own eyes, Yi Chuan replied candidly. Nevertheless, he possessed a heart chamber within his brow, which could very well be the legendary artifact of an immortal. If such an artifact exists, it follows that immortals themselves must also exist. 60 years ago, I too doubted the existence of immortals, demons, and monsters. However, by a stroke of fate, I saved a gravely injured cultivator. And that was when I learned that not only do these beings exist, but so do cultivators. Mortals can attain immortality and become everlasting beings through the practice of immortal arts, but one must possess a spiritual root to do so. Elder E, half closing his eyes and reclining in his chair, began to narrate a secret story from his past. It was 60 years prior when Elder E, in the prime of his youth, became renowned as the greatest physician in the Zhao kingdom due to his family's medical legacy and his own innate talent. His family had long upheld the noble tradition of healing the sick, and among his kin were many masters of the healing arts, gifted and celebrated at a young age. Elder E had garnered fame as a healer in his 30s, curing countless difficult ailments. On one occasion, while foraging for herbs in the mountains, he encountered a young man, seemingly in his 20s, who was gravely injured yet still clung to life. With the compassion of a healer, Elder E brought him back to his home. Upon awakening, the young man showed little gratitude towards his savior. Instead, he spoke with an air of arrogance, claiming to be an immortal who had sustained injuries while battling a formidable beast. Though the young man's haughty demeanor might have merely left Elder E with a sense of disdain, the revelation of his identity as a cultivator stirred something deep within Elder E, compelling him to make a decision that would ultimately frighten even himself. Externally, he treated the so-called cultivator with the utmost respect, expressing his desire to become his disciple and learn the ways of cultivation. However, the young man dismissed him, stating that he lacked a spiritual root and could not cultivate. Although his words were not harsh, his condescending attitude wounded Elder Yi's pride, leading him to believe that this so-called cultivator looked down upon him, the very man who had saved his life, and had no intention of imparting his immortal arts. In a fit of rage, Elder Yi secretly poisoned the food meant for the cultivator. Yet, being of cultivator lineage, the young man did not succumb to the poison immediately. Upon realizing Elder Yi's nefarious intent, he flew into a rage and annihilated Elder Yi's entire family. At that time, Elder Yi's martial prowess was indeed commendable. However, when confronted by the severely injured cultivator, he found himself bereft of any opportunity to strike back and was compelled to flee. Witnessing the systematic slaughter of his family filled his heart with profound sorrow. Yet, the cultivator, despite his grievous wounds, was nearing the end of his strength. His celestial energy depleted. In a desperate bid for survival, Elder Yi fought valiantly, employing a concoction of secret poisons, toxic powders, and fragrant mists, ultimately subduing his adversary. From the fallen cultivator, he unearthed a substantial tome detailing celestial techniques, along with the belongings of the immortal. After laying his family to rest, Elder Yi sought refuge in a secluded county far removed from his homeland, where he immersed himself in the study of the celestial arts left behind by the cultivator. Utilizing his extraordinary medical skills and exceptional talent for toxins, he aided a local ruffian in ascending to power, establishing a burgeoning gang. While Elder E diligently researched the celestial techniques, he also harnessed this newfound influence to procure the resources necessary for cultivation. Years passed as he devoted himself to the celestial arts. Yet he eventually recalled the words of the immortal he had slain. He lacked a spiritual root, and thus could not ascend to immortality. His subsequent examination of the tome confirmed this grim reality, though he initially struggled to accept it. After a decade of relentless practice yielded no progress, he reluctantly came to terms with his limitations. Undeterred, Elder E shifted his focus to the alchemical practices detailed in the celestial tome. Although he lacked the celestial fire to forge true elixirs, he discovered he could craft ordinary pills, significantly enhancing the potency of common herbs. This small triumph provided him with a modicum of solace. Nevertheless, the dream of becoming a genuine immortal, of achieving eternal life, remained steadfast in his heart. As he mastered alchemical techniques, he, through his keen insight, devised a method to create celestial pills without celestial fire. However, this approach could not completely eliminate the toxic elements within the elixirs, rendering the results akin to poison. Elder E harbored reservations about the so-called celestial elixirs he had concocted. Fearing to consume them himself, he instead sought out individuals to test the potions, only to witness them meet untimely ends, which deeply disheartened him. One day, while perusing the celestial tome, he chanced upon a previously overlooked technique known as the soul transference art, which purportedly allowed one to transplant a soul into another body, effectively occupying that individual's form, a process likened to taking over a dwelling. Upon discovering this method, a flicker of hope ignited within Elder E. Since he lacked a spiritual root and could not attain immortality, he resolved to find someone endowed with such a root and employ the soul transference art to seize their body directly. The art of discerning the presence of spiritual roots is beyond Elder Yi's capabilities, however. Ancient texts do assert that only those endowed with spiritual roots can cultivate celestial techniques and perceive the essence of the world. The medicinal power contained within elixirs is, in essence, a manifestation of this celestial energy. Thus, if an individual is able to absorb the potency of these elixirs, it naturally follows that they possess spiritual roots. In pursuit of his aspiration to transcend mortality and attain immortality, Elder E was compelled to adopt a more circuitous approach. At this juncture, Elder E had successfully transformed the Golden Tiger Gang into one of the three dominant factions within Greenwater County, wielding formidable influence over the entirety of Shannon County. Securing a trial elixir apprentice was, therefore, a trivial matter for him, despite Elder E having diminished the potency of the chi induction pill. The countless young alchemists who had consumed his concoction over the decades met with tragic fates, their bodies exploding one after the other. The only variable was the duration of their survival. As the years advanced, and his vitality waned, Elder Yi's resolve to become an immortal grew increasingly fervent, bordering on obsession. Despite his efforts to prolong his life through various rejuvenating herbs, he found himself unable to exceed a century of life. Just as despair began to envelop him, he encountered Yichuan, whose remarkable resistance to the elixir's effects was astonishing. After consuming the chi induction pill, he showed no signs of imminent demise. Igniting a flicker of hope within Elder E, he resolved to impart his celestial techniques to Yichuan, intending for him to cultivate in his stead and ascertain the potential for genuine success. The progress Yichuan made in mastering the celestial techniques exceeded Elder Yi's expectations. Although the wait was somewhat protracted, it confirmed Yichuan's possession of spiritual roots, prompting Elder E to contemplate the next phase of his ambitious plan to seize a new body. However, the execution of such a soul transference technique carried inherent risks, and Elder E recognized that he had but one opportunity. Thus, he remained indecisive, delaying the initiation of his scheme until he could refine his method and ensure its flawless execution. During the past 2 years, Elder E sequestered himself in a hidden chamber, diligently perfecting the soul transference technique to avert any potential missteps arising from the complexities of celestial arts. As for Yichuan, the experimental subject, Elder E harbored no concerns. Even with the cultivation of celestial techniques, Yichuan remained oblivious to the application of celestial power and would be no match for Elder E, the cunning master of poisons. Having shared this extensive narrative, Elder E inquired if any questions remained. Observing Yichuan's attentive demeanor, marked by shifting expressions, he discerned that the young man grasped the implications of his tale. A sense of regret flickered within him. Yichuan, now shrewd and with the cultivation of celestial techniques, was destined to rise among men as a dragon. Yet, for the sake of his own dreams of immortality, he felt no remorse. Elder E articulated his account with great clarity, leaving no room for further inquiries. Elder E, since you are bold enough to eliminate even cultivators. It stands to reason that you would show no mercy towards me. However, are you not concerned that upon hearing this tale, I might choose to perish alongside you? Forsaking the antidote. Yi Chuan spoke coldly, his eyes darting as he contemplated an escape route. He would not allow anyone to seize his corporeal form, even if it meant facing death. Ha ha, do you truly believe you possess the opportunity to contend with me? Elder Yi retorted with a hearty laugh. The very reason I share this story with you is that I am thoroughly prepared. Yet, I did not anticipate that after cultivating the immortal technique, your physique would be so robust, capable of withstanding my specially concocted soul-confounding incense for such an extended period. What a remarkable body you possess. Soul-confounding incense? Yi Chuan's heart sank at the mention, his nostrils involuntarily flaring as he cast his gaze towards the iron cauldron in the center of the room, which was emitting a faint mist. The scent was indeed different from what he had encountered previously. However, having grown accustomed to the medicinal aroma from the cauldron, he had allowed himself to be lulled into a false sense of security, failing to harbor any suspicion. This could spell disaster. As Yi Chuan pondered, he began to feel his mind clouding, the surroundings blurring before his eyes. My soul-confounding incense is exceedingly potent. Even a single whiff would render an ordinary person unconscious. Yet, you have listened to my tale for nearly half an hour, and your physique truly is remarkable. Once I acquire it, I shall cultivate immortality and become an ageless being. Elder Yi chuckled sinisterly. Yi Chuan seethed with rage, lamenting his carelessness and falling for Elder Yi's trap. He raised a finger to curse the elder. But suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him, his body weakened, and he collapsed to the ground, falling into oblivion. Yi Chuan felt a sudden illumination before him, as if he had re-entered the depths of his heart, seated upon the wooden corridor of a quaint cabin, lost in a daze. Have I not fallen victim to the old man's bewitching fragrance? How is it that I can still access the depths of my heart? Is there something amiss? Yi Chuan abruptly snapped back to reality, muttering to himself. In this heart's realm, he was utterly alone, no matter how loudly he spoke. It was merely his own voice he heard. Suddenly, a flicker caught his eye, and before him appeared a shadowy figure, which upon closer inspection, resembled the old man. Yi Chuan noticed the figure's frail, bare form and felt a surge of joy. What is this place? Did I not employ the soul-snatching technique to seize your corporeal form? How have I ended up in this peculiar location? Elder Yi, appearing bewildered, surveyed his surroundings. Lost in thought. Ha, old man, you have entered my territory now. Let us see how I deal with you. Yi Chuan, assessing their respective strengths, noted his own robust physique contrasted with Elder Yi's feeble, weakened state, and felt a rush of elation. After uttering his thoughts, he approached Elder Yi. Why you? Do not come any closer. Elder Yi attempted to muster his inner strength, only to find himself devoid of any power, his body slick and bare, lacking any defenses. When he opened his mouth to speak, his teeth had all fallen out, rendering him incapable of contending with Yi Chuan's formidable presence. You schemed against me. You bullied me. Yi Chuan, in a fit of rage, seized Elder Yi and began to strike him, only to realize there were no sounds of broken bones or expressions of pain from the elder. Hehehe, you cannot inflict pain upon me. Nor can you kill me. What do you think to do now? Elder Yi chuckled. He had come to understand his predicament and, though it was not as he had anticipated, having failed to possess Yi Chuan's body, he found solace in the fact that he had not perished. In a few years, my life will come to an end, so residing in this strange place is not without its merits. Listen, young man, shall we come to an agreement? I no longer desire your body. This state of being, painless and undying, is quite satisfactory. Let us coexist peacefully in this space. Elder Yi, his eyes darting, proposed. Having studied the scriptures on immortality, he grasped some knowledge of cultivation, despite his confusion regarding his arrival in this odd realm. He recognized that his physical form was evidently absent. He had transformed into a spiritual entity, akin to what the ancient texts referred to as the primordial spirit. This condition, he mused, was not without its advantages, allowing him to live on without the burden of mortality. At that moment, Yi Chuan wore a grim expression, yet felt helpless. He could not inflict pain upon this old man, nor could he eliminate him. Was he to allow him to dwell uninvited in the depths of his heart? Oh, the blood-red fruit. It possesses the power to cleanse the marrow and strengthen the bones. Elder Yi suddenly noticed a half-garden of crimson fruits within the heart's realm, recalling their properties from medicinal texts, and exclaimed in delight, I shall pluck one and taste it. With so many blood-red fruits available, I need not fear starvation in this forsaken place. Elder Yi, lost in thought, dashed out of the small wooden cabin in his undraped form, hurriedly descending the steps towards the nearest crimson fruit tree. As Yichuan observed Elder Yi's impatient demeanor, his countenance darkened further, and he found himself cursing the elder's ancestors and countless female relatives in his mind. What on earth is happening? How am I fading away? Elder Yi's sudden exclamation jolted Yichuan from his contemplative thoughts about his family. Turning his gaze, Yichuan couldn't help but chuckle at the sight before him. Elder Yi's feet were ensnared in the sandy soil of Xintian, having sunk deeply up to his thighs, leaving only the upper half of his body exposed. He was straining with all his might to extricate himself, yet to no avail. As soon as his palms made contact with the sand, they too became ensnared. Yichuan, I have erred gravely. I beseech you, rescue me. Elder Yi cried out for Yichuan's assistance, and in that moment, Yichuan could hardly contain his joy. He hurriedly dashed out of the small wooden cabin and approached Elder Yi, squatting down before him. Old Yi, he said earnestly, allow me to be frank with you. Your approach of seizing another's physical form without effort is fundamentally flawed. Is there really such an opportunity for gain without labor in this world? Yichuan earnestly advised the other party, indeed, I was in the wrong. I implore you to show mercy and save me. Elder Yi, thoroughly frightened, hastily implored. His tone imbued with humility, to the extent that he no longer referred to himself with any honorifics. Save you? Good and evil will ultimately be rewarded. It is not that retribution does not occur, but rather that the time has yet to arrive. Upon hearing this, Yichuan could not help but let out a chilling laugh, his sinister expression sending waves of dread through Elder Yi. As he watched Elder Yi's head ultimately succumb to the engulfing sands, Yichuan felt an indescribable joy. The formidable threat posed by Elder Yi was vanquished so effortlessly by the shifting earth. He had been consumed by worry, fearing that his very heart would be seized by his adversary. How dare one pilfer my fruits? Such audacity is tantamount to courting death. One's own misdeeds invite inevitable doom. Yichuan uttered a harsh exclamation, feeling genuinely elated. He hurriedly returned to the wooden cabin and collapsed into slumber, eager to venture outside and witness the transformation of the world beyond. Unbeknownst to him, he drifted into a deep sleep, only to awaken to a sudden brightness. Before his eyes was a dome-shaped ceiling constructed of stone. Startled, Yichuan swiftly rose to his feet, realizing that he had been lying on a stone bed adorned with a tiger's skin, situated within a modest stone chamber. To his side, on a stone chair, lay the old man Yi, now lifeless and devoid of any vitality, his form curled up like a mass of decaying flesh. Turning his gaze to the opposite side of the chamber, he noticed a two-tiered bookshelf against the wall, laden with numerous bound volumes. Adjacent to it was a stone table accompanied by a stone chair, upon which lay ink, paper, and an inkstone. The chamber's ceiling and walls were embedded with countless invaluable night pearls, illuminating the confined space as brightly as day. On the stone table rested a thick tome alongside 2 written letters. Yichuan approached, taking a seat in the stone chair, and examined the cover of the book. It bore 3 characters in ancient seal script, the fire technique. The pages were somewhat yellowed, and the edges curled, indicating that it had existed for quite some time. Yichuan did not immediately delve into the thick tome before him. Instead, his gaze shifted towards the 2 letters laid out. One was addressed to the current leader of the Golden Tiger Gang, while the other bore no signature. Yichuan first picked up the unsigned letter and, upon opening it, discovered a dozen pages of rough paper filled with meticulous small script. As he read carefully, he discerned the following. My name is Yichuan, orphaned at a young age. I have no relatives. I am the direct disciple of Elder Yi Zhangtian from the pharmacy hall of the Golden Tiger Gang, chosen by him as his successor. Elder Yi recently passed away unexpectedly, prompting me to assume his position. After reading the letter, Yichuan was utterly perplexed. He hastily revisited the tome The Fiery Art, meticulously perusing it from beginning to end, leaving no word unexamined. Upon completion, enlightenment dawned upon him. It became evident that the text detailed a soul transference technique, marked with special annotations indicating that such a celestial method could allow a mortal spirit to inhabit another mortal's body. However, it bore significant side effects, the most notable of which was amnesia. Once the spell was successfully cast, although the soul of the person being possessed would be devoured and assimilated, the soul of the possessor, due to this assimilation, was likely to lose its original memories. Recovery of these memories could take an extensive period, and even then, not all memories might be restored, with the possibility of some being irretrievable forever. The most severe consequence could lead to a fragmented personality, resulting in a serious mental disorder characterized by dual identities. Consequently, this celestial method had long been discarded by practitioners of the path. Elder Yi, in a desperate situation, had resorted to this perilous technique, albeit with meticulous preparations. He had inscribed a new identity on the letter he had written, intending that should he suffer from amnesia post-transference, the letter would serve as a guide to enable him to swiftly embrace his new identity. The tome The Fiery Art had been acquired by Elder E from a cultivator he had subdued in the past. It was divided into 3 sections. The first volume detailed the intricate methods of cultivation, the second contained commonly utilized celestial arts, and the third recorded foundational knowledge of cultivation. After a thorough reading, Yichuan gained a rudimentary understanding of the principles of cultivation. It was revealed that celestial beings indeed existed in this world. But contrary to Elder Yi's belief in eternal life, they were merely a group of cultivators pursuing the path of transcendence, with immortality being the ultimate aspiration of these practitioners. Cultivators were categorized into 5 ranks: celestial, divine, earthly, human, and ghostly, each further divided into 3 realms: lesser, middle, and greater. Each realm was then segmented into 4 stages: early, middle, late, and pinnacle. The ghostly realm represented the lowest tier of cultivators, comprising 3 realms: lesser chi refining, middle primordial ascendancy, and greater pinnacle gathering. The entry phase of lesser chi refining itself was subdivided into 3 tiers, corresponding to the 3 levels of the nameless technique Yichuan had practiced over the years. The earliest cultivators were originally solitary practitioners who, through serendipity, grasped the methods of cultivation, disillusioned by the mundane existence devoid of the primordial energies of heaven and earth. They sought refuge in the verdant mountains and secluded valleys to cultivate in seclusion. Over time, as disciples were passed down, the number of practitioners increased, gradually leading to the formation of sections. Those who transmitted their knowledge through familial lines became known as cultivation families, while those without sects or families remained solitary cultivators. The amalgamation of countless sects, families, and solitary practitioners ultimately constituted the entire realm of cultivation. The scattered cultivators lack affiliation with any sect or family support. To acquire resources for cultivation and enhance their abilities, one option is to navigate the mundane world, leveraging its forces to gather those rare and precious celestial artifacts. Occasionally, such endeavors may yield results, yet these gains are but a mere drop in the ocean for true cultivation. Alternatively, aligning oneself with a cultivation family or joining a cultivation sect presents commendable choices for scattered cultivators. The cultivator who fell victim to Elder E was a member of a small, secular cultivation family from the Zhao Kingdom. While foraging for herbs in the deep mountains, he encountered a formidable beast and, gravely injured in the ensuing battle, was discovered by Elder E, leading to the aforementioned tale. Within the realm of cultivation, distinctions exist regarding the levels of power among practitioners, and naturally, such hierarchies are mirrored among cultivation sects and families. Thus, the sects are categorized into upper, middle, and lower celestial sects, while families are distinguished into large clans and smaller ones. Yichuan resides on the Tianhua continent, an expanse seemingly boundless. However, it is not truly limitless. The vastness is such that traversing from one end of the continent to the other would require an avian creature capable of flying 10,000 miles daily, necessitating centuries to accomplish, let alone for humans who cannot fly. It is likely that one could spend a lifetime without crossing from one end to the other. The central land serves as the heart of the Tianhua continent, characterized by its immense size and a multitude of mortal nations, each bearing the shadow of cultivation sects and families. The Zhao Kingdom's political authority was established by the Shanshan sect known as Qingyangzong. Tracing back through the years, the royal lineage of Zhao has always been intertwined with the higher echelons of Qingyangzong. Yet, as time has passed and new generations have replaced the old, the connection has waned. Presently, the sect supports the royal family primarily to maintain stability within the Zhao Kingdom, enabling the recruitment of disciples with spiritual roots to bolster the sect's strength and prevent the eventual severance of its lineage. Today, Qingyangzong, like other upper celestial sects, is divided into inner and outer disciples. The inner sect forms the foundation of Qingyangzong, sustaining its legacy, whereas the outer sect, despite hosting several adept cultivators, comprises primarily lesser, intermediate-level practitioners deemed to lack significant potential for advancement to the human celestial tier. These outer disciples are tasked with managing the mundane affairs of the sect, which includes maintaining normal operations, recruiting qualified and promising disciples, and ensuring peace and stability throughout the Zhao region. It is worth noting that Qingyangzong often delegates the management of specific areas to certain cultivation families, which have been passed down through their disciples in the mundane world. The family to which the slain cultivator belonged is the Wei family, an outer familial branch of Qing Yangzong stationed in the Hishi region of Zhao Kingdom. The deceased cultivator. Wei Kong was merely a peak qi refinement practitioner during his lifetime. As for the weapons and tools employed by cultivators, they are collectively referred to as magical treasures, which are further classified into celestial instruments, celestial weapons, celestial treasures, and divine artifacts. Similarly, items used for cultivation, such as celestial herbs, elixirs, and stones, are meticulously categorized with strict gradations. In the realm of cultivation, the most esteemed resources for enhancing one's abilities are undoubtedly the celestial pills and celestial stones. While the use of celestial stones may only accelerate the training speed by 2 to 3 times, the consumption of celestial pills can amplify it by at least a dozenfold. Certain extraordinary celestial pills can even grant cultivators astonishing advancements in their realms within a short period. Consequently, alchemists are indisputably among the most sought-after and revered professions within the myriad of cultivation careers, not to mention one of the most lucrative. Those who can refine mortal medicines are designated as pharmacists, while those skilled in concocting celestial pills are referred to as alchemists. Wherever cultivators reside across the central continent, alchemists are honored with the title of master, which speaks volumes about their popularity and respect. The ancestors of the Wei family were once alchemists themselves, thus bequeathing the art of alchemy to their descendants. However, their ancestor possessed only modest cultivation, having reached merely the late stage of the qi refinement realm for ghost cultivators, and did not gain admission to the inner sanctum of the Kanong sect. As a result, they could only propagate their lineage in the mundane world, and the alchemical techniques passed down were but superficial at best. Yet, in the secular realm, these techniques have become an enigmatic and unfathomable existence. Celestial pills are classified according to the age and grade of the medicinal herbs used in their refinement, divided into 5 ranks: inferior, middle, superior, exquisite, and peerless. Each rank further subdivides into lower, middle, upper, and peak tiers. Herbs under 100 years of age are considered ordinary postnatal materials, while those that have matured for over a century exhibit signs of spiritual resonance, thereby earning the designation of celestial herbs. The lowest tier of celestial pills. The Qi induction pill, categorized as an inferior low-tier celestial pill, requires a minimum of a dozen inferior low-tier celestial herbs, each over 100 years old, for its concoction. Even a single century-old celestial herb holds a value beyond measure in the mundane world. What then of a collection of a dozen such herbs? Moreover, the success rate of refining elixirs is not absolute. It varies depending on the alchemist's proficiency, leading to varying degrees of wastage of the precious herbs utilized in the process. To become a competent alchemist, one must endure countless trials and accumulate invaluable experience, much like becoming a proficient herbalist. This arduous journey often results in astronomical losses of precious herbs, sufficient to bankrupt a modest sect. Even if one manages to produce elixirs, the success rate remains a significant concern. If the success rate fails to exceed 50%, one cannot be regarded as a true alchemist, for this implies a fiscal imbalance, wherein the value of the elixirs produced does not compensate for the losses incurred. In such cases, it would be more prudent to exchange the herbs directly with other alchemists for finished elixirs. To embark on the path of cultivation, possessing spiritual roots is indispensable. However, mere possession is insufficient without the requisite conditions. First and foremost, one must cultivate with celestial scriptures. Otherwise, if one only practices mundane martial techniques, even the finest spiritual roots may not suffice to attain the status of a cultivator. Furthermore, even if one has mastered the finest celestial techniques without external assistance, it is unlikely that one can achieve the status of an immortal during their lifetime. Of course, individuals with exceptionally extraordinary spiritual roots may be able to break through independently. However, for the vast majority of those with mediocre spiritual roots, external assistance is indispensable, and this assistance comes in the form of qi-invoking pills. Thus, to become an immortal, 3 conditions must be met: possessing spiritual roots, practicing celestial techniques, and consuming qi-invoking pills. Spiritual roots are not universally possessed, however, according to ancient texts. The likelihood of offspring born from immortal couples possessing spiritual roots is remarkably high, exceeding 60%. Consequently, various celestial sects encourage their disciples to freely intermix or to expand their lineage into the mundane world, thereby producing more offspring endowed with spiritual roots. This practice serves as a fundamental reason for the enduring connections between celestial sects and various immortal families. Familiarity breeds trust. allowing them to confidently enroll their descendants in the celestial sects to learn the ways of immortality. Spiritual roots are classified into 5 grades based on quality: supreme, exceptional, superior, intermediate, and inferior. They are further divided by elemental attributes into the 5 elemental roots of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as the 3 anomalous roots of wind, thunder, and ice. A practitioner with a singular spiritual root possesses only one type, allowing for a naturally accelerated cultivation speed compared to their peers of the same level, making them the most sought after. While a greater variety of spiritual roots signifies access to a broader array of celestial techniques and powers, it is not always advantageous. The more types one possesses, the diluted each root becomes, resulting in diminished proficiency. Countless millennia of research in the realm of immortality have revealed that among practitioners with 2 or more types of spiritual roots, the existence of those with exceptional roots has yet to be reported, and those with 3 or more roots cannot even attain superior roots, relegating them to the intermediate or inferior categories. Spiritual roots are innate and cannot be altered postnatally, regardless of one's formidable abilities. The only exceptions are the legendary pills purported to enhance spiritual root quality, though even the most extraordinary of these elixirs cannot significantly improve one's spiritual roots. As for the relationship between celestial techniques, powers, and methods, celestial techniques serve as an umbrella term for the art of cultivation, while celestial methods form the foundation for nurturing celestial essence and elevating one's cultivation level. Celestial powers are akin to martial skills in the mundane world, such as swordsmanship, knife techniques, and boxing styles, enabling practitioners to externalize their cultivated celestial essence for self-defense and combat. However, they do not contribute to the enhancement of one's cultivation level. In addition to celestial powers, the skills related to cultivation encompass alchemy, artifact forging, talisman crafting, array formation, and beast taming, among others, representing a diverse array of disciplines. As for other knowledge regarding the cultivation of immortality, each one gathered a plethora of information from the fiery art, soon realizing that cultivating immortality is a far more intricate endeavor than mere martial practice. Closing the book, he fell into a contemplative state, only to awaken from his reverie after a considerable time. He then rose and approached the adjacent bookshelf, beginning to peruse the volumes that contained Elder Yi's lifelong research on medicine and his accumulated experiences with poisons. After several days, Yichuan finally lifted his gaze from the multitude of texts and suddenly exclaimed, I have completely forgotten to inquire about the antidote to the poison insects. Remembering that in 8 or 9 months, the poison within him would onset, he reflected on the moment when he had seen Elder Yi being consumed by the sandy earth. In his joy, he had neglected to press for the antidote. Overcome with regret, Yichuan could not help but deliver 2 resounding slaps to his own face, tears welling in his eyes. After a while, Yichuan sprang up from the pile of books and rushed to Elder Yi's lifeless body, searching it frantically. Aside from discovering a small, exquisitely crafted bronze bell at the elder's waist, he found nothing else, let alone any antidote. The extensive medical texts and poison manuals left behind by Elder Yi made no mention of the corpse insect pill. Indeed, the sparse references to the poison insects merely described them as a peculiar and bizarre toxin, for which no remedy existed in the world. Yichuan, undeterred, hastily searched through the ancient texts once more, even revisiting the fiery blaze technique with meticulous attention to every word. Yet, despite his earnest efforts, he gleaned nothing of value, and despair washed over him like a cold shroud. Vivid images of the venomous insects unleashed by the insect poison pill flashed before his eyes, sending shivers down his spine. After a prolonged moment of stupor, Yichuan sprang to his feet, pacing frantically within the stone chamber. Eventually, he collapsed onto the stone chair, momentarily regaining his composure. He retrieved a small, dark pouch from the bookshelf, approximately the size of 2 palms. With urgency, Yichuan infused the pouch's opening with the celestial essence he had cultivated within himself. Before long, a narrow slit appeared at the pouch's mouth. This pouch belonged to the deceased cultivator of the Wei clan, slain by Elder Yi, and served as a common storage artifact for cultivators, known as a storage pouch. An exquisite item of celestial craftsmanship. Elder Yi, lacking spiritual roots and the ability to cultivate, was unable to unlock its contents, thus leaving them untouched. As the pouch opened, Yichuan turned it upside down, and with a flick of his wrist, a dazzling array of items spilled forth, accompanied by a cascade of sounds, forming a small heap on the ground. Amongst various celestial herbs, pills, and assorted materials, three items stood out prominently. The first was a short sword, a foot in length. Gleaming in fiery red, an heirloom of the Wei clan, known as Fiery Blaze, classified as a mid-grade fire-type celestial sword. The second was a piece of white, silk-like fabric that unfolded into a cloak, termed the fire-repelling celestial garb, a mid-grade water-type defensive artifact with the ability to ward off flames. The third was a foot-tall alchemical furnace, its surface a deep bronze hue, known as the Copper Sand Alchemy Furnace, an esteemed treasure passed down from the Wei clan's ancestors. Additionally, there were a dozen translucent, pale red fire-type celestial stones the size of walnuts, various celestial talismans with diverse functions, and a set of low-grade fire-type formation discs and flags for the gathering fire formation. Although these were all invaluable items for cultivation, Yichuan found himself too anxious to admire them. He frantically sifted through the pile of celestial pills, and soon, upon discovering a white porcelain vial labeled detoxification pill, his expression brightened. Hastily, he uncorked the vial and poured out a dozen or so detoxification pills, crushing each waxy pellet and swallowing them without hesitation. Despite the unpleasant taste, which was somewhat pungent and foul, Yichuan paid it no mind. Although he remained uncertain whether this detoxification pill, designed to counteract all poisons, could mitigate the effects of the venom within his body, he felt a sense of relief after consuming the pills. He pondered whether the detoxification pill could effectively counteract the threats posed by the insect poison pill. If it could, it would be a boon. If not, he might only have 8 or 9 months left to live. He resolved to prepare for the worst while ensuring that all matters were in order. With a heavy heart and a furrowed brow, Yichuan rose, carefully repacking the celestial items into the storage pouch and tidying the books and artifacts in the stone chamber before finally stepping out into the world beyond. Pushing aside a heavy stone slab, Yichuan emerged from the ground, finding himself in the inner chamber where Elder Yi resided. Stepping out into the outer chamber, he observed that the surroundings remained unchanged, save for the absence of Elder Yi's figure and the lack of mist rising from the iron furnace. In that moment, he realized his previous carelessness. Despite priding himself on his familiarity with the properties of various herbs, he had failed to detect the peculiar scent of soul-confounding fragrance. Had it not been for the presence of Heartfield at his brow, his current body would likely have changed ownership by now. Henceforth, he vowed never to allow such negligence to occur again. As Yichuan contemplated this, memories of being afflicted by the corpse insect pill poison resurfaced. The grim reality of possibly having only 8 or 9 months left to live weighed heavily on him, prompting a deep sigh and a bitter shake of his head. What worth is there in becoming immortal, believing oneself to be a deity among cultivators? With merely 8 or 9 months remaining, how much could one truly accomplish? Had this unfortunate incident not transpired, with his chi refining level, Yichuan could have expected at least 200 years of life, over a century more than an ordinary mortal. Alas, fate had other plans, and he could do little but accept the harsh truth. He pushed open the wooden door and exited the room. In the courtyard, a figure clad in black stood vigilantly, guarding something. Upon seeing Yichuan, the figure immediately fixed him with a malevolent gaze, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Fingers twitching as if poised to grasp the weapon concealed at his back. In a hurry, Yichuan unfastened the copper bell left by Elder Yi from his waist and waved it towards the agitated figure. The somewhat muffled chime resonated through the courtyard, transforming into waves of sound that penetrated the black-clad man's mind. As the man's expression shifted to one of submission, a cold smile crept across Yichuan's lips. The origins of this black-clad figure were meticulously detailed in a letter left by Elder Yi. He was said to be the cultivator Wei, who had been incapacitated by a drug many years prior. To avenge his family's demise, Elder Yi had painstakingly crafted this iron guard, utilizing rare and precious herbs according to the cultivation manual left by Wei. This iron guard had first been rendered mindless with a special concoction, becoming a living corpse, before being steeped in further potions to render its body impervious to blades and bullets, transforming it into a loyal enforcer and protector. Over the past 60 years, Elder Yi had expended countless valuable herbs, successfully transforming the Iron Guard into a true iron corpse. The strength of this Iron Guard alone was equivalent to the combined might of thousands within the Golden Tiger Gang, capable of annihilating the entire gang with minimal effort. It is worth noting that within the Golden Tiger Gang, there were only a handful of experts at the 10th level of inner strength, facing an Iron Guard. Impervious to weapons and forged from a lineage of cultivators, they would surely face defeat. Although Elder Yi had meticulously crafted the identity he would assume after Yichuan's takeover, Yichuan had no intention of remaining within the Golden Tiger Gang. After all, with only 8 or 9 months left to fulfill many unaccomplished aspirations, That time was far too brief. Yichuan had already devised a plan in his heart. Thus, under the protection of a formidable iron guard, he stepped out of the grand residence of the 100 Herbs Hall, his countenance dark and foreboding, and made his way onto the empty streets of the county town, now cloaked in the depths of night, accompanied by a menacing figure clad in black, armed, and exuding an aura of lethal intent. He traversed the desolate thoroughfare without igniting any sense of panic. His first destination was the home of Wang Zhan. After a clandestine discussion with Wang Zhan, he left several large vials of energy pills, healing elixirs, and antidotes, top-tier postnatal medicinal treasures, before emerging once more into the night. Arriving at the residence where Chunlan was housed, he found her still awake, her demeanor melancholic. Upon seeing Yichuan appear in her chamber, she was overwhelmed with a mix of joy and surprise. After sharing a tender moment with Chunlan, as dawn had yet to break, Yichuan revealed his intention to depart from Shanin County. Chunlan lowered her head in silence, tears streaming down her face, soaking the pillow beneath her. Though Yichuan yearned to remain, he was acutely aware that he had but 8 or 9 months left to live. While he could bear to have Chunlan endure the sorrow of separation, he could not subject her to the agony of death. For Chunlan, his first love, Yichuan had made thoughtful arrangements. He entrusted Wang Zhan to care for her and discreetly conceal the wealth of gold and silver within the residence, a gesture of accountability. He had already discussed these matters with her the previous night, and the deed to the house had been handed over. Should she find a suitable partner who would cherish and love her, she could remarry. The modest yet comfortable abode, along with over 10,000 taels of gold, and the invaluable medical texts and poison manuals he left behind, could serve as her dowry. If Chunlan were to bear children, they would benefit from the knowledge contained within those medical tomes, ensuring their sustenance and livelihood. This act would also lay to rest a chapter of earthly ties. With resolute determination, Yichuan averted his gaze from the tear-streaked Chunlan and exited the residence, accompanied by the Iron Guard. They navigated the shadowy streets of the county town until they reached the entrance of the county office. Reflecting on the day he had been swept away by floodwaters to the outskirts of Qingshan City, where kind-hearted villagers had rescued him from starvation, he felt a surge of anger. Those benevolent souls had met with misfortune themselves, falling prey to bandits and later suffering indignities at the hands of the corrupt Captain He and his ilk. Yichuan's fury ignited within him. He thought it unacceptable to leave this world with unresolved grievances. By the next morning, whispers spread throughout the county town. As dawn broke and the county office convened, a black-clad figure boldly stormed inside, ruthlessly slaying the magistrate, the captain, and all the officials and soldiers present, employing methods of extreme brutality. Fear gripped the hearts of the townsfolk, plunging the county into a prolonged state of terror. By midday, Yichuan, accompanied by the Iron Guard, was traversing the mountain path leading to Qifeng Stronghold, the largest and most formidable band of thieves operating within Shanin County. It was this very band that had once plundered the village where Yichuan resided. Before his demise, Yichuan resolved to leave no regrets. Thus, after exterminating the corrupt officials such as He Butu and Zhuang Laosan, he set forth to eradicate the bandits at Qifengjai. This mission not only avenged past grievances but also served to eliminate a significant threat to Shanin County. Qifengjai is situated deep within the mountains, several dozen miles from Shanin County, perched atop a sheer cliff over 300 zhang high. The surrounding terrain is lower, providing a broad view. Hence, any approaching soldiers could be detected from the lookout tower at the earliest opportunity. Moreover, reaching the base of the cliff where Qifengjai resides necessitates traversing treacherous areas known as Luoma Pua and Shirley Pan, making this stronghold of bandits particularly difficult to assault. This impenetrability has allowed Qifengjai to thrive for decades, while successive county magistrates have only managed to appease them, too intimidated to dispatch troops for an assault. Rumors abound that the current magistrate of Shanin County, along with the local constables, shares a favorable rapport with Shen Qifeng, the notorious leader of Qifengjai, and that they engage in undisclosed collusions for nefarious activities. At this moment, the imposing figure of Shen Qifeng, clad in a black robe and sporting a thick beard, sat languidly in the first chair of the main hall of Qifengjai, sighing heavily. Beside him, a young man in black fervently implored, "Father, you must seize that girl from the Gu family in the county town for me." "Hold your horses, Huer. The Gu family is no ordinary household. They are prominent in the county and have significant ties with the Golden Tiger Gang. Although our strength at Qifengjai is comparable to that of the Golden Tiger Gang, we cannot provoke them lightly. Let me first send scouts down to the town to find an opportune moment to abduct her. Once we have taken action, Even if the Gu family possesses great influence or the Golden Tiger Gang wields considerable power, attempting to confront us at Qi Fengzhai will be a Herculean task. Shen Qifeng chuckled. Is it truly so difficult? Suddenly, a cold voice interrupted Shen Qifeng's musings from outside the hall. Startled, Shen Qifeng, a master at the pinnacle of inner strength, immediately became alert. Grasping his trusty ghost head blade, he rose cautiously from his chair, his expression grave as he inquired. Who dares to visit Qi Fengzhai at this late hour? What is your purpose? With a thunderous crash, the heavy wooden door of the hall was smashed open, splintering into fragments. A young man in purple, appearing to be around 17 or 18, stepped inside. His handsome features bore an intense aura, and his piercing gaze made it difficult for anyone to meet his eyes. This newcomer was none other than Yuchuan. Despite the formidable terrain of Qi Fengzhai, he had stealthily dealt with all of their hidden and open sentinels. Armed with his sword and accompanied by his ironclad guards, he boldly entered the main hall. Daring to launch a nighttime assault on Qi Fengzhai is tantamount to courting death. Flee to the secret passage at once. Shen Qifeng bellowed fiercely, raising his ghostly blade high, its cold glimmer slicing through the air as he swiftly traversed a distance of several dozen feet, charging towards Yuchuan. The young man in black was none other than Shen Qifeng's sole son. Upon receiving his father's warning, he hastily darted behind a towering tiger-skin armchair, and in the blink of an eye, vanished from sight. Seeing the young man in black attempt to escape, Yuchuan was consumed by rage. He leaped forward, and with a flash of his sword, severed Shen Qifeng's right arm in a swift strike. The formidable ghostly blade, weighing several hundred pounds and measuring 4 feet in length, clattering to the ground. Before the sound of the clang could resonate, Yuchuan waved his left hand, and once again, the sword gleamed. Shen Qifeng, unable to evade in time, felt a chilling sensation at his neck, and in a moment of horror, beheld his own headless corpse before darkness enveloped him. Boldly, who dares invade my Qi Feng stronghold? The commotion in the council hall alarmed the bandits of Qi Feng stronghold, prompting a squadron to storm in. The second-in-command, witnessing the chaos, was incensed, drawing his weapon and commanding his men, slay them, eradicate them all. Yuchuan, with a small copper bell in his left hand, shook it twice to release a series of muffled sound waves, uttering a singular command through gritted teeth: kill. Leave not a single one alive. The Iron Guards, their minds clouded by the effects of the drug, acted without discernment, solely obeying orders, heedless of the brutality entailed in their execution of commands. The second-in-command managed to parry an attack from an Iron Guard, yet the mindless soldiers struck mercilessly, unleashing devastating blows. Though he was a master at the pinnacle of the 9th level of internal energy and initially blocked one lethal strike, he was swiftly countered by another, which cleaved him in half. Not good. The second-in-command has been slain. The ruffians of Qi Feng's stronghold erupted in panic, descending into chaos. The third-in-command, observing the scene with growing alarm at the formidable prowess of the Iron Guards, was momentarily distracted by the outcry of his men. Unable to resist, he turned to glance, only to find Yuchuan seizing the opportunity to plunge his sword into the third-in-command's neck, effortlessly crushing his skull, a fountain of blood erupting into the air. With blades flashing, the Iron Guards, forged from the ranks of cultivators, wielded their weapons with ruthless efficiency, slaughtering the ruffians of Qi Feng's stronghold without mercy. The air was soon filled with the anguished cries of the dying, echoing throughout the council hall. Awakened from their slumber by the tumult, the remaining leaders of Qi Feng's stronghold rushed to the council hall, only to be met with a gruesome sight. Dozens of dismembered corpses littered the ground, heads and limbs strewn about, while rivers of blood flowed freely. The ironclad guardian, undaunted by the prospect of death, plunged into the throng, his blade flashing with deadly precision. Each strike was the most formidable killing technique he had ever wielded. Though his mind was clouded, the prowess of the Iron Corpse, born of a lineage of cultivators, remained unscathed. In a single charge, half of the 30 to 50 skilled fighters present were swiftly dispatched. This was the legendary Iron Corpse, impervious to blades and bullets. It was imperative to eliminate the young man nearby first. The fourth captain, astute and seasoned, discerned the crux of the situation at a glance. Having somehow uncovered the Iron Corpse's secret, in a moment of distraction, he witnessed the loss of most of his subordinates, and terror gripped his heart. Regaining his composure, he hastily conveyed to the remaining captains, who, understanding his intent, drew their swords and evaded the Iron Guardian's melee, directing their assault towards the spectator, Yuchuan. Yuchuan had no intention of engaging directly, but the captains of Qingfeng village, undeterred and foolishly believing him an easy target, ignited a surge of indignation within him. With a clatter, he unsheathed his treasured sword, Duanyu, from his back. The first to strike was the fourth captain, who had devoted 40 years to mastering internal martial arts. Wielding formidable strength, as he unleashed a punch, a fierce gale of force surged forth, aimed squarely at Yi Chuan's chest. Yi Chuan responded with a cold smile, delivering a punch of his own, utilizing the Rising Dragon Fist, a martial art he had acquired from the son of the Golden Tiger Gang's leader in exchange for 10 bowls of restorative soup. In an astonishing display, a foot-long white dragon erupted from his fist, colliding with the fourth captain's attack, causing the captain's eyes to nearly bulge in disbelief. The fourth captain, realizing the gravity of the situation, cried out in alarm. He understood that the final move of the Rising Dragon Fist, the transforming dragon ascending to heaven, required the manifestation of a dragon-shaped force, a feat the Golden Tiger Gang's leader had failed to achieve despite years of rigorous practice. Yet here was Yi Chuan, merely 17 or 18, effortlessly unleashing a punch that embodied the pinnacle of this technique, without any apparent build-up. In the fleeting moment of the fourth captain's realization, the white dragon had already reached him, effortlessly shattering his attack and striking his body. With a resounding crash, he was obliterated in an explosion of crimson rain, scattering to the ground. The fifth and sixth captains, having approached with caution, had intended for the fourth captain to probe Yi Chuan's capabilities. However, they were taken aback to witness their equal fall within a single blow from this seemingly unseasoned youth. Reacting swiftly, they retreated, shifting their momentum to the side, exclaiming in unison, "Halt! We mean no harm and do not wish to be your enemies." Yi Chuan snorted disdainfully, observing that the Iron Guardian had already dispatched all the minions of Qifeng village, leaving only these two. His spirits lifted, he bellowed, "Kill them. Spare not a single one." Upon hearing the news, the fifth and sixth leaders turned pale, their faces ashen. Under the relentless assault of the Iron Guards, they met their demise within mere exchanges, their bodies reduced to mere pulp beneath the chaotic barrage of blades. After the grim task was completed, Yi Chuan did not hasten to pursue the remaining lackeys. Instead, he led the Iron Guards behind the towering backrest of the tiger skin armchair. "Clear the path ahead." Yi Chuan commanded the Iron Guards, who promptly leapt into the gaping chasm. Following closely, Yi Chuan descended into the abyss, discovering a vertical shaft approximately 10 zhang high, landing in a spacious area several zhang in circumference. To one side stood a massive stone door, towering above a person, which opened outward, with the path-clearing Iron Guards already having ventured inside. Suddenly, a cacophony of clanging echoed from ahead, indicating that the scouting Iron Guards had encountered foes, their clash sounding quite fierce. Yi Chuan, with a swift motion, patted the storage bag at his waist, summoning the treasured sword Duanyu, and strode toward the stone door. Along the way, he observed the litter of broken arrows and the damaged mechanisms and traps adorning the surrounding walls, deducing that the earlier confrontation with the Iron Guards had not involved humans, but rather the traps themselves. After descending approximately a mile along the stone steps, Yi Chuan arrived before another stone door, this one significantly taller than the previous, standing over a zhang high. Like its predecessor, this door also opened outward, and through the gaping entrance, he glimpsed a shimmering golden light. Stepping inside, he found himself in a vast stone chamber, roughly 10 zhang in height and 100 zhang in width, where corners were piled high with an abundance of gold, silver, and other treasures, radiating a brilliant glow. At the chamber's base lay a corpse, the lifeless body of Shen Qingfeng's only son, Shenhu, while an Iron Guard stood nearby, the blade still stained with fresh blood. "Indeed, there is treasure here. The wealth of Qifeng stronghold surpasses my expectations," Yi Chuan marveled to himself. Gazing at the heaps of riches within the chamber, he meticulously gathered the gold, silver, and other valuables into his storage bag before departing from Qifeng stronghold, making his way toward the small mountain village where generations had resided. A day later, Yi Chuan returned to the site of the small mountain village. Following the catastrophic flood years prior, the village had long since vanished, with countless villagers perishing. Those fortunate enough to survive likely established new lives elsewhere. Unwilling to return to this secluded and backward locale, Yi Chuan was left with 8 or 9 months, burdened by the need to erect memorial stones for his parents and brothers who had been swept away by the flood. With no remains left behind, not even clothing, it was impossible to construct proper graves. Hence, only commemorative stones could be raised. With the assistance of the Iron Guard, who hailed from a lineage of cultivators, Yi Chuan was spared the labor. At his command, the Iron Guard began to quarry stones for the memorials while Yi Chuan surveyed the vicinity of the former village. seeking a sunlit hillside to designate as the burial site for his parents and brothers. Had it not been for the ancestral grave of the Yi family being swept away by the flood, leaving its location untraceable, according to tradition, the graves of his parents ought to have been situated within the ancestral burial grove. Yi Chuan, unwilling for his parents' resting place to be ravaged by the waters once more, selected this hillside for their tomb. To ensure its appropriateness, he sought the counsel of a renowned master of feng shui from a town over 10 miles away. Whether the master was genuinely knowledgeable or merely feigned understanding, he proclaimed this elevated terrain to be a rare and auspicious dragon vein, a treasure of feng shui seldom seen in the heavens or on the earth. Elated by these words, Yi Chuan generously bestowed upon the so-called master a silver ingot weighing 10 taels, which left the old man grinning from ear to ear. Once the burial site was determined, Yi Chuan directed his iron guards to commence the construction of the graves and monuments. His parents received the grandest tomb. Each of his brothers was allotted a smaller grave. And ultimately, he even had a living tomb erected for himself, with a gravestone placed beside his parents' grave, inscribed with his own name. After some contemplation, he decided to engrave upon the rocky ground before the gravestone the nameless heart method he had once practiced, specifically the foundational technique from the Fire of Fury manuscript. He hoped that in the future, when someone paid tribute to him, they might chance upon this technique, and that the fortunate individual could achieve greatness, thus allowing him to receive prayers and offerings, fostering a connection even in the afterlife. In the ensuing days, with nothing pressing to occupy his time, Yi Chuan found the 8 months of idleness to be rather protracted. With a wry smile, he retrieved the Fire of Fury manuscript and, with ample time at his disposal, began to study it meticulously. The second section of the manuscript detailed several practical basic minor celestial arts, including object manipulation, terrestrial flight, breath concealment, immense strength, distant sight, keen hearing, treasure appraisal, and disguise techniques, along with lower-tier offensive fire spells, such as the fireball technique and defensive fire-based spells. At this juncture, Yi Chuan had attained the later stage of the Qi refinement realm, fully capable of mastering these celestial arts. The auxiliary minor celestial arts were manageable, yet the fireball technique proved exceedingly challenging to cultivate. However, through diligent effort and considerable consumption of celestial herbs, he finally succeeded in mastering it. During this time, he continued to consume the blood-red shu fruit, hoping its medicinal properties might alleviate the toxic curse within him. Despite his uncertainty, a flicker of hope remained. One day, in a secluded valley near the burial site, Yi Chuan reclined on a stone chair, half-closed eyes, when suddenly he extended his right hand, channeling his celestial essence. To his astonishment, a pale yellow flame, about the size of a walnut, ignited in his palm. With the emergence of the flame, the temperature in the valley surged, gradually evoking the sensation of a sweltering summer day. At this moment, beads of sweat began to cascade down Yi Chuan's forehead. After merely a quarter of an hour, his complexion started to flush, and with a swift motion of his right hand, he cast a fireball the size of a walnut, a pale yellow orb, into a small pool nestled within the valley. The pool, roughly 10 feet in diameter, erupted violently, sending plumes of thick vapor spiraling upward, enveloping the entire valley until it finally subsided. As the mist dissipated, Yi Chuan was astonished to see the water level had dropped nearly half a foot. Although this was not his first time practicing the fireball technique, he was perpetually awed by its formidable power. The fireball technique could be regarded as the most practical and potent among the low-tier offensive spells of various elemental schools, albeit not easily mastered. After months of rigorous training and the consumption of an astonishing quantity of elixirs, he had finally reached a point where he could conjure a fireball without an extensive buildup of energy. After ingesting a qi-gathering pill, Yi Chuan silently practiced the fierce fire formula to replenish his depleted spiritual energy and then rose to train in the art of object control in the wilderness. This particular technique is arguably the most powerful and practical among foundational auxiliary spells. With his spiritual energy, Yi Chuan manipulated the fiery celestial sword, executing various complex offensive and defensive maneuvers. Suddenly, a sword shadow shot forth, cleaving through a hard stone and swiftly returning to guard his vital areas. The fractured stone, charred by the intense heat of the celestial fire, bore testament to the sword's potential lethality. Had it struck a person, the consequences would have been even more catastrophic. The art of object control is easy to learn but challenging to master, requiring diligent effort and countless hours of practice to achieve a level of proficiency that allows for the effortless manipulation of external objects. particularly when wielding a celestial sword for offense and defense, which demands an even higher degree of skill. As time passed, Yichuan realized that the day when the poisonous goo within him would awaken was drawing near, with a mere 10 days remaining. This thought filled him with despair, leading him to lose all motivation to practice his spells and techniques. Thus, he sat cross-legged before his own grave, preparing to await the moment of the toxin's eruption. Once the poison took effect, he planned to leap into the grave he had already prepared and instruct his iron guards to bury him, ensuring that, like his parents and brothers, his remains would be left unburied, unable to rest in peace. As seconds turned into minutes and minutes into hours, Yichuan felt as if he could hear the footsteps of death approaching, the specter of mortality drawing ever closer. His heart began to race, and it took a tremendous effort to quell his agitation. Days turned into weeks, weeks into a month, yet he felt no sign of the goo's venomous bite, nor any discomfort whatsoever. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, half a year passed without the anticipated eruption of poison, and joy began to swell within him. Could it be that the potency of the several detoxification pills had eradicated the poison within him? Or was it the effect of the blood-red Ju fruit and various other elixirs? As time flowed, Yichuan's heart began to stir with warmth once more. The absence of imminent death brought him a profound sense of relief. Never mind, he thought. Let us wait another 6 months. It would be better than dying in the wild and becoming a wandering spirit. With this thought, he settled back down, continuing to sit before his gravestone, awaiting death. In the ensuing 6 months, Yichuan ceased his mechanical wait for death and began to cultivate the fiery blaze technique. With the aid of the blood-red Ju fruit and a plethora of celestial herbs, he did not encounter the arrival of the Grim Reaper. Instead, he achieved another breakthrough in his cultivation. His 2 years of rigorous training in the Golden Tiger Gang propelled him from the initial stage of Qi refinement to its later stages. This past year of cultivation in the cemetery elevated him to the pinnacle of Qi refinement. Realizing his advancement, Yichuan could not help but feel elated. It is worth noting that, according to the records in the latter volume of the Fiery Blaze Technique, an ancestor of the Wei family from Hudong took 200 years to reach merely the later stage of Qi refinement, never surpassing it. Yet here he was, at the tender age of 18, already achieving the peak of Qi refinement. However, upon reflection, the astronomical amount of celestial herbs he had consumed raw or cooked over the past 3 years was staggering. He had devoured countless blood-red Ju fruits. I must delve into the alchemical arts of the Wei family, he realized. Otherwise, consuming celestial herbs in such a manner not only wastes over 90% of their potency but also leads to notable side effects. Without the purifying effects of the blood-red Ju fruit, he would have likely suffered from toxic accumulation within his body, rendering him a mere invalid. As Yichuan recognized that death had not come for him, he pondered the reasons behind the absence of the poison's onset. His heart revived, and he could not help but contemplate his future endeavors. Before immersing himself in the study of alchemy, Yichuan retrieved various celestial artifacts from his storage pouch, preparing to refine them. According to the teachings of the cultivation manuals, artifacts serve as the weapons and tools of cultivators. The techniques they practice rely fundamentally on the manipulation of celestial essence. To maximize the effectiveness of their techniques, one must leverage the enhancement provided by these artifacts. Otherwise, relying solely on their cultivated skills against formidable foes would be tantamount to walking into their own demise. Among the items left in the storage pouch of the cultivator slain by Elder E, there were 3 celestial artifacts: a copper sand alchemical furnace, which was a top-tier artifact, a celestial sword named Fiery Blaze, and a fire-repelling celestial robe, both of which were mid-tier artifacts. Such quality was exceedingly rare for loose cultivators. The process of refining these celestial artifacts is rather straightforward. One merely needs to continuously infuse celestial essence into them, purifying and cleansing until the residual essence from the previous owner is entirely replaced with one's own. With Yichuan's current mastery at the peak of Qi refinement, refining these 3 artifacts required minimal effort on his part. Moreover, the artifacts left behind by the Wei family included several celestial talismans, spirit stones, and a complete set of fire-gathering formations, including the formation plates and flags. Yichuan diligently familiarized himself with the methods recorded in the ancient texts, ensuring he was well prepared and not caught off guard in moments of urgency. Once he completed these tasks, Yichuan began to study the alchemical techniques passed down through the Wei lineage. A hurried year passed, during which Yichuan gained some insights into the art of alchemy. He experimented with the celestial herbs he cultivated in his spiritual field, simultaneously summarizing his experiences in refining elixirs. After a year of relentless practice, He managed to keep his success rate at around 50%. During this year, the anticipated onset of the poison goo did not occur, which allowed Yichuan to finally relax, contemplating that perhaps, for some unknown reason, the poison goo had dissipated. This thought caused him to exhale deeply. He found no records regarding the refining methods of corpse insect pills or any antidotes in the medical texts left by the old man E. Furthermore, the correspondence from E made no mention of the poison goo or the corpse insect pills. Could it be that he was unconcerned about forgetting the poison goo after successfully seizing another's body? Or was it that he had never poisoned him at all, but rather deceived him? Suddenly, Yichuan's mind sparked with a thought regarding a certain connection. Yet with Elder E deceased, that secret had perished with him, leaving the mystery eternally unsolvable. At this moment, however, Yichuan could ascertain that the threat of the poison goo had vanished, for he had introspectively examined his body countless times, discovering no foreign entities or abnormalities. With this realization, he felt a profound sense of relief. With the absence of the poison goo's threat, it meant Yichuan still had nearly 2 centuries of life ahead. Secluded in this small mountain range, he began to feel a sense of loneliness, having not encountered another soul in 2 years. After all, the iron guards by his side hardly counted as human companions. 3 days later, leaving the iron guards to watch over his parents' graves, Yichuan embarked on a solitary journey. Employing the technique of terrestrial flight to reach the edge of a cliff, after a long day of travel, fatigue began to set in. And just as he intended to rest before continuing, a thunderous roar erupted from below the cliff. Alarmed, Yichuan's expression shifted as he gazed into the distance. Spotting a bear-like beast engaged in a fierce battle with 3 blue-robed cultivators in the valley below. The 3 cultivators were no weaklings, possessing at least late-stage chi refinement strength. And they had formed a triangular formation to encircle the bear, preventing its escape. This bear was no ordinary beast, standing as tall as 2 men. Its glossy black fur glimmered, and it wielded earth-based magical powers. A yellowish glow surrounded it, showcasing its formidable defensive capabilities. Despite the decent quality of the swords held by the 3 blue-robed cultivators, they found it difficult to breach the bear's defenses. Although the black bear possesses remarkable defensive capabilities, its offensive power is rather feeble, rendering it unable to inflict substantial harm upon the 3 cultivators. At this moment, both sides are engaged in a battle of attrition, striving to see who will succumb first. Yichuan dared not steal glances, fearful of being detected. Nor did he dare to employ his treasure appraisal technique to probe their strengths and weaknesses. He hastily crouched down and invoked the breath-holding technique, patiently awaiting the outcome. The 3 cultivators seemed entirely engrossed in their confrontation with the black bear demon beast, and due to the distance, they remained oblivious to Yichuan's presence. After a prolonged wait, as dusk began to envelop the scene, Yichuan furrowed his brow, noting that the battle between the 3 and the bear had yet to yield a victor. Their presence posed an obstacle to his journey. Just as impatience began to grip Yichuan, the tide of the battle shifted abruptly. The black bear, seemingly exasperated by the prolonged engagement, unleashed a furious roar and expelled a blast of earthy yellow demonic essence, striking the chest of the central cultivator with a resounding crash. The cultivator was hurled several yards away, crashing through multiple trees of considerable girth before collapsing to the ground. The remaining 2 blue-robed cultivators paid no heed to their fallen comrade and intensified their assault on the bear. After expelling the yellow essence, the black bear appeared significantly weakened. Its once vibrant aura dimming noticeably under the relentless onslaught of the cultivator's swords, which flickered with fierce energy. With a furious cry, the bear retaliated, releasing another torrent of yellow essence that struck the chest of the left-side cultivator unexpectedly. The cultivator, unprepared for the bear's sudden surge of power, was caught off guard and was sent flying, unable to evade the blow. The last remaining cultivator found himself in dire straits, his demeanor fraught with panic. In a devastating turn, the bear's paw struck him on the forehead, resulting in a gruesome demise as his skull shattered, and his body was forcefully driven into the earth. The bear, having exerted itself twice in such powerful attacks, was left severely drained, its steps unsteady. It quickly dropped to all fours to steady itself and staggered toward a dense thicket within the canyon. Witnessing this, Yichuan felt a surge of elation. It appeared that the 3 blue-robed cultivators had met with a grim fate. With the black bear demon beast gravely injured, it was the perfect opportunity for him to scavenge. With this thought in mind, he swiftly employed the land flight technique, soaring down from the cliff towards the site of the battle. Shortly thereafter, amidst the thicket, Yichuan conjured a pale yellow fireball from his palm, incinerating the corpse on the ground. The individual, who had only moments ago been alive, had met his end by Yechuan's own hand, as a single strike had easily pierced the skull of the severely wounded blue-robed cultivator. All valuable items were promptly stowed away in his storage pouch. Standing still, Yechuan's expression turned peculiar as he noticed, not far ahead, a black bear demon beast lying in a weakened state. Once again, Yechuan made his move, releasing a fireball of moderate size. His intention was to gauge the remaining strength of the bear. If it still possessed combat capability, he would make a hasty retreat. However, if the bear had truly been incapacitated, he would seize the opportunity to claim the spoils. The bear's fur singed by the fireball, it let out a roar of anger. Its hatred for any human trespassing in its territory flaring intensely. With a surge of remaining demonic essence, it shakily rose to its feet, its eyes blazing with murderous intent. The black bear demon beast was indeed on the verge of collapse. Upon witnessing this, Yechuan's heart shouted in alarm. He hastily patted his waist storage bag and summoned the mid-grade immortal sword, Flame Fire, channeling all his strength to perform the object manipulation technique. A crimson sword shadow pierced directly into the bear's vulnerable throat. With a mournful howl, the black bear fell to the ground with a thunderous crash. Its eyes wide open in death, unblinking, while the wound was scorched to a dark hue by the intense flames emitted from the immortal sword. Yechuan, filled with delight at this sight, quickly seized the immortal sword he had just acquired and lunged towards the black bear demon beast. After considerable effort, he finally dismembered the bear's corpse, drenched in its blood, yet a radiant smile adorned his face. It is known that demon beasts are treasures in their entirety, with their inner elixirs being the most valuable. Incorporating an inner elixir of an appropriate level and a tribute from a demon beast into the crafting of an immortal pill would significantly enhance both the success rate and quality of the resultant elixir, a prospect that would make anyone envious. However, only demon beasts of 4th rank and above possess the formation of inner elixirs. And this black bear was merely of 1st rank, thus lacking such an elixir. Nevertheless, the other parts of the demon beast could still be utilized for crafting. The bear's bile, paws, skin, meat, bones, and blood all held considerable worth. To acquire the body of a demon beast so effortlessly would elate anyone. Furthermore, having retrieved a storage bag from the fallen blue-robed cultivator, Yechuan had yet to examine its contents, but the immortal sword in the opponent's possession was undoubtedly impressive. Upon exiting the dense forest, he observed the remaining corpses of the 2 cultivators. One had been mercilessly driven into the earth, its head a mangled mess, bones shattered, and it had long since perished. Yechuan exerted effort to extricate this individual's body, retrieving an intact storage bag from its waist and securing it to his own. After a prolonged search, he found the cultivator's immortal sword beneath a large tree in the distance, which also exhibited commendable quality, radiating a brilliant white light. As he approached the last blue-robed cultivator, Yechuan's brow furrowed suddenly. This individual still had a faint breath, albeit weak, which posed no immediate threat. Just as he hesitated over whether to slay for further spoils, the blue-robed cultivator, lying on the ground, abruptly opened his eyes, startling Yechuan. However, seeing the dazed expression in the cultivator's gaze, it seemed to be a sign of fleeting vitality, allowing him to relax. When Yechuan had entered the forest, the blue-robed cultivator had still possessed combat capability, seemingly fearful that Yechuan would seize his demon beast, daring to attack him. However, in his severely injured state, he was easily dispatched by Yechuan. At present, this individual had no capacity for resistance, and it would indeed be a moral quandary for Yechuan to strike down someone so defenseless. After a moment of contemplation, Yechuan ultimately picked up the cultivator's immortal sword, secured the storage bag, and released a pale yellow fireball to incinerate the remains. Once the scene was properly managed, Yechuan swiftly employed the land flight technique to depart, racing 100 miles away before finding a secluded valley to inspect his spoils. 3 mid-grade golden celestial swords are the treasured artifacts carried by 3 blue-robed cultivators. Within their storage bags, they uncovered over a dozen bottles of chi-gathering pills, along with various low-tier elixirs, talismans, and several inferior golden celestial stones. Additionally, there were numerous mundane items of yellow and white, as well as other miscellaneous objects, marking a rather fruitful haul. Oh, what is this? A token? A manual? Yechuan picked up 3 identical turquoise tokens and 3 handwritten booklets, each with varying handwriting yet identical content, revealing a complex expression in his eyes. Each of these palm-sized tokens bore peculiar engravings on one side, resembling a majestic mountain peak, while the other side was inscribed with the characters Qing Ding in seal script, accompanied by names akin to Li Jia, Li Yi, and Li Bing. Upon seeing this, Yichuan felt a slight shock and hastily opened one of the booklets, only to be taken aback by its contents. The first half of the booklet detailed a set of lower-level immortal techniques of the gold attribute, known as the sharp gold technique, while the latter half introduced a swordsmanship technique rooted in object manipulation, specifically designed for mastering sword arts. It was said that when perfected, one could decapitate foes from 1,000 miles away, a truly formidable skill. The latter portion of the booklet contained records that revealed the identities of the 3 blue-robed cultivators. They were indeed the disciples of the Qingding sect's transmission hall, and Yichuan gleaned several secrets about the sect. The Qingding sect, established nearly 10,000 years ago, nestled deep within the vast green mountains below, was comprised of 4 elder immortals and hundreds of ghostly immortal disciples, making it a formidable force among the sects in the northwest. Every decade, the sect publicly recruited a new batch of disciples to bolster its strength, and the booklet clearly outlined the criteria for recruitment. It turned out that the 3 blue-robed cultivators were serving as attendants in the transmission hall, tasked with the menial duties of this decade's selection of outer disciples. During their journey to deliver a message to a related cultivation family, they unexpectedly encountered a black bear demon beast. In the ensuing struggle, they unwittingly provided Yichuan with an unexpected opportunity. Reading this, Yichuan felt a surge of excitement. While he could certainly train alone, solitary cultivation paled in comparison to engaging with others. Moreover, the fiery technique he practiced and the newly acquired sharp gold technique were only documented for the Qi refining stage, lacking methods for advancing to the next realm, the Qi Yuan stage. If he did not find a way to affiliate with the sect, acquiring the necessary immortal techniques for his breakthrough would prove exceedingly difficult. Without such techniques, no matter how exceptional one's innate abilities, further advancement would remain elusive. Through the records of the 3 blue-robed cultivators, Yichuan finally glimpsed a ray of hope for joining the Qingding sect. Without this little notebook, Yichuan would have recklessly stumbled upon the entrance of the Qingding gate, entirely ignorant of its rules, and would surely have been unceremoniously turned away. However, with the guidance of this notebook, Yichuan finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. According to the conditions recorded within, to join the Qingding gate, the requirements varied based on one's spiritual root aptitude. Those with superior spiritual roots naturally required no assessment and would be directly accepted into the inner sanctum of the Qingding gate. In contrast, those with average or inferior roots needed to fulfill specific entry conditions and complete designated tasks. Having contemplated this, Yichuan decided against visiting the mundane town of Shanyan and instead, following the map's directions, he cast a land flight spell, soaring towards the location of the Qingding gate nestled deep within the Great Qing mountain range. After several days of arduous trekking through the forest, despite the replenishing effects of the gathering Qi pill, Yichuan's spirit had grown weary. On one particular day, he caught sight of a bustling settlement in the distance. Using his thousandly vision, he observed the movement of people, and upon finally encountering the long-awaited signs of civilization, tears of joy nearly welled in his eyes. The settlement below was none other than the Qingshan gathering marked on his map. This village, situated within the Great Qing mountain range, lay tens of thousands of miles away from the mundane towns of the world. Given the steep ascent and countless deep valleys along the way, its geographical isolation made it exceedingly remote for ordinary mortals, resulting in a scarcity of human footprints. Those who frequented this area were primarily cultivators. 100 miles to the west of this settlement lay the entrance to the Qingding Gate. The Great Qing mountain range stretched for millions of miles, with the Qingding Gate occupying merely a few of the southern peaks. To the north, several thousand miles away, was a perilous region known as the Black Wind Gorge, a chasm spanning dozens of miles in width and plunging thousands of fathoms deep, with an unending expanse shrouded in dense black mist and ravaged by relentless winds. Hence its ominous name. Despite the harsh conditions of the Black Wind Gorge, it was teeming with a diverse array of spiritual herbs, and the number of magical beasts within surpassed anything found outside. Additionally, there were mines rich in spiritual stones, making it a treasure trove of cultivation resources. Thus, while the environment within the Black Wind Gorge was exceedingly harsh, it attracted numerous wandering cultivators and smaller familial sects, as they could gather the necessary resources for their cultivation. A single venture into its depths, while fraught with risk, could yield significant rewards, though not overnight riches. It was undoubtedly a far superior alternative to the arduous struggle for survival in the outside world. The Black Wind Grand Canyon has existed for an indeterminate length of time, certainly predating the establishment of the Qingding sect, as the canyon had been present long before the sect's inception. Following the founding of the Qing sect in the southern expanse of the vast Qing mountain range, although they have extracted numerous resources from the Black Wind Grand Canyon, the sheer magnitude of the canyon renders it impossible for the Qing sect to exert complete control over it. Even when considering the combined forces of the three major celestial sects in the northwest, along with various smaller sects, their collective might proves insufficient. Consequently, a considerable portion of the resources remains untamed, attracting a multitude of wandering cultivators and practitioners from lesser clans to congregate in this area. Originally, the Qing Mountain Gathering was an unnamed locale, yet due to its geographical significance, it became a temporary refuge for wandering cultivators and practitioners from smaller clans traversing the Black Wind Grand Canyon. Over time, this gathering evolved into a vital hub for these individuals, serving as a key dispersal point outside the canyon. It is worth noting that numerous such trade hubs exist throughout the Qing Mountain range, but this particular Qing Mountain Gathering is the closest to the Qing sect. Adventurers daring to explore the Black Wind Grand Canyon often return with considerable gains. The various resources they collect may not all serve their purposes, leading them to exchange surplus or redundant materials with other cultivators for items of greater utility. Therefore, this gathering has also become an essential marketplace for the exchange of celestial goods within the Qing Mountain range, akin to a mundane marketplace, albeit one where the traded items are resources vital to practitioners. The Qing Mountain Gathering spans several miles, though it is not vast. It boasts a significant population, with a resident count exceeding tens of thousands. Each year, a myriad of cultivators flock to this hub from various regions. However, the backgrounds of these practitioners are diverse and complex, with the majority being self-taught wanderers. As a result, this modest gathering is a melting pot of varied individuals. Despite the substantial number of wanderers, the Qing Mountain Gathering is distinctly divided into three prominent factions. The first is led by the Scarred Lu, commanding over 1,000 practitioners, establishing it as the most formidable force within the gathering. The second faction, under the leadership of the Bald Arhut, also comprises over 1,000 followers, who have engaged in a long-standing rivalry with Lu's faction. While skirmishes between the two are not uncommon, true bloodshed is rare, often arising from trivial disputes over inconsequential interests. The third faction is led by Ma Sanyang, the proprietress of the Black Wind Inn. This group's origins are shrouded in mystery, however. They seldom involve themselves in the conflicts between Lu and the Bald Arhut, instead focusing on the management of various enterprises within the gathering. The existence of the Qingshan Gathering is shrouded in the mists of antiquity, likely predating the establishment of the Qing sect by many years. It emerged after a protracted period of chaos and disorder, and in the past millennium, several formidable factions have taken the lead in establishing regulations that govern the gathering, rendering its exterior a facade of tranquility. This newfound order has alleviated the concerns of wandering cultivators, allowing them to settle here with peace of mind, thus contributing to its current scale. Ma Sanyang is a striking woman who appears to be in her 30s, exuding an alluring charm that belies her age. Time has left few marks upon her delicate features. Her fair complexion remains as smooth and supple as that of a maiden, clearly indicative of her diligent self-care. At this moment, she leans against the counter, calculating with an air of satisfaction. Her tall and slightly voluptuous figure is accentuated by the snug leather attire she wears, which draws the attention of passing cultivators, who cannot help but steal glances and swallow their salivation discreetly. Yet, none dare harbor ill intentions towards her. While familiar acquaintances may engage in playful banter, any further indiscretion would provoke her ire. Ma Sanyang is particularly adept at the art of flying needles, and should she be angered, her needles strike with stealth and precision. A careless misstep could lead to a fatal consequence, and even on her more benevolent days. Should her aim miss the vital points, blinding a person or two would certainly suffice as a lasting punishment. Thus, she has earned the moniker Bee of Beauty, a fitting title for this enchanting woman who bears a radiant smile while concealing her lethal needles. Having just completed her accounts for the day, Ma Sanyang's spirits soar. As she lifts her gaze, her cherry lips curve into a smile, revealing charming dimples on her cheeks, while her expressive brows arch and her sparkling eyes narrow, illuminating her lovely visage with joy. Whose handsome young man is this? What brings him to a savage land like the Qingshan Gathering? Ma Sanyang muses, her attention fixated on the young man clad in white who has just entered the inn. This youth, not yet 20, dons exquisite celestial garments, his tall and slender frame matching her own. His complexion is slightly pale, with sharp brows and starry eyes, his features strikingly handsome. Ma Sanyang, with her keen perception, quickly discerns the youth's refined attire, which must be of at least mid-grade celestial quality. Ah, this young gentleman must be seeking lodging. Our Hafeng Inn is the sole inn in the Qingshan gathering. Hiki, you may call me Ma Sanyang, for I am the proprietress, she exclaims, hastening to step out from behind the counter, her laughter bright as she approaches the young man. Upon catching a whiff of the alluring fragrance that wafts from Ma Sanyang, the young man involuntarily twitches his nose, a slight frown crossing his brow. I intend to reside here long-term and wish to secure a private courtyard. Might I inquire whether the proprietress can assure my safety during my stay? He asks. At his words, Ma Sanyang's face blossoms with delight. Her voice softened as she reassures him, Fear not, dear sir. While residing in my inn, should anyone dare to lay a finger on you, they would have to step over my over my lifeless body first. As Ma Sanyang's delicate hand rested upon her bosom, a faint blush crept upon the youthful visage of the young man in white. Ah, how delightful to discover he is but a novice. Joy surged within Ma Sanyang's heart, prompting her to cast a flirtatious glance towards the young man. This white-clad youth was none other than Yi Chuan, who had journeyed to Qingshanji. At the entrance of the town, he had already heard from passing cultivators about the customs of Qingshanji, where brawls were strictly prohibited. Should one dare to defy these regulations, there would certainly be someone to intervene, and offending the local powers could lead to dire consequences. From the notes he had gathered from the three named disciples of the Qingding sect, Yi Chuan had gleaned some insights into the perilous Blackwind Gorge and the various rules governing the surrounding towns. With over half a year remaining until the Qingding sect officially issued its recruitment tasks, Yi Chuan had devised his own plans. His heart brimmed with numerous celestial herbs. Employing these to concoct elixirs would enable him to master the newly acquired skills of the sharp metal technique and sword control technique in a remarkably short time. When the time came for the Qingding sect to distribute its recruitment tasks, he would enter the Blackwind Gorge with a far greater assurance of survival. The criteria for recruitment into the outer sect of the Qingding sect were exceedingly stringent, although they varied each year. The fundamental requirements remained consistent. Applicants were expected to venture into the Blackwind Gorge to gather all the items listed in the recruitment tasks. The environment within the gorge was treacherous, teeming with ferocious beasts. Most who entered were solitary cultivators, unbound by any laws, often resorting to ruthless tactics to seize resources, with incidents of murder and silencing not uncommon. Thus, the only path forward for Yi Chuan lay in swiftly enhancing his own strength. Having grown accustomed to the rugged men and peculiar cultivators of Qingshanji, Ma Sanyang could hardly contain her delight upon encountering this handsome and spirited young man who would be staying for an extended period. Elated, she personally attended to him, quickly arranging for a spacious courtyard to accommodate Yi Chuan. She flitted about, her cheeks often blooming with a rosy hue, as if she had been transported back to the days of her youthful infatuation. Yi Chuan temporarily settled in the Blackwind Inn, releasing a sigh of relief as he sat cross-legged on the bed in the main room of the small courtyard. He then retrieved a celadone vial, pouring out 2 emerald green pills, each the size of a soybean, which he promptly swallowed. Seated on the bed in meditation, he began to circulate the newly learned sharp gold technique, refining the medicinal essence of the gathering energy pills. The potency of the 2 pills flowed gently through his meridians, gradually transforming into pure golden celestial essence stored within his dantian. Sensing the subtle increase of celestial essence, Yi Chuan did not dare to be negligent and devoted himself wholeheartedly to the practice of the sharp gold technique. The energy from the 2 pills sustained him for over an hour, and once their effects waned, he felt the pangs of hunger gnawing at his belly. He exited the small courtyard and made his way to the hall of the Blackwind Inn, where he ordered a bowl of beef noodles from the attendant and began to indulge himself in the meal. At this hour, the hall was bustling with robust cultivators, loudly drinking and feasting, creating a lively atmosphere. Yi Chuan, wishing to avoid attention, secluded himself in a corner, focusing intently on his noodles. At that moment, Ma Sanyang reclined lazily in a chair behind the counter, her almond-shaped eyes half closed, yet her gaze remained fixed on the white-clad youth in the corner, who was engrossed in his meal. Unbeknownst to her, thoughts flitted through her mind, her cherry lips occasionally moving, a fleeting smile gracing her fair face. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye, during which Yi Chuan had remained sequestered in the Blackwind Inn for a full 6 months. Throughout this time, he continuously practiced the sharp gold technique, aided by an abundance of gathering energy pills. At last, he had progressed to the mid-stage of the Qi refinement realm. The remarkable achievement within just half a year brought an uncontrollable smile to Yichuan's face. One day, after concluding a day of closed-door cultivation, Yichuan rose from his bed and stepped into the courtyard. He summoned the fire sword and began to practice the sword control technique beneath the great tree. The sword control technique, rooted in the manipulation technique, was naturally more complex than the fireball technique. However, Yichuan had mastered the manipulation technique, and thus, 6 months had sufficed for him to achieve a preliminary mastery of the sword control technique. In a stroke of inspiration, he fused the worldly swordsmanship of the leaf-drifting sword technique and the shadow escape needle technique into his sword control practice. In this moment, his figure remained still. Yet under the guidance of his hand gestures, a faint red sword shadow danced gracefully within the courtyard. With each strike, it resembled a falling leaf, striking with unparalleled precision. After an hour of practicing the sword control technique, Yichuan sheathed the fire sword, his face beaming with joy. Since the serendipitous idea of integrating the leaf-drifting sword technique and the shadow escape needle technique into the sword control technique, he found his understanding deepening, and the practice flowed seamlessly. With a mere gesture, he felt the exquisite finesse of his newfound skills. The floating leaf sword technique emphasizes the concept of achieving victory without any apparent moves, allowing the swordplay to flow as freely as drifting leaves, enigmatic and ever-changing, elusive and unpredictable, rendering the enemy incapable of tracing the trajectory of the strikes. The shadow needle technique, which focuses on ambushes and taking the adversary by surprise, is seamlessly integrated into the swordsmanship, representing a remarkable innovation. After completing his sword training, Yichuan exhaled deeply and consumed a qi-gathering pill, then sat cross-legged on the ground to restore his nearly depleted celestial energy. Just as he stood up after finishing his cultivation, a knock echoed at the door. "Young Master Yi, Sister Sanyang has something to discuss with you." "Young Master Yi." This year's recruitment task document for outer disciples of the Qingding sect has been released. I have made a copy for you. Would you like to take a look? Upon seeing Yichuan open the door, Ma Sanyang entered the courtyard uninvited, holding a piece of yellow paper and beaming like a blooming flower. "Sister Sanyang, how did you know I wanted to join the Qingding sect?" Yichuan inquired, perplexed. Who would doubt that a young man like you, possessing such commendable cultivation, is not from a family of cultivators? You have come to this Qingshan gathering not to frolic, but to join the Qingding sect. Haven to you? Hee. Young Master Yi, there is no need to hide it from me, Ma Sanyang asserted, stepping into Yichuan's modest abode and taking a seat on a chair within. Catching a strong scent of medicinal herbs, Ma Sanyang couldn't help but twitch her delicate nose, laughingly remarking, "So, young Master Yi is also proficient in alchemy? It's truly unexpected that at such a young age, you possess such remarkable skills. Any girl who marries you will surely lead a life of comfort." "Sister Sanyang has come not merely to tease me, has she?" Yichuan asked with a smile. "Pa, what nonsense are you spouting? Who is teasing you?" Ma Sanyang was taken aback by Yichuan's boldness and suggesting that she was flirting with him, although she harbored such thoughts. Saying it aloud would be quite unseemly, inevitably causing her to blush with embarrassment. "I have come to share some rules regarding entering the Black Wind Canyon and to propose forming a team with you. If you are not interested in listening or joining our group, then so be it," Ma Sanyang said, pouting slightly and pretending to leave. "Ah, Sister Sanyang, you have only good intentions. I was rude. Please, take a seat." Yichuan quickly stepped forward, gently grasping Ma Sanyang's delicate hand. To his surprise, she did not resist, allowing him to hold her hand, though her pretty face flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze, evidently shy. "So, Ma Sanyang has developed feelings," Yichuan thought with a smirk. He did not believe that Ma Sanyang could fall for him at first sight. As a woman of considerable experience, he dared not provoke her lightly. His earlier actions were merely a test, after all. Ma Sanyang was at the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage. Evading his grasp would have been trivial for her. Her current willingness to let him hold her hand indicated a significant development. "Sister Sanyang," Yichuan softly called out, taking the opportunity to embrace Ma Sanyang's delicate figure in his arms. Nestled against him, Ma Sanyang inhaled the long-missed scent of a man, and suddenly felt a surge of warmth within her heart, a wave of heat washing over her, as a rosy blush crept upon her fair cheeks, causing her thoughts to drift into a haze. At that moment, Yichuan's hands had become quite audacious, yet when Ma Sanyang regained her composure, she was not merely embarrassed or angered by his boldness. Instead, she felt a profound sense of pride welling up within her. Although she was no longer young, her allure remained, and from the fiery gaze of the young man, she rediscovered the confidence of her youth. reclaiming the essence of her self-worth. Brother, let us go to the bed. Ma Sanyang gently withdrew from Yichuan's embrace, gracefully taking his hand and leading him to the bedside. Several hours later, Yichuan and Ma Sanyang finally lay entwined on the bed, covered only by a thin fabric. Ma Sanyang, having quenched her long-standing thirst for affection, felt particularly elated after a tender interlude. Yichuan, who had also been deprived of female companionship for quite some time, found his cravings satiated. Yet even with the physique of an immortal cultivator, he could not withstand the exhaustion. Both lay languidly on the bed, disinclined to stir. Brother, I must speak candidly. I once had a man in the mundane world and bore a child, yet neither the man nor the child is by my side. I feel lonely in my heart, which is why I engaged in this act. It is not my intention to grow old together with you. You must understand that we are merely fleeting companions, seeking mutual satisfaction. After regaining her strength, Ma Sanyang spoke these words. Although Yichuan was mentally prepared, he still felt that her demeanor shifted too swiftly, revealing a seemingly heartless nature. Rest assured, sister, I am well aware, Yichuan replied coolly. Sensing a change in his mood, Ma Sanyang sighed softly, then rose from the bed, slowly dressing herself, and sat with her head bowed on a chair in the room. Once Yichuan had donned his attire, Ma Sanyang finally lifted her head, a smile gracing her lips as she said, "This is all you're doing. I had intended to discuss the task document and matters of team formation with you, yet you lured me to the bed and now I find myself lacking strength." As she spoke, her face flushed with a deeper hue of crimson, enhancing her already captivating beauty. Yichuan, having lost both parents at a young age and lacking any kin, had barely survived, only to be sold to Elder Yi by treacherous soldiers. After his experiences with Elder Yi, Yichuan's mindset underwent significant transformation. He matured rapidly and became wary of trusting anyone easily. Regarding the task document, I implore you, Sister Sanyang, to speak plainly. I am all ears. Yichuan's tone remained icy. Upon hearing his words, Ma Sanyang felt a pang of pain in her heart. She could not help but raise her gaze to cast a sorrowful glance at him. Though she held her tongue, the criteria for recruitment at the Qingding sect are largely similar, with the foremost consideration being spiritual roots. Those possessing superior spiritual roots will be directly admitted into the inner sect without the need for selection, while those with mediocre or inferior roots must partake in entrance evaluations and may only enter the outer sect. According to the regulations of the Qingding sect regarding the admission of disciples, the first round involves testing for spiritual roots, followed by verification of identity and payment of a registration fee. This fee consists of the cultivation materials stipulated in the task document, which can only be sourced from the perilous Black Wind Gorge. Hence, it is imperative to venture into this treacherous place. As Ma Sanyang gradually divulged what she knew about the Qingding sect's recruitment process, Yichuan found himself enlightened, devising his own strategies. After their intimate encounter, Yichuan sensed an intangible distance growing between them, and the once fervent Ma Sanyang was no longer evident in her gaze. Naturally, Yichuan regarded this development with indifference. His primary focus was to fulfill the requirements of the Qingding sect's task document, and he dared not entertain the notion that his spiritual roots might be of superior quality, necessitating careful preparation. Before long, the designated time for the first round of registrations arrived, and Yichuan had already made his way to the registration point, which was the Qingding sect's sole establishment in Qingshanji, also the largest shop for selling magical artifacts, known as the Baibao Pavilion Qingshanji branch. Upon arriving at the entrance of the street where the Baibao Pavilion was located, he beheld a spacious marble square, at the far end of which stood an imposing shop. At that moment, several tables were set up in front of the shop, clearly marked with the sign for the Qingding sect's registration point. Approaching the tables, Yichuan noticed a frail old man in a blue robe seated on a chair behind one of them. The old man appeared to be nearly a century old, terrifyingly aged, with a visage adorned by deep wrinkles resembling the bark of an ancient tree. "Brother, son, the newcomers have gathered. Shall we commence?" inquired a middle-aged man in a blue robe beside the emaciated elder, his tone reverent, indicating that the old man's status within the Qingding sect was indeed significant. "Yes. Have them approach one by one and drop a drop of blood on my trial stone," the elder replied without lifting his head, producing a fist-sized transparent orb from his voluminous sleeve, cradled delicately in his withered palm. "Hurry, organize them to step forward one at a time. Do not create a crowd." The middle-aged man urgently instructed his dozen or so blue-robed subordinates. Instantly, the scene became chaotic, but soon enough, a line formed as individuals approached the table. using their teeth or personal blades to prick their fingers and let a droplet of blood fall upon the transparent orb. From a distance, Yichuan could not discern the orb's appearance. It was only when his turn arrived that he noticed the orb resembled exquisite glass, remarkably transparent, appearing almost as if it were devoid of substance unless scrutinized closely. Yichuan, filled with trepidation, hastily bit his finger and let a drop of blood fall upon the orb. After a few moments, the orb emitted a faint, multicolored radiance. A spirit root of the 5 elements? Though its quality was somewhat mediocre, it was still sufficient for entry into the outer sect. The elderly man in the azure robe observed the orb's luminous display and nodded slightly, muttering to himself. Nearby, a middle-aged man in a blue robe held a ledger, diligently inscribing details within its pages. After jotting down a few words, he beckoned to Yichuan, saying, "Come here, please register your name and family background." Yichuan took the pen and signed his name in the designated space of the ledger, indicating his lineage. Upon glancing at the words beneath his name, he noticed the phrase indicating his spirit root was of the 5 elements, of inferior quality. Now, submit a fee of 30 gathering chi pills for registration and receive a mission document. You must gather all the listed items for cultivation within a year, and upon completion, you will qualify to join the Qingding sect, the blue-robed man succinctly stated, waving his hand for Yichuan to leave promptly. Although Yichuan felt a tinge of discontent upon learning of his mediocre spirit root, the prospect of participating in the subsequent selection filled him with excitement. This was indeed preferable to being outright rejected, for he still had the chance to cultivate. With such thoughts, Yichuan cheerfully made his way to the Black Wind Inn, eagerly awaiting the date for their expedition into the Black Wind Gorge. However, prior to embarking on this adventure, Yichuan recognized the necessity of thorough preparation, intending to acquire protective artifacts and talismans to enhance his capabilities to the fullest extent. The cultivation items obtained from the 3 outer sect stewards, along with the carcass of the black bear beast, needed to be exchanged for spirit stones to procure other useful items. The 3 storage bags he acquired bore no insignia of the Qingding sect, thus allowing him to trade without concern. The 3 mid-grade spirit swords and other artifacts also lacked distinctive markings, which facilitated smoother transactions, enabling him to negotiate lower prices. He promptly sold the carcass of the black bear, along with the artifacts, to a shop in Qingshan Market that specialized in the recovery of cultivation items, receiving an impressive sum of spirit stones, over 3,500 in total. With a considerable amount of spirit stones in his possession, Yichuan felt a surge of confidence. Taking advantage of the bustling market day, he strolled through the stalls, hoping to procure 1 or 2 quality artifacts for self-defense. Perhaps due to the recent announcement regarding the recruitment of outer sect disciples by the Qingding sect in the skin cultivation realm of Kanong Mountain, the number of cultivators seeking to venture into the Black Wind Gorge had increased. These cultivators were eager to exchange their surplus cultivation items for urgently needed resources, resulting in a lively atmosphere in the market, filled with a plethora of cultivation items, many of which were of superior quality. However, the prices were steep, with unscrupulous merchants keen to capitalize on this rare opportunity for profit. As Yichuan passed by several stalls, he beheld an array of finished elixirs, talismans, celestial artifacts, and various materials for alchemy and artifact crafting. After inquiring about prices a few times, he gained a preliminary understanding of the general price range of cultivation-related items at the market, ensuring he would not fall victim to unscrupulous merchants. Along the way, he overheard conversations among vendors and passing cultivators discussing the perilous nature of the Blackwind Canyon, all expressing a desire to procure a few high-quality celestial items for protection. However, the financial means and cultivation techniques varied among cultivators, leading to differing perspectives and selections in their quest for celestial artifacts. Upon turning a corner, Yichuan noticed that the street was somewhat secluded, markedly quieter than the bustling center of the market, with only a handful of vendors remaining. Among them, a striking young girl clad in green, appearing to be around 16 or 17, piqued his interest. Unlike the other stalls overflowing with assorted goods, her stand featured only a solitary sheathed celestial sword, resting there in solitude. Noticing Yichuan's unwavering gaze, the girl blushed slightly, then composed herself, straightening her slender figure, and said, "Hey, are you interested in purchasing this celestial sword? It is called Chengying, a treasured heirloom of my family, a superior quality gold-type celestial sword. It possesses a sword shadow without a tangible blade, proving immensely useful for gold element cultivators practicing sword control. Come, take a look." The girl blinked her large, glistening eyes, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she spoke softly to Yi Chuan. Unable to resist, he stole a few more glances at her. She was slim, with an oval face, exquisite features, and fair skin, her smile revealing two delightful dimples, exuding an air of refined beauty. A sword that has a shadow without a blade? What sort of celestial sword could this be? Yi Chuan mused, his curiosity piqued by the girl's description. He stepped closer and inquired, "May I take a look at this sword?" "Of course, but be cautious. My family's Qingying sword possesses a shadow without a blade. It can easily cause harm if mishandled." The girl replied with a gentle smile. Yi Chuan nodded, lifting the sword sheath before his eyes, carefully grasping the hilt and cautiously drawing the blade. As promised by the girl, the sword was indeed shapeless, yet with a gentle flick, he could perceive the ethereal sword shadows. Raising his right hand, the shadows traced an elegant arc as he swung towards a stone drum the size of a grinding stone. A faint crack echoed in his ears, yet the stone drum remained unscathed. Moments later, however, a gust of wind swept through, and the stone drum split, revealing a surface as smooth as a mirror within, attesting to the blade's razor sharpness. Yi Chuan's hand stilled, and the Qingying sword faded back into invisibility, the blade unseen, as twilight enveloped the surroundings in serene silence, leaving only the dazed expression on his face. "What a magnificent sword! I will purchase it. How many celestial stones do you require?" Upon testing the sword, Yi Chuan instantly developed a fondness for the shadow sword. It is important to note that this sword, which possesses the illusion of a blade without a physical form, bears a striking resemblance to the shadow needle technique he practiced during his time with the Golden Tiger Gang in Shannan County. The shadow needle technique emphasizes the art of evasion and concealment, and this shadow sword, with its ethereal presence, resonates with the same essence as the genuine shadow needle. "Are you truly considering a purchase?" the girl in the azure attire asked, momentarily taken aback. "Of course. Are you not displaying your wares to sell swords?" Yi Chuan inquired, puzzled. "Indeed, my purpose is to sell swords. However, the shadow sword is a treasured heirloom of my family. It is exceptionally precious. Were it not for the urgent need for a significant sum of spirit stones, I would not have been tasked with selling it at the market," she explained. The shadow sword possesses unique qualities, with its illusionary blade making it difficult for enemies to defend against when wielding the sword mastery technique. Its formidable power naturally commands a higher price than other swords of the same caliber. My elders have set the price at 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. You may negotiate. But please do not offer too little, as I must consult my elders via messaging talisman before reaching a decision. If you choose not to negotiate, I can agree to sell it to you on the spot. The price of your sword is excessively high, being twice that of a comparable high-grade metal sword. 2,000 spirit stones could instead procure a substantial collection of high-grade talismans. Who would be foolish enough to pay such a price? Though Yi Chuan was already enamored with the shadow sword, he still sought to negotiate a lower price, unwilling to let an unscrupulous merchant profit too greatly. After all, a quality high-grade flying sword typically sells for only 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, making the asking price for the shadow sword rather exorbitant. Indeed, I too believe my elders have set the price too high. Perhaps this sentiment is shared among the cultivators who have inquired about it. This shadow sword is merely a metal-based weapon, useful only to those who have mastered the metal techniques and sword mastery. The previous inquirers, all practitioners of metal techniques, also found the price excessive, resulting in no genuine buyers. Yet, I am powerless to alter the price. My elders have strictly instructed me against any reductions. The girl in azure expressed her helplessness, revealing her desire for a more reasonable price to expedite the sale, but she dared not defy her elders' wishes. "Very well. Since your family is in urgent need of spirit stones, I shall acquiesce. 2,000 spirit stones it is. I shall not press you further." Yi Chuan furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before resolutely declaring his decision. He happened to have 3,500 spirit stones, which he had recently acquired by disposing of unnecessary spiritual items. While he could have negotiated a lower price to save some stones, he understood the true value of the shadow sword, having practiced the shadow needle technique himself. Moreover, with his mastery of sword mastery, possessing the shadow sword would elevate his abilities to new heights, providing him with greater assurance during his upcoming trials in the Black Wind Canyon. To prevent the potential for unforeseen complications and to avoid being outpaced by other discerning cultivators, Yi Chuan deemed it worthwhile to invest additional celestial stones. After all, locating a sword that truly resonates with oneself is no simple endeavor, and incurring extra expenses in pursuit of such an artifact is hardly excessive. Thus, after counting the 2,000 low-grade celestial stones he presented, The young woman in the azure attire smiled and declared, "The Chungying celestial sword shall henceforth belong to you." Yichuan accepted the sword sheath, stowing it in his storage pouch at his waist. After nodding in acknowledgement to the young woman, he turned and strolled away from the stall, continuing his leisurely exploration of the marketplace. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself standing before the entrance of the largest talisman shop in Qingshan Market, the only one of its kind. Yichuan had not encountered any high-grade or top-grade talismans at the various stalls. He had only seen a few low to mid-grade talismans, and their numbers were rather limited. Although these lower-tier talismans possessed commendable power, they were insufficient for life-preserving purposes. Hence, he resolved to try his luck at the largest talisman shop in Qingshan Market. It is essential to recognize that this was not a time for frugality. Life far outweighs material possessions in value. Without life, any wealth amassed would be rendered useless, and one cannot carry such riches into the afterlife. Thus, it is far more prudent to invest in one's own survival. With life preserved, lost wealth can always be recovered. The prices of talismans were not modest. The more advanced the talisman, the greater its power and consequently its cost. A low-grade auxiliary talisman was priced at roughly 1 low-grade celestial stone, while a mid-grade offensive talisman could command at least 10 low-grade celestial stones. As for high-grade offensive talismans, the price soared to over 100 low-grade celestial stones. Defensive talismans were approximately 30% more expensive. Regarding top-grade talismans, acquiring one would require no less than 1,000 low-grade celestial stones. Their prices were indeed steep. Unlike celestial artifacts, which can be utilized multiple times, talismans are typically single-use consumables that dissipate shortly after activation, thus justifying their elevated costs. Nevertheless, talismans possess unique advantages. They require minimal celestial essence to activate, enabling practitioners to conserve the majority of their celestial essence. This attribute can prove critical in life and death situations during combat. Additionally, the process of crafting these talismans involves not only a low success rate, but also a significant consumption of celestial essence, which contributes to their high prices. As for the array plates and flags used in formations, their costs were exorbitantly high, far beyond the means of ordinary cultivators and small families. Even for more formidable cultivator families, these items were considered luxuries. Considering the treacherous journey ahead to the Heifeng Gorge, Yichuan decided to forego concealing his financial resources. After ascertaining the prices of the talismans, he made his way to the Baichao Hall, a shop specializing in the trade of elixirs, to exchange a substantial collection of elixirs he had accumulated for celestial stones. Though the heartland measures merely an acre and a third, it yields a continuous supply of various celestial herbs within a short span. Although Yichuan has only collected seeds for cultivating these ethereal plants over a mere 100 or 200 years, of relatively modest value, he has nevertheless expended considerable resources over the years to enhance his alchemical prowess. Yet, he still possesses a substantial surplus, untroubled by the display of wealth, which has consequently earned him several thousand low-grade celestial stones. With this fortune, Yichuan felt a sense of relief and promptly proceeded to the largest talisman shop in the market, where he purchased a significant quantity of high-grade talismans, including the Diamond Protection Talisman, Water Shield Talisman, Binding Talisman, Golden Blade Talisman, Swift Movement Talisman, and Great Strength Talisman, with the majority being defensive high-grade talismans. After exiting the talisman shop, Yichuan visited a store specializing in array flags, the only establishment in Qingshan Market dedicated to the sale of array plates and flags. It is rumored to be operated by a prominent family renowned for their expertise in the art of formations. Upon inquiring about the prices, he learned that a high-grade 5 elements array costs several thousand low-grade celestial stones, equivalent to the price of 1 or 2 exquisite celestial artifacts. After rummaging through his possessions, Yichuan managed to purchase this versatile high-grade 5 elements array, leaving him with only a few vials of chi-gathering pills, 100 wounds pills, and detoxification pills, rendering him nearly destitute. Realizing that activating the array would demand an ample supply of celestial stones, Yichuan found himself compelled to make yet another trip to the Baichao Hall. Fortunately, he could employ the fundamental auxiliary celestial technique of transformation, alleviating concerns about being recognized by the hall's proprietor, thereby avoiding unnecessary troubles that might arise from possessing substantial wealth. "Sir, how much is this blood-red Ju fruit worth?" Yichuan inquired, as he had exhausted his stock of ordinary celestial herbs and resorted to selling his treasured blood-red Ju fruit, which takes 500 years to mature and should command a respectable price. "Ah, my dear guest, I must apologize. replied the shopkeeper. You see, the blood-red Zhu fruit is also known as the washing marrow fruit. For mortals, consuming one is said to possess miraculous effects, cleansing the marrow and enhancing physical constitution. However, for cultivators, its efficacy in washing the body of heaven and earth vitality and their own celestial essence is less pronounced. Furthermore, the growth conditions for the blood-red Zhu fruit are rather unique. It flowers every 100 years and fruits every 100 years, maturing only after 500 years. Its cultivation requires at least a 1,000-year-old celestial herb field. While the heaven and earth vitality within the celestial fruit is indeed special, it pales in comparison to the abundance of a millennium-old herb, hence its rarity in the cultivation world. It can be said to be virtually non-existent, with occasional appearances only in remote, special locales. Logically, the value of such a celestial fruit should be high. However, when used in alchemy, the blood-red Zhu fruit becomes akin to a culinary delicacy, lacking flavor yet regrettable to discard, as it does not significantly enhance medicinal potency or the success rate of pill formation. Consequently, its market value is eclipsed by that of ordinary 100-year-old celestial herbs. Are you truly intent on selling it? The innkeeper was indeed a discerning individual, with a pair of sparkling little eyes that radiated intelligence. However, his words were nothing but the unvarnished truth, devoid of any pretense to lower the purchase price. The blood-red Zhu fruit, while claiming to be an elixir of 500 years, possessed medicinal properties primarily for cleansing the marrow and bones, lacking any efficacy in enhancing one's cultivation. Coupled with the difficulty of its cultivation, it had become a dispensable fruit in the realm of immortality. Resigned, Yichuan decided to explore other options. Feeling disheartened by the responses he received from several shops and stalls regarding the acquisition of the elixir, he found a consensus. The blood-red Zhu fruit was akin to a superfluous delicacy, perhaps even less desirable, as its stringent growth conditions rendered it comparable to discarded chicken bones. After rummaging through his supply of celestial stones, he found that he could barely fill the grooves of the 5-element formation plate. Reluctant to part with the 500-year-old blood-red Zhu fruit for a pittance, he ultimately decided against selling it. Dejected, he returned to the Black Wind Inn, where he coincidentally encountered Ma Sen Yang, who was busy tallying the accounts behind the counter. Upon seeing Yichuan return, a fleeting blush graced her cheeks, quickly replaced by a gentle smile as she remarked, "Brother Yi has returned. In 3 days, we shall set off for the Black Wind Gorge. Please make your preparations, and I shall notify you when it's time to depart." "Ah, thank you, Sister Sanyang," Yichuan replied. His spirit dimmed as he glanced at her before retreating to his quarters. From his waist pouch, he summoned the exquisite celestial sword, Chengying. Instantly, his mood lifted. With the assistance of this sword, which possessed a shadow without a form, his chances of survival on the journey to the Black Wind Gorge had significantly increased. Though the 5-element formation might not be necessary, having purchased the formation plate and flags, Yichuan diligently familiarized himself with their usage, refining the flags before returning them to his storage. As for the Chengying sword, it was imperative that he fully refine it before their departure. As it was his most reliable celestial artifact, it would be unwise to venture forth without mastering its intricacies. Over the next few nights, plagued by insomnia, Yichuan practiced his swordsmanship in the courtyard, wielding the Chengying sword with celestial essence to attune himself to its nature. Indeed, this sword, formless yet shadowed, was quite challenging to master. It would require considerable time to wield it with ease. Without a defined form, he risked inflicting harm upon himself even while striking down foes. After 3 days of relentless practice, he had just begun to grasp the sword's essence, enough to engage in combat without endangering himself too recklessly, a result that pleased him immensely. On the eve of their departure, Yichuan finally stored the Chengying sword back in his pouch and indulged in a restorative sleep to replenish his energy. The following morning, after hastily washing his face with cool water, he flung open his door and dashed towards Ma Sanyang's quarters. As it was the appointed time to set off for the Black Wind Gorge, the Black Wind Grand Canyon is perpetually shrouded in dense black mist, obscuring the inner landscape. However, over the course of millennia, countless cultivators have ventured in and out of this enigmatic realm. Elders have discerned its most salient characteristic, an inexhaustible abundance of resources for cultivation. Alongside these rich resources, peril lurks within the canyon, manifesting in 3 principal dangers. Firstly, the ever-present black mist harbors a potent toxin. While it may not cause immediate death to those who enter, it gradually erodes the cultivator's vital essence, leading to detrimental effects on the body over prolonged exposure. The fierce black winds that occasionally sweep through the canyon are particularly formidable, should one be directly struck. Survival is unlikely, and repeated exposure without timely retreat could prove fatal. Secondly, the canyon is teeming with ferocious beasts, a stark contrast to the increasingly rare wild creatures found outside, where most have been domesticated by various sects and families. In this realm, cultivators view these beasts as resources, while the beasts regard the cultivators as prey. In encounters between the two, strength determines the victor. Lastly, the cultivators themselves present a significant threat. Within the canyon, there are no governing laws, and many who enter are rogue cultivators of dubious backgrounds. Among them are unscrupulous individuals driven solely by profit, leading to frequent acts of murder and robbery. Many skilled cultivators meet their demise not at the hands of the black winds or beasts, but rather through treachery from their fellow adventurers or opportunistic bandits. In essence, a cultivator embarking on an adventure in the Black Wind Grand Canyon must contend with three formidable dangers: the black winds and mist, the ferocious beasts, and their fellow cultivators. Prior to their journey, Ma Sanyang meticulously conveyed these dangers to Yi Chuan, ensuring he comprehended the perils that awaited within and was mentally prepared. It is rare for cultivators to venture alone. They typically form groups with friends, and some even assemble vast teams of over 100 members. Ma Sanyang's small contingent of a mere dozen individuals was hardly notable among the throngs entering the canyon. Upon arriving at one entrance, Yi Chuan was immediately struck by the vast expanse of black mist stretching for hundreds of miles, and even more astonishing was the multitude of cultivators gathered before him. A sea of black that numbered in the tens of thousands. Reports suggest that there are over a dozen known safe passages into the misty abyss, indicating that the number of cultivators embarking on this perilous adventure could reach into the hundreds of thousands. In truth, the number of adventurers entering the Black Wind Gorge in previous years was far less than it is now. This time coincides with the celestial sect, Shenyang, actively recruiting external disciples, prompting many dormant cultivators to emerge, along with numerous scions from mid-sized and small cultivation families eager to test their mettle. Consequently, once we enter the gorge, we must exercise utmost caution and avoid provoking other teams, as igniting conflict could prove disastrous. Ma Sanyang observed Yi Chuan's astonished expression and smiled gently as she spoke. Yi Chuan nodded in silence, redirecting his gaze towards the dense black mist enveloping the entrance of the Black Wind Gorge. Although the gorge is shrouded in a thick black mist capable of rapidly eroding a cultivator's Xinyuan, timely consumption of gathering chi pills and the use of spirit stones to replenish Xinyuan can mitigate the risks. The most perilous threat lies in encountering the black wind. Should one be struck directly by it, even the prior intake of detoxification pills would be futile. The toxins within the black wind are 100-fold more potent than those in the black mist, leading to immediate depletion of Xinyuan in mild cases, while severe encounters may result in the complete loss of one's cultivation. However, from late spring to early autumn, the winds in the gorge shift to a southeast direction, blowing vigorously towards the northwest, only to change course around the Mid-Autumn Festival. Hence, adventuring in the gorge during this interval is relatively safe, with the formidable black wind rarely encountered. This period also sees an increase in the activity of demonic beasts, making it an opportune time for hunting. Ma Sanyang elaborated, enlightening Yi Chuan further about the intricacies of the Black Wind Gorge. Sister Sanyang, when will we be able to enter the gorge? Yi Chuan finally couldn't restrain his curiosity. In a few days, it should be feasible. Have you not noticed that the southeast wind is currently blowing? Just wait a few days. Once the black mist visibly thins, we can proceed. Ma Sanyang replied. Yi Chuan fell silent, seeking a quiet spot nearby to sit in meditation. Ma Sanyang cast a complex glance his way before refraining from further conversation, leading her team of a dozen to also find a place for quiet cultivation. In a fleeting 3 days, the entrance became tumultuous as tens of thousands of cultivators stirred restlessly, abandoning their tranquil practices. Yi Chuan overheard discussions among nearby teams, realizing that the time to enter the gorge was drawing near. After waiting for half a day, impatient teams began to venture into the gorge, gradually diminishing the number of those lingering at the entrance. Yet, Ma Sanyang, the team leader, remained steadfast, not issuing the command to depart, which left Yi Chuan perplexed. After another day's wait, Ma Sanyang finally waved her hand, stating, "Let us also enter the gorge." Yi Chuan surveyed the entrance, now devoid of other teams, realizing theirs was the last to embark. "Brother Yi, you have not ventured into the Black Wind Gorge and remain unaware of its perils. The black wind, the black mist, and the demonic beasts are not the greatest dangers. The most formidable threats come from the other cultivators within the gorge. If my conjecture holds true, Numerous teams should have already perished at the hands of other cultivators on the very first day of entry. As Ma Sanyang caught a glimpse of Yi Chuan's perplexed expression, she led the way into the valley while elucidating her thoughts. Yi Chuan nodded in silent understanding. He comprehended the essence of her words. Indeed, the venom of human hearts surpasses that of tigers, wolves, and serpents. The human species excels in the art of mutual destruction. As the group approached the precipice, they beheld a steep, downward-sloping mountain path, which, albeit treacherous, was navigable for cultivators of the Qi refinement realm. The path extended only a few dozen meters before vanishing into a dense shroud of black mist, limiting visibility significantly. Even with focused effort, they could discern no more than 10 meters ahead. The moment they entered the fog, they felt a remarkable acceleration in the consumption of their spiritual essence, at least tenfold compared to the outside world. Moving at a normal pace, even without employing any spells, proved to be quite taxing, let alone engaging in a battle of wills. After approximately an hour, the group of over a dozen cautiously descended to the depths of the several thousand-meter chasm, where the terrain began to level out. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips, as they finally felt a sense of solid ground beneath them. During this hour-long descent, the depletion of their spiritual essence was quite substantial. They retrieved spiritual stones to replenish their dwindling energy while continuing their journey. Ma Sanyang, having visited the Black Wind Grand Canyon several times, was well acquainted with its topography. Leading the way with ease, she directed them towards the nearest medicinal herb-gathering site. The path was overgrown with thorns, but a narrow route had been carved through the thicket, evidently well-trodden, as the ground had become polished from frequent passage. Although cultivators at the Qi refinement level possessed the foundational skill of land flight, the consumption of spiritual essence within the Black Wind Grand Canyon was more than 10 times faster than in the outside world. While using land flight in open spaces was manageable, it became perilous in this canyon, where limited visibility posed the risk of unwittingly trespassing into the territory of formidable beasts. As they advanced, they observed vines flourishing within the thicket. Although no medicinal herbs had yet emerged, a faint aroma of herbs permeated the dense black mist, affirming the canyon's reputation for abundant resources. Continuing onward, they occasionally spotted a few century-old medicinal herbs, though their inferior quality rendered them unsuitable for alchemical purposes. Thus, despite the numerous passing cultivators, none felt inclined to harvest them, leaving them intact. Suddenly, Yi Chuan's nostrils flared as he detected a subtle scent of blood. The team, including Ma Sanyang, halted in unison, having sensed it as well. In the Black Wind Grand Canyon, there are no rules to govern behavior. Murder and pillaging are commonplace. Let us be vigilant and stay together to avoid falling prey to bandits, Ma Sanyang advised her companions, casting a meaningful glance at Yi Chuan, which stirred a sense of gratitude within him. After advancing several dozen paces further, a small pond, measuring a few feet in diameter, came into view. The shoreline was stained with blood, and the ground was littered with corpses, the number easily exceeding 100. The chaotic scene suggested that a particularly brutal and bloody battle had transpired here. However, there were no scattered magical artifacts or belongings in sight, and the storage bags of the deceased had mysteriously vanished, indicating that the battlefield had been thoroughly cleaned. Consequently, Ma Sanyang, after surveying the area, had no intention of investigating further. Suddenly, one of the team members exclaimed in excitement, having discovered something on a corpse, a storage bag. This caught the attention of the leader, Ma Sanyang, who nodded approvingly, prompting the team member to approach with a smile. In an instant, the lifeless body lying on its back twitched, its eyelids fluttering before its right hand moved. A transparent blade of wind shot forth from beneath the corpse, emitting a faint hiss as it effortlessly severed the head of the eager team member. The expression on the severed head revealed a hint of reluctance, even as it was irrevocably separated from its body. The speed of that wind blade was astonishing. The team member, despite being at the late stage of Qi refinement, had not even a moment to summon a defensive artifact before his life was extinguished. An assassin! Everyone, be cautious, Ma Sanyang shouted, her voice ringing out as she unleashed a ribbon-like magical artifact, transforming it into a blue streak aimed at the still body of the assassin feigning death. The figure flickered. After claiming the life of a cultivator, the corpse exhibited no desire to linger in battle. Swiftly employing a spell, it moved laterally, evading the magical attack by several dozen feet. Ma Sanyang's artifact struck empty air, leaving her momentarily frozen in place, hesitant to pursue. This individual must surely be the infamous Gust, known only by reputation, shrouded in anonymity and never revealing their true identity. Mastering the art of wind-based spells, They were unmatched in speed, ruthless and merciless. Every foray into the Black Wind Canyon was not for the pursuit of medicinal herbs or resources, but rather to kill and plunder, earning the enmity of treasure hunters. Yet, their extraordinary proficiency in wind magic made it exceedingly difficult to bring them down. Having only heard tales of this notorious figure, Ma Sanyang was taken aback to encounter them firsthand, lamenting their misfortune. She furrowed her brows, explaining the situation to Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan's right hand firmly gripped the mid-grade immortal sword, Flame, while his left hand held a high-tier defensive talisman, the Diamond Body Shield, remaining on high alert to thwart any further ambush from the assassin. Upon hearing Ma Sanyang's words, a chill coursed through him. He had initially believed that descending into the valley would allow them to evade conflict with other adventuring parties, but instead, they encountered the elusive wind. A rogue with no sense of chivalry, whose unpredictable nature posed a grave threat. Ma Sanyang, furrowing her brow, instructed her team to secure the belongings of the fallen comrade, and after a brief arrangement of the remains, she commanded them to continue their journey. With the ever-present threat of the wind lurking in the shadows, the tension among the team members escalated, each one wary of a sudden strike by this wind-imbued foe. However, after traversing several miles, the anticipated ambush never materialized, suggesting that the wind had retreated far enough away. Just as Yi Chuan exhaled in relief, a dark figure flickered nearby, followed by a piercing scream as a late-stage Qi refinement member collapsed. This time, Ma Sanyang had been prepared. Each member summoned their magical artifacts to retaliate against the shadowy figure. Undoubtedly, the figure was the wind. Despite being assailed by the relentless barrage of over a dozen magical artifacts, the wind's speed proved astonishing. In a mere instant, it evaded into the thick black fog, vanishing from sight. The loss of another late-stage Qi refinement member darkened Ma Sanyang's expression. Yi Chuan, positioned at the rear of the group, could feel the palpable fury and murderous intent radiating from her. After tending to the body, Ma Sanyang ordered them to proceed with heightened caution. Their pace slowed and their formation shifted to a defensive stance, ever vigilant for the wind's return. Ahead, on a towering cliff, black spiritual mushrooms grew, one of the several immortal herbs listed in the Qingding sect's mission documents. Although previously harvested by many cultivators, a few were likely to have escaped notice, and they required only a handful. Ma Sanyang outlined the plan. She would ascend the cliff to gather herbs while Yi Chuan and the others would hold off the guardian demon apes. Very well. Yi Chuan nodded, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the encroaching fog, aware that the assassin known as Wind lurked within, ready to claim the lives of their comrades. Thus, while this small team had ultimately entered the Great Canyon, avoiding skirmishes with other parties, they had encountered formidable foes, marking their luck as exceedingly unfortunate. The guardians of the black spiritual mushrooms were a pair of demon apes, both at the pinnacle of the first tier, residing within a secluded cave halfway up the cliff. Despite the continuous influx of cultivators harvesting the mushrooms, the demon apes, possessing high intelligence and cunning, would retreat deep into the labyrinthine caves whenever large groups approached, allowing the cultivators to collect the mushrooms unchallenged. However, when faced with smaller teams, the time would come for them to unleash their ferocity. Within the Black Wind Canyon, the demonic beasts have long adapted to the life enveloped by the dark mist, thus their resilience surpasses that of cultivators of the same rank. While a mere handful of external cultivators can trap a demonic beast of equivalent strength in the outside world, here in the Black Wind Canyon, it would take dozens to achieve the same feat. Moreover, the guardian of the Black Spirit Grass, a pair of demon apes, naturally harbored no fear of this small expedition team. Upon noticing the scant number of members of Ma Sanyang's team, the male demon ape became agitated, let out a roar, and swiftly descended along the smooth rock face, blocking their path. Yi Chuan, as we discussed, you all just need to hold off the demon ape while I ascend to gather the Black Spirit Grass. Rest assured, there will be a share for you, Ma Sanyang declared, casting a meaningful glance at Yi Chuan before taking flight towards the cliff face. The male demon ape, enraged by the attempted theft of its favored delicacy, sprang into action to intercept her. Yi Chuan, sensing the urgency, shouted, "Everyone, attack together." He forcefully infused his mid-grade celestial sword with spiritual energy, causing the blade to ignite in a brilliant blaze, releasing numerous pale yellow fireballs that hurtled towards the demon ape. The demon ape, besieged by the fireballs, momentarily abandoned its pursuit of Ma Sanyang, swiping its massive hand to dissipate the oncoming flames. The other team members, receiving the command, summoned their magical artifacts to assault the beast. The demon ape demonstrated both ferocity and intelligence. It did not charge blindly, but rather assessed the situation before launching a fierce assault, aiming to incapacitate the cultivators with its powerful gusts. This demon ape, a creature of the metal element, unleashed winds imbued with its metallic essence, manifesting as razor-sharp blades that could easily breach ordinary protective barriers. One unfortunate member was struck by the gust, shattering their protective shield and leaving them grievously wounded, their insides exposed. These team members, trained rigorously by Ma Sanyang, were no strangers to the brutality of life and death. Despite witnessing the horrific fate of their comrade, they pressed on, relentlessly attacking the demon ape. Each one refrained from employing his shadowless sword or high-tier talismans, intent merely on holding the beast at bay. Should he reveal his life-saving techniques now? It would be perilous for future endeavors within the Black Wind Canyon, especially with a lurking assassin concealed in the dark mist. Spread out. As long as we can stall the demon ape for a moment, Ma Sanyang will be able to collect the black spirit grass, each one urged, his heart racing as he witnessed another teammate fall victim to the demon ape's merciless onslaught. In order to delay the demon ape, there was no need for excessive effort. With our numbers on our side, although the demon ape's gusts and golden blades were formidable, if we executed distracting attacks separately, the demon ape would become flustered, unable to focus on inflicting serious harm. Thus, prolonging the confrontation for a time was indeed feasible. As if awakened from a dream by a single word, the team members suddenly understood. They quickly dispersed, forming a semicircle around the demon ape, launching successive attacks with their celestial arts. After a quarter of an hour of continuous assault, Yi Chuan felt an immense drain on his celestial energy. He hastily retrieved a chi-gathering pill and consumed it, holding a fire-type celestial stone in his left hand to replenish his energy, while his right hand commanded the blazing celestial sword floating before him, unleashing fireball attacks. Once the method of attack shifted, the demon ape was indeed preoccupied with evading the relentless onslaught, unable to focus on harming others. It roared in frustration, and at that moment, a chilling cry echoed from the demon cave high in the cliff. The demon ape, hearing the distressed call of the mother demon ape, became frantic, its demonic energy surging. It swung its arms wildly, unleashing a torrent of golden blade attacks, then took advantage of the ensuing chaos to scramble up the cliffside. This was dire. Ma Sanyang had likely encountered the mother demon ape's assault. What could be done? Sensing the impending danger, Yi Chuan's thoughts raced, ultimately deciding to rescue Ma Sanyang. He addressed the assembled team members. Stay here and be wary of sudden ambushes. I shall assist Sanyang. With that, Yi Chuan swiftly invoked the earth flight technique. Soaring up the cliff, leveraging the protruding rocks, he ascended until he reached the cave's entrance, peering in with his 1,000-mile eye. Inside, he beheld a graceful figure engaged in a fierce battle with the demon ape, while weak cries echoed from the depths of the cave, aggravating the male demon ape's temper, causing its attacks to become increasingly disorganized and less effective. At that moment, Ma Sanyang was enveloped in a faint azure light, utilizing a water-based protective talisman. With one hand, she skillfully maneuvered a ribbon-like celestial artifact, continuously deflecting the demon ape's strikes. After observing for a while, Yi Chuan keenly noticed that the demon ape seemed to regard Ma Sanyang with considerable trepidation, as many of its attacks merely struck empty air, lacking the intent to harm her. This perplexed Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan, you've arrived. I've captured a newborn demon ape. This male demon ape is hesitant to harm me. Hurry and gather the black spirit fungus from the cliff, Ma Sanyang exclaimed, her face lighting up with excitement as she raised her hand, revealing a fluffy, white object resembling a small monkey the size of a fist. Upon hearing Ma Sanyang's words, Yi Chuan breathed a sigh of relief, the confusion in his heart dissipating, and joy surged within him. He promptly followed Ma Sanyang's instructions, employing the earth flight technique once more, darting toward the nearest black spirit fungus clinging to the cliffside. As Yi Chuan grasped the black Ganoderma, he examined it closely. It bore a striking resemblance to the ordinary variety, albeit larger in size and entirely dark in hue. Without further hesitation, he swiftly stowed the black mushroom into the storage pouch at his waist and proceeded to pursue his next target. He collected over a dozen black Ganoderma before ceasing his efforts, although he could have harvested more. The thought of Ma Sanyang still entangled in combat with the demon ape urged him to descend without delay. Upon reaching the cave entrance, he observed Ma Sanyang still locked in confrontation with the demon ape. She held a small demon ape in her hands, while the male demon ape opposite her hesitated to strike, emitting desperate cries yet finding himself powerless to act. The cries of the apes from within the cave grew fainter, and the male demon ape's temper flared increasingly. Yi Chuan, You must leave this place first. I will find a way to shake off this demon ape and meet you ahead. Ma Sanyang, upon seeing Yi Chuan's return, perceived from his expression that he had returned triumphantly. With a smile, she spoke, yet she dared not divert her focus too much. Fully aware that the demon ape across from her was in a furious state, any lapse in attention could expose her to a devastating blow. Descending to the base of the cliff, Yi Chuan was met with a pungent scent of blood that sent a shiver through him. He quickly pressed a protective talisman against his body, summoned the Qingying sword to his right hand, and readied 2 high-grade binding talismans in his left before cautiously advancing. Upon reaching the spot where he had parted ways with his comrades, he found a gruesome sight. Several bodies lay sprawled across the ground, blood oozing from their wounds, indicating they had not been dead for long. Yi Chuan surveyed the scene, his brow furrowed in silence. Suddenly, a cold glint sparked in his eyes. He directed the sword in his right hand towards a prone body, and in an instant, the seemingly lifeless figure sprang to life, propelling itself outward. Just then, a flash of azure light appeared, ensnaring the body with several binding tendrils and crashing it back to the ground with a thud. Binding talisman. How did you see through my feigned death technique? My breath-holding technique should have been undetectable. The bound corpse lamented in a tone of bitter disbelief. A gust of wind, was it? I never suspected you were alive, Yi Chuan replied coolly. However, we were a group of 18. You have slain 2 of our number. And the demon ape has taken 1, leaving only 13 of us, excluding myself and Sanyang. Yet here lie 14 corpses. I cannot ascertain which of these is your disguise. I merely wished to test with my flying sword, while the true lethal strike consisted of these 2 binding talismans. Yi Chuan's gaze remained unwavering, fixed upon the body tightly ensnared by the binding talismans. The art of disguise employed by the wind is truly remarkable. Yi Chuan could hardly discern which figure belonged to the wind. However, having learned from his previous encounter with this elusive entity, he was certain that among the corpses on the ground, one was indeed a result of the wind's camouflage. Naturally, he dared not approach to probe further, and instead opted to test the situation from a distance with his flying sword. To his surprise, the wind, unable to maintain composure, was startled by the release of the sword and attempted to flee into the black mist. Yet, Yi Chuan, having prepared for this very moment, unleashed 2 high-level binding talismans that ensnared the wind's body. The binding technique not only immobilizes the cultivator's physical form, but also exerts a certain restraint over their inner essence. Once ensnared, the wind struggled for a considerable time, but found no means of escape. After all, the high-tier talismans, costing over 100 spirit stones each, unleashed advanced spells, beyond the capacity of a mere chi refining stage cultivator to easily break free. Realization dawned upon the wind. It was I who had betrayed myself. And I cannot blame others. Now that I, the wind, am firmly captured, why do you not swiftly come and put an end to my life? Grant me a merciful release. Allowing me to languish here is rather ungracious. Seeing no way to free himself, the wind sighed and spoke with an air of resignation. You seek to lure me closer only to ambush me? Huh, your cunning calculations are misguided. Yi Chuan, upon hearing this, crossed his arms defiantly, showing no inclination to approach and deliver the final blow. To his astonishment, the young man possessed such profound shrewdness. I, the wind, am humbled. To perish at your hands would indeed be a stroke of fortune. The wind spoke with a cold tone. There is no need to provoke me. Who among mortals is without fear of death? Your words are mere bait to draw me near so that you may unleash your life-saving strike upon me. I am not so foolish. I am already bound by your high-level talismans. What further tricks could I possibly employ? However, I admire your cautious demeanor. And if you promise not to kill me, I would be willing to befriend you. The wind continued. Yi Chuan, with a derisive smile, remained silent, neither nodding nor shaking his head, his mind racing with thoughts. Now, he took the opportunity to assess the wind, noting his somewhat disreputable appearance, reminiscent of a weasel, with beady eyes darting about, clearly seeking an escape. Although Yi Chuan had not studied the art of physiognomy, the glint of malice emanating from the wind's small eyes, coupled with his past actions, revealed his cold-hearted nature. He was not a person worth associating with. Should you regard me, the wind, with disdain and have no desire for friendship? I possess some wealth that might be of interest. I could negotiate with you to buy my life with spirit stones. You need only name your price. The wind, recognizing Yi Chuan's resolute demeanor and understanding that his flowery words would not easily deceive such a steadfast individual, resorted to his ultimate ploy of offering wealth to save his life. Were it not for your words, I, Yi, would not have resolved to end your life. You seek to buy your existence with wealth? Your life rests within my grasp. Should I extinguish it? Your celestial stones shall belong to me." Upon hearing this, Yichuan suddenly erupted into laughter, drawing forth 2 high-grade golden blade talismans from his storage pouch at his waist. In the face of astonishment, he infused them with celestial essence and cast them forth. I shall fight you to the death." The wind, known for his ruthlessness, had seen countless cultivators perish beneath his hand, no fewer than 80,000. Yet now, he found himself outmaneuvered by a rookie, and while he cursed his own carelessness, he steeled himself for a desperate struggle. Summoning his inner celestial essence, he unleashed a torrent of transparent wind blades aimed at Yichuan's vital points. Their speed was unfathomable. Despite Yichuan's release of the 2 high-grade golden blade talismans, the wind blades, swift and agile, threaded through the gaps of dozens of golden blades, surging towards him. Yichuan was struck with alarm, scarcely able to evade. He could only muster his celestial essence, conjuring the protective shield of the Diamond Guard talisman, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow as the wind blades struck him. The blades clashed against the surface of the Diamond Guard shield, emitting a sound akin to metal scraping against metal. The white light of the shield flickered erratically as Yichuan felt his celestial essence rapidly siphoned away, absorbed into the talisman. The expenditure of over 300 celestial stones was indeed not in vain. The shield ultimately succeeded in repelling the assault of the wind blades, their energy worn down to nothingness. Finally, Yichuan found the opportunity to examine the wind before him, bound tightly by a binding spell. His body was reduced to a mere pile of flesh after enduring the onslaught of the 2 high-grade golden blade talismans. He had truly become a lifeless corpse. With the wind now deceased, Yichuan exhaled a long sigh of relief. However, he made no move to retract the high-grade Diamond Guard talisman. Summoning his fallen celestial sword, Flame, back to his hand, he replaced it with the superior celestial sword, Shadow. With 2 high-grade celestial talismans in hand, he cautiously approached the corpse of the wind. The body had long since transformed into a mass of mangled flesh, and the overwhelming stench of blood compelled Yichuan to hold his breath. After a moment of searching, he finally located the storage pouch on the wind's person. Using his telekinetic ability to retrieve it, Yichuan examined the pouch with his appraisal technique. It appeared similar to an ordinary storage pouch, albeit with a significantly brighter hue. Upon closer inspection, he was astounded to discover that this pouch was, in fact, a top-tier storage artifact, surpassing the quality of a typical high-grade pouch by an entire level. Do not underestimate the significance of this mere level difference. It is imperative to understand that ordinary storage bags cannot contain one another. One can only carry as many as can be secured to the waist. When adorned with a dozen storage bags, the belt becomes quite full. However, upon acquiring this exquisite storage bag, it becomes possible to accommodate a superior-grade storage bag of a lower level. This is not solely due to the fact that the exquisite storage bag possesses several times more space than the superior grade. It is also because it can contain ordinary storage bags, thereby significantly expanding its capacity. Consider that an ordinary storage bag is merely the size of 2 palms. When nestled within this exquisite storage bag, it occupies a mere inconspicuous space. After refining this exquisite storage bag with celestial essence, Yichuan opened it to discover thousands upon thousands of ordinary storage bags within, leaving him momentarily stunned. Goodness, who knows how many cultivators have perished in this storm. To possess such a multitude of ordinary storage bags, one could rival a nation in wealth. After a considerable time, Yichuan regained his composure and murmured to himself. Securing the exquisite storage bag to his waist, Yichuan meticulously searched the ground once more, but found no further relics of cultivation, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a piercing cry of a monkey echoed from behind him. Yichuan hurriedly turned around to see a lithe figure, skillfully casting protective celestial arts, frantically fleeing in his direction. Yichuan, hurry! This demon monkey is too powerful and has gone mad. We cannot withstand it. Upon spotting Yichuan, Ma Sanyang's face lit up with joy, and she called out loudly. Only then did Yichuan notice her disheveled appearance, clothes askew, and her countenance pale, clearly having suffered greatly from the relentless assault of the demon monkey. Sister Sanyang, our comrades have fallen to the storm. You must abandon that little demon monkey. We must flee for our lives, Yichuan urged. Noticing that Ma Sanyang was still gripping the small demon monkey she had captured from the demon monkey's lair, unwilling to let go. To his surprise, the astute Ma Sanyang was momentarily confused in this matter. While the offspring of demon beasts are indeed precious and can be tamed into celestial beasts with a few years of nurturing, one must first survive the current peril of the frenzied demon monkey's pursuit. I Very well. It seems fate has dictated this day. Our lives are paramount. Upon seeing the multitude of corpses strewn about, Ma Sanyang felt a shift in her heart and immediately extinguished her desire to rear a celestial beast, tossing aside the small demon monkey she had been clutching. The fist-sized little demon monkey let out a shrill cry as it leaped into the air. The male demon monkey, concerned for the safety of its offspring, ceased its attack on Ma Sanyang and hurriedly turned to pursue the airborne little demon monkey, anxious that it might fall and injure itself. Let us go. Ma Sanyang called to Yichuan, taking the lead as she soared deeper into the black wind gorge, utilizing her flight technique to its utmost. Her figure soon vanished into the dense black mist. Yichuan, unwilling to lag behind, hastily employed the technique of terrestrial flight to pursue. Behind him, the anguished cries of the demon ape echoed, yet it did not follow, evidently. The safety of the young demon ape was deemed far more critical than the lives of these invading foes. After sprinting several miles, he finally evaded the relentless chase of the demon ape. As the two paused to catch their breath and consume chi recovery pills to restore their celestial essence, they suddenly beheld a dramatic shift in the skies over the black wind gorge, whereupon torrential rain began to pour. Yichuan, we must find a cave to take shelter from the rain, Ma Sanyang exclaimed. The rain in this gorge is laced with toxins that can swiftly deplete a cultivator's celestial essence. In such downpour, our protective barriers will not hold for long. She observed the ominous black droplets cascading from the sky, noting how her barrier glimmered brightly as it rapidly absorbed her essence. Alarmed, she turned to Yichuan, her expression shifting with urgency. Yichuan too sensed the anomaly of the sudden downpour, feeling his celestial essence dwindle rapidly. He barely managed to maintain his protective barrier, unwilling to risk allowing the black droplets to fall upon him. Nodding in agreement, they hurriedly sought refuge in a nearby cave. Although the air within was somewhat fetid, it was far more bearable than enduring the corrosive rain outside. Once inside and dispelling their protective barriers, Yichuan remained relatively unscathed, while Ma Sanyang, having battled the demon ape for an extended period, was drenched in perspiration, her thin garments clinging to her form, accentuating her alluring curves. Stirring a rush of warmth within Yichuan, Ma Sanyang, aware of her disheveled state, felt no bashfulness typical of ordinary women. Instead, her gaze ignited with fervor. Her cheeks flushed like blooming flowers, for their past intimacies rendered the need for modesty unnecessary. Yichuan, come here, your sister misses you, she called, noticing him standing still, silently chastising him for his lack of understanding of her desires. With a resigned sigh, she stepped forward and embraced his robust form. Soon thereafter, garments were discarded, and the temperature within the cave escalated significantly. Following a tempestuous interlude, Yichuan, I find myself increasingly unable to be apart from you, Ma Sanyang murmured, as she turned, her delicate figure pressing against him, showering him with tender kisses while whispering sweet nothings in his ear. Exhausted, Yichuan dared not provoke Ma Sanyang further. He hastily donned his attire and seated himself cross-legged upon a clean rock at the cave entrance, beginning to consume chi recovery pills and closing his eyes in meditation. Struggling to attain tranquility, he glanced over to find Ma Sanyang now fully dressed, appearing even more captivating. To his surprise, Ma Sanyang was already in her 40s, yet her appearance resembled that of a youthful woman in her 20s. It seemed the cultivation of water-based celestial techniques contributed to her youthful visage. Both wood and water elemental methods possessed rejuvenating properties. Yichuan pondered this, shaking his head in quiet disbelief. Ms. Inanaying once engaged in a fierce battle with a demon ape, depleting a significant amount of her celestial essence. Unable to replenish her strength, she subsequently clashed with Wai Chuan, leaving her utterly exhausted. In haste, she ingested a celestial elixir and sat cross-legged on a dry rock to meditate. Wai Chuan, unable to enter a meditative state at that moment, retrieved an exquisite storage bag obtained from a gust of wind and began to inventory its contents. The quantity was indeed considerable, but he had no time to count each item meticulously. Instead, he conducted a cursory examination, selecting some advanced celestial talismans and elemental stones for future use, before focusing his attention on locating the wind-based cultivation techniques practiced by the gust of wind. After a prolonged search, he finally discovered a thick tome nestled in a corner of the storage bag. Upon extraction, he observed the ancient characters YFing inscribed on the cover. Judging by the handwriting and the paper's antiquity, this manual had evidently existed for a considerable time. Nevertheless, the quality of the paper was exceptional. Although it had yellowed and its edges were slightly frayed, it remained entirely intact. Having hastily skimmed through the Yfing Ju, Wai Chuan found a few small booklets resembling genealogies within the exquisite storage bag. From these, he discerned the lineage of a family known as the Feng clan. Upon reaching the last page, he encountered the name Feng Quang, stirring something within him. Further examination of the numerous notes left by the gust of wind revealed the identity of the individual Feng Quang, a scion of the Feng family, a renowned lineage of cultivators. Due to the scarcity of descendants possessing wind roots, the family had faced near extinction on multiple occasions. Consequently, countless generations of formidable cultivators within the clan toiled tirelessly to create a secret technique that allowed practitioners without wind roots to cultivate wind-based celestial methods. Known as the FNGMSH, this technique relied on special wind-based artifacts to store celestial essence, thus enabling the use of wind-based techniques. As Wai Chuan perused the multitude of small booklets left by the gust of wind, excitement coursed through him. It is well known that cultivators lacking wind roots cannot practice wind-based techniques, but with this secret transmission from the Feng family, even those without wind roots could successfully cultivate wind-based methods. Thus, it could be said that the FNGMSH was an extraordinarily formidable technique. Wind-based celestial methods are renowned for their speed, although their offensive power does not rival that of gold or fire techniques. Nor can they compare to the might of lightning techniques. They possess distinct advantages. Practitioners of wind-based methods are invariably exceptional individuals. The gust of wind, having mastered the wind-based techniques, was nearly invincible among cultivators of the same realm, having claimed the lives of no fewer than 80,000 practitioners. However, misfortune befell this gust of wind when it encountered Wai Chuan, compounded by its arrogance and overconfidence in its abilities, believing itself truly invincible due to its mastery of wind techniques. Thus, it unwittingly fell into a trap, and Wai Chuan, denying it any chance of reprieve, sealed its fate. Yichuan originally lacked the wind spirit root and had not paid much attention to the wind control technique. However, after perusing the account of the windbone secret art, hope ignited anew within him, prompting him to delve into this tome of wind-based cultivation. This collection of the wind control technique was evidently incomplete, encompassing only the phases of the ghost immortal and human immortal realms, with no guidance for cultivation beyond the earth immortal level. Nevertheless, it sufficed for Yichuan, who was currently venturing into the perilous Black Wind Canyon in pursuit of a ghost immortal level technique. The unexpected acquisition of a variant wind-based method for the human immortal stage was a delightful surprise. Yet, Yichuan could not conclude his adventures in the Black Wind Canyon at this juncture, for the windbone secret art detailed a challenging method for cultivating the windbone, a substitute for the wind spirit root. The process demanded considerable resources and did not guarantee success, which is why the Feng family had never implemented this technique in practice since its inception. It remained in the experimental phase. Additionally, the materials required to forge the windbone were exceedingly rare and costly, making them difficult to procure even for the wealthy. Thus, despite the glimmer of hope for practicing the wind-based technique, Yichuan understood that the odds were slim. He could not abandon this perilous expedition nor the opportunity to join the Qingding sect. Failing to secure the subsequent techniques would hinder his advancement to the Ghost Immortal S intermediate stage. Although devoid of the wind spirit root, he discovered that the introductory spell, the breath-holding technique, detailed at the beginning of the wind control technique, could indeed be cultivated. This spell did not necessitate the wind spirit root and offered a method for circulating spiritual energy, allowing one to sever the outward flow of their aura, rendering them undetectable to others. This technique bore resemblance to the breath-concealing method but was markedly superior. Yichuan, invigorated by his findings, began to contemplate the practice of the breath-holding technique. A notebook left by the winds contained insights into this method, guiding Yichuan and sparing him from unnecessary detours. Although he would not master it immediately, his comprehension of the technique advanced rapidly, yielding substantial benefits. "Yichuan, what are you engrossed in?" called Ma Sanyang, her voice breaking his concentration. As he returned to reality, his senses were assailed by the enticing aroma of food. While Yichuan had immersed himself in studying the breath-holding technique, Ma Sanyang had busied herself with preparing a meal, utilizing her storage pouch to gather pots and utensils. She had kindled a fire with dry wood found in the cave, cooking noodles with fresh water, and incorporating pre-cooked beef to create a pot of beef noodles. Cultivators at the Qi refinement stage could not yet practice abstaining from food, necessitating regular meals, though they could endure hunger far better than ordinary mortals. Even a 10-day or half-month fast, sustained by elixirs, would not adversely affect their bodies. However, the long-forgotten fragrance of food stirred Yichuan's appetite, prompting his fingers to itch in anticipation. Having just savored a fragrant bowl of beef noodles, I suddenly heard a piercing cry of a monkey echoing from outside the cave amidst the torrential black rain. The sound resembled that of the sinister ape from our previous encounter. Both Yichuan and Ma Sanyang's expressions changed drastically. And without a moment to tidy up the pots and dishes scattered on the ground, they hastily summoned their magical artifacts and darted to the cave entrance. In the rain-soaked night, the trio braved the downpour, racing towards the cave from which flickering flames emerged. Wang Shidi, quickly discard that little demon ape. Did you not notice the old demon ape madly pursuing us from behind? If it catches up, the three of us together would hardly stand a chance against that beast, exclaimed a robust man, addressing a slender youth beside him. Why fear that creature, Gao Shixiao? It has been struck by my bone-penetrating nails, which are laced with my meticulously crafted venom. The faster it runs, the more rapidly the poison will take effect. In the end, we won't even need to lift a finger, it will succumb to the poison. Wang Fei, the slender youth, responded hurriedly. Wang Shidi's skills are indeed remarkable, especially his expertise in toxins. Without that, escaping from the clutches of that demon ape would be exceedingly difficult, chuckled another youth with shifty eyes. Shixiang Zhou. Once we capture the demon ape's carcass, I won't require it. Just this little ape cub will suffice. Wang Fei grinned mischievously. Of course, Wang Shidi has a penchant for nurturing celestial beasts. Naturally, the ape cub shall belong to him. Gao Shixiang and the sly-eyed Zhou Shixiang chimed in eagerly. They had little interest in raising celestial beasts themselves, fearing they would perish in a matter of days. It would be wiser to claim more parts of the demon ape's body instead, which could yield a tidy profit. There is a flicker of light within the cave. It suggests the presence of others. Should we lure the demon ape inside, employing a strategy of using others to do our bidding, and thus profit? Zhou Shixiang proposed, glancing towards the distant glow emanating from the cave. We cannot ascertain the number of individuals inside. It would be prudent to exercise caution. If we encounter a large group of cultivators, we might end up losing more than we gain. Gao Shixiang replied, furrowing his brow. Fear not, my two Shixiang. I shall release my celestial beast, the earth mouse, to infiltrate the cave and assess the situation before we make a decision. If the numbers are not overwhelming, we might seize a small fortune in the process. Wang Fei chuckled, reaching for a dark pouch at his waist. From its opening emerged a small, earth-colored beast resembling a mouse about the size of a fist, which immediately began to squeak excitedly as it peered up at Wang Fei. Earth mouse. Venture into the cave and gauge the situation. Count how many people are inside. Wang Fei commanded, pulling out a white porcelain vial from another storage bag. Uncorking it and pouring a dark red pill into the creature's mouth. The little beast eagerly swallowed the pill, emitting a delighted squeak before vanishing underground in a flash. After a brief moment, the earth-colored creature re-emerged from the soil, catching up to the fleeing Wang Fei, and leaped onto his shoulder, chattering animatedly in his ear. Within the cave, there were only two individuals, a man and a woman. It seems we are on the brink of a small fortune, exclaimed Wang Shidi in a hushed tone after receiving a report from the earthy-hued creature. Let us charge into the cave, eliminate those two, and then combine our efforts against the poisoned demon ape. High Senior Brother Gao responded with a gleam of excitement in his eyes. Hearing the demonic ape's piercing cries, Yichuan and Ma Sanyang felt a surge of anxiety. Ma Sanyang promptly summoned her ribbon-like magical artifact and swiftly positioned herself in ambush on one side of the cave. Meanwhile, Yichuan did not act immediately. Instead, he patted his storage bag and produced a vibrant 5-colored array flag along with 5 small, multicolored array discs. He hastily set them in place according to the 5 elemental directions within the cave, digging pits to secure them. It turned out this young man had come prepared, having acquired a set of high-tier 5-element array discs and flags. Truly, he possessed considerable wealth, for such advanced arrays were worth several thousand celestial stones. Observing Yichuan's actions from her concealed position, Ma Sanyang remained silent, yet inwardly marveled at his resourcefulness. Once Yichuan completed his preparations, he stored the 5-colored flag and swiftly moved to the opposite side of the cave entrance to lie in wait. He promptly employed the wind-listening technique, catching faint voices amidst the sound of rain, indicating that 3 cultivators were drawing near the cave entrance, while the anguished cries of the ape grew increasingly feeble, suggesting it had sustained grave injuries. Gazing at the flickering flames within the cave, the imposing figure of High Senior Brother Gao turned to Wang Shidi and said, Wang Shidi, you should enter first to assess the situation. High Senior Brother, I fear that may not be prudent. Wang Shidi's countenance soured upon hearing this, and with a flicker of realization, he understood his senior's intentions. Yet, Intimidated by the latter's reputation, he hesitantly protested. "Look at you, quaking in your boots, relying on sweet words to deceive the master and employing devious tricks with your poison skills. They are merely two cultivators. Why are you so frightened?" complained Zhou Shixiao, a young man with shifty eyes, before declaring, "I, Zhou Xiaohu, will go in first. You all follow closely." With that, Zhou inhaled deeply, brandishing a glimmering celestial blade and a copper shield, before swiftly entering the cave. Inside, Yi Chuan and Ma Sanyang were tense. And upon seeing a figure breach the cave entrance, Ma Sanyang, in her anxiety, acted first. With a swift motion, she launched her renowned flying needles at the intruder. However, with a resounding clang, they were deflected by the copper shield in the intruder's grasp. Suddenly, a shadow of a sword struck from the other side, catching Zhou Xiaohu off guard. With his left hand's shield unable to block in time, he hastily swung his celestial blade in an attempt to parry the incoming attack. The shadow sword only manifested as a silhouette, devoid of a physical form, which typically posed a surprise to first-time adversaries. Yi Chuan, intent on launching a sneak attack, redirected the sword's shadow, unleashing his sword technique, which directly pierced Zhou Xiaohu's right wrist. The shadow sword was extraordinarily sharp, capable of severing even the sinews of a Qi refinement realm cultivator. In a single stroke, blood erupted forth as Brother Zhou's right hand was instantly rendered useless. Elated with his success, Yi Chuan prepared to deliver a follow-up strike, only to witness Brother Zhou resolutely forsake the lurking enemies on either side of the cave, lunging forward and diving into the cavern. Consequently, Yi Chuan's second strike fell empty, piercing only the void. Outside the cave, Brother Gao, using his keen ears, detected the fierce battle at the entrance. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaohu had successfully breached the cave, and his heart swelled with joy as he forcefully urged his companion, Brother Wang, "Quickly assist Brother Zhou. I will guard the entrance." Caught off guard by Brother Gao's sudden push, Brother Wang stumbled into the cave, just in time to intercept Yi Chuan's second strike. The shadow of the sword swept across Brother Wang's body, leaving a deep gash on his shoulder, from which blood gushed forth. On the other side, Ma Sanyang's flying needles were thwarted by Zhou Xiaohu's bronze shield, returning her efforts in vain. Undeterred, she launched a second wave of needles just as Brother Wang was thrust into the cave. Several needles pierced his throat, sealing his fate instantaneously. Despite Brother Wang's peak prowess in the Qi refinement realm, he would not have perished so swiftly had it not been for Brother Gao's unexpected maneuver, which caught him off guard and led to his demise. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaohu, who had recklessly entered the cave, rolled to evade a potential ambush from behind. Although his right hand's sinews had been severed and his celestial sword was lost, he still wielded the bronze shield in his left hand. As he regained his footing, a figure lunged at him, prompting him to swiftly raise the shield in defense. Brother Wang's lifeless body collided violently with the shield, the force of the impact sending Zhou Xiaohu sprawling. "Three sisters, guard the entrance," Yi Chuan called out, swiftly darting toward Zhou Xiaohu, who was just coming to his senses. In a panic, Zhou Xiaohu raised his shield to intercept. Aware that his opponent was at the peak of the Qi refinement realm, Yi Chuan knew that despite the injury, a direct confrontation would yield little success. Thus, he resorted to an unexpected tactic, lowering himself and directing the shadow sword's blade to slice through Zhou Xiaohu's calves, severing both legs. Zhou Xiaohu collapsed, unable to suppress his anguished cries. Yi Chuan refrained from pressing the attack, wary of provoking a desperate response. After all, a cornered beast fights fiercely. Moreover, there was still an unknown cultivator lurking outside, watching intently. Zhou Xiaohu had indeed encountered misfortune. With his right hand's sinews severed and being struck by Brother Wang's corpse, his mind was clouded, leaving him vulnerable to Yi Chuan's opportunistic assault that severed his feet. At that moment, outside the cave, Senior Brother Gao was startled by the anguished cries of Zhou Xiaohu echoing from within. The prolonged silence from Wang Shidi, whom he had pushed into the cave, further heightened his alarm, causing him to hesitate before recklessly entering the cave. Although Senior Brother Gao appeared somewhat clumsy in stature, his mind was anything but dull. He quickly surmised that his fellow disciples, Zhou and Wang, had fallen into an ambush. With thoughts racing, he resolved against taking further risks by entering the cave. After all, the torrential rain had ceased, as long as he guarded the cave entrance. There was no need to worry about the individuals inside making their escape. Yi Chuan and Ma Sanyang stood guard at the cave's entrance, their hearts growing increasingly anxious as no third figure rushed in from outside. The cries of the monkey had long ceased, leaving them uncertain whether the demon ape had succumbed to its injuries or had already fled. Wang Shidi lay dead, while Zhou Xiaohu, with his right tendon severed and feet mangled, had bled excessively and had been easily exploited by Yi Chuan, who, using his sword technique with the Qingying sword, had swiftly dispatched him. Nevertheless, the third person outside was a renowned chi refining expert, displaying remarkable patience, as long as they guarded the entrance. The two inside would hesitate to charge out recklessly. After exchanging a glance with Ma Sanyang on the opposite side, Yi Chuan forced a bitter smile and shook his head. The dawn had broken, and the black wind gorge, perpetually shrouded in dark mist, exhibited little distinction between day and night. Yet, the daylight was still more intense than the darkness, offering better visibility. Gao Bin, having guarded the entrance all night, simmered with frustration, cursing Zhou Shidi and Wang Shidi for their ineptitude, realizing they had been outsmarted by the two younger individuals within the cave. The thought of such disgraceful news spreading was unbearable. If he did not eliminate these two today, his reputation would be irreparably damaged. Suddenly, the prospect of the demon ape possibly succumbing to poison brightened his mood. With a sinister grin, he shouted into the cave. You two wretched youngsters dared to launch a sneak attack, harming my two disciples. I, Gao Bin, shall not rest until I avenge this affront. With his voice echoing, Gao Bin brandished a large sword and boldly entered the cave. Ma Sanyang, taken aback by his audacity, swiftly launched her ribbon-like magical artifact at him. Gao Bin, having devised a strategy for entering the cave and learning from the failures of Zhou and Wang, recognized that there were ambushes on either side. Thus, when Ma Sanyang's artifact approached, he did not attempt to block it. Instead, he deftly evaded and thrust his sword toward Yi Chuan, who was about to make a move on the other side. Yi Chuan was taken aback by the ferocity of the attack, even before the sword reached him. The pressure of its aura was palpable. He hastily summoned the Qingying sword to parry the incoming strike, but the sword nearly slipped from his grasp, indicating the formidable power behind Gao Bin's blow. In that moment of distraction, Gao Bin unleashed a second strike, a chilling wave of sword energy that sent shivers down Yi Chuan's spine. Should he be struck by such force, even the strongest of men would surely be pierced through. Yi Chuan, unwilling to take unnecessary risks, swiftly dodged the fierce attack. However, his left sleeve was grazed by a sliver of sword energy, leaving half of it severed. Observing Yi Chuan in peril, Ma Sanyang quickly released her flying needles towards the back of Gao Bin's head. Anticipating the ambush, Gao Bin, without turning around, conjured a dark shield with his left hand, deftly deflecting the attack. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Chuan launched his counterattack. The Qingying sword, with its illusory form, was ideal for stealthy strikes. However, facing Gao Bin head-on, such a tactic was rendered ineffective, as Gao Bin discerned the sword's unique characteristics, diminishing Yi Chuan's advantage. Gao Bin, after all, is a seasoned master at the pinnacle of the chi refinement stage. Confronted by two cultivators who have recently reached the same realm, he remains composed. A formidable sword dances gracefully in his grasp, effortlessly parrying the relentless attacks of Yi Chuan and Ma Sanyang. However, upon catching sight of the grim fates of his junior brothers, Zhou and Wang, within the cave, Gao Bin's fury ignites. With a swift motion, he retaliates, unleashing his sword to send Ma Sanyang's attacking ribbon-like artifact flying, and in a flash, he delivers a powerful punch to Yi Chuan's chest, capitalizing on his momentary lapse in focus. A resounding impact reverberates through the air as his fist strikes Yi Chuan's chest, erupting in a burst of white light that shields him from the blow. A protective artifact. Gao Bin gasps in astonishment, realizing that this young man possesses a rare piece of celestial armor. Such a treasure, adorning the boy, seems a sheer waste. In an instant, a thought crosses his mind, and he channels all his strength into the sword, intent on swiftly bringing Yi Chuan down and claiming the coveted armor for himself. Suddenly, Yi Chuan feels the weight of pressure magnifying upon him. His sword, the shadow of the, has lost its capacity for stealth, and under Gao Bin's full assault, he finds himself overwhelmed. Just as he is struck by another sword attack, he is fortunate to be clad in the Wei family's ancestral mid-grade fire-repelling celestial attire. Originally donned for alchemical endeavors to withstand the furnace's searing heat, it unexpectedly proves beneficial in combat. The impact of Gao Bin's punch does not injure him. Without this protection, he might have suffered grievous internal damage from that powerful strike, let alone the sword wound. The sword energy fails to penetrate the fire-repelling attire, repelled by its defense. Gao Bin, witnessing this, is further astonished. The quality of this armor is evidently exceptional, likely mid-grade, for it effortlessly withstands his full-force strike. Just as Gao Bin's gaze turns icy, preparing to deliver a lethal blow to Yi Chuan, Ma Sanyang perceives the imminent danger and swiftly retreats into the cave. She kicks the 2 corpses and several large stones towards Gao Bin in a desperate counterattack. "Foolish child, do you dare to ambush me?" Gao Bin bellows in rage, unleashing a powerful punch that generates a fierce gust, shattering the incoming stones and obliterating the 2 corpses, showering the ground in a deluge of blood. In a fleeting moment of distraction, a small, yellow-brown creature, about the size of a fist, bursts forth from the blood rain. Its speed is astonishing, and before Gao Bin can discern its identity, it leaps onto him. Lowering his gaze, he recognizes it as a small, mouse-like celestial beast, the earth rat trained by his companion, Wang. Unfamiliar with Gao Bin, the earth rat, believing its master has been slain by an enemy, lunges at him. With no protective armor to shield him, Gao Bin is unable to withstand the creature's sharp teeth. A sickening sound accompanies the biting, as the earth rat tears a chunk of flesh from his right shoulder, exposing bone beneath the gory wound. "Ah!" Gao Bin let out a painful cry, scarcely pausing to think, as he hastily extended his left hand and delivered a heavy slap upon his right shoulder, crushing the gopher that had bitten him into a mere pulp. With a sharp crack, his left palm shattered his own right shoulder. It was only then that he regained his senses, filled with profound regret. This impulsive strike, propelled by sheer agony, was instinctive and born of resentment, though one might mistake it for swatting a mosquito. After all, that gopher was a late-stage celestial beast, equivalent to a human cultivator at the late stage of chi refinement. The force capable of flattening it was undoubtedly extraordinary. Meanwhile, Yi Chuan, who had found himself in an utterly disadvantageous position, was momentarily stunned by the sudden dramatic turn of events. A rush of elation surged within him, and he unleashed his sword technique, directing the shadow sword, accompanied by numerous sword phantoms, towards the dazed Gao Bin. Gao Bin's right arm was rendered entirely useless, however. Being a seasoned expert with years of renown, he quickly adapted despite the bewilderment from the recent events. Without a moment's deliberation, he seized the large sword that had slipped from his right hand with his left, deflecting the relentless assault of Yi Chuan's shadow sword. Yet, with only one arm remaining, coupled with the severe bite from the gopher and the self-inflicted injury to his right shoulder, Gao Bin, in his dazed state, managed to block Yi Chuan's advance with his left hand. However, he could not guard against Ma Sanyang's flying needles. With a swift sound, the needles she released pierced through Gao Bin's back, directly transfixing his heart and emerging from his chest. Gao Bin, who had never regarded the two as worthy adversaries, felt a sudden sharp pain in his heart and was engulfed in darkness, his strength evaporating in an instant, leaving him in a state of oblivion. His robust frame collapsed forward with a thud. At that moment, Yi Chuan and Ma Sanyang exchanged glances, momentarily stunned by the unexpected outcome. The seemingly inevitable defeat had transformed into a dramatic reversal, causing the once dominant Gao Bin to fall so easily. "Sister Sanyang, are you all right?" After a prolonged pause, Yi Chuan finally regained his composure and inquired about Ma Sanyang, feeling utterly exhausted, as if his body had fallen apart. Although the confrontation with Gao Bin had not been lengthy, it had already drained his limited celestial essence. Now, as he paused, he felt a sharp pain emanating from his dantian, a consequence of the depletion of his celestial energy. In haste, he retrieved a white porcelain vial from his robe and poured out 2 green elixirs, each the size of a soybean. Upon breaking the wax seal, a delightful fragrance filled the cave, invigorating the senses and revitalizing the spirit. It was the chi-collecting pill that Yi Chuan had personally concocted. After consuming the pill, his celestial essence began to recover gradually, and soon the piercing sensation in his dantian subsided, restoring some of his strength. At this moment, Ma Sanyang was also significantly drained of celestial energy. She quickly sought a dry spot, consumed a chi-collecting pill, and sat cross-legged to refine the medicinal power. Yi Chuan did not immediately sit down to restore his celestial essence. Instead, he approached and began to search for spoils on Gao Bin's body. After a prolonged search, he found nothing of note except for a well-crafted greatsword lying on the ground and a dark, murky shield. However, he discovered a small, dark pouch at Gao Bin's right hip, an artifact commonly used by cultivators for storage. After further scouring the battlefield, he stumbled upon several scattered celestial artifacts and another pouch, larger than usual and adorned with intricate patterns of birds and beasts. The bodies of his fellow disciples, Zhou and Wang, had been reduced to a gruesome mess, leaving behind this mysterious item. "Could this possibly be a celestial beast bag?" remarked Ma Sanyang, who had risen to her feet, her gaze fixed on the pouch in Yi Chuan's hand. This is a rare treasure, a top-tier celestial artifact. It is said to contain its own space, suitable for celestial beasts to inhabit and cultivate, allowing for convenient companionship. Celestial beast bag? A sanctuary for celestial beasts? Yichuan murmured to himself, captivated. He understood that typical storage pouches could only contain inanimate objects. The celestial beast bag, however, was specifically designed for living creatures. Despite being a premium celestial artifact, its market price rivaled that of an exquisite celestial item, and it was scarce, unlike the more ubiquitous storage pouches that any cultivator with some wealth could acquire. He immediately channeled his celestial essence into the celestial beast bag, erasing the remnants of foreign essence within, successfully opening it. To his astonishment, he perceived a self-contained space within. Quite expansive, divided into approximately 10 compartments, each capable of nurturing a celestial beast. The earth mole beast he had encountered earlier must have emerged from one of these compartments. At that moment, 9 compartments lay empty, but in the last one, he sensed a faint aura of a beast. Quickly, he shook the pouch, releasing the creature hidden deep within. It was a fist-sized, monkey-like beast, its fur a soft shade of red, clearly just born, with its eyes tightly shut and curled up in a ball, breathing weakly. "Isn't this the baby monkey I snatched from the demon ape's den?" Yichuan recalled. Recalling the perilous adventure he undertook to explore the cave, where he had witnessed the mother demon ape giving birth. Despite his good intentions, the demon apes had shown no gratitude. After merely taking the baby, he had been relentlessly pursued by the male demon ape, nearly losing his life in the process. Seeing the small creature in Yichuan's hands, Ma Sanyang exclaimed with excitement, "Sister Sanyang, this little monkey is for you. You brought it back at great risk." Yichuan said hastily, noticing her eager expression. "Perhaps not. The little monkey is too weak to survive under my care. You may keep it for amusement." Ma Sanyang replied with a shake of her head, refusing to accept it. Yichuan, feeling helpless, reluctantly tied the beast pouch around his waist. He gazed at the little monkey cradled in his palm, troubled by its plight. This young creature had been separated from its mother at birth, likely deprived of nourishment and on the brink of starvation. "If you have something delectable to offer, perhaps you could save it," Ma Sanyang suggested. Although she longed for a celestial beast to nurture, a dying one would serve no purpose. As for the beast pouch in Yichuan's possession, she desired it greatly, yet felt too shy to request it. Yichuan furrowed his brow upon hearing her words, lost in thought for a moment before hastily slapping his storage pouch at his waist. He retrieved a blood-red fruit, cracked it open, and mashed the succulent flesh, feeding the sweet juice to the little monkey. The creature, drawn by the enticing aroma, instinctively extended its tongue to taste the nectar in Yichuan's palm, savoring the delightful flavor and licking eagerly. To his surprise, the little monkey relished the blood-red fruit, indicating it was not entirely useless. It could indeed nourish a celestial beast. Delighted by this revelation, Yichuan continued to feed the monkey, which, after consuming a piece of the fruit, regained some vitality. Although its eyes remained shut, it no longer appeared feeble and soon drifted into a deep slumber. Yichuan quickly placed the little monkey into the pouch at his waist and retrieved a jade bowl from his storage. He crushed several pieces of the blood-red fruit and placed them within, preparing for the monkey's awakening. "I didn't realize you possessed such a treasure as the blood-red fruit. It seems nurturing the little monkey will pose no challenge. Congratulations on acquiring a celestial beast," Ma Sanyang exclaimed, her envy palpable. "Oh, it's merely a few blood-red fruits," Yichuan replied with a smile. "If you have no objections, the beast pouch and the little monkey shall belong to me, while you may claim the other treasures on the ground." His heart brimmed with joy at the thought of nurturing the little monkey, as it signified the acquisition of a celestial beast. "Very well, I shall not be modest." Ma Sanyang beamed, gathering the remaining spoils without hesitation. However, she mused to herself, surprised that this rival was not driven by greed. The treasures he had relinquished were of considerable value. As her thoughts wandered, she couldn't help but glance at the 5-element formation in the cave, which had proven useless, deepening her intrigue regarding the enigmatic youth with whom she had shared intimate moments in the past. After Yichuan secured the little monkey, he finally found time to meditate and regain his celestial essence. It was only after he had restored his energy that Ma Sanyang spoke. "I initially thought that entering the valley later would allow us to evade unnecessary dangers. However, upon entering, we encountered a gust of wind, and now this situation seems to indicate ill fortune. Nevertheless, I have gathered enough of the celestial herbs listed in the Qing Ding sect's task document over the past 2 years, and I only lack 1,000 pounds of black iron essence, which can only be extracted from the iron mine within the Black Wind Gorge. Let us set off." I recall that the nearest iron mine is merely 100 miles away. If we hurry, we shall arrive in 2 or 3 days. Realizing that Sister Sanyang was on the verge of completing the collection of celestial items, Yichuan felt compelled to extend his congratulations. Let us not delay any further, he proclaimed with a faint smile. After stowing away the array plate of the 5 elements formation, he followed closely behind Ma Sanyang as they commenced their journey. Within the Black Wind Gorge, the dense black mist harbored toxins that could severely corrode a cultivator's celestial essence. Thus, it was not advisable to rush through the gorge for extended periods. The rugged mountain path to the iron mine consumed an entire day, and they had only covered 1/3 of the distance. After resting in a cave for a while to restore their celestial essence to its prime state, the two resumed their journey. The following day was spent entirely on the road until they finally reached their destination. As Yichuan gazed up at the towering cliff walls on either side, he involuntarily drew a sharp breath. Just as he was about to move towards the nearby entrance of the iron mine, a piercing eagle cry echoed from above. Unable to resist, he employed his enhanced vision, only to behold a swirling mass of dark clouds soaring 100 feet above. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a majestic eagle. Both Yichuan and Ma Xinyang's expressions shifted as they sought a place to hide, fearing that the eagle might perceive them as prey. Yet, to their surprise, the eagle seemed oblivious to their presence, continuing its circular flight near the cliff edge. Using his enhanced sight again, Yichuan noticed a crooked little pine tree growing on the cliff face, entwined by a massive python, several feet long, which was slowly slithering upwards, its tongue flicking in anticipation. Amid the dense branches of the pine, he discerned what appeared to be an eagle's nest. It seemed the python aimed to devour the eaglets within the nest, which explained the eagle's agitation. Yichuan mused. Just then, the circling eagle let out a cry. Flapping its wings vigorously as it swooped down towards the python, its talons poised to strike at the vulnerable spot of the serpent. The python, having sensed the approaching threat, opened its gaping maw and unleashed a torrent of vibrant venom, shooting forth like a deadly arrow towards the attacking eagle. Caught off guard, the eagle falcon was struck by venom on its neck, emitting a mournful cry yet exhibiting unwavering tenacity. With its talons fiercely gripping the giant python's vital point, it flapped its wings powerfully, exerting all its strength to pull away. The python, its body coiled tightly around a low pine, resisted being seized by the falcon. Aware that the skies belonged to the eagle, unable to fly, the python knew that if it were to lose its grip, it would stand no chance against the falcon. Although the eagle falcon had succumbed to the poison, it still summoned immense force in its desperate struggle. However, the python clung tenaciously to the pine, and with a loud crack, the thick trunk was snapped in two. At that moment, the falcon, exhausted and poisoned, let out a sorrowful cry. Plummeting like a kite with its string cut, yet its talons remained firmly clasped around the python, which was still entangled with the broken pine. Witnessing this, Yichuan exchanged a glance with Ma Sanyang, and the two hastily took cover behind a large rock. A resounding crash echoed, unmistakably the sound of the falcon hitting the ground. Yichuan cautiously peered out from behind the rock, only to be met with an extraordinary sight. The falcon lay motionless, its wings broken, yet its claws still clutched the python's vital point. The python's body remained entwined with the fractured pine, and not far from the nest, Yichuan discovered a remarkable object, a bird egg, roughly the size of a fist, undoubtedly the precious charge the falcon had fought to protect. With the danger averted, Yichuan stepped out from behind the rock, approaching the falcon's lifeless form, a wave of profound respect surging within him. This noble creature had fought valiantly to defend its offspring from the python's jaws. This thought evoked memories of his own family swept away by a flood, and his eyes misted with emotion. Raising his celestial sword, he swiftly cleaved the still quivering python in two, a foul stench of snake blood erupting in a spray. Fortunately, Yichuan had prepared for this, skillfully avoiding the splatter and remaining untainted. The python's appearance revealed its potent venom, which had swiftly claimed the falcon's life. Yichuan dared not approach the head, aware that serpents possess remarkable vitality. Even decapitated, they can linger for a considerable time. A careless bite could meet the same fate as the falcon. From a distance, he noticed a green, egg-sized mass exposed where the python had been severed. A surge of joy filled him upon recognizing this egg-shaped entity as the python's gallbladder. Both snake gallbladder and blood possess medicinal properties, and the gallbladder of venomous snakes is particularly renowned for its detoxifying effects. The more toxic the snake, the more extraordinary its gallbladder's antidotal properties. Elation coursed through Yichuan as he approached, grasped the python's tail, and carefully pulled it away from the head, taking utmost caution as he delicately extracted the gallbladder. He retrieved a wide-mouthed porcelain jar and carefully sealed the snake gall within, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. As for the snake's blood, skin, flesh, and even venom, while they possessed their own commendable properties, he preferred to avoid the arduous task of dealing with the python's remains, lest he inadvertently come into contact with the venom and meet his untimely demise, a fate he would rather not entertain. Ma Sanyang stood at a distance, beside a large rock, quietly observing Yi Chuan's efforts without any intention of offering assistance. Her lack of knowledge in alchemy rendered her oblivious to the value of the snake gall. Yi Chuan, let us not delay any longer. We should hasten into the cave to gather the black iron essence, she urged from afar. As Yi Chuan turned to depart, his gaze fell upon an eagle's egg at his feet. This egg had not failed to bear witness to the desperate protection of its unknown parent, having miraculously survived the fall from the cliff alongside a stunted pine. He pondered whether this egg still held the potential to hatch a chick. Oh, the plight of this falcon defending its offspring is indeed worthy of sympathy. I shall first secure this egg and see if there is a chance for it to hatch, he thought, moved by the falcon's fierce maternal instinct, and gently picked up the egg, placing it carefully within his garments. The entrance to the black iron mine was modest, accommodating only 1 or 2 individuals side by side. However, the interior appeared exceedingly spacious, capable of comfortably housing dozens. The air inside was relatively fresh, suggesting recent visitors. To Yi Chuan's surprise, signs of a campfire were evident, with smooth stones arranged around it, clearly indicating a place for sitting. In a corner, he noticed cooking utensils such as pots and bowls, alongside a substantial pile of firewood. Yi Chuan, after a long day of travel, we should take the time to meditate and restore our celestial essence. Once we have regained our strength, we can commence the excavation of the black iron ore, ensuring we gather enough to seek out an alchemist for refinement. If we delay, we risk missing the opportunity to join the Qingding sect's recruitment of outer disciples. Ma Sanyang added. Yi Chuan nodded in agreement, choosing silence as he sought a clean, flat stone. After consuming a chi-boosting pill, he settled into a cross-legged position to meditate and replenish his celestial essence. Observing his compliance, Ma Sanyang discreetly nodded in approval and hastily began her own meditation to recover her essence. In the ensuing days, Yi Chuan toiled diligently within the black iron mine, wielding his magical artifact to excavate the remarkably tough black iron ore. The rhythmic clinking of metal echoed throughout the cavern, initially pleasant to the ear, but soon became monotonous, leaving his spirits dampened. The black iron ore proved exceedingly resilient. Without the aid of celestial essence, the sharpness of his artifact was insufficient for easy extraction. Consequently, the labor was arduous and time-consuming. After several days of relentless effort, he had managed to unearth merely a dozen fist-sized chunks of black iron. Despite their considerable weight, totaling over 1,000 pounds, the amount remained woefully inadequate for submission to the Qingding sect, necessitating further diligence in his endeavors. On that day, Yi Chuan found himself utterly weary of the monotonous life of a miner. After extracting a piece of black iron or the size of a human head, he sank helplessly to the ground and addressed Ma Sanyang, who was still laboring diligently. Sister Sanyang, must we continue this relentless digging? These ores weigh at least 2 or 3,000 jin. Ma Sanyang replied, Yi Chuan, do you not realize that the ores we are mining are not even considered rich deposits? On average, it is rare to extract even 1 jin of refined black iron from every 100 jin of ore. The quantity we have mined these past few days, combined with my previous stock, is still insufficient for even one person's quota. Therefore, we cannot afford to rest. Otherwise, we shall fail to join the Qingding sect this time. Come now, little brother, persist a little longer, and when we return to Qingshan village, I shall reward you handsomely. Though Ma Sanyang was also quite tired of the miner's life, she pressed on for the sake of her dream to join the outer sect of the Qingding sect. Seeing Yi Chuan's fatigue, she felt compelled to offer words of encouragement, tinged with a hint of bitterness in her heart. Hearing her words, Yi Chuan smiled wryly and shook his head. Despite his reluctance to continue, having promised Ma Sanyang his assistance, he felt it was unwise to abandon their endeavor midway, lest he become the subject of ridicule. He quickly rose to his feet, ready to resume his excavation of the black iron ore, when suddenly he sensed something unusual at his chest, as if some foreign object was stirring with anticipation. Could it be that the eagle egg is about to hatch? Yi Chuan's heart leaped with joy as he hastily retrieved the egg from his bosom, cradling it in his palm. He had kept this eagle egg close to him for over 10 days, even while laboring in the mines. At that moment, he noticed that the egg was quivering, and a fine crack had appeared on its surface, signaling the imminent hatching. Little eagle, you must be strong and successfully emerge. Do not let your mother's sacrifice be in vain. Yi Chuan murmured to the egg in earnest. Before long, the crack in the shell widened until, with a sharp crack, it shattered completely. A dark, fuzzy creature emerged from within. Cheep! A tender chirp echoed as Yi Chuan beheld the hatchling eagle peeking out from its broken shell, a smile of pure delight spreading across his face. Little eagle, you have finally hatched and survived. Your mother can now rest in peace. Yi Chuan exclaimed joyfully to the fledgling. The chick was still damp, and Yi Chuan swiftly retrieved a dry towel from his storage pouch, gently wiping the moisture from its black feathers while disposing of the shell remnants. Cheep cheep. The fledgling continuously emitted soft chirps, its newly opened eyes half closed in bliss, clearly relishing Yi Chuan's attentive care. After a while, once Yi Chuan had dried its feathers, the chick opened its bright little eyes wide, fixating its gaze on him, chirping insistently as it gently pecked at his palm with its beak, displaying an affectionate demeanor. Hee hee. Yi Chuan, this little eagle must think of you as its mother. Look at how affectionate it is towards you. Beside him, Ma Sanyang paused in her mining efforts, smiling as she observed the newly hatched eaglet in Yi Chuan's hands. Though Yi Chuan had never raised a bird in his youth, he had heard tales from his elder brothers who recounted that once a hatchling emerges from its shell, the first living creature it encounters, be it human or another animal, will be regarded with parental reverence. With this thought, a faint smile graced Yi Chuan's lips. For in the eaglet's gaze, he discerned a profound sense of attachment, unmistakably indicating that this fledgling, just liberated from its shell, had indeed come to see him as a parental figure. The eaglet suddenly emitted a series of urgent chirps, its pleading eyes fixed intently on Yi Chuan. At that moment, Yi Chuan felt a rumble in his stomach, a stark reminder that he had not eaten for several days. It seems the eaglet and I share a telepathic bond. It appears we are both quite famished, he remarked to the eaglet before hastily retrieving a blood-red fruit from his storage pouch and taking a hearty bite. The eaglet's calls grew increasingly desperate, evidently suffering from hunger. With a grin, Yi Chuan scooped out some of the chewed fruit pulp and held it in his palm to feed the eaglet, sensing the alluring aroma of the fruit. The eaglet eagerly leaned forward, its slightly curved beak pecking at the mash. Clearly, it found the offering quite palatable as it chirped joyfully while devouring the treat. Seeing the eaglet relish its meal filled Yi Chuan with delight. He had not anticipated that this young bird would share a fondness for the blood-red fruit akin to that of the little monkey. The eaglet exhibited an impressive appetite, finishing one fruit yet appearing unsatisfied, gazing up at Yi Chuan with hopeful eyes. Although he possessed an ample supply of the blood-red fruit, Yi Chuan hesitated to continue feeding it, wary of overindulgence that might upset the little creature's stomach. Do not be too greedy, my little friend. For your first meal, it is wise to consume less, lest you suffer from an upset stomach. Yi Chuan chuckled, then retrieved a piece of beast hide from his pack, placing it upon a nearby stone before gently setting the eaglet upon it, concerned it might catch a chill. He then found a soft piece of cloth to cover it, ensuring its comfort. The eaglet, thoroughly content, nestled into the hide and soon drifted off to sleep. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Chuan took the little monkey out from his spirit beast pouch, fed it some fruit pulp, and laid it beside the eaglet on the hide. Before long, the monkey too succumbed to slumber. Once he finished his fruit and quenched his thirst with some water from his canteen, Yi Chuan sighed inwardly, rising to continue his laborious excavation of black iron ore. After much exertion, he finally unearthed a chunk of black iron ore. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he turned to see the eaglet and little monkey awakening, the former chirping eagerly while the latter howled, both gazing at Yi Chuan with apparent hunger once more. Yi Chuan once again retrieved the blood-red fruit, consuming the skin himself, while mashing the flesh into a paste much like before, which he then placed in the palm of his hand to feed the fledgling eagle and the young monkey. After devouring the meal, both creatures appeared thoroughly satisfied and nestled themselves upon the fur mat to slumber. Thus, a month passed in a haze of feasting and merriment. With the company of the fledgling eagle and the young monkey, Yi Chuan's existence within the dark iron mine became considerably more enjoyable, and Ma Sanyang no longer found herself bored. However, as time progressed, the appetites of the fledgling eagle and the young monkey grew increasingly voracious, and by the month's end, Yi Chuan was feeding them more than 10 blood-red fruits daily. Yet, under the ample nourishment provided by the fruits, the fledgling eagle and the young monkey thrived rapidly. Although the eagle's wings had yet to fully develop and the monkey had just learned to walk, their sizes had notably increased. The fledgling eagle had grown to the size of a rooster, while the monkey had reached the dimensions of a human head. No longer were they solely indulging in sleep. The fledgling eagle had begun to flap its still immature wings within the confines of the mind, joyfully hopping about. While the young monkey learned to tumble on the ground, seeking Yichuan's affection, Yichuan observed the frolicking fledgling eagle and monkey with a smile, yet could not suppress the thought that the eagle bore a striking resemblance to its mother, while the monkey also differed somewhat from its father. The fledgling eagle possessed a notably slender neck, with deep gray plumage on its wings, presenting a delicate appearance that starkly contrasted with the rugged exterior of ordinary hawks. Its expressive eyes were particularly striking, setting it apart from typical hawks. Unbeknownst to Yichuan, the mother of this fledgling eagle, the very creature that perished alongside a venomous python to protect it, was a mystical wind-type demon bird residing within the Black Wind Gorge. Though its intelligence was somewhat limited, it had fortuitously mated with a high-ranking wind-type demon bird that passed through the area, resulting in the egg from which this fledgling had hatched. The wind shadow bird, a rare and precious wind-type spirit creature, was exceedingly scarce in number, and this fledgling eagle, inheriting its lineage, was thus distinct from ordinary hawks. As for the young monkey, despite its parents being common beasts, its father bore a gold-type spiritual root, while its mother possessed an earth-type spiritual root. This young monkey unexpectedly inherited both roots, endowing it with a dual spiritual constitution, a rarity among demon beasts. Another month swiftly elapsed, and the black iron or mined by Yichuan and Ma Sanyang proved sufficient for one of them to complete their task. Reflecting on the timeline, Yichuan realized he had failed to collect the required black iron essence, thereby forfeiting his opportunity to join the Qingding sect. Though he felt immense disappointment, he was unwilling to remain in this place any longer to endure further hardships. Ma Sanyang, too, was reluctant to squander more time. After deliberation, they hastily packed their belongings and prepared to depart. Just as they were about to exit the cave, a cacophony of howling wolves echoed through the air, signaling a large pack of demon wolves racing towards them, interspersed with the cries of humans in distress. Yichuan and Ma Sanyang exchanged alarmed glances, and Yichuan, fearing for their safety, did not dare to dismantle the five-element formation he had set up for defense at the cave's entrance. The fledgling eagle and the young ape, sensing the imminent danger from the howls of wolves, instinctively nestled within Yichuan's embrace, too frightened to utter a sound. I recalled the existence of a dark iron mine nearby, teeming with a multitude of demonic wolves. We should seek refuge within its depths. Suddenly, an ancient voice resonated from outside the cave, startling Yichuan, for it became evident that someone had lured the wolf pack to this location. Why is the cave entrance sealed by a formation? Could it be that there are individuals inside? The aged voice inquired, before raising its volume to call out, "Friends within. We are from the Ho family of the Little Blade Mountain. I am Ho Zhong, pursued by a pack of demonic wolves. I implore you to lift the formation at the cave entrance so we may take refuge and escape. On behalf of the Ho family, we shall offer ample rewards." Yichuan, hearing this, felt a jolt in his heart as the howls of the demonic wolves drew ever closer. The urgency of the situation was palpable, and a glance at Ma Sanyang revealed her subtle shake of the head, signaling her silence. Yichuan immediately understood her intent. They must not dismantle the formation. These individuals were strangers to them, and the world of cultivation was merciless. For the sake of some cultivation treasures, one could easily resort to murder and theft. There was no need to jeopardize their lives for unknown individuals. If they were to dismantle the formation, the demonic wolves would seize the opportunity to invade. And with no other escape route in the dark iron mine, it would spell doom for both of them. Yichuan, therefore, chose to disregard the old man's pleas. The cave entrance was protected by a formation of the five elements, preventing these individuals from entering and rendering them blind to the situation within. With the formation flag in hand, Yichuan was able to see through the luminous barrier and observe the scene outside. He noted that over 100 cultivators, all clad in similar attire, had gathered, clearly the progeny of a prominent cultivation family. The mere ability to mobilize such a force indicated that their family was of remarkable strength. The old man, Ho Zhong, was unable to sway the occupants of the dark iron mine, his expression fraught with anxiety. A young disciple beside him exclaimed, "Uncle, why are we wasting time with them? We need to break the formation and get inside. Our lives are at stake." Foolishness. Not only is the formation's brilliance overwhelming and difficult to breach, but even if we succeeded, entering the cave would merely leave us ensnared by the demonic wolves. Ho Zhong whispered urgently, "Uncle." The young disciple suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Hastily covering his mouth and casting a furtive glance at the accompanying family guests, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. "Understanding is sufficient. There is no need for further words." Since this plan is unfeasible, we must flee at once. You lead our family's direct descendants to safety. I shall remain to fiercely obstruct the pursuit of the demonic wolves, granting you a chance to survive." Ho Zhong spoke in a hushed tone. "Uncle Yu." The young man from the Ho family was momentarily taken aback, his voice trailing off. "Why are you still hesitating? There is no time to waste," Ho Zhong urged. Then turned to summon his magical artifact, declaring, "Brothers, we have no retreat left. The temperament of the demon wolves is well known. The more we strive to escape, the more fiercely they pursue us to the ends of the earth. We shall confront them head-on." Under the impassioned cries of Ho Zhong, the gathered cultivators were stirred into a fervor, each brandishing their treasured artifacts and rushing towards the pack of demon wolves that relentlessly pursued them. The combat prowess of these beasts is extraordinary, without at least a couple of protective artifacts in the hands of cultivators of the same rank. It is exceedingly difficult to gain the upper hand. Moreover, within the treacherous environment of the Blackwind Gorge, the pervasive black mist has a corrosive effect on the spiritual essence of the cultivators. Hence, despite the fact that the number of Ho family cultivators vastly outnumbers the demon wolves, they dared not engage in a head-on clash. After all, the instinct for self-preservation is strong, and while they might collectively drive off the ferocious wolves, it would come at a heavy cost, which none were willing to bear. Ho Zhong evidently held a significant position among the cultivators, with a mere raise of his arm and a call to action. He incited the group to rally as they charged toward the oncoming horde of demon wolves. Meanwhile, Yuchuan, stationed at the entrance of the Black Iron Mine and shielded by the 5 Elements array, was employing his clairvoyance and clairaudience techniques to observe the situation outside. He clearly overheard the dialogue between Ho Zhong and the young cultivators of the Ho family, leading him to a sudden realization: Ho Zhong harbored ulterior motives. Intending to lure the pack of demon wolves into the mine, using the family's guest cultivators and collateral relatives as bait, thereby allowing the direct descendants of the family to escape unscathed. When it became apparent that entering the mine was impossible, he devised another plan. Willing to sacrifice himself to ensure the escape of the family's direct line. While this was indeed a pitiable situation, it was hardly just to sacrifice others for the sake of a few. With the 5 Elements array providing protection at the entrance, Yi Chuan, as a semi-external observer, understood the situation clearly. He refrained from passing judgment on Ho Zhong's tactics, acknowledging that it was of no concern to him, and chose not to dwell on it further. "Yi Chuan, what is the situation outside the mine?" Ma Sanyang, unable to see the unfolding scene, could hear the sounds of battle between the demon wolves and the human cultivators, her expression tinged with anxiety. "Sanyang, the cultivators of the Ho family have engaged the demon wolves. Although the number of wolves is small, their combat strength is formidable. Already, several cultivators have met their demise, while 2 wolves have been slain in return. It seems this battle will not endure for long. We should wait until it concludes before devising our escape, lest we attract the wolves' attention by venturing out now." Yichuan responded quickly. "Indeed, let us remain calm within the cave. There is no rush. Once they have exhausted each other, we may venture out without delay. Whether or not we can join the Qingding sect is a trivial matter compared to preserving our lives." Ma Sanyang nodded in agreement. Yichuan nodded in silence, resuming his watch of the fierce battle between humans and wolves outside, utilizing the flags of the 5 Elements array to aid his observation. The strength of the cultivators from the Ho family is indeed formidable. The celestial artifacts in their possession are anything but ordinary, and their worth is considerable. In a desperate bid for survival, they incessantly unleash various celestial talismans, causing a dazzling display of magical brilliance to illuminate the open space outside the cave. The clash of artifacts and celestial techniques against the demonic wolf's sinister powers reverberates throughout the valley, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. The young cultivator from the Ho family, who had been conversing with Ho Zhong, had already seized the opportunity amidst the chaos to flee with several of his direct siblings. The remaining Ho cultivators, under the leadership of Ho Zhong, launched a fierce assault against the pack of over a dozen demonic wolves. As the saying goes, in a narrow encounter, the brave prevail. Fueled by determination, the human cultivators fought valiantly, ultimately vanquishing more than half of the wolves. However, only 5 remained, undeterred in their ferocious attacks, their chilling howls echoing through the air. The Ho family cultivators, however, paid a heavy toll, with dozens having perished at the jaws of the wolves, leaving only 20 to 30 survivors, all bearing wounds, their celestial artifacts damaged, and their talismans nearly exhausted. Suddenly, a thunderous howl resonated from afar, reverberating through the valley. Upon hearing this, the 5 surviving wolves halted their assault, retreating as they sensed something ominous approaching. In the midst of the stunned silence, a massive wolf, the size of a bull, emerged from the dense black mist. This creature loomed larger than the average demonic wolf, its piercing eyes glinting with a chilling light as it coldly surveyed the Ho family cultivators. It was the alpha of the wolf pack, a second-tier demonic beast. Upon witnessing the imposing figure of the alpha, Ho Zhong's heart sank, and he muttered under his breath as he employed a treasure appraisal technique. "Flee," Ho Zhong shouted. Disregarding the other Ho cultivators, he swiftly activated an acceleration talisman, affixing it to his leg, and unleashed his land flight technique, sprinting away into the distance. The newly appeared alpha, seemingly disdainful, refrained from immediate pursuit. Instead, it raised its right forepaw and slashed through the air, launching a tangible, inch-long blade of white energy towards the fleeing Ho Zhong. Realizing the threat behind him, Ho Zhong dared not turn to confront it and instead summoned a protective shield to defend his rear. A tremendous crash echoed as the impact rattled his eardrums. Yet the high-grade celestial shield successfully deflected the alpha's claw attack, propelling him forward at even greater speed. The alpha, frustrated, was about to pursue Ho Zhong when the remaining 20 to 30 human cultivators regained their composure and hastily turned to flee, employing every means at their disposal to escape. Enraged, the alpha, unable to chase after the fleeing Ho Zhong, reared up on its hind legs and began to swipe its forepaws repeatedly, sending forth a barrage of inch-long blades aimed at the retreating Ho cultivators. The remaining cultivators of the Ho family lacked the wealth and status of Ho Zhong, and few possessed high-quality defensive shields. Even those clad in celestial garments and armor were scarce. The lead wolf, a second-tier demonic beast, was equivalent to a human cultivator at the mid-stage of the ghost immortal realm, wielding a white blade attack fueled by rage that no ordinary chi refinement cultivator could withstand. A series of muffled sounds echoed as several fleeing cultivators fell victim to the blade, their bodies cleaved in twain. The few survivors, their defensive treasures shattered by the assault, suffered severe internal injuries from the tumult of celestial essence. Having barely managed to escape a few steps, they were swiftly caught and slain by the pursuing lead wolf. Unyielding, the wolf consumed the remains of its victims before raising its head, its fierce gaze fixated on the shimmering five-colored light emanating from the entrance of the black iron mine, blood still staining its jaws. From behind the five elements array, Yichuan felt an inexplicable dread as he beheld the bloodied fangs of the wolf. Although the mine entrance was protected by a high-tier 5 elements array, the threat posed by a second-tier demonic wolf loomed large, leaving him to wonder if the array could withstand such an assault. He could only hope that the beast would not take an interest in the array. Suddenly, a thunderous howl split the air as the lead wolf sprang into action, appearing before the 5 elements array and striking fiercely at the luminous barrier formed by the array. The 5-colored radiance barely held against the wolf's might, flickering ominously under the onslaught. In a desperate bid, Yichuan infused a substantial amount of celestial essence into the array flags, vigorously waving them as 5 beams of multicolored light surged into the 5 array discs buried beneath the entrance, amplifying the protective glow of the 5 elements array. The second-tier wolf, undeterred, relentlessly battered the array with increasing ferocity. Yichuan continued to channel celestial essence into the flags to fortify the formation, but his reserves dwindled rapidly. In haste, he consumed several chi-gathering pills, with no time left for meditation to recover. After numerous strikes, the wolf suddenly howled towards the heavens, its body enveloped in a bright white light. "Not good. Get back," Yichuan shouted to Ma Xinyang, swiftly retreating to a side of the cave, pressing his back against the stone wall. The radiance of the 5 elements array was abruptly shattered by an immense surge of energy, which resonated with such force that it caused the hardened rocks at the entrance to tremble and collapse, widening the cave's mouth significantly. At that moment, a colossal wolf head, the size of a bull, protruded into the cave, its blood-red eyes scanning the interior. Its mouth opened to reveal glistening fangs. Yichuan and Ma Xianyang exchanged a glance, their faces paling in terror. They felt a shiver run through their bodies, and even the celestial artifacts in their grasp trembled uncontrollably, a primal response to the imminent threat of death. The second-tier demon wolf loomed large, comparable to the size of a bull, as it forcefully squeezed into the cave. Its pair of eyes glowed a menacing red, sweeping over Ma Sanyang before finally resting upon Yichuan. To his dismay, he realized that he was its primary target, prompting him to inwardly curse his misfortune. As the demon wolf's blood-red gaze fixed upon him, a sense of dread washed over Yichuan, causing his grip on the high-grade immortal artifact, the flying sword shadow, to tighten, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The demon wolf did not charge directly at him, perhaps due to Yichuan's position against the cave wall. which made a direct assault difficult. Instead, it advanced slowly, its crimson eyes clearly reflecting Yichuan's figure. Watching the demon wolf approach with deliberate steps filled Yichuan with anxiety. He dared not make a move. Several thoughts raced through his mind, but he discarded them all. At this moment, any attempt to flee could provoke the demon wolf, possibly leading to a swifter demise. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck in his mind. Yichuan extended his left hand towards his waist, but the demon wolf, astute and perceptive, sensed his unusual movement and recoiled slightly before lunging forward with its front paws. In a swift motion, 3 cold beams shot from Yichuan's waist aimed at the demon wolf's eyes. The wolf raised its right paw, effortlessly swatting away the incoming projectiles. At that moment, a dark iron box appeared in Yichuan's left hand, the container for his hidden needles. With a gentle press on the box, he tossed it forth, unleashing a flurry of cold light directed at the wolf's head. The second-tier demon wolf, having already discerned that the concealed weapons were merely ordinary flying needles, showed no inclination to evade. This caliber of weapon posed no threat to its tough hide. It regarded the struggling human cultivator with a mocking glint in its eyes. Seizing the opportunity while the wolf was distracted, Yichuan discreetly formed a sword seal with his right hand, invoking the sword control technique to manipulate the ethereal shadow sword, which concealed itself behind the hidden needles. In a flash, the sword plunged directly into the wolf's left eye. A thunderous howl erupted as the injured wolf succumbed to its frenzied nature. It violently shook its head, flinging the embedded shadow sword from its eye socket. With a swift swipe of its paw, it struck the sword's body, resulting in a sharp crack as the weapon snapped in two. The upper half flew away, lost to sight, while the lower half, with the hilt still intact, hurtled back towards Yichuan. Yichuan deftly performed a technique to summon the fractured, Chungying sword into his grasp. Before he could even lament the loss, a second-tier demon wolf lunged at him with a swipe, a blade of white gleaming like a sword, aimed directly at his heart. The speed of the blade was astonishing. Although Yichuan managed to evade a fatal strike to his heart, his left shoulder was grazed. Fortunately, the protective fire-repelling celestial garment shielded him from the brunt of the blow. Yet, this mid-grade celestial attire was utterly ruined by the wolf's assault, leaving Yichuan with a feeling akin to shattered bones in his left shoulder. Pain coursed through him, as if his shoulder might split apart, and his left arm creaked ominously, reminiscent of a fracture. Clutching the hilt of the broken Chungying sword in his right hand, his peripheral vision caught sight of Ma Sanyang fleeing towards the cave's exit. A bitter smile crept onto Yichuan's face. Though Ma Sanyang had shared moments of intimacy with him, their relationship was merely transactional, devoid of profound affection. It was unlikely she would risk her life alongside him. Rather than perish beneath the wolf's claws, it was only sensible for her to escape while she had the chance. Furthermore, Ma Sanyang had already acquired the celestial artifacts necessary for joining the Qingding sect, rendering her presence beside Yichuan unnecessary. Although he wished for her to stay with him, he dared not entertain such hopes. At that moment, the second-tier demon wolf was still reeling from the pain of having lost an eye. Once it regained its senses, a single strike would suffice to rend him asunder. Why would he expect Ma Sanyang to share his fate? Yet, watching her abandon him for her own survival left Yichuan feeling utterly desolate. Now, he was left alone in the cave with a frenzied, injured demon wolf and his own grievously wounded self. Death seemed inevitable. Memories of his parents' last gaze as they were swept away by floodwaters flickered in his mind. The meaning imbued in that final look from his parents became clear to Yichuan. It was a plea for him to live well, to cherish the gift of life. They had bestowed upon him the chance to survive, yet here he was, on the verge of perishing beneath the claws of a demon wolf, feeling as though he had betrayed their hopes and let down their final wishes. Just as Yichuan pondered these thoughts, the wolf regained its composure. Shaking its head and spattering blood, its remaining eye fixated on the enemy nearby, a fierce glint igniting within it. As Yichuan stood there awaiting his fate, a sudden sound pierced the air. A swift, diminutive shadow shot out from a crevice in the cave wall, lunging directly towards the demon wolf's intact eye. A faint sound followed, and the second-tier demon wolf let out a deafening roar, instantly plunged into impenetrable darkness, as its remaining eye was pierced by an unseen force, rendering it utterly blind. As he witnessed the small shadow being flung away, an unexpected surge of strength coursed through Yichuan, compelling him to rush forward and catch the flying figure. The creature emitted a series of weak cries. It was the little fledgling hawk, albeit its calls were faint, clearly injured from being struck by the demon wolf's paw. As Yichuan observed the second-tier demon wolf howling furiously in place, he realized it was preoccupied and thus had no time to attend to him. He understood that if he did not escape at this moment, Once the demon wolf regained its senses, even if its eyes were blinded, it would still be beyond his capacity to handle. After a fleeting thought crossed his mind, Yichuan disregarded all else, hastily stowing the fledgling eagle into his beast pouch. He then employed his object manipulation technique to draw forth the small, panicked ape that was hiding in the crevice of the rocks and stumbled toward the cave's exit. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, Yichuan felt a surge of urgency and quickly unearthed the five-sided formation plate buried beneath the ground. After a hurried inspection, he found it showed no signs of damage, merely that the celestial stones within were depleted of their power. This five-element formation had cost him several thousand celestial stones, and losing it would indeed be a regrettable misfortune. He swiftly secured it before exiting the cave. Once outside, noticing that the second-tier demon wolf had not pursued him, Yichuan felt a sense of relief. He promptly retrieved a porcelain vial from his possession, consuming a few injury recovery pills and energy-gathering pills, which alleviated his discomfort. The 5 demon wolves outside had long since vanished, their howls fading into the distance, evidently drawn away by the escape of Ma Xinyang moments earlier. Unwilling to linger in this location, Yichuan oriented himself to depart, but his gaze was suddenly drawn to the scattered corpses strewn across the ground. The second-tier demon wolf within the black iron mine was now blind and could not escape in the short term, while the outside wolves had retreated, rendering the area safe. To ignore the multitude of storage pouches lying about would be a disservice to himself. Among the ground lay over 100 corpses of cultivators from the Ho family, each adorned with storage pouches, alongside scattered celestial artifacts and treasures, some intact, others damaged. Yichuan swiftly gathered the storage pouches and the usable celestial artifacts, scarcely pausing to consider the broken ones. With over 100 storage pouches accumulating on his person, he was grateful for the exquisite storage pouch he had acquired from a gust of wind, which allowed him to contain these superior ordinary pouches without concern. After a quarter of an hour, having found no further valuables among the corpses, Yichuan dusted off his hands and cast a final glance at the black iron mine's entrance before turning to retrace his steps using his memory and employing the land flight technique. Although he had not acquired the celestial items required to join the Qingding sect, his gains were considerable. Most importantly, he had preserved his life, a treasure more valuable than any other. Once life is lost, no amount of wealth could be enjoyed. While he could continue to venture deeper into the Black Wind Gorge to gather more celestial items listed in the Qingding sect's task document, the encounter with the demon wolves in the black iron mine had imparted a harsh lesson about the dangers lurking within the gorge. Not only was he alone, but he also had little understanding of the valley's circumstances. Should he encounter another second-tier beast or a swarm of first-tier beasts, his life would be at stake. Even if he were fortunate enough to evade the beasts' attacks, the valley teemed with millions of wandering cultivators and small to medium-sized sect cultivators. Becoming their target would spell certain doom. Much like the Ho family, who dispatched over 100 cultivators only to face near-total annihilation. The perilous nature of the Black Wind Gorge is evident. Moreover, Yichuan is but a solitary figure, vastly outnumbered. He has heard that the deeper one ventures into the Black Wind Gorge, the greater the chance of obtaining rare celestial objects. However, the ferocity of the beasts encountered increases correspondingly. This treacherous gorge is ill-suited for those at the Qi refinement stage. Only those who have reached the Morning Origin realm or even the Gathering Pinnacle realm might possess the means to safeguard themselves within its depths. After several days of contemplation, Yichuan returned to Qingshan Gathering. Walking down the rudimentary streets, he was instantly enveloped by a sense of nostalgia, although the scenery remained unchanged. It felt as though he had lived 2 lives. Yichuan chose not to return to the Black Wind Inn, for although he bore no grudge against Ma Xinyang for abandoning him in the dire circumstances of the Black Iron Mine, a lingering discomfort resided within him, making absence preferable. Despite the presence of numerous towns populated by cultivators along the Black Wind Gorge, Qingshan Gathering undoubtedly stood as the largest and most prosperous. Yichuan had no desire to venture to another town. Besides the Black Wind Inn run by Ma Xinyang, Qingshan Gathering also offered alchemical quiet rooms for rent. Although the rent was exorbitant, requiring a Qi gathering pill per day, Yichuan had acquired ample rewards from his expedition to the Black Wind Gorge, rendering him indifferent to the cost. After securing a quiet room for alchemy, Yichuan settled in and retrieved the exquisite storage pouch from his waist. He poured out the contents, including a superior storage pouch and various celestial items, and began to take stock. His only regret from the adventure was not gathering the celestial objects required for entry into the Qingding sect. Otherwise, his haul was indeed bountiful. Through a series of daring exploits, he had amassed considerable wealth. in addition to the thousands of superior storage pouches he had yet to sort. His fortune was substantial, if not rivaling nations, certainly overflowing. This windfall, compounded by the savings of the 100 cultivators from the Ho family, would afford an ordinary cultivator a lifetime of unending luxury. Among the many celestial items, each one stumbled upon an unexpected delight, the materials listed in the Qing Ding sect's recruiter's task document. From the thousands of storage pouches, he had fortuitously gathered all the necessary items, a serendipitous surprise that left him grinning from ear to ear. As the saying goes, the iron shoes are worn. And yet the treasure is found without effort, which explains why most cultivators eagerly engage in the perilous endeavors of murder and plunder. Such ventures not only promise immense riches, but often yield unforeseen rewards. Having collected all the required celestial items as stipulated in the Qing Ding sect's task document, a great weight lifted from each one's heart, and he felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. After recuperating for over 10 days in the alchemical quiet room and fully healing his left shoulder, he could no longer contain his excitement and hurriedly left the quiet room, making his way to the Baibao Pavilion branch established by the Qing Ding sect and Qinshan gathering. After submitting the celestial artifacts required by the task document, each one received a wooden azure token from a steward of the Qing Ding sect. This token signifies the identity of an outer disciple of the Qing Ding sect, akin to a record jade slip, which can engrave the holder's information, including images and other pertinent data. Even if lost, no one could impersonate the owner and infiltrate the Qing Ding sect. However, the celestial art required to inscribe textual information within the jade slip can only be executed by cultivators of the ghost immortal great completion stage who have refined their primordial spirit. Those in the Qi refining stage are incapable of such feats. Upon learning that outer disciples would gather in various towns in half a year to collectively return to the Qing Ding sect, each one could not help but exhale a long sigh of relief, his face brightening with a smile. He had finally fulfilled his greatest aspiration by joining the esteemed Qing Ding sect. However, recollecting the perils he faced in the Black Wind Canyon, a frown creased his brow as he felt acutely aware of his own weakness. Although he had reached the pinnacle of the Qi refining stage, he remained at the lowest echelon of the cultivation world. Any adept from the Morning Yuan stage could easily extinguish his life, even among Qi refining cultivators. There were numerous top-tier individuals, and encountering such foes would necessitate a swift escape, though whether he could survive was another matter entirely. Furthermore, the cultivation world teems with formidable beasts. Even a second-tier monster could pose a lethal threat to him. Now that Yuchuan was abundantly wealthy, with ample celestial artifacts in his possession to indulge in, he felt no need to hoard his riches. After all, life itself is the most precious commodity. He had no desire to become a pitiable miser, akin to a fleeting gust of wind, possessing wealth yet lacking proper magical treasures. Believing that a mere wind-based celestial art could secure his supremacy, only to meet his demise at the hands of an inconspicuous figure like himself, a tragic irony indeed. It is essential to possess adequate means for self-defense and preservation. Otherwise, if one were to lose their life, no amount of wealth would afford an opportunity for expenditure. Contemplating this, Yichuan shook his head, his mind already formulating plans. He made his way to the largest shop for celestial artifacts in Qingshan Town, the Baibao Pavilion. This establishment not only sold finished celestial artifacts and treasures but also purchased them, along with semi-finished products and raw materials for artifact crafting. Additionally, they offered custom services for special celestial artifacts, albeit at exorbitant costs, which were beyond the means of typical low-tier cultivators. Consequently, the custom artifact business was not particularly busy. It is said that Baibao Pavilion is a property of the Qing Ding sect, which specializes in the art of artifact refinement and possesses formidable strength. They have chain stores throughout the vast Qing mountain range. Yichuan chose this establishment, considering its prestige. Now that he had acquired wealth, he was determined to procure high-quality celestial artifacts for his defense and survival. As Yichuan stepped into the spacious hall of the Baibao Pavilion's branch, he found himself alone, the absence of customers indicating a rather lackluster business. The attendants appeared to be quite idle at that moment. A keen-eyed young attendant, noticing the arrival of a guest, hurriedly approached and said, "Esteemed customer, welcome to the Baibao Pavilion Kingshanji branch. Are you interested in purchasing ready-made magical artifacts, or would you prefer to customize one? For custom orders, we must consult our master craftsman. Let me first see what exquisite celestial artifacts you have in your store. Do not attempt to deceive me with inferior wares." Yichuan replied coldly, having used a transformation spell to disguise himself as an elderly man. To maintain the appearance of a wealthy patron, His speech naturally carried an air of aged wisdom. "Rest assured, our pavilion is robust and reputable, conducting business with utmost integrity and sincerity. Allow me to summon the owner to discuss matters with you personally." The young attendant responded, his tone filled with earnestness. "Very well." Yichuan thought it amusing that a single statement had intimidated the young attendant. Indeed, the sensation of feigning wealth was quite exhilarating. "Is a distinguished guest present in our pavilion? Please, ascend to the second floor." Suddenly, a voice echoed through the hall. Yichuan utilized his extraordinary hearing but was unable to discern the source, leaving him profoundly intrigued. "Esteemed customer, the owner has spoken. Please follow me to the VIP room on the second floor." The young attendant bowed respectfully and promptly led Yichuan upstairs. Upon entering a lavishly decorated quiet chamber, Yichuan's gaze fell upon an elderly man clad in a fiery red robe, seated at a round table directly facing the entrance. This elderly figure, with white brows and beard, appeared to be quite advanced in years yet exuded a vibrant energy, his visage strikingly youthful. "I am Master Liu, the proprietor of this establishment and the sole craftsman stationed here. If you have any business to discuss, feel free to converse with me." The old man regarded Yichuan with a commanding presence, emanating an aura that rendered Yichuan's legs heavy as lead, beads of cold sweat trickling down his back. A master of the Chaoyuan realm? Yichuan realized with a start, understanding that the elder before him was indeed a formidable expert, his imposing aura nearly overwhelming. He quickly bowed in respect, refraining from any impropriety. "Though you come to conduct business, we are equals here. There is no need for distinctions of seniority. Please, take a seat." Master Lu's formidable presence dissipated, signaling that he bore no intention of intimidating Yichuan, merely establishing his status. Accepting the bow with a gentle smile, he gestured for Yichuan to sit. After returning the gesture, Yichuan settled into a seat across from the elder. The young attendant, having bowed to Master Lu, retreated from the room, closing the door behind him. "Rest assured, this VIP room is excellently soundproofed, and with me present, no one below the Gathering Peak realm can eavesdrop without my notice. Speak freely, esteemed guest." The elderly man with the surname Lu, upon noticing Yichuan take a seat, spoke directly and without preamble. "Esteemed senior, I wish to purchase several exquisite immortal artifacts for self-defense from your esteemed establishment. The price is of no concern, provided the quality is exceptional." Yichuan nodded in agreement, appreciating the straightforwardness of addressing a senior expert of the Chaoyuan realm without unnecessary circumlocution. "Indeed, our shop possesses 3 exquisite immortal artifacts, treasured as our shop's pride. However, their prices are exceedingly high. I suggest you first examine their quality before we discuss the cost." The elderly man replied, producing 3 sandalwood boxes, 1 long and 2 square, from his storage pouch and placing them gently upon the table before them. The first item was an exquisite golden immortal sword named Qi Feng, the second a golden shield known as the Brass Shield, and the third a heavenly silkworm silk armor. All were among the finest immortal artifacts. "Please, esteemed customer, assess whether these meet your satisfaction," the elderly man urged as he unsealed the boxes, revealing their contents to Yichuan. Upon opening the boxes, Yichuan beheld the long wooden box containing a 1-foot-long, scabbardless sword that emitted a brilliant azure light, its radiance pure and striking, indicating its remarkable quality. The 2 square boxes held a circular yellow shield with a diameter exceeding 1 foot and a crumpled white item. Utilizing his appraisal technique, Yichuan confirmed that each was indeed a pinnacle among immortal artifacts. The exquisite artifacts from the Baibao Pavilion would never compromise on materials. However, the prices were rather steep. The Qi Feng sword was priced at 200,000 low-grade immortal stones, the brass shield at 400,000, and the heavenly silkworm silk armor at 500,000, totaling 1,100,000. If you wish to purchase all 3 artifacts, I can offer a discount, bringing the total to a neat 1 million low-grade immortal stones. The elderly man, noticing Yichuan's satisfaction with the artifacts, quickly made his proposition. "Very well, I shall take them. However, I do not possess such a sum in cash. Might I exchange other cultivation items instead?" Yichuan inquired urgently. "Certainly. Cultivation items can be exchanged for immortal stones, which in turn can be used to acquire other cultivation items. Immortal stones merely serve as the universal currency in the realm of cultivation, so a barter system is entirely acceptable," the elderly man affirmed. "Then I would appreciate it if you could appraise my items," Yichuan responded, removing a common storage pouch he had prepared earlier and placing it on the round table. The elderly man, not one to hesitate, took the storage pouch and delved into it with his spiritual sense, assessing the value of the items within. "Ah, The items in this pouch are valued precisely at 1 million low-grade immortal stones. Thus, these 3 exquisite immortal artifacts are now yours," he concluded, pushing the 3 sandalwood boxes back toward Yuchuan with a nod of satisfaction. Yuchuan unceremoniously stowed away the 3 sandalwood boxes, directly placing them into his exquisite storage pouch, and only then did a smile grace his face. "Senior, I have another matter to consult with you. I wonder if you could assist me in repairing a high-grade immortal sword?" As he spoke, Yichuan patted his storage pouch, summoning forth the half-dismantled Qingying sword, which he placed upon the round table. This is the Qingying sword, possessing a shadow without form, crafted through the unique forging techniques of the Wen family from Zhuyan Peak. The materials used are rather rare and seldom seen in the outside world. If you wish to restore this Qingying sword, you will need to consult the Wen family of Zhuyan Peak. "My knowledge is limited, and I have not studied such crafting techniques," the elder surnamed Lu remarked, glancing at the severed sword on the table, shaking his head in resignation. "Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I shall take my leave now," Yichuan replied, feeling no disappointment in the elder's response. On the contrary, he was relieved to have identified the original family responsible for the sword's creation. The prospect of repair seemed promising. Besides, he already possessed 3 exquisite immortal artifacts for protection. Thus the matter of restoring the Qingying sword could be postponed for a later time. After departing from the Baibao Pavilion branch, Yichuan cautiously made his way back to his alchemical retreat, where he began to enter seclusion to refine the 3 newly acquired exquisite immortal artifacts. Refining such artifacts posed a challenge for a practitioner at the qi refining stage. Although the 3 exquisite artifacts were pristine and unused, Yichuan still devoted nearly a month to successfully refining the brass shield and the silken armor crafted from heavenly silkworm fibers. The heavenly silkworm armor fits snugly against the body, feeling as weightless as air, providing exceptional comfort. The brass shield, when wielded, could amplify defensive capabilities, being one of the pinnacle defensive treasures among exquisite artifacts, boasting formidable protective power. However, its effectiveness was somewhat inferior to that of the heavenly silkworm armor. Its coverage area was limited, allowing for focused defense at critical moments, yet it consumed a significant amount of celestial essence to wield. After more than 10 additional days, Yichuan finally refined the 3rd exquisite artifact, a sword named Qifeng. This immortal sword also required considerable celestial essence to control, making it quite taxing for Yichuan to simultaneously wield both the brass shield and the Qifeng sword in combat, as his celestial essence would quickly deplete. Oh, if only this exquisite Qifeng sword could possess the shadow without form quality like the Qingying sword. My ability to protect myself would considerably enhance with such a sharp weapon, Yichuan mused, unconsciously retrieving the half-broken Qingying sword from his storage pouch, affectionately caressing it. It is worth noting that although the Qingying sword is merely a high-grade immortal artifact, its extraordinary quality of possessing a shadow without form grants it significantly greater power than its peers. It was truly a pity that it had been severed. As Yichuan gently stroked the sword's body, he inadvertently brushed against the character etched into the blade's inscription, feeling a slight looseness. Intrigued, he pressed down firmly. But there was no response. With a sudden pull, a soft crack resounded, and the sword's hilt split into 2, revealing a shorter segment of the hilt. Yichuan felt an increasing sense of astonishment as he slowly drew the hilt of the small sword. Gradually, the blade emerged, and soon a diminutive sword was revealed before him. This small sword, measuring merely an inch in length, was exquisitely crafted, with 4 characters inscribed upon the blade: unnamed sword technique. Unnamed sword technique? What could that possibly be? Observing this, Yichuan's curiosity was piqued, yet despite employing countless methods, he could not uncover the secret of this small sword. It seemed nothing more than an ordinary miniature blade, and the 4 inscribed characters appeared to mock him. Yichuan understood that this sword concealed significant secrets beyond mere jest, but regrettably, after an entire day's effort, he remained unable to unravel its mysteries. His mind began to grow weary, and just as he was about to sheath the small sword and resume his inquiries the following day, he accidentally brushed against the sharp edge, slicing his finger and causing blood to gush forth, staining the sword's surface. Cursing his ill fortune, Yichuan hastily retrieved a hemostatic elixir to treat his wound. Suddenly, a line of minuscule characters materialized before his eyes. Yichuan's vision had markedly improved, and after a swift glance, he memorized the text. It read, "Sword cultivators primarily focus on swordsmanship. The intent of the sword directs its energy, and its light can vanquish all. Once the sword aura is mastered, the sword's light becomes tangible, capable of slaying foes from 1,000 miles away." When the innate sword essence is perfected, one can transform into a sword, merging body and blade, rendering oneself unstoppable. To achieve the pinnacle of sword infant cultivation is to navigate the realms with ease, reigning supreme between heaven and earth. This passage resembled a comprehensive overview of sword techniques, emphasizing that sword cultivation is paramount. The realms of sword cultivation are delineated into 9 tiers: sword intent, sword energy, sword light, sword aura, innate sword essence, sword spirit, sword essence, sword deity, and sword infant. Mastery in these arts would render one invincible across the land, exuding an extraordinary aura of pride and superiority. Upon briefly perusing the unnamed sword technique, Yichuan discerned that the swordsmanship practiced by contemporary cultivators was merely a simplistic form of celestial art, an elevation based on the manipulation of objects, hardly distinguishable from ordinary artifact control. Conversely, the method of cultivating the unnamed sword technique was an internal approach for sword practitioners, not relying on external elements, but instead harnessing the practitioner's lung palace golden energy as the guiding force to cultivate sword intent, unleash sword energy, and manifest sword light, ultimately leading to the birth of a sword infant, enabling one to navigate the cultivation world with unmatched prowess. The audacity of the author of the unnamed sword technique was remarkable, boasting of unparalleled mastery and invincibility. Did he truly believe that upon mastering this technique, he would ascend to the status of supreme within the realm of cultivation? After finishing the overview, Yichuan couldn't help but shake his head, muttering to himself. However, given that the author had the audacity to boast, he must have possessed considerable skill. If the technique could indeed produce a sword infant, it was undoubtedly a celestial art capable of elevating one to the earthly immortal realm. To abandon it would be a lamentable loss. Rather than hesitating, I shall endeavor to practice this unnamed sword technique. If it truly possesses the extraordinary qualities as the author claims, it would indeed be a treasure beyond compare. While I do not dare to aspire for unparalleled mastery, my sole desire is to ensure my survival, to evade an untimely demise. As thoughts swirled within Yichuan's mind, he ultimately succumbed to his eagerness for discovery, deciding to first trial this enigmatic sword technique. He hastily glanced over the subsequent cultivation methods associated with it. They appeared to be quite comprehensible, devoid of convoluted language, remarkably straightforward and detailed, suggesting that this was not merely a whimsical celestial technique. Yichuan's memory was relatively sharp, and given the brevity of the text outlining the unnamed sword technique, he was able to grasp its essence after a single reading. However, he was acutely aware that misinterpreting even a single word in the cultivation of a celestial technique could lead to perilous consequences, and thus he did not dare to be careless. He swiftly retrieved paper and ink, embarking on the task of transcribing the observed text. After meticulously copying down several thousand characters of the sword technique, the words vanished from sight, and the small sword in his hand reverted to its original form, the inscriptions no longer manifesting. Could it be that the sword's inscriptions were activated by blood essence? After all, I had previously attempted various methods without success. Yet a few drops of blood seemed to have done the trick. Contemplating this, Yichuan felt a surge of inspiration and, despite the discomfort of his still healing wound, managed to draw a few drops of blood and let them fall upon the sword's blade. Suddenly, the essence of the unnamed sword technique reappeared before him. Upon witnessing this, Yichuan's heart swelled with joy. He no longer had to worry about the essence of the unnamed sword technique appearing only once. In the future, should he encounter any ambiguities regarding the technique's text, he could summon the small sword to consult the original writing once more. However, he soon realized something amiss. Why did it only reveal the essence in the first 3 methods of cultivating sword intent, sword energy, and sword light? What had become of the subsequent methods for cultivating sword vigor, the primal sword essence, and the sword infant? Where had they gone? As Yichuan scrutinized the text of the unnamed sword technique, he stumbled upon a critical realization. The methods for cultivating sword vigor, primal sword essence, and the sword infant were conspicuously absent, leaving only the essence and the initial 3 methods. Nevertheless, he resolved not to be overly greedy. He would first master the essence and the initial 3 methods before seeking the later techniques. Perhaps there would still be an opportunity to acquire them. With this thought clear, Yichuan shook his head and began to delve into the essence of the unnamed sword technique and the first layer of cultivating sword intent. Months flew by in a blur, and Yichuan secluded himself in the alchemical chambers of Qing Shanji, diligently practicing the unnamed sword technique. Through the aid of numerous qi-gathering pills and an unwavering spirit, he finally cultivated the lung palace sword intent. although he did not sense the grandeur of invincibility as described in the unnamed sword technique. He felt that his gold element celestial essence had reached the pinnacle of the chi refining realm. Achieving such progress within half a year was no small feat, and the method for cultivating sword intent undoubtedly contributed significantly to this accomplishment. Yi Chuan yearned to continue his cultivation, yet as he glanced at the time, he realized that the day for the outer disciples of Qing Ding sect to depart for the mountain gate was fast approaching, a date he could not afford to miss. Lest he be filled with regret, he hastily gathered his belongings and hurried to the square outside the treasure pavilion. There, he found dozens of scattered cultivators and members of small families who had submitted the items listed in the task document, already congregated in the square. Among the throng, he did not spot Ma Sanyang, and the mere thought of her caused him to softly sigh. Seeking solace, he found a corner in the square and stood there silently, his mood darkening. "Esteemed fellow, may I inquire your esteemed name?" A young cultivator beside him suddenly grinned, revealing a friendly demeanor. "I am Zhao Xing, hailing from Jin Prefecture in the state of Zhao. Hiki, we shall henceforth be fellow disciples." Yi Chuan, resident of Lushui County in the state of Wei, he replied politely, nodding to Zhao Xing as a gesture of greeting. However, upon hearing Zhao Xing speak, Yi Chuan's interest was piqued, and he scrutinized the young man. Zhao Xing was clad in a resplendent robe, of average build, with thick eyebrows and large eyes. His complexion fair, appearing to be in his early 20s, relatively youthful among those preparing to join the Qing Ding sect. "Soon we shall be brothers in the same sect. We ought to look after one another within Qing Ding. Having friends to study with is far superior to enduring solitude." Zhao Xing exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. "Indeed. I look forward to your guidance, Brother Zhao." Yi Chuan, though somewhat indifferent to Zhao Xing's exuberance, felt obliged to respond courteously. Zhao Xing appeared increasingly animated, eager to say more, but Yi Chuan had already shifted his gaze elsewhere, prompting Zhao Xing to suppress his urge to speak further. Before long, a steward from Qing Ding sect emerged from the treasure pavilion and announced the list of individuals selected to join the outer sect, among which Yi Chuan's name was included. Though he had mentally prepared for this moment, hearing his name still brought a subtle sense of relief. After verifying their identities, a dozen fortunate cultivators were arranged to board a massive flying bird, destined for the Qing Ding sect's mountain gate. The Qing Ding sect was perched atop the towering Qing Ding Peak, which, although only several thousand miles from Qingshanji, was surrounded by daunting mountains and perilous ravines, devoid of any pathways. Unless one sprouted wings, traveling from Qingshanji to the mountain gate of Qing Ding Peak necessitated the use of flying birds. Especially considering the need to traverse the Black Wind Grand Canyon. Without a flying bird, one could only rely on sword flight or magical vessels. However, cultivators in the chi refining stage were not yet capable of sword flight, and flying artifacts available in the market were scarce and exorbitantly priced, making them unattainable even for the affluent. Thus, the cost of riding a flying bird was significantly more economical, rendering it the preferred mode of long-distance travel for chi refining cultivators. As Yi Chuan ascended upon the enormous avian creature, his thoughts drifted to the fledgling eagle, which, after months of meticulous nurturing with copious amounts of crimson fruits and spirit-boosting elixirs, had now grown to nearly 3 feet in length. At this moment, it was nestled alongside another celestial beast, a small monkey, within the confines of his spirit beast pouch, engaging in quiet cultivation. With a glimmer of excitement illuminating his gaze, Yi Chuan observed the majestic bird soaring gracefully through the heavens. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he turned to the steward responsible for piloting the avian and inquired, "Esteemed brother, what must be done for the eagle to learn the art of flight?" The steward glanced back at Yi Chuan, his eyes lingering momentarily on the spirit beast pouch at his waist, and replied with a smile, "Birds of prey, such as eagles and hawks, are notoriously wild and challenging to tame. They are typically raised from a young age, as wild ones are seldom domesticated. At Qing Ding sect, we have raised hundreds, if not thousands, of such raptors for the sake of expediency in travel, and I happen to oversee this endeavor. Thus, I am well versed in the art of their care." Noticing Yi Chuan's eager expression, the steward's pride swelled, and he proceeded to share some insights into the rearing of these magnificent creatures. In the wilderness, where beasts abound, raptors like eagles and hawks have no shortage of sustenance. They instinctively hunt for their food, eliminating concerns about starvation. However, to ensure their continued domestication, it is imperative that the tamed raptors do not stray too far from their handlers for extended periods. Otherwise, they risk becoming wild and unresponsive to commands. As for Yichuan's fledgling eagle, it was still in its juvenile stage, incapable of flight. And now was the critical time for it to learn the skill that raptors so proudly possess. Unfamiliar with these nuances, Yichuan mustered the courage to seek advice from the steward, who, to his delight, was quite amiable and generously imparted several methods for training raptors. My dear junior brother, it will not take long for the eagle to learn to fly. Once we arrive at Qingding's sect, simply find a cliff and release the eagle. It will instinctively take to the skies. If you hesitate, the young eagle may take much longer to master the art of flight. The steward elaborated enthusiastically. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed brother. Once we settle at Qingding's sect, I shall treat you to a fine cup of celestial wine. Yichuan responded, a spark of excitement igniting within him. Absolutely. My surname is Song. You will easily learn my name at the Beast Hall. The steward replied, exuding warmth despite his age. Yichuan, you have the heart to rear an eagle? Once it learns to fly, traveling to and from Qingding's sect will be much more convenient. Chandan Zhaoxing, a friendly fellow traveler. Indeed, we shall soon be brothers within the same sect. With your avian companion. Do not hesitate to take us along on your journeys, echoed the other cultivators, their eyes filled with envy as they regarded the spirit beast pouch at Yichuan's side. They too had entertained the idea of taming raptors but ultimately abandoned the notion due to the time and resources required, now captivated by Yichuan's endeavor. 2 hours later, a magnificent mountain peak, piercing the clouds, came into view from a distance. Halfway up, it was adorned with a blanket of pristine white snow, while the lower slopes were lush with verdant trees and thick grasses, revealing the mountain's impressive height. A winding river flowed past the base from the south, its rolling green waters likely the source of the renowned Green Water River of the Wei Kingdom. The birds soared swiftly, and in a matter of moments, they approached the colossal mountain. Its expanse was at least several thousand miles in circumference, an awe-inspiring sight. As they drew nearer, the newcomers could discern clusters of buildings nestled halfway up the mountain. The birds landed on a grand marble square, measuring 1,000 feet on each side. Situated on the southern face of the peak, a dozen new disciples, recently admitted to the Qingding sect, alighted from their feathered mounts, their faces illuminated with expressions of wonder as they gazed at a towering archway nearly 100 feet high at the far end of the square. A massive plaque adorned the archway, inscribed in golden characters with the words Qingding Men, the bold, vigorous script resembling 3 soaring dragons, exuding an imposing aura. All right, you have all arrived at the gates of Qingding Men. Now, follow me to the transmission hall for your final registration, after which you will be assigned to your dormitories, declared the attendant who had escorted Yichuan and the others, addressing the bewildered group of new disciples. Shortly thereafter, Yichuan and his companions completed their registration at the transmission hall and were assigned to the newcomers' dormitory. The stone-constructed dwelling was located on the opposite side of the mountain gate, halfway up the slope, built on a plot of land spanning several acres. It was accessible only by a narrow path, flanked on one side by a sheer precipice and on the other by a deep, bottomless cliff, making it a uniquely perilous location. The accommodations for the new outer disciples of Qingding Men were relatively generous, with each individual having a private room. Though modest in size, featuring only a wooden bed, a desk, and a chair, the space felt quite ample for one. The back wall of the room faced a sheer cliff, with a square vent measuring a foot on each side. When opened, it allowed the howling mountain winds to sweep through, revealing the sheer drop of the 1,000-foot cliff outside. Yichuan's room was situated at the far end of the dormitory, right next to the corner wall. After settling in, Yichuan recalled the words of the caretaker responsible for the birds at Qingding Men. Resolutely, he pulled the young eagle from the warmth of its comfortable pouch. The eagle expressed its discontent with a soft, plaintive call, akin to a child feeling wronged, evoking Yichuan's sympathy. However, he reminded himself that the vast sky was the eagle's true home. If he continued to indulge it, the fledgling would never learn to soar. With a heavy heart, Yichuan grasped the eagle's wings and exited the dormitory area, seeking a nearby towering rock formation. Eagle, you are a majestic creature. You must learn to glide in the azure sky, seeking your own prey. You cannot always rely on me, though it pains me to let you suffer. It is for your future that I must be resolute. Yichuan spoke to the still complaining fledgling, finally steeling his resolve. He released the eagle with a flick of his hand, sending it soaring into the sky. The eaglet found itself suspended in midair, frightened to the core, instinctively flapping its wings in a desperate attempt to stabilize itself. However, as it was but a novice in the art of flight, its efforts were in vain. After a few futile flaps, it plummeted heavily to the ground. Upon witnessing the eaglet's fall, Yichuan felt a surge of alarm and rushed down the rocky slope to assess the bird's injuries. He discovered the eaglet lying on the ground. One of its wings already broken, indicating a severe injury. Filled with compassion, Yichuan hastily retrieved some healing elixirs and administered a few to the eaglet. As he heard its mournful cries, his heart felt as though it were bleeding. "Eaglet, it is not out of cruelty that I have broken your wings, but rather for your future," Yichuan declared, recalling the instructions from the overseer of the outer sect. With a heavy heart, he resolutely broke the other uninjured wing of the eaglet. A mournful whimper echoed in the air, imbued with profound suffering and an overwhelming sense of injustice. The eaglet could not comprehend why its owner, whom it regarded as a parent, would harm it so. Yichuan, bearing the eaglet with its broken wings, ascended the rocky heights once more. With a steely resolve, he cast the eaglet into the abyss again. The eaglet, engulfed in despair, instinctively flapped its severed wings, striving to maintain balance. Yet each movement was accompanied by excruciating pain, rendering it less agile. Once more, it fell heavily to the ground. Witnessing the desolation in the eaglet's eyes, Yichuan felt an overwhelming sense of pity and found it increasingly difficult to subject the bird to further torment. However, he recalled the overseer's admonition regarding the importance of perseverance in flight training. He dared not indulge in misplaced kindness, fearing that if the eaglet failed to learn to soar, it would come to resent him. Once again, he took the eaglet to the summit, offered a few words of comfort, and resolutely hurled it into the air. This time, the eaglet tapped into its latent potential, flapping its wings with fervor to avoid a calamitous fall. The eaglet's wing bones possessed remarkable regenerative capabilities. If it could endure the agony and persist in its flight, the wings would gradually regain strength and vitality. In time, they would emerge from this ordeal akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes, becoming even more robust. Failure to do so would mean losing a chance at rebirth, forever severing its connection to the azure skies. Contemplating the overseer's counsel, Yichuan steeled himself once more. Yet this time, the eaglet fared much better. Despite its inability to fully balance, it managed to land on its claws first, avoiding a direct crash. Propelled by its claws, it glided a distance before finally touching down. Yichuan, witnessing the eaglet's safe landing, felt a surge of joy and swiftly descended from the rocky heights to commend the eaglet. He rewarded it with a few energy-restoring pills. The eaglet bore no grudge against Yichuan. Instead, it leaped joyfully, consuming the pills before being taken back up to the heights once more. This time, the fear had largely dissipated from its eyes. Once again, the eagle was cast into the air, this time no longer in a state of panic. It vigorously flapped its nearly healed wings, striving to maintain its balance. As it descended, it landed with its talons first, propelling itself forward and soaring once more. This time, it ventured farther, spiraling gracefully before returning. After several practice flights, the eagle began to grasp the fundamentals of flight. However, as a novice, it was unable to fly too far or too high, and its endurance was limited. Observing that dusk had fallen and knowing that the eagle's vision would be compromised at night, along with a notable decrease in its vitality necessitating rest, Yichuan ceased the training. He placed the eagle into his spirit beast pouch, providing a generous handful of energy-gathering pills for it to consume if hunger struck. He also prepared a substantial portion of the same pills for another spirit beast, a little monkey, before making his way back to his dormitory. Upon returning to his room, Yichuan felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. After a hurried wash, he settled into bed and drifted into slumber. The new outer disciples from various regions had yet to arrive, prompting the sect to grant a 3-day respite to adjust their mindsets, with formal initiation set for 3 days hence. This afforded Yichuan ample time to train the eagle in flight. The subsequent 2 days of practice flights proceeded remarkably well. Flight was instinctual for the eagle. Once it overcame the adversity of its broken wings, its reborn skeletal structure would radiate newfound vitality, elevating both strength and agility to unprecedented heights. Consequently, during these 2 days, the eagle made remarkable strides, each day surpassing the last, much to Yichuan's delight. On one particular morning, before dawn had broken, the dormitory courtyard was roused by the resounding clangor of a gong, awakening the slumbering Yichuan. The newly inducted outer disciples listened as their instructor, Bao Tai-Heng, announced, "You have 15 minutes. Hurry and rise, dress yourselves. In 15 minutes, assemble in the courtyard. Those who are late shall not be permitted to eat today." With this stern proclamation, chaos ensued within the dormitory, filled with the sounds of commotion and reprimands. Having already donned his attire, Yichuan hastily washed his face and exited his room, making his way to the spacious courtyard. There, he observed 2 figures clad in white robes, one tall and the other short, one stout and the other slender, both emanating an air of frostiness that deterred direct gaze. A mere glance at them elicited for piercing stares, causing him to avert his eyes. The time is up. You, step forward. Record the tardy individuals. No meals for them today. The short, stout figure commanded, pointing at Yi Chuan with an authoritative tone. Yi Chuan, the teacher is calling you. Zhao Xing, standing beside him, nudged him urgently. Yi Chuan snapped back to attention and promptly stepped forward to stand before the two instructors. Take the attendance roster and begin calling names. Mark those who are late. The stout instructor's voice rang sharply in his ears. Yi Chuan quickly accepted the roster and pen, gazing at the instructor with a mixture of confusion and determination. You will read the names from the roster. Those present will respond, and mark circles beside the names of the tardy or absent. Commence the roll call. The instructor's cold voice instructed. Yi Chuan meticulously recited the names on the roster, from the very first to the last, totaling 321 individuals, among which was his own name. For each name he did not call, he diligently circled it. From this day forth, you shall be responsible for reciting the names of all individuals at the precise hour of the rooster's crow each day. Those who are absent will be duly noted, and this will be a component of your assessment during your 3-year tenure at the Qingding sect. Furthermore, various forms of punishment will be meted out to those who arrive late or miss classes. Deprivation of meals is merely the most lenient of these. The short and stout instructor spoke with a stern countenance, then turned to Yi Chuan and inquired, "What is your name? From today onward, you shall temporarily assume the role of class monitor, assisting the teacher with various tasks. Naturally, the teacher shall not impose this upon you without recompense. There will be certain benefits. Disciple Yi Chuan, it is only right that I assist the teacher." Yi Chuan promptly responded with deference. "Excellent. Now, let us commence your inaugural lesson at the Qingding sect. This class, a fundamental course on life, will be co-taught by myself and this esteemed Deacon Qian. Pay close attention. Now, introduce yourselves, stating your names, origins, and specialties, following my lead." The stout instructor, Bao Taiyang, paused momentarily before continuing. "I am Bao Taiyang, and this is Qian Juanqiu. We are both deacons in the transmission hall and the guiding instructors for this year's new outer sect disciples. You may address us as Teacher Bao and Teacher Qian. Should you have any uncertainties or queries during your time at Qingding, do not hesitate to approach us. All right. Yi Chuan, as the acting class monitor, you shall commence." Upon realizing that the stout instructor Bao Taihang had turned his gaze upon him, Yi Chuan felt a sudden jolt of surprise, but quickly regained his composure and said, "Disciple Yi Chuan, hailing from the mountain county of the Green Water Prefecture in the state of Wei. Good. Now, let us proceed with self-introductions in the order listed on the roster." Bao Taihang nodded and surveyed the assembly of over 300 newly admitted outer sect disciples, before continuing. "Greetings, esteemed teachers and fellow disciples. My name is Zhao Xing, and I hail from the capital city of Jianzhou in the state of Zhao. I look forward to your guidance." Zhao Xing eagerly stepped forward, turning to address his fellow disciples. "Greetings, teachers and fellow disciples. I am Huang Xing, from the Cloud Prefecture of the state of Zhao, and my forte lies in swordsmanship. I humbly request your guidance." "Hello, teachers. My name is Ming Chendong, from the Ming family in the Shandong Prefecture. I am delighted to join you, my fellow disciples, and I hope we can support one another in the days to come." As Yi Chuan observed the provocative gazes of his peers, he realized that his appointment as acting class monitor, designated by Bao Taihang, had incited their ire. He was about to decline the position when he heard Bao Taihang declare, "Having listened to your introductions, it is clear that you are all elite cultivators from the mundane world of the state of Zhao. Some of you are masters among wanderers, while others are scions of modest families. Yet, what does that signify? Within the Qingding sect, you are but blank slates in the realm of the mundane. You may have been exalted, but here, you stand equal among all. However, I implore you all to remember that the Qingding sect evaluates new disciples solely based on their qualifications and potential. Those lacking in ability or potential will be eliminated during the annual assessment and relegated to menial tasks. The means of assessing your potential and qualifications lie in the mastery of each subject. Only by successfully passing the final examinations of each course can you graduate from the introductory class of the sect and gain formal recognition, thereby securing a position of responsibility. Otherwise, you will remain as menial disciples, devoid of status. I urge you to reflect on the implications of this matter. I do not wish to witness anyone being expelled due to violations of sect rules or a lack of diligence in their cultivation, resulting in their relegation to menial status or dismissal from the sect." During the first lesson, the atmosphere was somewhat somber. After delivering his admonition, Teacher Bao Taihang retrieved a small booklet from his leather pouch and instructed the acting class leader, Yichuan, to read aloud the specific regulations established by the Qingding sect for the introductory disciples. The regulations were meticulously detailed after Yichuan read through them. It took him half an hour. Subsequently, Teacher Bao proceeded to elucidate each regulation in depth, providing thorough explanations. A copy of the booklet will be distributed to each of you shortly, so do not claim that you cannot remember. While the penalties for first-time offenses may be lenient, they are still sufficiently severe for you to heed them. You must commit these rules to memory. After delivering this stern reminder, Bao Taihang waved his plump hand, signaling the end of the meeting and the time for breakfast. The dormitory area spans approximately 10 acres, featuring a spacious courtyard. While rows of houses have been constructed along the four walls, amounting to several hundred rooms of varying sizes, the smaller rooms are designated for newly admitted outer disciples, whereas the larger ones serve various purposes. The dining hall is located within one of the larger buildings near the main entrance. The dormitory area is staffed by menial disciples, and the meals prepared by the chef are quite delectable. After enjoying a hearty breakfast, Yichuan returned to his room. After a brief rest, he settled on his bed in a meditative posture, consumed a qi-gathering pill, and began cultivating his celestial essence. According to the curriculum for the introductory class of new outer disciples, the forthcoming month will focus on foundational theoretical courses, allowing the new disciples to familiarize themselves with the history of the Qingding sect and master the systematic theoretical foundations of cultivation. This will lay a solid groundwork for their future practices. Yichuan had previously delved into cultivation texts and honed his skills in solitude, without anyone offering guidance on the intricacies of cultivation. Thus he cherished this rare opportunity and listened intently to the teacher's teachings, ensuring he did not miss a single word. Over the month, the two instructors imparted a wealth of foundational theories and knowledge regarding cultivation to the new disciples. However, Yichuan was particularly eager to learn about alchemy, for he possessed a fertile land capable of yielding various precious herbs in a short time, greatly facilitating his future alchemical endeavors. He need not worry about the scarcity of celestial medicines, which also represented the most effective means for him to excel. Consequently, whenever the teachers discussed topics related to celestial medicines and alchemy, he would diligently take notes with the paper and pen he carried, fearful of missing even a single word. As the end of the month approached, the esteemed instructors, Master Bao Taihang and Master Qian Junjun, conducted assessments for their newly admitted disciples. The evaluation consisted primarily of questions pertaining to the foundational theories of cultivation previously taught. The disciples of the introductory class, distinguished individuals in the mundane world, were not found wanting in their responses. Following tradition, the instructors announced that the disciples would be divided into several small groups for the purposes of study and management. The students were invited to form their groups freely, consisting of 3 to 5 members each. Should they fail to do so, the instructors would intervene. After completing the evaluations, Master Bao Taihang emphasized the significance of this grouping. The disciples momentarily fell silent, although they had become familiar with one another's names over the past month of interaction. Their true natures and backgrounds remained largely unknown. Observing Master Bao Taihang's solemn demeanor made it evident that this grouping would bear considerable importance. Yichuan, let us form a group, Zhao Xing suggested with a grin, approaching Yichuan. You wouldn't reject your friendly companion, would you? Yichuan had no objections. Zhao Xing, with his affable nature, appeared to be a trustworthy companion. Class leader Yi, would you mind including me as well? A fellow disciple named Huang Sheng stepped forward, echoing Yichuan's request. Welcome, Yichuan promptly replied. Regardless of the reasons presented, he felt compelled to accept. After all, it was a matter of mutual respect. Grouping was not a challenging task. It simply involved aligning with those one found agreeable, leading to natural affiliations. Among them were 2 others named Wu Huiqi and Zhang Wire, who also joined their group. The grouping process concluded swiftly, resulting in over 300 new disciples forming dozens of small groups, creating an atmosphere of lively chatter and excitement. All right, as per tradition, you shall have 3 days of leisure at the month's end. However, you must return here for roll call precisely at the hour of the rabbit on the first day of the next month. Failure to do so will result in a recorded tardiness, a day of fasting, and the obligation to clean the dining hall. Master Bao Taihang proclaimed before disbanding the assembly. Class leader Yi, how about we venture to the nearest market to celebrate our newfound camaraderie? You have trained a mighty eagle, and we could ride it there. The journey to the nearest market from Qingding Gate spans thousands of miles, fraught with perilous terrain, and 3 days may not suffice for a round trip. Moreover, The path is teeming with formidable beasts. Losing our lives would be a grave misfortune. Zhao Xing chuckled. My eagle has just begun to learn to fly and cannot bear the weight of several individuals. Perhaps we should rent a mount from Qingding Gate instead. Yichuan replied. Then let it be. I've heard that the rental fees for their mounts are exorbitant, and they do not accept gold or silver. Only qi gathering pills. Alas, I have hardly enough to spare, as I need them for my own cultivation. Zhao Xing lamented. Why not have class leader you take a solitary flight on his mount, while I, Huang, shall cover the cost of our beverages? Huang Xing, a more seasoned cultivator, suggested. Recognizing the opportunity. That sounds splendid. The rules do not prohibit us from enjoying drinks and conversation. They merely forbid causing trouble under the influence. I have confirmed this with Master Bao. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xing clapped his hands in delight and exclaimed, I wish to purchase some items for women. I wonder if class leader Ye's eagle could give me a ride. Wu Huiqi, her cheeks flushed, shyly murmured to Yichuan. What do you want to buy? Just let class leader you bring it back. Zhao Xing boisterously interjected. What kind of items for women would it be appropriate to ask him to carry? Wu Huiqi's face reddened even further as she replied, Women can be quite troublesome. Zhao Xing muttered impatiently under his breath. My eagle should have no issue carrying one more person. Yichuan reflected momentarily, and though he felt a pang of concern for the eagle, he could not refuse the request of a fellow group member. Sister Huiqi, please help me bring back some items as well. Zhang Wire, noticing the situation, hastily pulled Wu Huiqi aside for a whispered conversation. Given the girl's rosy complexion, it was evident that they were discussing items meant for women. Releasing the eagle from the spirit beast pouch, it gracefully settled on the ground. Yichuan exerted force with his foot, and in a single leap, mounted the eagle's back. Waving to his female companion Wu Huiqi, she swiftly joined him, bidding farewell to the others. Her heart swelling with joy as she caught the envious glances of her fellow peers. Yichuan gently patted the eagle's neck and said, Eagle, it's time to take flight. Let us head to the nearest market town. With a resounding cry, the eagle flapped its wings and ascended unsteadily into the sky, swiftly departing the dormitory area. Soon becoming a mere speck against the horizon, its speed astonishing. Ah! Wu Huiqi gasped as she felt the eagle's back sway beneath her. It was important to note that they were hundreds of feet in the air, with treacherous peaks and ravines below, the protruding rocks sharp as blades. A fall from such height would spell doom even for a cultivator in the qi refinement stage. Don't move. Yichuan, noticing Wu Huiqi's alarm, felt the eagle begin to lose its balance and quickly reached out to steady her. When he embraced her, Wu Huiqi fell silent, though her heart raced. Her cheeks as red as a ripe apple. What was meant to be a simple act of support turned unexpectedly intimate as Yichuan's hand inadvertently pressed against her bosom. The sensation of softness combined with firmness momentarily stunned him, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. After what felt like an eternity, Yichuan regained his composure. Let go. Wu Huiqi, flustered and indignant, struggled to free herself from his grasp. Her movements caused the eagle to tilt precariously, desperately flapping its wings to regain equilibrium. Yet, it was still a fledgling, albeit sturdier than its contemporaries, but nonetheless not yet fully grown. Stay still. Do you wish to fall to your demise? I certainly do not wish to accompany you. Yichuan, now more cautious, tightened his hold around Wu Huiqi, using both hands to secure her while his legs clung to the eagle's body to prevent any disastrous fall. Ah, I won't move. Just let go of me. Very well. If you promise not to move, I shall release you. Yichuan slowly eased his grip, but upon seeing Wu Huiqi's inclination to shift, he quickly extended his hand again in alarm. Please, let go of me. I'm truly unable to move. Wu Huiqi, trembling with fear, witnessed the falcon's erratic swaying and, after several near-dive encounters with the mountain peaks below, found herself too terrified to make any further pleas for Yichuan to release her. Noticing Yichuan's resolute grip, she blushed and gently placed her small hands on the back of his hand, saying, This embrace is quite uncomfortable. Please lower your hands. Yichuan, being experienced, felt the delicate touch of Wu Huiqi's hands, sending shivers through him, nearly compelling him to loosen his hold. However, he feared her movements might endanger the falcon, which had already experienced several close calls due to her presence. Had he known, he would not have brought her along, with no means to persuade Yichuan otherwise. Wu Huiqi sighed softly, reluctantly acquiescing to her predicament. Were they on solid ground, she would never find herself in such an intimate and embarrassing position with a stranger, let alone allow anyone to approach her. After all, her petite fists were not without their own defense. If only the falcon's back were a tad more spacious. They could avoid sitting so closely together, but alas, the falcon was still quite young. With just enough room for 1-2 passengers meant they had to squeeze together. Wu Huiqi felt a wave of despair. After maintaining her purity for over 20 years, she found herself compromised by a man she had known for merely a month. How would she face the world if word got out? Fortunately, they were soaring high above, surrounded by nothing but air, which eased her anxiety somewhat. Yichuan, too, was cautious not to overstep their boundaries. As long as she remained still, he dared not push any further. The falcon flew increasingly steadily, reaching a state of grace that left Yichuan nodding in admiration of its innate talent for flight. Suddenly, Wu Huiqi let out a sharp cry and slumped weakly into Yichuan's embrace, a flicker of shame igniting within her, causing her cheeks to redden further. At that moment, the falcon dove unexpectedly, and Yichuan, caught off guard, inadvertently bit down on the delicate curve of Wu Huiqi's right ear, eliciting a startled gasp from her. She felt a jolt of electricity course through her, prompting Yichuan to instinctively tighten his hold on the visibly agitated girl. "I'm fine, but you're squeezing me too tightly," Wu Huiqi exclaimed, feeling the heat of his embrace and becoming increasingly distressed, urgently pleading for him to ease his grip. Yichuan recognized the impropriety of holding a female companion in such a manner, yet survival took precedence, and he was compelled to maintain his hold. Upon hearing her desperate entreaties, however, he reluctantly loosened his arm slightly. For approximately 2 hours, they remained in this profoundly intimate position, until they finally approached the nearest town to Qingdingmen. The falcon reduced its speed and, after a few graceful spirals, landed safely, albeit somewhat unsteadily. Both Yichuan and Wu Huiqi breathed a sigh of relief. "Wu Huiqi, we must gather here 2 hours before sunset, otherwise the falcon won't be able to fly at night, and we will be forced to stay here," Yichuan cautioned, addressing the ground-focused Wu Huiqi. She replied softly, not daring to glance back at him as she hurried into the town. Yichuan scattered several chi-gathering pills, and the eagle flapped its wings, soaring into the air to catch each of the celestial pills, swallowing them with joyful cries. Yichuan then stored the eagle in his waist pouch for mystical beasts and proceeded directly toward the town. Upon arrival, the guards at the entrance, upon seeing his attire as a disciple of the Qingding sect, adorned with the sect's unique pill furnace emblem, dared not question him and allowed him entry into the town. He arrived at the only tavern in the town, where he spent a small bag containing over 100 chi-gathering pills to purchase several skins filled with celestial wine, collectively weighing over 100 pounds, ample provisions for several people. After waiting nearly an hour at the city gate, he finally spotted Wu Huiqi hurrying toward him, her cheeks flushed. Yichuan took the opportunity to examine her closely. She was of average height, somewhat slender, with her hair tied back in a ponytail, a delicate oval face, fair skin, and clad in a fitted dark outfit. Remembering the embarrassing scene they had shared on the eagle's back not long ago, Wu Huiqi's face flushed deeper as she lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. Yichuan chuckled awkwardly, refraining from further scrutiny. He quickly summoned the eagle, which flapped its wings and landed in the open space outside the town. "Let's head back, Wu Huiqi," Yichuan said, extending his hand toward her. Instinctively, she placed her hand in his warm grasp, but suddenly realized and attempted to withdraw, only to find her wrist firmly held by Yichuan as he leaped, carrying her onto the eagle's back. The journey back was not lengthy. They arrived in about 2 hours. This time, the eagle, having gained experience in flight, was much steadier, and Yichuan felt less compelled to hold Wu Huiqi tightly, though a sense of disappointment lingered. Nonetheless, his hands remained on her slender waist, and feeling her smooth skin sent ripples through his heart. Wu Huiqi, her cheeks flushed, sat in front of him with her head bowed, lost in thought. Suddenly, the eagle encountered a gust of wind, its wings flapping vigorously as its body tilted. Seizing the opportunity, Yichuan quickly wrapped his arms around Wu Huiqi, inadvertently pressing his hand against her soft chest as he began to caress gently. This position left Wu Huiqi blushing fiercely. She hastily placed her delicate hand on his, fearful of further advances. As Yichuan savored the softness and pliability beneath his palm, he found himself entranced, relishing the exquisite sensation. Previously, concerns for their safety had prevented him from fully appreciating her softness, but now, with the eagle adept at long-distance flight, he had ample time to indulge in the delightful experience, feeling an overwhelming sense of bliss. Time, however, slipped away all too swiftly. 2 hours passed unnoticed as the eagle soared into the vicinity of Qingding Peak. After circling once, it located the dormitory area, spreading its wings wide as it began its descent toward the ground. In the courtyard of the dormitory area, Wu Huiqi struggled to break free from Yi Chuan's embrace and gracefully dismounted from the eagle's back, her cheeks flushed as she hurried towards her dormitory. Yi Chuan gazed at Wu Huiqi's swiftly departing figure, gently shaking his head before leaping down from the eagle, carrying several pouches filled with exquisite wine as he made his way to his own room. The eagle flapped its wings, returning to its nest, for the evening had fallen, signaling the time for its rest. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Xing, Huang Sheng, and Zhang Wire emerged from the dining hall with their dishes in hand, entering Yi Chuan's quarters to retrieve the wine pouches. They filled their bowls with the fine liquor, eager to commence their meal. "Why is Wu Huiqi taking so long? Girls can be such a hassle," Zhao Xing remarked, unable to suppress his dissatisfaction at her tardiness. "How can girls be a hassle? Underestimating them will surely lead to regret. I shall go check on Sister Huiqi," Zhang Wire retorted to Wang Zhan, her tone laced with annoyance as she exited the room to summon Wu Huiqi. Moments later, Wu Huiqi appeared in her simple attire, exuding grace and elegance, her figure captivating, leaving Yi Chuan momentarily entranced. "What is the matter, class leader Yi? Have you taken a liking to Sister Wu Huiqi? Fear not. In the spirit of camaraderie, we shall speak favorably on your behalf." Zhao Xing chuckled, observing Yi Chuan's reaction. "Brother Zhao, do focus on your drink and refrain from speaking nonsense." Wu Huiqi blushed at his words, playfully chiding him. "Haha, let us drink instead. Class leader Yi has a delicate disposition and might take offense." Huang Xing interjected, attempting to ease the awkward atmosphere. "All right, let us drink." Zhao Xing, realizing his jest had created an uncomfortable moment, lifted his bowl and took a hearty sip. Yi Chuan had procured an ample supply of celestial wine, enough for the five of them to indulge. After several toasts, the three male companions found themselves intoxicated, while Wu Huiqi and Zhang Wire, though having partaken sparingly, wore a charming blush that enhanced their allure. "After this drinking, we are not merely fellow disciples. We are brothers bound by fate. In times of fortune or adversity, should you face difficulties, seek me out, Wang Zhan, at the Liu family in Jinzhou, and I shall not hesitate to brave any challenge." Zhao Xing proclaimed with grandiosity in his inebriated state. "Though I, Huang Sheng, may not hail from a renowned cultivation family, I have a modest reputation in the Hishi cultivation realm and a fair number of friends. When you arrive in Hishi, do seek me out. Otherwise, I shan't recognize you as a brother," Huang Xing added, his bravado fueled by the wine. "Though I am but a girl, I too am a cultivator and would be honored to befriend several esteemed brothers. I hope you do not hold my gender against me." Zhang Wire, emboldened by the drink, spoke with a spirit reminiscent of a heroine. Wu Huiqi remained silent, her large, expressive eyes occasionally darting towards Yi Chuan, her cheeks flushed, the cause of which was uncertain, whether the wine or something else entirely. "Very well. From this day forth, we are not just fellow disciples, but also brothers. I wholeheartedly agree with Zhao's sentiment. If my assistance is ever needed, do not hesitate to call upon me, Yi Chuan. I shall not be remiss in my obligations." Yi Chuan, feeling intoxicated, patted his chest and spoke. After 3 days of rest, on the first day of the new month, Yi Chuan rose early, prepared himself, and was the first to stand in the courtyard. Soon after, Bao Taihang and Qian Junjie emerged from the office one after another. Noticing that it was time, Yi Chuan grasped the bronze gong hanging from the old pine tree in the courtyard and struck it forcefully. "It's time to rise. You have 15 minutes to gather in the courtyard," Yi Chuan called out. Instantly, the dormitories of the disciples erupted into chaos, filled with the sounds of commotion. Shortly thereafter, some of the disciples who had awakened early and were well prepared arrived for the gathering. Within a quarter of an hour, all the disciples were ready and gathered in the courtyard. After taking attendance and realizing that no one was late, Yi Chuan handed the roster to Bao Taihang. After a brief glance, Bao Taihang turned to address the disciples of the Enlightenment class. Through a month of systematic study of the foundational theories of cultivating immortality, you have gained a comprehensive understanding of the principles and knowledge of the path of cultivation. From today onwards, you will engage in specialized learning, according to the teaching plan. This morning, Elder Qian will instruct you in the most fundamental 5 Qi returning to origin technique. You must listen attentively, for after 1 year, your cultivation achievements will be assessed, and the results will contribute to your final academic grades. The disciples promptly sat cross-legged on the ground, ready to absorb Elder Qian's teachings. With the assistance of Yi Chuan, over 300 new disciples found their respective mats inscribed with their names and sat as instructed by Bao Taihang. As disciples of this year's external enlightenment class at Qingding sect, You all have the potential to become cultivators of the returning to origin realm. Over the next year, I will teach you the 5 Qi returning to origin technique. This intermediate-level foundational method unique to our sect emphasizes stillness and was meticulously developed by our predecessors over many years. Compared to other returning to origin techniques, it is remarkably gentle, making it less likely for beginners to go astray during their practice. It is the most suitable method for those just starting out. Now, please pay close attention as I begin to teach you the fundamental practices of this technique. Elder Qian, tall and slender, began to instruct the disciples on the foundational methods of the 5 Qi returning to origin. The technique required sitting cross-legged with 5 hearts directed toward the heavens, meaning the palms of both hands, the soles of both feet, and the crown of the head should all face upwards. This posture was quite similar to what was required during the Qi refinement stage, and since most present were accomplished Qi refinement cultivators, they were naturally familiar with this cross-legged 5 hearts skyward position. Seeing that all the disciples had assumed the correct posture, Elder Qian wasted no time and proceeded with the instruction. The 5 organs give rise to 5 energies, with the celestial essence emerging from their roots. When Yang first manifests, the energies of the 5 organs converge in the central source. When Yin first arises, the fluids of the 5 organs flow towards the lower source. The eyes, though unseeing, harbor the soul within the liver. The ears, though unhearing, contain the essence within the kidneys. The tongue, though silent, holds the spirit within the heart. The nose, though devoid of fragrance, shelters the corporeal soul within the lungs. The limbs, though motionless, harbor intention within the spleen. Thus, it is termed the 5 energies converging at the source. This convergence signifies the true energies of the 5 organs gathering in the central dantian. When the body remains still, the essence solidifies, and the water flows towards the source. When the heart is undisturbed, the energy stabilizes, and the fire flows towards the source. When the true nature is quiet, the soul conceals itself, and the wood flows towards the source. When false emotions are forgotten, the corporeal soul lies dormant, and the metal flows towards the source. When the 4 elements are in harmony, intention becomes firm, and the earth flows towards the source. Qianjun Champion chanted the cultivation mantra of the 5 energies converging at the source, and the gathered disciples listened attentively, eager to memorize every word, fearing that even a single character omitted could hinder their future practice. After reciting the mantra, Qianjun began to elucidate the profound intricacies of the heart method phrase by phrase, slowly yet meticulously, sharing his insights and experiences from practicing the 5 energies converging at the source. Yichuan hastily took out pen and paper, diligently recording every word of Qianjun's teachings, ensuring not a single character was overlooked, capturing even his cultivation insights. According to Qianjun, human life encompasses 5 organs, which develop within the womb, each generating primordial energy, known as innate energy or true energy. However, without the corresponding spiritual roots, one cannot perceive the existence of the corresponding attributes of innate energy, nor can one cultivate the relevant celestial techniques to refine the corresponding celestial essence. Once the celestial essence is refined, one must then engage in the subsequent practice of the 5 energies converging at the source to elevate one's cultivation to a higher level. The so-called 5 energies converging at the source involves employing a specific cultivation method to transform the gaseous celestial essence into a liquid form. Once achieved, this represents a significant enhancement in cultivation level, propelling one from the realm of minor ghost immortals to that of intermediate ghost immortals, resulting in a momentous transformation of strength, alongside an increase in lifespan by a century, reaching a total of 300 years. Spiritual roots begin to develop in the womb, yet due to varying environmental influences, the availability of celestial energies, and the quality of the seeds, not everyone is born with the potential for cultivation. Most become ordinary mortals devoid of spiritual roots, while those fortunate enough to possess them do not always embody the complete spectrum of the 5 elements. The environment during gestation directly influences the formation of spiritual roots. If one is influenced by wood element celestial energies, they are likely to develop wood-based roots, while those influenced by fire element energies are likely to possess fire-based roots. Indeed, many cultivators lack the pure celestial energies needed during the development of their roots, resulting in multifaceted roots due to the mixed elemental environment. The nature of one's spiritual roots is intrinsically linked to the seeds sown by one's parents and the environment in which one exists. It is a preordained aspect that is challenging to alter. The achievements of a cultivator within the realm of immortality, in a certain sense, hinge upon the quality of their spiritual roots. Furthermore, The attributes of the immortal techniques that a cultivator can practice are directly dictated by these spiritual roots, leaving no room for miraculous alterations. Thus, the 5-chi ascension technique encompasses 5 distinct cultivation methods: wood ascension, fire ascension, water ascension, metal ascension, and earth ascension. These can be practiced separately, without the necessity of simultaneous cultivation. Each one has already attained a consummate mastery of both metal and fire elemental energies, positioning him to further refine his practice of metal ascension and fire ascension techniques. However, endowed with a constitution that possesses all 5 elemental spiritual roots, he is capable of cultivating all 5 elements simultaneously. Fearing the potential for forgetfulness regarding the techniques, he meticulously records them for future study. The morning slipped away unnoticed, and soon it was time for lunch. As the instructor, Qianjun Champion also needed a respite, leading to the conclusion of the class, after which everyone busied themselves with their own pursuits. According to the curriculum for the first year of the introductory class, aside from a 3-day break at the end of each month, the remaining time is allocated for morning sessions of practicing the 5-chi ascension technique under the guidance of Qianjun Champion, while afternoons and evenings are designated for independent cultivation, supervised by teacher Bao Taiheng. Thus, the schedule remains relatively generous. After lunch, observing his fellow disciples engaged in their cultivation of immortal techniques, Yichuan, unwilling to fall behind, commenced his practice of the recently learned 5-chi ascension technique. The following morning, upon gathering and roll call, he practiced the technique with Qianjun Champion for the entire morning. However, during lunchtime, he was suddenly startled by the cry of an eagle overhead. "Eagle!" Yichuan exclaimed, as he noticed a dark speck in the sky rapidly enlarging, soon revealing itself to be the eagle that had soared through the heavens for quite some time. As it drew closer, he discerned that perched upon the eagle's back was a small, pale yellow monkey, half the height of a person, his other immortal beast, the little monkey. At that moment, the eagle clutched a hefty wild boar in its talons, which, despite being grounded, still showed signs of life, indicating it had been captured only moments prior. The eagle had indeed mastered the art of hunting. Upon witnessing this, Yichuan felt an immense joy swell within him. He hastily retrieved a jade-green porcelain vial from his bosom, pouring forth a handful of chi-gathering pills and casting them into the air. With a jubilant chirp, the eagle spread its wings in a swift motion, and in the blink of an eye, it snatched the dozen or so chi-gathering pills into its beak with remarkable agility. Meanwhile, the little monkey perched upon the eagle's back, having failed to seize any of the pills, began to screech in frustration. "Captain, you truly possess great wealth. Feeding a single eagle requires a staggering number of energy-gathering pills, exceeding a dozen." Zhao Xing stood behind Yichuan, having witnessed the previous scene with his own eyes. He was so astonished that he could hardly close his mouth. After a long pause, he finally murmured, "The class leader truly is a person of great wealth. A dozen spirit-gathering pills shall suffice for my cultivation endeavors over the course of 3 months." Huang Sheng, with a face full of melancholy, spoke softly. Although Wu Huiqi and Zhang Wire said nothing, the sparkles in their eyes reflected a myriad of emotions as they gazed at Yichuan. As Yichuan overheard the hushed whispers of his fellow disciples behind him, he sensed a mixture of admiration and envy directed towards him. It dawned on him that he had been overly enthusiastic and rather ostentatious in his actions. His own team members were expressions of envy, yet the others cast him glances tinged with hostility, leaving Yichuan perplexed. Had he offended anyone by merely tending to his eagle? The disdainful looks he received were akin to those reserved for adversaries. Alas, such wealth indeed allowed him to care for a creature of such nature. But it was inappropriate to openly undermine the other disciples. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the air behind him, causing Yichuan considerable discomfort. "Ming Dong, keep your mouth shut. The class leader is merely feeding his own eagle. What business is it of yours?" Zhao Xing roared in response, furious. "Ming Dong, do not presume that because you have latched onto this fellow's coattails, I am intimidated by you. This chap is merely affluent. He has bribed the teacher to secure the position of class leader. Ask anyone present if they respect him," declared Ming Dong, a square-faced disciple of decent looks. "Indeed, none of us respect you. By what right do you assume the role of class leader?" chimed in a stout young boy, who Yichuan recognized as Ho Zihong. This pair of siblings, he recalled, belonged to the Ho clan of the Knife Mountain, notorious for luring a pack of demon wolves outside the Black Iron Mine in the Black Wind Gorge, nearly costing him his life to a second-tier demon wolf. Had it not been for the brave sacrifice of his young eagle at the time, he would have surely perished. "What do you intend to do then?" Yichuan's cold gaze bore into Ho Ziheng, who returned the stare defiantly, showing no signs of backing down. Ming Chundong and Ho Ziheng make a compelling argument. The class leader was only meant to be a temporary position. How can it be deemed permanent? We too wish to take a turn leading. Perhaps we could each serve a month? You have held the position for over a month. It is time for you to step aside and allow others to take their turn. A tall youth with hawk-like eyes proclaimed in a voice as grating as a broken gong. Li Tiancheng, are you also intent on causing trouble? Huang Xing interjected, unable to stand by as the authority of the class leader was challenged. It was not merely a matter of personal authority. The class leader was also their group leader. To tolerate such insubordination would jeopardize their collective dignity and future standing. Huang Xing, you, a distinguished cultivator, how can you stoop to being someone else's lackey? Retorted Li Tiancheng, asserting that the class leader position was one anyone could assume, merely by rising early, calling out a few names, and taking attendance. Who cannot do that? Why should he be the one? Why can't we? Ming Chundong from Li Tiancheng's group chimed in as well. Ming Chundong, why are you adding fuel to the fire? Even if Yichuan relinquished his position, it would not fall to you. Zhao Xing scoffed. What did you say, Zhao Xing? What does I take your head? Ming Chundong fumed, angrily confronting Zhao Xing. Do not point your finger at me, or I might just sever it. Zhao Xing retorted, his anger flaring. Very well. The young man surnamed Zhao, let us engage in a contest to see whether you will sever my hand, or I shall take your head. Ming Chundong, upon hearing this, was infuriated, pointing at Zhao Xing and leaping up in anger. Silence, everyone. The teacher has arrived. A female classmate called out, causing an immediate hush among the crowd. Yet, Zhao Xing and Ming Chundong continued to glare at each other, both exhibiting an air of defiance. What is the commotion? Who instigated this ruckus? Lock him in a dark room for a day, and he'll behave. Bao Taihang approached with a stern expression. He had heard the uproar from his office and initially thought it was a trivial matter, but as the noise escalated, he discerned that it involved the class leader, seemingly stemming from discontent regarding Yichuan's position. Teacher, we refuse to accept Yichuan as our class leader. Do as you see fit. Even if he remains in that role, we shall not heed him. Ming Chundong declared, his face a mask of indignation. Back at home, he was a prominent scion of the family, with few surpassing him in authority aside from his father and a few elders. Even his brothers and uncles dared not speak harshly to him. His father indulged him greatly. Thus, finding himself under the governance of others here was intolerable. And he seized this opportunity to vent. Why should someone of no standing, a mere wanderer, be allowed to lead? Indeed, we all share this sentiment, echoed Ho Ziheng. Li Tiancheng and the others in agreement. What must you do to find satisfaction? Yichuan suddenly interjected, although he had no desire to be class leader. Teacher Bao Taihang had once remarked on the numerous benefits of the position. Yet, the advantages were irrelevant. It was a matter of face. If you can defeat us all, we shall willingly acknowledge you as our leader, obeying your every command henceforth. Otherwise, you may stand aside. Ho Ziheng chimed in, questioning the fairness of the challenge. Fair. Fair. Ming Chundong and the others chorused in unison, including a few female classmates with whom they shared a close bond. Is this what you call fairness? Bao Taihang, incensed by their audacity, prepared to speak out, but was halted by Yichuan's icy demeanor as he raised his hand, stating, Please, teacher, do not intervene. I accept their challenge. However, we must establish a life and death pact, regardless of the consequences, be it injury or demise. At the chilling tone of Yichuan, the assembly fell into a profound silence. The first to voice an opinion, Ho Ziheng, was momentarily taken aback. Although he was at the late stage of qi refinement, which was commendable for his age, Yichuan was at the pinnacle of qi refinement, an opponent he could not compare to. Whom do you think you intimidate? A life and death pact? So be it. Li Tiancheng, also a peak qi refinement cultivator, retorted coldly, unperturbed by Yichuan's imposing presence. Who else wishes to join? Sign the life and death pact together. I shall accept the challenge from any of you, Yichuan proclaimed with great bravado. The others were momentarily taken aback, unable to regain their composure. They had no desire to engage in a life and death struggle merely for the position of class leader. After all, they were exalted cultivators in the mortal realm, seeking merely to gild their reputations at Qingding sect in hopes of advancing to the Yuan transformation realm. To risk their lives in such a manner seemed utterly imprudent. The potential for grave injury or even death rendered the endeavor unworthy. Let Li Tiancheng challenge Yichuan on our behalf. If he triumphs, he shall assume the role of class leader. If he fails, then Yichuan will take the position. Regardless of who leads, we shall have no further objections. Ho Ziheng declared, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Like him, the others were reluctant to put their lives at risk in a confrontation. Li Tianqing's expression shifted as he grasped the implications of their scheme. Despite his intelligence, he realized he had been ensnared. They had previously conspired to undermine Yichuan and unseat him from his leadership position, yet now he felt as if he were being roasted over an open flame. He silently chastised himself for his inability to refrain from stepping forward, but having spoken, he found himself with no avenue for retreat. How could he continue to navigate the complexities of life at Qingding's sect otherwise? The sect's regulations did not prohibit martial contests, but forbade all forms of private dueling. Nonetheless, to alleviate conflicts among disciples, a dedicated arena had been established for such purposes. As long as a life-and-death agreement was signed in advance, they could engage in combat to resolve irreconcilable disputes. With no choice but to proceed, Li Tianqing reluctantly signed the life-and-death agreement, scheduling the duel with Yichuan for a later date. As the gong sounded, the disciples hastily arose, hurriedly washing and gathering in the courtyard to prepare for their morning training. After a busy morning, as lunchtime approached, the disciples became agitated, eagerly placing bets on the outcome of the afternoon's life-and-death contest. During this time, Yichuan enjoyed a restful slumber in his chamber, replenishing his energy. At the appointed hour, he made his way to the arena within the law enforcement hall at the sect's entrance. The life-and-death contest was not as simple as a mere exchange of blows. It required the presence of at least 2 elders from the law enforcement hall as witnesses, or else it would be deemed an illicit fight. This stipulation was in place to prevent unnecessary complications for the victor and to ensure fairness and justice. In this contest, Yichuan would face Li Tianqing, with both parties signing the life-and-death agreement. The duel would conclude only when one side conceded or perished, with the law enforcement hall serving as the official witness. Any grievances arising thereafter would be strictly punished. As an elderly elder from the law enforcement hall finished reading the rules of the contest, the duel commenced, with Yichuan and Li Tianqing ascending the arena simultaneously. Brother Zhao, do you believe the class leader will emerge victorious? Is there a possibility of danger? Wu Huiqi inquired, her face a mask of concern as she watched from the sidelines. Li Tianqing is reputed to be the foremost warrior from the Yemen region, possessing innate strength. By the age of 15, he was hailed as the preeminent young cultivator among his peers, having bested numerous talented practitioners. His extensive combat experience makes him a formidable opponent. Indeed, it is said that sheer strength can subdue myriad techniques. This individual, with his natural prowess, is certainly not to be underestimated, Zhao Xing replied, his brow furrowed in apprehension. I am confident that our class leader will triumph. Zhang Wire suddenly interjected, albeit with a hint of uncertainty in her voice, revealing her lack of complete faith in Yichuan's victory. Let us observe further. I hope the class leader can navigate this trial unscathed, Huangxing added, his brow furrowed with concern. Among the observing team, the rotund Ho Ziheng shouted exuberantly, having witnessed Li Tianqing's innate strength firsthand. He was utterly amazed and brimming with confidence in Li Tianqing's victory, having placed an enormous wager, nearly risking all his possessions. Li Mani, does your brother genuinely have a solid chance of winning? I have staked a considerable number of vital energy pills. You must not let me down. Ho Minglan, a fellow disciple, said to Li Mani, who is indeed Li Tianqing's full sister. Rest assured, my brother was invincible in the Yinmen area by the age of 15. That demon-suppressing staff he wields weighs 3,500 jin. Anyone struck by it will either perish or be left severely crippled, Li Mani declared with unwavering confidence. Li Mani, your brother simply must win. I have taken your advice to heart and wagered quite a few gathering pills on his victory. If he loses, I shall be left destitute. Ho Ziheng hastily remarked. Do not worry. My brother will not lose, Li Mani retorted, her expression darkening with displeasure. Once your brother defeats that ye fellow, my companions and I have agreed to honor him as class leader, pledging our allegiance to him, Dongqing said with a grin as he approached. This is a binding agreement. Should you renege, you shall be deemed worse than swine or dogs, Li Mani replied, her face lighting up with pride at the prospect. That is all contingent on victory. If he loses, we will all be humiliated. Ho Ziheng, unable to contain his irritation at Li Mani's arrogance, scoffed. Indeed, if he loses, our shame is minor, but the life of Li Tianqing is at stake. Another silent female disciple, unable to tolerate Li Mani's haughty demeanor, chimed in. You are all petty individuals. Once my brother becomes class leader, just wait for the consequences. Li Mani, incensed by their sharp remarks, remained undeterred in her faith in her brother, secretly plotting her next move. The life-and-death duel commenced in earnest, with Li Tianqing, a towering figure of immense strength. Renowned since childhood for his extraordinary might, by the age of 15, he had gained notoriety, having vanquished all young cultivators in Jianzhou. He wielded a demon-suppressing staff over a yard in length, weighing an astonishing 3,500 jin, yet in his hands. It moved as effortlessly as a mere firewood stick, demonstrating his prodigious strength. Without any preamble, Li Qiancheng leaped onto the stage, brandishing the demon-suppressing staff with ferocity. The staff slicing through the air with a sharp whistle as it descended directly above. Yi Chuan did not turn, instead propelling himself backward with great force. Narrowly evading the strike, yet he felt the fierce gust of wind battering his face, causing a stinging sensation. His protective barrier proved inadequate against such a formidable assault. The demon-slaying staff struck the ground with a resounding thud, creating a deep pit over a foot deep in the stone arena, with cracks radiating outward from its center. Although the staff weighed an immense 3,500 pounds, Li Tianqing wielded it effortlessly, as if it bore no weight at all. After missing his initial strike, he advanced a few steps and swept the staff horizontally, aiming directly at Yi Chuan's waist. Yi Chuan retreated swiftly, narrowly evading the blow aimed at his midsection. The force of the strike caused his unassuming garment to shimmer with brilliance, deflecting the attack, despite its modest appearance. This garment was a top-tier celestial artifact purchased from the Baibaoge of King Shanji for tens of thousands of low-grade celestial stones, coupled with the exquisite silk armor he wore beneath, which was also of exceptional quality. His defensive capabilities were formidable, even without invoking the protection of his superior-grade brass shield. It would be nearly impossible for the opponent's celestial weapon to breach his 2 layers of defense. This was precisely why Yi Chuan dared to accept the life and death arena challenge. He would not gamble with his life without absolute confidence. Oh no, the captain is going to lose. I cannot bear to watch. Wu Huiqi exclaimed as she witnessed the unfolding events, her complexion paling, unable to withstand the tension. She quickly turned her head away and rested it on Zhang Weier's shoulder. Not necessarily a loss. The captain hasn't even summoned his magical artifact yet. This is merely a test of Li Qiancheng's strength. Huang Sheng, with his extensive experience in combat, immediately grasped the significance of the situation. Indeed, Li Qiancheng is as strong as an ox. Confronting him head-on leads only to demise. The captain is waiting for the right moment to deliver a decisive blow. Zhao Xing chimed in. Is that truly the case? I still cannot bear to look. Wu Huiqi lamented, still hiding her face against Zhang Weier's shoulder. Do not fear, Sister Huiqi. The captain will be fine, Zhang Weier reassured her. On the other side, the spectators were in high spirits, seemingly convinced of Li Qiancheng's impending victory. Their only concern was the substantial amount of qi-gathering pills they had wagered. That fellow Yi is faltering. My brother's victory is only a matter of time. Go, brother, defeat him, Li Mani exclaimed, her heart soaring with joy, ultimately shouting with enthusiasm. Defeat him! Defeat him! The allies surrounding Li Mani, caught up in her fervor, joined in the chant. Meanwhile, on stage, Li Tianqing continued his relentless assault. Each strike more forceful than the last, his celestial energy seemingly inexhaustible, showing no signs of fatigue. Yi Chuan, persistently evading, began to furrow his brow. Thankfully, his long practice of the floating leaf sword technique, which emphasized an unpredictable movement style, allowed him to integrate the essence of this technique into his foundational aerial maneuvering skills. Thus, he narrowly escaped several perilous moments when the force of the demon-slaying staff nearly caught him head-on, but managed to evade at the crucial moments. Li Tianqing wielded the demon-subduing staff for half an hour. Although he felt no significant loss of strength and his fervor only grew with the battle, impatience gnawed at him. This was a life-and-death arena, yet it felt as though he were merely toying with a monkey. Yi Chuan, why do you not summon your treasured artifact? Are you attempting to humiliate me? He called out while continuing to swing the staff, which weighed 3,500 pounds. Yi Chuan, however, remained silent, skillfully evading the increasingly ferocious attacks, secretly admiring Li Qiancheng's divine power. Even after 30 minutes, Li Qiancheng showed no signs of exhaustion. As Li Qiancheng continued to swing the staff, his irritation mounted further. Noticing Yi Chuan's persistent evasion and refusal to confront him head-on, he presumed the latter was intimidated by his formidable strength. Thus, he intensified his assault, focusing solely on offense and growing increasingly aggressive. After enduring yet another round of Li Qiancheng's fierce onslaught, Yi Chuan had grasped the rhythm of his strikes. Li Qiancheng, relying on his seemingly inexhaustible divine strength, eschewed any formal technique. Each strike was delivered with effortless power, devoid of any discernible form. Consequently, there was no need for Li Qiancheng to employ intricate maneuvers. Indeed, such fanciful techniques might hinder his force and speed. Having discerned Li Tianqing's weaknesses, Yichuan resolved to cease prolonging the confrontation. As he continued to dodge the relentless attacks, he placed his right hand upon the exquisite storage pouch at his waist. A faint sound of a sword humming filled the air as a flash of light erupted. With a swift, delicate sound, Li Tianqing felt a sharp pain in his right wrist, followed by a sudden weakness, rendering the previously weightless demon-subduing staff heavy in his grasp. I'm bleeding." A female disciple in the crowd cried out, prompting Li Tianqing to realize that blood was spurting from his right wrist. Despite his innate divine strength, he was not without limits. He could not maintain a protective barrier at all times. After half an hour of relentless assault, fatigue had set in. And though he remained vigilant against Yichuan's potential counterattack, his reactions had dulled. Thus, he failed to evade the well-planned strike from Yichuan, and the protective barrier could not shield him from the flying sword's attack. This was a life-and-death arena, not a mere sparring match. Li Tianqing, a seasoned veteran of combat, felt no panic upon sustaining his injury. With a firm grip, he swung the demon-subduing staff down towards Yichuan's head. Again with this move, Yichuan smirked coldly, his figure flickering as he evaded the staff, which carried a chilling gust of wind, and repositioned himself to Li Tianqing's right side, changing his sword technique. Yichuan prepared to strike. Despite his injured right wrist, Li Tianqing, with a fierce determination, tightened his grip on his bleeding right fist and aimed a powerful punch at Yichuan's face. Although his right wrist was wounded, he disregarded the eager flying sword before him, believing that if he could land just one blow, he would severely injure his opponent, allowing him to crush Yichuan effortlessly with a single hand. This is what one might call placing oneself in a position of apparent defeat only to rise anew. A masterstroke in the art of warfare. At that moment, Yichuan's right hand executed a sword technique, leaving Li Tianqing with a chilling sensation at his throat. It felt as though a torrent of liquid had found its escape, eager to burst forth. To his astonishment, Li Tianqing realized that his previously confident strike had missed its mark. His adversary's move had merely been a feint, with no intention of engaging him directly. Yichuan swiftly evaded Li Tianqing's attack, retracting his flying sword and regarding his opponent with a cold gaze. The flying sword was merely a standard middle-grade gold elemental artifact, not his exquisite supreme sword, the Qingfeng. Yichuan was reluctant to reveal the full extent of his abilities, lest he attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. As Li Tianqing prepared to launch a counterattack, he was suddenly met with a warm rush of liquid gushing from his neck, accompanied by a vivid crimson hue that erupted into a cloud of red mist. In a panic, Li Tianqing discarded his demon suppression staff and pressed his intact left hand firmly against the wound, striving to stem the flow of blood. The spectators fell into a hushed silence, witnessing Yichuan, with his left hand poised in a sword gesture, perform a single maneuver. The once arrogant Li Tianqing now clutched his neck, blood mist pouring from between his fingers. It was evident that Yichuan's sword had inflicted a grievous wound, leaving them uncertain of his fate. My brother is injured. Someone please help him," Li Mani cried out, unable to comprehend the dramatic turn of events. After a brief moment of shock, she screamed in distress. Two enforcers from the judging hall swiftly ascended the arena, but did not immediately attend to the injured Li Tianqing, who was desperately clutching his neck. One of the older officials regarded Li Tianqing with an icy glare and asked in a chilling tone, "Will you concede? Or shall we continue the contest?" Li Tianqing opened his mouth, only to spew forth a torrent of blood. He felt his strength rapidly waning, his body unsteady as he collapsed onto the arena floor, facing Yichuan. "Since you have knelt and begged for mercy from your opponent, does that not constitute your defeat? Do you have any objections?" The elderly enforcer pressed relentlessly. Li Tianqing, consumed with loathing for the old official, lamented the man's insensitivity to his grievous injury, which rendered him speechless. Unable to articulate his surrender, he lowered his head and raised his injured right hand, his left hand remaining firmly in place to staunch the bleeding from his neck, for to release it would surely spell his demise. "Very well. Since you have knelt in supplication and raised your hand in surrender, as the referee, I declare you the loser. Old Zhang, do you have any objections?" The elderly enforcer inquired nonchalantly to his companion. "Old Wang, the man is on the verge of death. It is clear he has lost. We must act swiftly to save him." The younger enforcer, unable to tolerate the older man's verbosity, interjected hastily. He then moved closer to Li Tianqing, retrieving a porcelain vial from his robes and pouring out a white powder, applying it to the wound after gently prying open Li Tianqing's left hand. The efficacy of the medicine was truly miraculous. A mere sprinkle of the white powder upon the wound instantly halted the flow of blood. The injury on Li Qiansheng's neck was visibly closing, gradually merging into a faint scar. After securing the porcelain vial, the steward tore away the collar of Li Qiansheng's garment and wrapped it around his left wrist, clearly reluctant to waste the precious white powder on such an injury. The audience below finally regained their senses, erupting into cheers, though for Zhao Xing and his companions, it was a triumphant roar. While the opposing group was left wailing in despair after losing everything in their bets, Li Manny snapped back to reality and hurriedly leaped onto the arena, weeping as she fell before her elder brother, now a bloodied figure. Who else wishes to challenge me? Step forward today, for I, Yichuan, shall not have the time to indulge you later. Yichuan declared coldly, wielding his celestial sword before the onlookers from the Enlightenment class. None dared to meet his icy gaze, having decisively defeated the formidable Li Tianqing. An indelible shadow was cast upon the hearts of some classmates. Who would dare to challenge Yichuan now? The class leader has triumphed. The class leader has triumphed. Wu Huiqi exulted from the sidelines, embracing her companion Zhang Wire, while Zhao Xing and Huang Sheng beamed with joy. Not only had Yichuan enhanced their prestige, but as victors of this life and death wager, the amassed energy pills were no trivial sum. They had become wealthy from this day forth. Observing the varied expressions of the crowd, some joyous, others sorrowful, some enraged, and others defiant, Yichuan's gaze grew even colder. Should anyone dare to challenge him directly at that moment, he would likely strike without hesitation. In the subsequent year, as Yichuan faced his fellow classmates, he sensed their respect tinged with an undercurrent of fear in their eyes, which left him speechless. In a world where strength commanded respect, only the powerful were venerated. The weak might elicit pity or sympathy, but more often disdain and contempt. He recalled the days after being swept away by the flood, finding himself in a rural village outside Shanyan County, where bandits pillaged and slaughtered, soldiers falsely accused him. An elder regarded him merely as a test subject. He was indeed at the mercy of others. Now, having embarked on the path of cultivation through fortunate circumstances and gained the strength to protect himself, Yichuan valued his life even more. Thus, upon sensing the respect from his classmates, he remained humble and thoughtful, furrowing his brow as he contemplated his future in cultivation. Experiencing the power of strength instilled in Yichuan a silent vow to diligently train and become a more formidable presence, refusing to be the prey he once was. Although Li Tianqing was gravely injured, Yichuan had not intended to kill him. The wound inflicted by his flying sword was severe but not fatal. Although he had lost much blood, the elixirs from the law enforcement hall ensured that his life was preserved. The injuries on his body were of secondary concern. The paramount issue was that Li Tianqing, following this devastating defeat, had entirely lost his former confidence. Remaining in the Qingding sect would render him a target of ridicule, subjected to scornful glances from others. Thus, before his wounds had fully healed, he departed from the Qingding sect in a state of deep melancholy, retreating to his family. His sister, Li Manny, though equally disinclined to endure the mockery within the sect, still harbored a glimmer of hope for advancing to the Chaoyuan realm. Consequently, she bore immense psychological pressure to continue her training at the Qingding sect, cognizant that leaving would mean relinquishing her sole opportunity for progression. In the nearly ensuing year, tranquility reigned. No one dared to challenge Yichuan's position as class leader. Over the subsequent 10 months, Yichuan experienced the advantages that came with his role. Qianjun Quan, the deacon of the transmission hall, spent a month imparting the foundational principles of the Wukicheo Yuan Ju to the new disciples in the introductory class. Once they grasped the basics, he ceased further instruction, instead instructing them to document their queries and uncertainties on slips of paper, which Yichuan would present to him every 10 days for clarification on behalf of his fellow disciples. This arrangement allowed Yichuan to receive direct guidance from Deacon Qian, while the others could only glean insights through his explanations. In the realm of cultivation, the distinction between first-hand comprehension and secondary elucidation is vast, especially in the practice of inner cultivation. Even a single misstep could lead one astray by miles. Consequently, Yichuan's status as class leader rose significantly, becoming the object of admiration and flattery among his peers. Naturally, being the representative of the introductory class, able to engage directly with the instructor, was enough to stir envy among his fellow disciples, as familiarity with the instructor would undoubtedly facilitate a smoother journey within the Qingding sect. As the semester drew to a close, following a comprehensive assessment by their instructor, Qianjun Quan, the introductory disciples were granted a half-month recess, a joyous occasion indeed. Most of the disciples ventured to the nearby town outside the sect for leisure, leaving only Yichuan to diligently practice the Wukacheo Yuanju in the dormitory area, accompanied by a few external disciples and miscellaneous workers who aided him, alleviating any concerns regarding meals. Upon returning from the holiday, the next semester would feature a course taught by another deacon, Bao Taihang, covering the shapes, properties, and cultivation techniques of various common elixirs, a subject that particularly captivated Yichuan. The Qingding sect was indeed vast, boasting numerous medicinal gardens of varying sizes, cultivating elixirs of all grades and types for the sect's use, all of which required management by external overseers and disciples. If Yichuan and his fellow new disciples did not acquire the fundamental knowledge of elixir cultivation, they would likely struggle to fulfill this formidable task in the future. The course structure remained consistent. Mornings were devoted to learning from Deacon Bao, while afternoons were reserved for self-study, allowing Yichuan ample free time to intensify his practice of the Wukacheo Yuanju. After a month of patient instruction in the knowledge of elixirs by steward Bao Taihang, he excused himself by claiming to be busy with his own cultivation, allowing Yichuan to consult him with questions once a month. For the remainder of the time, Yichuan relied on self-study alongside his fellow disciples in the introductory class, thus gaining ample time to cultivate the 5 Qi to origin technique. One day, Yichuan locked his door, returned to his bed, and sat cross-legged, commencing the practice of the golden origin aspect of the 5 Qi to origin technique. He felt the golden energy within his lung palace stir restlessly, and then the golden celestial essence from his dantian began to circulate spontaneously, aligning itself with the principles of the golden origin technique. These two streams of golden energy converged at the center of his chest, gradually merging into a singular entity. After an unknown duration, Yichuan sensed that the gaseous celestial essence near the Zhongdantian was accumulating increasingly, slowly forming a dense layer of white clouds, reminiscent of an impending storm. The golden origin technique continued to operate autonomously, and after holding his breath for a considerable time, the white cloud of gaseous essence began to precipitate droplets of white rain. Yichuan was instantly enveloped in an exhilarating sensation akin to a parched land receiving much-needed rain. The indescribable refreshment reminiscent of dry earth being revived by the rainfall. After what felt like an eternity of this unparalleled comfort, Yichuan finally regained consciousness and turned his inner gaze towards his dantian. He observed a brilliant white liquid filling the gas sea above his lower dantian and below his Zhongdantian, which was none other than the golden celestial essence liquid he had just cultivated. Suddenly, Yichuan opened his eyes, extended his index and middle fingers, and formed a sword gesture, gently pointing downward. A stream of white sword energy erupted from his fingertips, piercing the ground with a soft hiss, leaving behind only a slender hole. I have successfully cultivated the golden origin. I never anticipated that I would also achieve the second tier of the nameless sword technique, the sword Qi. Truly, a double blessing. Yichuan mused, striving to suppress the urge to rise, and began to sift through the memories concerning the fire origin technique in his mind. In the days that followed, aside from attending classes and studying the second-year curriculum arranged for the new disciples by the transmission hall, Yichuan devoted all his remaining time to practicing the fire origin technique. Another year swiftly passed, and through Yichuan's diligent efforts, the liquid essence of the fire element was finally cultivated. A layer of faint red clouds gathered in his Zhongdantian, and gentle drops of light red rain fell into the gas sea, once again evoking that delightful sensation of rain after a long drought. Having stabilized his mastery of the fire origin realm, Yichuan felt immense joy. It is noteworthy that for some practitioners of lesser talent, progressing from the Qi refinement realm to the origin realm could take an entire lifetime. Yet, with the aid of numerous elixirs, Yichuan achieved this transformation in merely 2 short years, accomplishing what would typically require decades or even centuries for an ordinary individual. Even he sensed a touch of the extraordinary within himself. More importantly, during these 2 years, he astonishingly completed the cultivation of both the Golden Dawn and the Fiery Dawn. Given his mediocre aptitude with the 5-element spiritual roots, even with an abundance of Qi-gathering pills, it seemed implausible that he could achieve such feats in such a brief span. Reflecting on his prodigious speed of cultivation, Yichuan could not help but recall the hundreds of blood-red zhu fruits nestled in his heart. It must have been the substantial consumption of these zhu fruits, known for their marrow-cleansing and bone-refining properties, that significantly enhanced his constitution, allowing his inferior spiritual roots to ascend as rapidly as those of superior lineage. At the tender age of 20, he had already become an adept at the Dawn realm, with a lifespan of 300 years ahead of him. He pondered whether he should also cultivate the Wood Dawn, Earth Dawn, and Water Dawn, thereby achieving mastery over all 5 elements. Such an accomplishment would enable him to wield the spells of the 5 systems and utilize treasures of each type, undoubtedly resulting in a tremendous enhancement of his power. Seated cross-legged on his bed, Yi Chuan felt a surge of excitement. However, a moment later, he shook his head, chiding himself for his greed. He must remember that he was still merely in the early stages of the mid-level ghost Immortal Dawn realm. In the celestial hierarchy of heaven, God, earth, man, and ghost, he remained at the lowest tier. The quicker one ascended in cultivation, the greater the opportunity to challenge higher realms. Cultivating spells was essential for survival, while the essence of cultivation lay in the cultivation methods themselves. No matter how formidable the spells, failing to elevate one's realm swiftly would surely lead to regret in old age. There existed a conflict between spells and cultivation methods. To enhance his strength and ensure survival, one could not neglect the diligent practice of spells and the refining of magical treasures. Yet, dedicating excessive time to the study of spells and the crafting of treasures would inevitably encroach upon the time needed for cultivating the foundational methods, hindering the elevation of one's realm. This contradiction proved to be exceptionally vexing and inextricable. Of course, if there were no conflicts or vendettas among cultivators, Yi Chuan could devote himself to cultivating the methods with complete peace of mind, focusing all his energy on elevating his realm. However, due to the existence of greed, the world of cultivation would undeniably be rife with strife and bloodshed. Where there is slaughter, there is death. Thus, it is impractical to neglect the cultivation of vital spells and the refinement of protective treasures. After grappling with this conflicting state for several days, Yi Chuan finally reached a clear resolution, allowing him to proceed with his subsequent cultivation with confidence. Once he dispelled this indecisiveness, he felt invigorated with a sense of purpose, ready to devote his utmost efforts to his training. The rules of the Qing Ding sect stipulated that only those who attained the Dawn realm could be entrusted with significant responsibilities within the sect. And Yi Chuan had already become a junior steward in the External Affairs Hall. Originally, he had no desire for such a position, wishing only to cultivate in peace. Yet, sect regulations were not to be violated, and he had no choice but to comply. For relying on the great tree of the Qing Ding sect for shelter necessitated service in return. This marks the first day of Yi Chuan's report to the Foreign Affairs Hall. Before the Grand Hall, there stood an elderly man clad in purple, appearing to be in his 50s. He was not tall, with a slender build and an unremarkable appearance. Yet none of the dozen or so disciples in attendance dared to underestimate him. This man was Elder Ma Rulong, one of the 4 esteemed elders of the Qing Ding sect. Despite his lack of imposing stature or striking looks, he was a formidable figure within the realm of human immortals, having attained the Golden Core stage, and was tasked with overseeing the Foreign Affairs Hall. Several paces away, a line of disciples, recently transferred from the outer sect to the Foreign Affairs Hall, stood at attention. Elder Ma Rulong cast his discerning gaze over them, finally resting his eyes on Yi Chuan, a flicker of surprise evident in his expression. Wang Zhuo, what is the name of this disciple? Did he truly enter the sect 3 years ago? What was his cultivation level at that time? Elder Ma Rulong inquired of the respectful Vice Hall Master, standing nearby. In response to Elder Ma's inquiry, this disciple's name is Yi Chuan. Indeed, he joined the sect 3 years ago, and at that time, he was at the pinnacle of the Qi refining stage, possessing a 5-element spiritual root. Wang Zhuo, the Vice Hall Master, promptly replied. Had he not just reviewed the profiles of the newly registered disciples, he might have been at a loss for words. Enough. No need to elaborate further. You are Yi Chuan, correct? Come forward for me to have a closer look. Elder Ma Rulong beckoned. Yi Chuan, upon hearing this, did not dare to delay. He swiftly approached, bowing respectfully as he spoke. Disciple Yi Chuan pays respects to Elder Ma. Ah, excellent. With a mid-level aptitude of 5-element spiritual roots, attaining the Chao Yuan stage so swiftly is indeed commendable. Would you be willing to take me as your master? Elder Ma Rulong remarked, nodding at Yi Chuan. What? To become a disciple? The expressions of Wang Zhuo and the other senior disciples, along with the newly registered junior disciples, were filled with astonishment. Being accepted as a disciple by an inner sect elder was a highly coveted aspiration among these outer sect disciples. Though it seemed he would merely be an honorary disciple, it was enough to stir envy among his peers. Yi Chuan hesitated momentarily, his heart racing with surprise. He promptly knelt, offering 3 respectful bows as he declared, Disciple Yi Chuan pays homage to Master. Very well. Since you have performed the formalities of apprenticeship, I cannot be stingy. I must gift you a worthy celestial artifact. Elder Ma Rulong proclaimed. Here. This is the first exquisite celestial artifact I crafted during my ascension to the Golden Core stage without a proper name. I shall simply call it the Earth Shield. Spend some time refining it with your celestial essence. It will serve you well as a protective treasure. As he spoke, he tossed a palm-sized, round shield toward Yichuan. Yichuan quickly caught it and examined it closely. The Earth Shield was entirely a warm, earthy hue, adorned with ancient patterns. Having acquired such a generous master along with a fine celestial artifact, Yichuan felt immense joy. While the assembled disciples of the transmission hall secretly harbored feelings of envy, that you are merely my honorary disciple. You must carry yourself with pride and never tarnish the reputation of Ma Rulong. With a slight smile, Ma Rulong addressed Yichuan, pausing momentarily before continuing. In 2 months, the Foreign Affairs Hall will present an opportunity for an external mission. Prior to that, you should visit my residence, where I shall impart to you several life-preserving celestial techniques. With several days at your disposal, you should be able to master at least 1 or 2. When the time for the mission arrives, do not bring shame upon your master. Yichuan responded earnestly, I shall heed your teachings, master. Upon hearing this, he quickly performed a respectful bow. Ma Rulong then quietly instructed Wang Zhua, before turning back to Yichuan, you may return to prepare, this afternoon. You shall relocate to my abode for your cultivation. With that, Elder Ma swiftly exited the courtyard of the Foreign Affairs Hall, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Congratulations. Junior Brother Yi. Congratulations. Wang Zhua and a dozen senior stewards of the Foreign Affairs Hall, regardless of their age or cultivation level, hurried forward to extend their heartfelt congratulations to Yichuan for being accepted as a disciple of Elder Ma. This is a small token of our brotherhood. To celebrate your achievement, Junior Brother Yi. Wang's was signaled, and the other stewards promptly presented several small packages. Yichuan glanced over and, upon inspection, discovered that they contained exactly the right quantity of high-grade spirit-nourishing pills, perfectly suited for cultivators at the Chao Yuan stage. Please speak favorably of us before Elder Ma. Wang Zhua, pleased to see Yichuan accept the pills, said with a grin. Certainly, certainly. Yichuan nodded, feeling justified in accepting the several spirit-nourishing pills. I must hurry back to gather my belongings. It is time we part ways. He clasped his fists in farewell to his fellow stewards and proceeded towards his residence. All of Yichuan's possessions were contained within a premium storage pouch at his waist, leaving little to pack. Thus, he swiftly took flight on his eagle, soaring towards Ma Rulong's cultivation site, overwhelmed with excitement at the stroke of fortune that had led him to be chosen as a disciple by Elder Ma. The residence of Elder Ma was situated atop a small peak, 1,000 miles west of Qingding Peak. It comprised a spacious independent structure, with a front courtyard covering several acres and a rear garden sprawling over hundreds of acres, abundant with a variety of precious spiritual herbs. Upon entering the protective formation, the air was filled with a rich fragrance of medicinal plants, infused with vibrant spiritual energy that invigorated the spirit. Despite having cultivated for hundreds of years, Elder Ma had never taken on a disciple, and his secluded abode was typically attended by only a young acolyte of 11 or 12 years, seldom visited by others. Elder, the aforementioned junior brother has arrived. The young acolyte respectfully announced from the main hall. Prepare a vacant room for him to reside in. I shall conclude my cultivation shortly. Came Elder Ma's voice from within. The acolyte complied, guiding Yichuan to the west wing and arranging for his lodging. This chamber was, in essence, a training room, constructed entirely of impenetrable stone walls, with entrances secured by an exceptionally sturdy stone door, which could be sealed during meditation to avoid disturbances. After approximately an hour had passed, Ma Rulong finally concluded his practice. The young Taoist disciple conveyed the imperial decree, stating that Elder Ma Rulong would receive him in the training chamber. Yichuan entered the training room alone, where he observed that the spacious chamber was adorned with minimal furnishings, merely a white jade bed measuring 10 feet in length and 5 feet in width, upon which Ma Rulong sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. You have arrived. Ma Rulong opened his eyes and, after regarding Yichuan for a moment, spoke. Disciple Yichuan pays respects to master. Yichuan began to bow, only to find himself suspended by a powerful surge of spiritual energy, preventing him from kneeling. I do not place much emphasis on formalities, so these rituals may be dispensed with in the future. Ma Rulong raised his hand and continued. Within this book lies the Yellow Earth formula, the incantations and principles I once cultivated during my journey to the ghost immortal realm, along with some insights from my past experiences. Take this and practice diligently. Additionally, it contains records of several low-tier earth-based immortal techniques. In 2 months, when you descend the mountain for practical experience, Select a few life-preserving techniques to master. As Ma Rulong spoke, he tossed a thick tome towards Yu Chuan, who swiftly caught it and flipped through its pages. The detailed descriptions of the incantations and principles were particularly invaluable, especially Ma Rulong's annotations, which represented the hard-won wisdom of a master at the human immortal level. Such knowledge was a rare treasure for those at the ghost immortal stage, and it would be nearly impossible to inherit this legacy without being a direct disciple. The techniques I have practiced are predominantly earth-based, focusing on defense rather than offense. The life-preserving immortal techniques within require your earnest cultivation over the next 2 months, as they will serve you well during your endeavors upon descending the mountain, Ma Rulong elaborated, providing further insights into the cultivation methods of those life-preserving techniques. These low-tier earth-based immortal techniques would indeed assist Yi Chuan in his current practice of earth-based immortal formulas. Thus, as he examined the detailed accounts within the tome, he attentively absorbed Ma Rulong's earnest teachings, experiencing a moment of enlightenment. Enough. I must retreat into seclusion for further cultivation. Return to your own practice. Should you have any uncertainties, you may come to inquire when I am available, Ma Rulong concluded, gesturing for Yi Chuan to leave. Yi Chuan bowed deeply to Ma Rulong and retreated from the training chamber. Once back in his quarters, he began to contemplate the profound meanings of the earth-based immortal techniques inscribed in the book. Since the epics of the Golden and Fire dynasties, Yi Chuan had wrestled with his thoughts before deciding to cultivate the earth-based immortal formulas, aiming to reach the Earth Dynasty level. It is essential to understand that the cultivation of immortal formulas and techniques often exists in conflict. Focusing solely on the formulas leaves little time for the mastery of techniques. While this approach might yield significant elevation in realm, it would hinder one's combat prowess, rendering them vulnerable to demise in the face of formidable foes or perilous situations. Focusing solely on the cultivation of mystical arts while neglecting the mastery of celestial techniques is rather misguided, leading to a misallocation of priorities. Thus, a certain contradiction exists between these two aspects, yet they remain inextricably linked. The crucial task lies in appropriately balancing the time dedicated to each, as both the cultivation of celestial techniques and mystical arts demand a significant investment of time. The treatment of a registered disciple is, in essence, akin to that of an ordinary outer sect disciple. However, the presence of an inner sect elder as a patron inherently elevates one's status and reputation, distinguishing them considerably from the average outer sect disciple. This indeed constitutes a substantial intangible asset of being a registered disciple of an inner sect elder. Registered disciples do not receive any support from the sect. Instead, they must rely on completing sect tasks for their income. Nevertheless, having an inner sect elder as a backer affords numerous conveniences while navigating the outer sect, as many fellow disciples are inclined to extend their support. Even those of the rank of hall masters or deputy hall masters would think twice before overstepping their bounds in his presence. 2 months later, Yi Chuan finally discerned the rationale behind Elder Ma Rulong selecting him as a registered disciple. It transpired that Elder Ma did not desire a disciple to serve him personally. Rather, he had a matter of considerable importance in the secular realm that necessitated a representative to manage affairs on his behalf. Elder Ma had long been engaged in solitary cultivation and, since ascending to the rank of inner sect elder, had never taken on a personal disciple, not even a registered one. His decision to accept Yi Chuan as a registered disciple was not a whimsical act or a search for a successor, but rather a practical choice for someone to handle errands for him. Elder Ma's interest in Yi Chuan was not born from any extraordinary qualities, but simply stemmed from his youthful appearance and his background as a loose cultivator, suggesting that he could be relied upon for several years of assistance. During this descent from the mountain, I have an important personal matter for you to attend to. I hail from Dingyuan City in the Dingzhou region of Zhao, where my ancestral tomb lies. However, for the past millennium, the Ma family line has not thrived, and in the past century, the lineage has been severed. Upon my return to pay respects to my ancestors, I discovered that the graves of my parents were overrun with weeds, and even the tombstones were damaged. The ancestral forest has been encroached upon, leaving me deeply unsettled. As an inner sect elder, my responsibilities are numerous, and I cannot afford to be away, especially since Dingyuan City is situated on the borders of Zhao, quite distant from Qingding Peak. Therefore, I wish to entrust you with the care of my late parents' graves for a time. In return, aside from acknowledging you as a registered disciple and providing you with some elixirs, celestial stones, and techniques for your cultivation, I can fulfill one wish of yours. Consider it well, for our opportunities to meet again after your descent may be few. Before Yi Chuan descended, Elder Ma Rulong summoned him, imparting these solemn instructions. Serving my master is a duty I shall embrace without hesitation. However, I have long harbored a deep yearning for the art of alchemy. Might my master be willing to provide guidance in this craft? After a moment's reflection, Yichuan recognized the favor he had received. Given that the esteemed inner sect elder Ma had personally requested his assistance, it was impossible to decline. Being allowed to present a condition felt like an unexpected blessing. Oh, such a trivial matter? Very well. Take this token of my esteem and my handwritten letter, and venture to the alchemy chamber to see if there are any useful techniques or secrets available to you. Ma Rulong spoke as he tossed a yellow brass token and personally penned a letter of recommendation. Upon receiving the token and the letter, Yichuan gazed at the elegantly inscribed character for horse on the token, his heart swelling with joy. Though Elder Ma was not particularly affable, he exhibited a commendable temperament, providing Yichuan with considerable convenience to ensure he could perform his duties with peace of mind. The alchemy chamber was situated atop Qingding Peak. As Yichuan ascended the winding stone steps, braving the gusty winds, he was utterly astonished by the vista that unfolded before him. Contrary to his expectation of a snow-covered summit shrouded in ice, he was greeted by a scene teeming with vibrant blossoms and melodious birdsong, reminiscent of a delightful spring day. The mountain top spanned over 10,000 acres, adorned with numerous pavilions and towers, all nestled among lush greenery and blooming flowers. The air was refreshingly pure, imbued with an abundance of spiritual essence that intoxicated the senses. Suddenly, the serene atmosphere was pierced by the sound of a crane's call. As a magnificent celestial crane soared low from the distance, its body enveloped in ethereal energy. Its imposing presence suggested a formidable cultivation level, at least that of a grandmaster of ghost immortals. After enduring rigorous scrutiny from the gatekeeping disciples, Yichuan finally located the inner sanctum of the alchemy chamber. The structure was constructed from massive stone blocks, exuding grandeur and magnificence. At the entrance, an elderly man clad in azure robes, nearing his 70s, sat drowsily on a wooden bench. Yichuan approached him cautiously and inquired softly, "May I ask, esteemed brother, if this is the alchemy chamber?" The elder, somewhat alert, opened his eyes wide, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Yichuan from head to toe. With a stern demeanor, he inquired, "What business does an outer disciple have in the inner sanctum?" "This humble disciple is here on the orders of Elder Ma from the inner sect, to transcribe alchemical formulas," Yichuan replied, hastily presenting the token and the letter of recommendation bestowed upon him by Elder Ma. Upon examining the token inscribed with the character for horse and the contents of the recommendation letter, the old man's demeanor shifted to one of respect. His tone softened as he said, "Ah, so you were sent by Elder Ma. Please, you may enter." Under the elder's guidance, Yichuan entered the side hall to the left. The interior was spacious, featuring 3 rows of wooden shelves in the center, piled high with various tomes. Each book was accompanied by a bookmark detailing its contents, allowing for a quick overview of the main topics discussed within. While Qingding sect primarily focused on weapon forging, alchemy was also a vital pillar of their practice, and thus, over the millennia, the sect had amassed a comprehensive collection of alchemical formulas. It could be said that any formula known to the outside world could be found within this repository. Yichuan meticulously perused the catalog atop the shelves, selecting all the formulas applicable to the ghost immortal stage. He had already obtained the formulas for the Qi gathering pill and the spirit calling pill. Additionally, he sought the high-tier cultivation enhancing pills and supreme-grade returning essence pills commonly used in the ghost immortal stage, along with advanced and supreme healing and detoxifying potions, also known as 100 wounds pills and detoxification pills. In addition, I selected a substantial tome titled Compendium of Celestial Elixirs, which meticulously documents the forms, properties, and growth conditions of various commonly used celestial medicines. This work serves as an extensive encyclopedia, far surpassing the knowledge of celestial elixirs I acquired in the Outer Sect's introductory class. Contemplating the task entrusted to me by Elder Ma and the likelihood of an extended absence from Qingding Gate, I resolved to transcribe the formulas for human-level elixirs. After all, such an opportunity to access the alchemical chambers under the auspices of Elder Ma may never arise again. It would be unwise not to cherish and utilize it fully. Ah, the rejuvenation pill. It turns out to be an ancient formula. Suddenly, I noticed a thin booklet, barely a dozen pages, resting on the wooden shelf. Upon picking it up, I found the paper had yellowed with age, indicating its antiquity. Upon glimpsing the cover and the brief description, I could not help but exclaim softly. The rejuvenation pill, known as a life-saving elixir, is a potent tonic for revitalizing qi and blood. Although the refinement technique is not particularly challenging, The celestial herbs listed in the formula are exceedingly rare in today's cultivation world. They are likely only to be gathered in the ancient era. Consequently, few alchemists show interest in this formula, and over time, it has faded into obscurity. The elder, who had been observing me, could not resist providing an explanation. Blood ginseng, vermilion fruit, red silkworm bean, crimson immortal date, powdered tin fruit, crimson cloud mushroom, scarlet fire peony, blood poria, blood black fruit, blood mulberry, blood goji, red-headed fruit, red essence. Indeed, these are all extraordinary herbs, renowned for their ability to replenish qi and blood. Moreover, each of these primary ingredients must be at least 1,000 years old to produce even a low-grade rejuvenation pill. The requirements are exceedingly high, as the worth of a millennium-old celestial herb is beyond measure, particularly one that has been lost to time. One can only imagine the exorbitant value of a single rejuvenation pill. However, if the effects of the elixir truly possess the miraculous ability to revive the dead, as described, then transcribing this formula could prove invaluable in the future. I glanced at the initial pages of the formula, becoming increasingly astonished by the list of millennium-old herbs. And I could not help but ponder. Were it not for the miraculous treasure of my Heartfield, I would never have dared to even glance at this formula. Yet, with the Heartfield enabling the continuous growth of various celestial herbs, I hold great hope. I envision a day when I can gather the millennium-old herbs specified in the formula and concoct a batch of the rejuvenation pill to ascertain whether its effects are as extraordinary as claimed, capable of reviving the dead and restoring vitality. Moreover, within my Heartfield, I am cultivating hundreds of blood-red vermilion fruits aged 500 years. While I cannot ascertain if they can be nurtured to a millennium's maturity, there remains a significant hope. Hence, I decided to transcribe the formula first, perhaps with elevated cultivation. It may indeed become applicable. Dare I ask, esteemed senior, why are there no human-level elixir formulas in the alchemical chamber's library? After securing the booklet detailing the rejuvenation pill, I searched through the commonly used elixir formulas for the ghostly level, but found no human-level formulas. Unable to contain my curiosity, I inquired of the elder beside me. You are indeed quite greedy. Having already acquired the formulas suitable for the ghostly level, you still wish for those of the human level? Hee. Do not think that we possess even a single recipe for the elixirs of the human immortal stage in our alchemical chamber. Even if we did, I would never lend it to you for transcription. Are you aware of the immense contribution points required from our sect to transcribe those formulas you hold? I assure you, you would toil your entire life without ever accumulating enough. The elder, upon hearing this, expressed his displeasure, feeling quite unfavorable towards this insatiable youth before him. However, out of respect for Elder Ma, he refrained from expelling him, though he could not help but utter some rather impolite remarks. Upon detecting the disdain and dissatisfaction in the elder's tone, Yi Chuan realized his own greed. Given his recent attainment of the initial stage of the primordial realm, acquiring all the elixirs of the ghost immortal stage was indeed a stroke of fortune bestowed by his mentor, Ma Rulong. Were it not for this, he would likely never amass such a comprehensive collection of ghost immortal elixirs, let alone those of the human immortal stage. My esteemed senior has misunderstood. I am merely filled with curiosity. Yi Chuan quickly redirected the conversation. By the way, I have heard that the alchemical chamber has alchemy furnaces for sale. Might my respected uncle be willing to sell one to his disciple? You wish to purchase an alchemy furnace? Our chamber possesses many fine quality furnaces. What price range do you have in mind? Upon hearing Yi Chuan's interest, the elder's face lit up with surprise. He had not anticipated that this unassuming youth was secretly affluent. It is noteworthy that the prices of alchemy furnaces typically exceed those of ordinary artifacts of the same tier. And although their market demand is somewhat lackluster, the profit from each sale is astonishingly high. Naturally, I desire the finest, Yi Chuan replied without hesitation. Hee. The best finished alchemy furnace I have in my possession is an exquisite silver sand alchemy furnace, though its price is rather steep. If you are genuinely interested in purchasing it, I can offer you a 20% discount out of respect for Elder Ma. The elder's eyes sparkled as he spoke, a smile breaking across his face, smoothing out the wrinkles on his aged countenance. An exquisite artifact, the silver sand alchemy furnace? That sounds promising. May I inquire about the price? Yi Chuan nodded and asked, considering that he could indeed make use of an exquisite furnace at his current level, while anything beyond that would be beyond his capabilities. Well, the elder's eyes involuntarily darted about as he pondered for a moment. Although he could have inflated the price to deceive this novice disciple of the initial stage of the primordial realm, the thought of Elder Ma's backing deterred him. If the elder were to learn of the price or even wish to purchase the silver sand alchemy furnace himself, it would be unwise to offend such a powerful figure. After all, a mere ordinary steward like himself could hardly bear the consequences of incurring the displeasure of an inner sect elder. To be honest, before coming here, Elder Ma advised me not to exploit his reputation. However, my esteemed senior, if I were to return and mention the price of this silver sand alchemy furnace, he might blame me for making an extravagant purchase. Could we perhaps negotiate a lower price? Yi Chuan said, a hint of embarrassment coloring his expression. Damn. It truly seems that Elder Ma intends to purchase the furnace. Fortunately, I did not make a false pretense of seeking a higher-tier item. The elderly man pondered for a moment, a smile gracing his face as he spoke. In truth, this price is quite reasonable. However, in consideration of Elder Ma's esteemed reputation, I shall graciously offer you a substantial discount of 20%. This is truly the lowest I can go. You must understand. This item is being sold on behalf of the alchemy chamber, not for my own profit. If I sell it for too little, there would be repercussions from above. Well then, I shall not press you further, esteemed brother. With a sense of urgency, Yi Chuan interjected, I don't possess many celestial stones or elixirs. Might it be possible to offset the cost with celestial herbs? Despite the elder being a formidable master of the ghostly celestial realm, Yi Chuan recognized the need to tread carefully, even while leveraging Elder Ma's influence. Certainly, however, the evaluation of the celestial herbs must adhere to quality standards, which may complicate the transaction. We will need an intermediary for assessment, the elder replied, somewhat troubled. But brother, are you not a master alchemist? Yi Chuan implored. I place my trust in your expertise, and I kindly request you to appraise these celestial herbs. As he spoke, he unfastened a storage bag from his waist, pouring its contents onto the ground, revealing an array of vibrant, shimmering celestial herbs, some ranging from 100 to 200 years in age. Ah, these herbs are of excellent quality, the elder exclaimed. Though their age is somewhat lesser, their purity is remarkable. This is more than sufficient for the valuation. Do not pour out any more? With a sweep of his spiritual awareness, he assessed the pile, discerning the age, quality, and quantity with ease. Although he could exploit the opportunity to inflate the valuation, the presence of Elder Ma loomed large, compelling him to exercise restraint. In truth, Yi Chuan's intention was to win over the elder guarding the alchemy chamber, for he had significant matters to request of him later. It was prudent to allow the elder to feel he had gained something. Very well, here is the alchemical furnace. The elder waved his sleeve, collecting the celestial herbs into his storage bag before revealing a miniature silver alchemical furnace in his hand. As he tucked away the herbs, the elder felt a surge of delight. A quick calculation led him to believe he had made quite a profit, and his demeanor towards Yi Chuan softened considerably. As Yi Chuan accepted the furnace, he was struck by its unexpected weight, marveling internally at the extraordinary craftsmanship of this exquisite celestial artifact. Despite its modest size, it felt as if it weighed over 1,000 pounds. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the silver sand furnace stood on 3 legs with 2 handles. Measuring 1.5 feet in height, its surface adorned with intricate and bewildering patterns that dazzled the eye. By the way, Elder Ma has tasked me with gathering high-aged celestial herb seeds, varieties that are both diverse and aged. I wonder, esteemed brother, do you happen to have any? Yi Chuan inquired, a frown creasing his brow. High-aged celestial herb seeds? The elder was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. He thought to himself, I surmise correctly. This young man is indeed acting on Elder Ma's behalf. Otherwise, as a mere steward of the Morning Yuan realm, he would have no celestial fields to cultivate such seeds. Could it be used for roasting like sunflower seeds? Upon this thought, the elder's demeanor inadvertently became more respectful, his posture subtly bending as his mind raced with thoughts. However, these subtle changes did not escape Yi Chuan's notice. Otherwise, he might have thought twice before speaking freely. I do not possess any seeds of celestial herbs myself, but a friend of mine manages the sect's celestial fields within the Internal Affairs Hall. He may have accumulated some high-aged celestial herb seeds. Junior brother, why not transcribe the alchemical formulas at the nearby desk while I send a message to inquire? This way, we can accomplish both tasks simultaneously. But do remember, junior brother, to keep the original formula pristine, as I shall need to examine it later. The elder spoke with a gentle smile, his tone considerably softened. Upon hearing this, Yi Chuan nodded eagerly, stowing away the silver sand alchemy furnace. After bidding farewell, he carefully cradled a dozen thick tomes and, under the elder's warm gaze, approached the wooden desk beside the alchemical chamber, where ink, paper, and a substantial stack of blank booklets awaited transcription. He toiled for an entire day and night, his hands weary and sore, before finally completing the transcription of the numerous alchemical formulas. Rubbing his tired eyes, he stood up only to find the elder observing him closely. "Junior brother, here are the celestial herb seeds you requested. Most are around 400 years old, but acquiring those above 500 years, commonly used by masters at the human immortal stage, is quite challenging." After confirming that the original formulas remained undamaged, the elder produced a modestly sized cloth pouch and handed it to Yichuan. Yichuan nodded appreciatively, expressing his gratitude before opening the pouch to discover a substantial collection of seeds, each carefully wrapped in small paper packages. Some contained over 10 seeds, while others held 3 to 5. Each package bore the name of its respective seed, clear and straightforward. A rough count revealed more than 100 different varieties, totaling several hundred seeds. "Thank you, senior brother," Yichuan exclaimed joyfully, offering another round of thanks before securing the pouch. "Not at all. It was merely a small effort," the elder replied with a smile, dismissing Yichuan's gratitude. After settling the payment with celestial stones and thanking the elder once more, Yichuan exited the alchemical chamber, formula manuscripts in hand, making his way toward the inner gate. During his 3 years of study at the Qingding sect's outer gate, Yichuan had become acutely aware of the significance of celestial herbs and elixirs to cultivators. Not every cultivator at the Chaoyuan realm enjoyed his level of prosperity, with some having access to fertile fields for continuous cultivation of necessary herbs. Most scattered cultivators and those from smaller families still struggled to make ends meet. If he were to display his wealth too openly, it could attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, raising questions about how a cultivator of humble origins could possess such an astonishing quantity of celestial herbs and wealth. Should a suspicious individual arise, revealing the secrets of his fertile grounds could provoke the greed of a covetous master, leading to dire consequences. Regardless of the abundance of celestial herbs and treasures, losing one's life would render such wealth utterly meaningless. Yichuan held his life in high regard. Though young, he had faced numerous brushes with death throughout his life. He understood the adage that an innocent man may fall victim to the envy stirred by his possessions. Thus, he was cautious to keep his wealth concealed. This time, acting under the esteemed name of Elder Ma from the inner sect, he believed he would encounter no significant issues. He recalled the last occasion when he had spent a considerable sum at the Baibao Pavilion in the Qinshan Gathering branch, purchasing 3 exquisite celestial artifacts. In that moment, he had felt a pang of anxiety, but fortunately he had remained in Qinshan Gathering and subsequently traveled directly to Qingding Gate aboard a flying bird, leaving no potential threats in his wake. Had he not been so prudent, he might have attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives. Reflecting on this, Yichuan silently vowed to minimize ostentatious displays of wealth, like those at the Baibao Pavilion and the Alchemist's Chamber, until he possessed sufficient strength for self-defense. Otherwise, risking his life for such vanity would be a grave folly. Lost in thought, Yichuan departed from the inner sect and returned to his dwelling. Elder Ma was still in seclusion, and after informing the attendant, it became apparent that the elder had no intention of receiving him. After a few words of advice through the stone door, he urged Yichuan to hurry on his way. Yichuan couldn't help but let out a bitter smile at the situation. He respectfully bid farewell to Elder Ma through the stone barrier before departing on his eagle. As he passed by Qingding Peak, he contemplated stopping to bid farewell to his friends, such as Zhao Xing, but after some reflection, he opted to send a message instead, avoiding a face-to-face farewell to prevent any mutual sorrow. His journey to oversee the ancestral grave of Elder Ma was uncertain in duration, and the thought weighed heavily on Yichuan. He had little desire to undertake this task, yet refusing was not an option. He had no choice but to acquiesce, as offending Elder Ma was not a risk he could afford to take. Lost in myriad thoughts, as he flew beyond the borders of Qingding Gate and crossed the perpetually shrouded Blackwind Canyon, he caught sight of Qinshan Gathering below. This brought to mind Ma Sanyang, with whom he had shared intimate moments. Prompting a deep sigh, he made no attempt to linger, instead following Elder Ma's map to redirect the eagle northward. The journey ahead was long, yet Yichuan remained unaware that he would be absent for over a century before he might return to Qingding Gate. When he eventually did, the world would have undergone profound changes. The Zhao Kingdom, the largest nation in the northwest, occupied the far northwestern region of the central continent. Its territory consisted largely of arid deserts, bordered to the south by several smaller states like the Wei Kingdom, and to the east by the formidable Yin Kingdom. The entirety of Dingzhou lay within the desolate and barren expanse of Zhao, at the southern edge of the vast northwest desert, gazing across the endless arid landscape towards the vast subcontinent beyond. Dingyuan City, a small county-level town in Dingzhou, is situated in the northwestern border area. Constructed amidst a desolate expanse, it endures relentless assaults from wind and sand, suffering from aridity and a scarcity of water, which renders the conditions for flora and fauna exceedingly harsh. Life here is a formidable challenge for mortals. However, this stone city, nestled in the Gobi Desert, boasts a rich historical tapestry, making it a resting place for itinerant merchants. Despite the inhospitable environment lacking in the vital energies of nature, a sect of immortals, known as the Xianyu sect, persists tenaciously. As narrated by the traveler Ma Rulong, this sect is considered a lesser sect with merely 100 disciples, all of whom are at the ghostly celestial realm. For Yi Chuan, establishing himself in Dingzhou and fulfilling Elder Ma's entrusted task of safeguarding his ancestors' tomb should not be insurmountable. After a year of arduous journeying, Yi Chuan arrived at this barren land aboard his eagle, though he had prepared himself mentally for the journey. He was still astonished by the vast distance separating Dingyuan City from the Qingding sect, spanning millions of miles. It is no wonder that Elder Ma had no desire to linger here, let alone protect his parents' tomb. Feeling the oppressive heat and aridity in the air, coupled with the thinness of the earthly energies, Yi Chuan contemplated retreating homeward, perhaps abandoning Qingding sect altogether to seek refuge in another sect for cultivation. However, having promised Elder Ma and received numerous benefits from him, he resolved to honor his commitment. At worst, he would remain here for a year or two, tending to the Ma family's ancestral grave and collaborating with local powers for its upkeep, thus fulfilling his obligation to Elder Ma. Soaring over the arid expanse for over 1,000 miles, the eagle eventually came to a halt before a stone-built city of black rocks, roughly 2 li square. Yi Chuan dismounted, stowing his eagle before making his way on foot into the city. As his feet touched the gravel of the Gobi, he felt no discomfort, but was engulfed by a sense of foreboding as he approached the city gate. The gate bore ancient script inscribed with the characters Dingyuan City, their weathered appearance attesting to the passage of time and the ravages of sandstorms, yet they remained remarkably intact. Dingyuan City is an open and unfortified stone city, with the border troops of the Zhao Kingdom stationed miles away, showing little inclination to guard this desolate outpost. Consequently, the city gate stands unmonitored, perpetually ajar. The architecture of the gate is quite ancient, with parts already decayed and in need of repair. The streets within the city are relatively spacious, yet largely occupied by wandering camels, with animal droppings scattered about, releasing an overpowering odor that wafts through the air. Numerous small noodle stalls and eateries populate the streets, albeit modest in scale, while only one exists. As Yi Chuan traversed the filthy streets, he observed the peculiar attire of itinerant merchants and the camels he had never encountered before, piquing his curiosity. Entering the city's Solin, he sought a table by the window that appeared relatively clean and settled onto a stool. A server, limping toward him, babbled incomprehensibly, and Yi Chuan could only respond with a wry smile and a shake of his head, unable to comprehend a single word. Road cakes, how should I address you? For distinguished guests clad in finery, one must speak in formalities. You little rascal. The innkeeper, a short and stout fellow, raised his head from the accounts at the counter and couldn't help but curse. Forgive me, esteemed guest, I forgot. You must be a distinguished visitor from the south. Please, do let me know what food or drink you desire. The young waiter, no more than 13 or 14 years of age, was slight of build and appeared to have a disability in his legs, walking with a noticeable limp. His voice was as grating as a broken gong, causing Yi Chuan to frown in displeasure. What do you have to eat? Just bring a table full, Yi Chuan declared, tossing a 10-tael silver ingot onto the counter. The young waiter, momentarily stunned, nearly fumbled it. Please wait a moment, esteemed guest. With eyes wide in disbelief at the sight of such a large silver ingot, the waiter took a few glances before bowing deeply and retreating towards the kitchen. Those cursed road cakes are worth less than the scraps found on the street. Yet they dare to covet my silver ingot? The sound of the stout innkeeper's curses mingled with the slaps and kicks he administered, prompting Yi Chuan to shake his head. The innkeeper was exceedingly harsh, and the young waiter, merely having gazed a moment too long at the silver ingot, was met with a brutal beating, a truly pitiful sight. However, there are too many tragic tales in the world, and Yi Chuan chose to remain aloof from the affairs at hand. Before long, a large table laden with local delicacies from the arid desert arrived, though Yi Chuan could not name a single dish. He cared little for the food's quality. After a sip of fiery liquor that left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable, he set down his chopsticks and took out a bottle of celestial wine from his storage pouch, indulging in self-poured libations. As a cultivator, he held no interest in the mundane world's vitality, coarse food held no allure for him. The gourd of celestial wine, though quite ordinary and lacking in abundant spiritual essence, was still far superior to common liquor in taste. At this hour, it was not yet mealtime. And with few patrons at the inn, the hall was largely empty aside from Yuchuan's table. Thus, the young waiter found himself with some free time. Leaning against the wall with his eyes half closed, drooling at the sight of Yuchuan's food and drink. "You come here," Yuchuan called, waving his hand. The young waiter hurriedly limped over, smiling as he asked, "Esteemed guest, do you have further instructions? Is the food to your liking? Are you familiar with the various factions within Dingyuan City? If you can explain clearly, then sit down and eat. Not only will this spread of food be yours, but this ingot of gold will also belong to you," Yuchuan said, producing a tin-tail gold ingot from his storage pouch and placing it on the table before the waiter. The weight of this gold ingot equated to 1,000 taels of silver, necessitating 100 of the earlier silver ingots for an exchange. Upon seeing the gold ingot, the young waiter's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. I know. Please, ask whatever you wish, esteemed guest. However, I cannot dare to sit and eat. If the stout innkeeper catches me, he will surely break my other leg." However, the young attendant dared not sit down to eat, politely declining. And Yichuan no longer pressed him. "Let us first discuss the various factions in and around Dingyuan City," Yichuan said in a calm tone. "Very well. In Dingyuan City, there are 3 formidable figures, the King of Thieves, Iron Fan Lu, and Haber, each commanding over 100 followers. This inn is operated by the King of Thieves." The young attendant spoke, his expression betraying a hesitance. "Are these the only tidings? Are there no more powerful individuals, perhaps immortals?" Noticing the attendant's reluctance to speak truthfully, Yichuan directly inquired, "After all, the Celestial Gate has established its presence near Dingyuan City for quite some time. They would not overlook this solitary settlement teeming with mortals within a 1,000-mile radius. There are indeed immortals. It is said that one resides 100 miles west of the city, in Suaping Mountain. However, I have never seen them with my own eyes. Only heard tales, and I dare not speak carelessly in front of a distinguished guest," the young attendant hurriedly replied. "Indeed, your eloquence suggests a certain education. How then did you find yourself in such dire straits?" Yichuan observed that the attendant's voice had transformed from a discordant clamor to a surprisingly melodious tone, indicating that the previous unpleasantness was feigned. Unable to resist, he asked, "I." The young attendant's countenance shifted dramatically at the inquiry, and he quickly glanced behind him. The portly innkeeper had vanished, and according to custom, it was the time for him to indulge in a drink, unlikely to emerge from the back room anytime soon. "Esteemed guest, please allow me to leave this place. I am willing to serve you like a beast of burden. Whatever you command, I shall obey." Suddenly, the young attendant knelt, tears brimming in his eyes as he looked up at Yichuan, hesitating to speak. "I require no servitude. You may rise." Yichuan regarded the pitiable young attendant, noting his frail form, soiled visage, and an unpleasant odor. He had no inclination to take him on as a servant. Nor did he need one. "Please, accept me. I am a girl." The young attendant, witnessing Yichuan's refusal, could no longer contain her tears, which spilled forth from her large eyes. Gathering her courage, she abruptly pulled aside her soiled garments, revealing her bare torso. Yichuan's gaze sharpened, and he beheld the young attendant's fair chest, modest in size, akin to a walnut, yet complemented by a pair of small, pinkish buds, which combined with her melodious voice, unmistakably revealed that she was a girl masquerading as a boy. "Take me with you. Nurture me for a few years, and when I grow up, I shall serve you. I am willing to do anything. By day, I can toil for you, and by night, I can warm your bed. Please, take me away." The young attendant hastily donned her clothing, bowing her head in desperate supplication. "What is your name?" Yichuan furrowed his brow, recalling his own childhood ordeal after being swept away by a flood. It was evident that this young attendant had endured inhumane treatment, which compelled her to seek escape from her plight. The young girl, named Yenner, could not recall her surname. She only remembered the days of her childhood, playing at home when she was abducted by a flying immortal. Tragically, that immortal was gravely injured and perished, still tender in years. She was sold to the king of kidnappers in Dingyuan City by human traffickers. Fearing the degradation that often befell girls, she disguised herself as a boy, and thus 5 years slipped away without her family searching for her. I miss home," Yenner lamented, tears streaming down her face as she recalled her sorrowful past. "Since you dread the fate of a girl, how could you willingly become my bed warmer's maid? One must understand that a bed warmer also faces the threat of being exploited," Yichuan interjected, raising an eyebrow at the inconsistencies in Yenner's reasoning. I could no longer endure the lewd advances of the corpulent innkeeper. He knew I was a boy yet still sought to torment me. Yennefer confessed, her voice trembling. It became clear that the innkeeper was not only lustful, but also had a proclivity for young boys. With the scarcity of women in Dingyuan City, she feared that as she grew older, she would face even worse fates. I sought a master like you, though the work may be arduous. It would spare me from utter humiliation, she continued, her voice timid, her cheeks flushed with shame, but they were smeared with dirt. The innocence in her gaze revealed her embarrassment, yet her desire to escape her torment propelled her to speak so boldly. Yichuan, upon hearing her words, fell silent, his eyes narrowing as he recalled his own past. Yennefer, noticing his contemplative state, dared not interrupt but knelt, gazing up with hopeful anticipation for his approval. Suddenly, a roar erupted from the back room as the corpulent innkeeper emerged after indulging in drink. Upon spotting Yennefer kneeling before a guest, fury ignited within him. Grabbing a feather duster from the counter, he approached menacingly. You worthless road pancake, you are worth less than the scraps found on the street. Thinking you can leave here again? Beware, for I shall flay your skin. The innkeeper bellowed, reeking of alcohol as he advanced. Terrified, Yennefer shrank into a ball, covering her head on the ground. She had once experienced a similar ordeal, hoping a noble guest would rescue her, only to suffer a brutal beating from the innkeeper, nearly losing her life. The seemingly noble guest, intimidated by the king of kidnappers' might, had not dared to intervene and had instead paid 100 taels of silver to escape Dingyuan City. At that moment, Yichuan was jolted from his reverie by the innkeeper's roar. Seeing the man approach him with murderous intent, he erupted with rage. With a flick of his right index finger, a wisp of sword energy shot forth, piercing the innkeeper's brow with a sharp hiss. A delicate blood hole appeared, crimson and white liquid oozing from it. The innkeeper's body lurched forward, crashing to the ground with a thud. Witnessing this, Yennefer trembled in fear, crying out, Please, do not strike me. Please, do not. Observing the pitiful demeanor of Yennefer, Yichuan felt a pang of compassion. After a soft sigh, he grasped her oil-stained hand gently and spoke tenderly, Come with me. Upon hearing his words, Yennefer ceased her tears, lifted her gaze to meet Yichuan's eyes. And in them, she perceived not only sympathy but also encouragement, which rekindled her confidence as she stumbled to her feet. Oi, fatty. Are you feigning death on the ground while the master has arrived? Hurry and warm up a good jar of wine for me. Suddenly, a robust voice resonated, and a group of individuals strode in from outside the inn, led by a middle-aged, lame man leaning on a dragon-headed cane who shouted loudly. Ah, has Fatty been killed? Was it you who did it? Brothers, seize him alive. The middle-aged man, upon noticing the fat innkeeper's brains spilling forth, realized he was indeed dead, and hastily yelled out. At that moment, over 20 burly men drew their weapons, advancing upon Yichuan and Yennefer, encircling them. So, you are the crippled king? Yichuan remarked with a cold smirk, eyeing the man with the dragon-headed cane. Do you think you can call upon the prince's title? Kneel and bow, calling me master. Then present 1,000 taels of gold as a means to purchase your own head. One of the burly men beside the lame king brandished his sword menacingly at Yichuan. My head cannot be bought for a mere 1,000 taels of gold. Yichuan replied with a chilling smile. With a flick of his hands, he unleashed a series of sword energies, each as fine as a hair, which swiftly pierced through the foreheads of the 2 or 3 dozen men present. In the blink of an eye, the once menacing crippled king and his thugs lay sprawled on the ground, each meeting their demise in identical fashion, with a hole the size of a finger's tip in their brows. Yennefer, witnessing the sudden turn of events, quickly comprehended the truth. The individual before her was indeed a celestial being. Yichuan, having effortlessly dispatched the mortal hindrances with a casual flick, felt neither joy nor sorrow. Devoid of any murderous intent or fury, as if he had not taken a life at all. To a cultivator, the lives of these mortals were as insignificant as weeds. At that moment, Yichuan realized how effective the sword energy cultivated from the unnamed sword technique was. The energy he released without effort rivaled the might of advanced gold attribute offensive spells, equivalent to the power of a high-tier gold attribute attack talisman. Come with me. Yichuan gently urged Yennefer, who stood beside him, seemingly in a daze. You are a celestial being. After a long pause, Yennefer finally regained her senses, her eyes still wide with fear, as if she were terrified of Yichuan. What of celestial beings? I had forgotten that you were once abducted by one in your childhood, hence your fear. There are many celestial beings in this world, not all are the same. At the very least, I shall not bully you. Yichuan said with a smile. You truly won't bully me? Yennefer asked, still trembling with trepidation. Of course not. Yichuan nodded with a gentle smile, striving to soften his voice. I will go with you. Yenner bit her lip with determination, nodding solemnly as she spoke. Upon seeing her nod, Yichuan remained silent, gently taking her small hand and employing the technique of terrestrial flight. In the blink of an eye, they exited the inn, not heading towards the city gates, but soaring directly into the air, ascending several zhang high atop the city walls, ultimately arriving outside Dingyuan City. You are quite dirty. Let us find a place to wash and change into fresh garments first, Yichuan remarked, tapping his waist pouch to summon his eagle companion. He then pulled Yenner onto the eagle's back, whereupon the creature let out a resounding cry and flapped its wings, soaring into the distance. After a considerable flight, they finally reached a small pond amidst the desolate Gobi, its size modest, merely a few zhang in area, yet sufficient for a bath. In this arid and rain-scarce desert, water was an invaluable treasure, and bathing was a luxury for most. Fortunately, Yichuan had prepared ample change of clothes and toiletries before setting out. He retrieved some towels and cleansing powders, tossing them to Yenner, before turning his back to allow her to cleanse herself. Perhaps due to the extent of Yenner's sturdiness, it took quite some time before she approached Yichuan, now dressed neatly. Upon glancing at her, Yichuan was immediately struck by her transformation. Standing before him was a petite figure, likely only 13 or 14. Still in her youthful stage. Her skin was exceptionally fair, her oval face framed by willow-like brows, a delicate nose, and cherry-red lips. Though her physique was slender, her proportions were impeccable. Clad in Yichuan's oversized garments, she appeared somewhat comical, yet exuded a unique charm. To his astonishment, after her bath, this little girl had transformed from an ugly duckling into a beautiful swan, truly a stunning beauty, and with a few more years, she would surely captivate the hearts of many. After surveying her, Yichuan couldn't help but admire her silently. Master, Yenner greets you. Yenner exclaimed upon noticing Yichuan's gaze, her cheeks flushing. Yet she gracefully crouched to perform a respectful bow, addressing him with deference. Rise. There is no need to call me master. It makes it seem as though I mistreat you. By the customs of the mortal realm, since you are my maid, you should refer to me as young master. Yichuan replied, nodding. Yenner greets young master. Yenner responded obediently, displaying her understanding of propriety as she quickly bowed again. Very well. Although I do not intend to take on a disciple as my maid, I can still impart to you a cultivation technique. First, let me assess your innate qualities to determine which attribute of cultivation suits you best, Yichuan said, extending his hands to begin examining Yenner's delicate form. In the realm of cultivation, there exist specific treasures designed to measure the attributes of spiritual roots, but Yichuan lacked such a device. Thus, he resorted to the method of feeling the bones to ascertain Yenner's spiritual root attributes. After a thorough examination, Yichuan was pleasantly surprised to discover that Yenner possessed the legendary Ice-type spiritual root. To comprehend the essence of the Ice-type spiritual root, one must recognize that it is a rare and mutated form of spiritual root, exceedingly scarce in existence. On average, among 100,000 cultivators, only 1 or 2 possess such a unique endowment, a mere increment above the likes of Yichuan, who boasts a comprehensive spiritual root encompassing all 5 elements. After his exploration of the spiritual root, Yichuan found himself engulfed in worry, for he lacked any ice-type celestial techniques to bestow upon Yenner for her cultivation. At that moment, Yenner, her delicate form having been thoroughly examined by Yichuan, though still in the process of maturation, was undeniably sensitive, while her lower body remained untouched. Her upper body's secrets had been explored multiple times, leaving her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson hue. After a lengthy pause, Yichuan remained silent, lost in contemplation. Yenner, ever obedient, understood the importance of not disturbing her master and quietly retreated to a distance, refraining from uttering a sound. Unexpectedly, Yenner turned out to possess the exceedingly rare Ice-type spiritual root. However, Yichuan lamented his lack of mutated Ice-type celestial techniques. It seemed he would have to provide her with a Water-type celestial technique to practice for the time being. Planning to search for more suitable methods in the cultivation town later, he retrieved a manual from his storage pouch, presenting it to Yenner, saying, "This is a Water-type celestial technique entitled Pure Water Method. It contains the insights and experiences of previous practitioners. Should you be literate, you may delve into its teachings independently. If you encounter difficulties, feel free to seek my guidance later." As Yenner accepted the manual, tears welled up in her large eyes, and she quickly wiped them away, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, noble sir, for your kindness in imparting the path of cultivation to me." Suddenly, As if a thought struck her, she exclaimed, "Sir, I just remembered. The immortal who abducted me perished nearby, by the water's edge where 3 drought willows stand. I recall now. He left behind some relics." Relics of an immortal? Yichuan pondered, uncertain of the cultivation level of the abductor. If the perpetrator were merely at the qi refining or Chaoyuan realm, the remnants left behind would likely hold little value, perhaps yielding only a modest fortune. Nevertheless, he resolved to investigate, maintaining a mindset of serendipity. Following Yinar's recollections, Yichuan arrived at the location of the 3 drought willows by the pond. Beneath one of the trees, he unearthed a desiccated corpse, long buried in the arid sands of the desert for several years. The body had withered beyond recognition, its features obscured. Yet the tattered black celestial robe indicated that the individual possessed only a modest level of cultivation, as evidenced by the single, severely damaged high-grade celestial garment they wore. After retrieving the high-grade storage pouch from the corpse's waist, Yichuan held little hope for its contents, speculating that a qi refining cultivator's pouch would contain only a few high-grade artifacts, some low-grade spirit stones, and perhaps a few medicinal pills. Upon refining the storage pouch with celestial essence, he opened it and emptied its contents onto the ground, revealing a substantial collection of items. After carefully stowing away the filled bottles of qi dan, several pieces of low-grade immortal stones, and various miscellaneous items into his storage bag, Yichuan's gaze shifted to 2 celestial artifacts resting upon the sandy ground. One of these, a sandalwood box adorned with a sealing talisman, caught his attention. He swiftly grasped it, removed the talisman, and opened the box. To his astonishment, he discovered 3 round, golden objects, each the size of a broad bean, meticulously arranged within. Their exact nature remained a mystery. Setting the sandalwood box aside, Yichuan picked up a quiver lying on the ground, which was filled with 108 slender black wooden arrows, each merely 2 inches in length and engraved with peculiar patterns. Upon employing his treasure appraisal technique, he realized that these arrows constituted a set of exquisite wooden artifacts, imbued with formidable wooden venom, rendering them instruments of sinister potency. He then turned his attention to a stack of small booklets and manuals, perusing them one by one. After a considerable time, he finally stumbled upon a noteworthy entry in a journal. It revealed that the 3 golden objects in the sandalwood box were, in fact, seeds of the fabled 1,000-year Vajra vine. Allegedly, while its vines belong to the wood category, they possess remarkable resilience, surpassing even the mightiest of materials, and are as pliable as any vine, making them ideal for crafting ropes and other tools for subduing foes. With the Heartfield in his possession, these seeds of the 1,000-year Vajra vine held immeasurable value for him. Yichuan, upon discovering this information, excitedly spoke to himself as he examined an entry in the market booklet. If these seeds were to fall into the hands of an ordinary cultivator, they would be rendered useless, perhaps fetching a meager 10 to 20 low-grade immortal stones at the market. No one would be willing to wait a millennium for the vine to mature into a treasure. However, for Yichuan, these seeds transformed into priceless gems. With the aid of his Heartfield, he could cultivate the 1,000-year Vajra vine within mere months. Once matured, crafting ropes and similar artifacts to ensnare enemies would prove remarkably effective. Moreover, the 108 blackwood arrows were revealed to be among the highest tier of exquisite artifacts, accompanied by potent wooden venom, showcasing unparalleled lethality. Though considered sinister tools, they served as excellent instruments for self-defense. However, to refine such treasures, he would first need to cultivate the wooden technique. Flipping to another page, he muttered to himself again. The deceased had been practicing the greenwood technique, which ranks among the highest of lower-grade wood techniques. What a waste not to cultivate it. After turning another page, he could not help but continue his soliloquy. The fire technique he practiced, the fiery flames technique, and the metal technique, the sharp metal technique, only encompassed methods for the qi refining stage, lacking pathways for the yuan gathering and peak gathering stages. The only techniques that could potentially support his continued cultivation in the yuan gathering stage and offer a prospect of advancing to the peak gathering stage were the earth technique, yellow earth technique, passed down by Elder Marulong, the nameless sword technique of the gold element, the temporarily unpracticed wind technique, wind control technique, and now, the recently acquired greenwood technique. Closing the small notebook, Yichuan retrieved the tome titled Qing Muju. After perusing a few pages, he gathered it along with other booklets, secret manuals, and the wooden box and quiver lying on the ground, placing them into his exquisite storage bag. He then tossed the storage bag to Yenner, who stood quietly to the side. This so-called immortal relic is a discovery of yours. Thus, this storage bag and its celestial treasures are your reward. Additionally, this large vial of qi-inducing pill should suffice for you to reach the qi refinement realm. Once you cultivate immortal essence, you will be able to utilize this storage bag. As he spoke, Yi Chuan threw out a large vial of qi-inducing pills to aid Yinner in her swift ascension to the qi refinement realm. Young master, Yinner hurriedly accepted the storage bag and porcelain vial, her heart brimming with excitement, leaving her at a loss for words. Suddenly, she fell to the ground, prostrating herself before Yi Chuan with 3 fervent bows. Fortunately, the soft earth cushioned her forehead from harm. Rise. Remember, let us dispense with such formalities in the future. Although you are called my maid, you should not demean yourself. There is no need for such excessive courtesy. Seeing Yinner in such high spirits, Yi Chuan quickly offered gentle reassurances, for these formalities held little significance to him. All he required was her loyalty. As Yinner stood up, a sudden gurgling noise erupted from her stomach, causing her cheeks to flush crimson as she lowered her head. Yi Chuan, now acutely aware of his surroundings, naturally heard the sound. Are you hungry? I am a cultivator and can sustain myself on elixirs, rarely consuming food. In the future, if you find yourself hungry, feel free to speak up. Do not deprive yourself. With that, Yi Chuan retrieved 2 blood-red jus fruits from his waist storage bag, tossing them to her. These 2 500-year-old blood-red jus fruits possess the ability to cleanse marrow and strengthen bones. Eat them. They will not only quell your hunger but also enhance your constitution, greatly benefiting your future cultivation. Yinner accepted the 2 fruits, her large eyes brimming with tears of gratitude. After silently consuming the fruits, she soon clutched her belly and, her face flushed, hurried away. It seems she may have an upset stomach. Yi Chuan chuckled as he watched Yinner's hasty retreat, reminiscent of his own reaction after consuming the blood-red jus fruit for the first time. After a considerable while, Yinner returned, her hair damp, suggesting she had taken the time to cleanse herself. Though the lingering scent remained, it was no longer overpowering. All right, let us depart, Yi Chuan declared, reaching to assist Yinner as he prepared to release the eagle and leave the area. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he observed a distant cloud of dust rising. Employing his enhanced vision, he discerned 3 galloping steeds racing toward him. Extending his right hand, he pointed with his index finger, sending a beam of earthy light into the ground. Instantly, a swirling vortex of quicksand materialized, engulfing the skeletal remains, burying them deep underground, effectively erasing all traces. Amidst the swirling sands, 3 magnificent steeds emerged, each rider relatively youthful, the eldest around 40, while the youngest appeared to be merely 15 or 16. Clad in ethereal robes of pale blue, their mounts were no ordinary horses, but rather a class of initial celestial beasts adorned with 2 majestic horns, distinct from common equines. The swift celestial steeds covered the distance to Yi Chuan in mere moments, halting several paces away. Yi Chuan furrowed his brow as flames surged around him, conjuring a protective barrier of fire to shield himself and Yinner from the engulfing dust. Eldest brother, this is the one. In the desolate northwestern region, few cultivators traverse. The kidnapper king must have fallen to this individual. We must swiftly avenge him. One of the riders, a youthful man with a dark complexion in his late 20s, pointed accusingly at Yi Chuan, addressing the eldest among them. Pray tell, esteemed friend, why have you sought the life of the kidnapper king of Dingyuan City? What grievances do you harbor against him to warrant such a lethal strike? The eldest cultivator, displaying a more composed demeanor, shot a fierce glare at the dark-faced youth before clasping his hands and greeting towards Yi Chuan. Fear not, good sirs. I am Yi, merely passing through this fabled land. It was the kidnapper king who, in his ignorance, dared to provoke me. I only intended to teach him a lesson, but alas, I may have overstepped. My sincerest apologies. Yi Chuan replied, adopting a calm demeanor. An apology suffices? Prepare to meet your end. The dark-faced cultivator, unable to contain his fury, swiftly produced a gleaming yellow flying sword from his storage pouch, forming a sword technique with his hands and bellowing, "Go!" The sword transformed into a streak of golden light, hurtling towards Yi Chuan. Observing this with a cold smirk, Yi Chuan found amusement in their folly. These 3 were merely at the qi refinement stage, yet dared to provoke him. A hint of derision flickered across his face. Be cautious, 5th brother. The eldest cultivator sensed the impending peril and urgently warned, though he made no move to intervene, evidently eager for his brother to test the waters against their opponent. Yi Chuan had long mastered a technique known as the breath-holding art, derived from the wind control technique he had cultivated over the years. This technique far surpassed the commonly utilized breath-concealing arts of other cultivators. At its pinnacle, it could entirely suppress one's aura, rendering the practitioner indistinguishable from an ordinary mortal. Though Yichuan had not yet reached such heights, he had achieved a modest level of mastery, even when not actively employing the breath-holding art. His innate celestial skills allowed him to significantly diminish his outward aura, making him appear weaker in the eyes of other cultivators. Should these three Qi refinement cultivators accurately discern his true realm at the initial stage of the Yang origin? They would likely recoil in terror at the thought of engaging him, for a Qi refinement cultivator facing one of the Yang origin stage, lacking formidable defensive treasures, would find themselves bereft of any chance to escape, let alone triumph in battle. Yichuan harbored no desire to unveil his prowess before the three cultivators of the Qi refinement stage. However, he could not allow their arrogance to escalate unchecked. Contemplating this, he devised a plan. Observing the black-faced cultivator on his left losing patience and making the first move, Yichuan let out a cold snicker. He extended his right hand, conjuring a fireball of pale yellow, approximately the size of a walnut, from his palm. With a swift motion, he hurled it forth, colliding precisely with the yellow flying sword released by the black-faced cultivator. With a hissing sound, the searing fireball struck the yellow sword, emanating a soft yellow glow. The black-faced man let out a cry of alarm, his expression shifting drastically as he hurriedly attempted to retract his sword with a change in his sword technique. Although this earth element sword possessed moderate offensive power, its defensive capabilities were commendable. Yet, after being struck by Yichuan's fireball spell, its potency was significantly diminished. The black-faced cultivator sensed the rapid depletion of the spiritual essence infused within the sword. If he did not withdraw it in time, he feared it might be irretrievable. Want to flee? Yichuan sneered, extending his right hand once more. Another walnut-sized pale yellow fireball materialized, darting towards the now dimmed yellow sword. Spare me, senior. The black-faced cultivator, realizing the dire situation, frantically executed multiple sword techniques, yet he found himself unable to reclaim the sword. The previously infused spiritual essence had already been exhausted, rendering the sword irretrievable. Meanwhile, his beloved flying sword crackled under the intense heat of the pale yellow fireball, on the verge of shattering, compelling him to plead for mercy. Humph. 3 mere Qi refinement juniors dare to challenge me? Considering it is your first offense, I shall spare your lives this once. Begone. With these words, Yichuan's gaze glinted with cold light as he thrust his hands outward, summoning 2 fireballs the size of watermelons that shot forth from his palms towards the 3 cultivators. Quickly, evade. The eldest of the cultivators sensed the impending danger and shouted, promptly patting the neck of the steed beneath him. The intelligent horse, responding to its master's urgency, leaped forth, covering a distance of several dozen feet in a single bound. The youngest cultivator reacted a moment too late. However, the steed, attuned to the threat of death, instinctively leaped aside without waiting for commands. The black-faced cultivator, already aware of the fireball's destructive potential, swiftly dodged without time to warn his companions. The 2 fireballs, not traveling with remarkable speed, were deliberately delayed by Yichuan for 2 breaths, granting the trio time to react. Had he chosen to launch a surprise attack, they would have likely been reduced to ashes. The fireballs descended upon the sandy ground where the 3 had once stood. The scorching heat melted the sand, producing thick plumes of black smoke. Within moments, a large pit, emanating dark smoke, emerged from the ground, creating a truly terrifying spectacle. Spare us, senior. We are disciples of the Fu family from the Celestial Gate, and we did not intend to offend you. My 5th brother was misled by treacherous individuals, leading to our inadvertent transgression. Please, show mercy. The eldest cultivator hastily dismounted, kneeling on one knee, anxiously offering his apologies. The Xiao sect? A descendant of the Fu family? This is rather convenient. I did not expect them to come seeking me, thus saving me the trouble of locating their sect. Upon hearing this, Yichuan's mind raced through several thoughts, and he chuckled softly. In Dingyuan City, my actions may have been somewhat severe, but it was truly due to the king of thieves and his subordinates being excessively disrespectful. Since you all have acknowledged your mistakes, I shall not pursue the matter further. You may leave. Senior, I am Fu Qianjiang, and I have an unreasonable request. I humbly ask you to rest at my humble abode for a few days, as my brothers wish to formally apologize. Furthermore, my father has always been quite hospitable, often welcoming fellow cultivators from the northwest who enjoy visiting, sharing a drink before departing. The eldest cultivator rose, his demeanor respectful. Yichuan, upon hearing this, could not help but smirk inwardly. He did not believe that Fu Qianjiang was genuinely inviting him for a drink out of goodwill, especially considering he had just disciplined the 3 of them. Their rapid change in attitude was rather astonishing. I have always been somewhat lazy and prefer not to intrude upon your esteemed residence. It would be best if you three return. Should the opportunity arise, I shall certainly pay a visit to your household. As each one's mind spun with ideas, he resolved not to visit the Xiaoyao sect or the Fu family. One must understand that the entrances to sects and noble families are often fortified with formidable formations. Should the opposing party harbor malicious intent and activate these formations, it would be an unjust demise. I look forward to your visit, Senior. I hope you will not hold today's offenses against me. Fu Qianjiang clasped his fists, realizing Yi Chuan's refusal to visit his home and thus refraining from further insistence. He beckoned his two brothers, and they rode southwestward on their steeds. Is it true that Suaping Mountain lies 100 miles west of Dingyuan City? Which direction is that? Yi Chuan inquired, gesturing towards the path taken by the departing Fu family disciples, addressing Yin'er beside him. Young master, if we were still in Dingyuan City, I would know the directions well. However, you have departed too swiftly for me to discern north from south or east from west. Yin'er replied, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Yi Chuan chuckled lightly, saying nothing further. He patted the beast pouch at his waist, summoning the eagle, and took Yin'er's hand, leaping onto the eagle's back. With a swift command, the eagle soared, employing its keen eyesight to gaze towards the direction the Fu family disciples had taken. The Fu family's Xiaoyao sect was located within Suaping Mountain, which also housed the ancestral grave of Elder Ma Rulong, making it fortuitously aligned. Once Yi Chuan had discerned the direction, he gently patted the eagle's neck, and the eagle, understanding, let out a long cry and transformed into a streak of black light, swiftly ascending. Before long, they outpaced the Fu family disciples below, soaring over a mountainous region that spread out beneath them. This area was lush with dense foliage. The sound of bubbling springs echoing, adorned with vibrant greenery, a stark contrast to the arid, desolate landscapes beyond the mountains. Yi Chuan gazed in astonishment at the peculiar sight before him, where a desolate desert lay on one side, and verdant mountains rose majestically on the other. He marveled at the unexpected oasis nestled within the arid expanse. Following the instructions of Elder Ma Rulong, he sought the ancestral tomb of the Ma family, located on the sunlit slope of a ridge west of Suaping Mountain. Atop this ridge stood the ancestral residence of the Ma family, now long abandoned. Traveling on his eagle, Yi Chuan soared to the western side of Suaping Mountain, utilizing his keen eyesight from above. After some time, he finally located the site described by Elder Ma Rulong and commanded the eagle to descend before the entrance of the dilapidated Ma residence. The entrance was desolate, the ground strewn with withered leaves and weeds towering over a person's height. Fortunately, the stones used in the construction of the old abode were still quite sturdy. Despite decades of neglect causing many parts to collapse, more than half remained intact. Resolving to make the best of this situation, Yi Chuan noted that the vital energy of heaven and earth here appeared remarkably robust. Spending a few years in seclusion would not be a poor choice. With this thought in mind, he unleashed several fireballs, incinerating the weeds and fallen leaves at the entrance, eliminating any need for further cleanup. The once bright vermilion door creaked open inward, revealing a courtyard overrun with weeds and scattered rubble. Shaking his head at the sight, Yi Chuan released more fireballs to clear the debris. And with a swift wave of his sleeve, a gust of wind swept through, rendering the courtyard tidy. The old Ma residence spanned a vast area, containing over 100 rooms, most of which were in disarray and uninhabitable. Yi Chuan, seeing this, shook his head and set to work cleaning. Yin'er, ever diligent, stepped forward to assist. After a half-day's labor, they managed to clear the main hall and 2 adjoining rooms of the front courtyard, making them barely habitable. Yi Chuan had brought along many daily necessities, which were now put to good use. For tables, chairs, beds, and hangers, he summoned his flying sword, skillfully cutting stones and timber, and soon had everything he needed. After instructing Yin'er to focus on her cultivation, Yi Chuan employed the technique of terrestrial flight and descended the ridge, traversing the valley until he arrived at the Ma family's ancestral tomb. Over the millennia, many had passed from the Ma family, and countless graves dotted the sunlit slope of the mountain. Locating the gravestone of Elder Ma's parents, he found it in a state of ruin, with the top broken and surrounded by weeds that had grown as tall as trees, necessitating a thorough cleaning. Thus, Yi Chuan made the old Ma residence his home. During the day, he devoted time to clearing the ancestral tomb, planting pines and cypresses, while at night, he intensified his cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, years slipped by. Throughout this period, Yi Chuan, aided by the 400-year-old elixirs he had cultivated in his heart's soil, concocted a substantial quantity of high-grade nurturing pills. With the abundant consumption of these elixirs, his cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. The Wombing Sword Technique, the Yellow Earth Technique, and the Greenwood Technique all reached the pinnacle of the Chaoyuan realm. Additionally, he practiced the water-based celestial technique, the Pure Water Technique, truly achieving the harmony of the five energies, transforming the five elemental celestial energies into celestial liquid, thereby significantly enhancing his strength. In recent years, Yenner has notably excelled, having ascended early to the Qi refinement stage. With the aid of numerous blood-red Zhu fruits that cleanse the marrow and strengthen the bones, along with an abundance of gathering Qi pills, she has progressed to the later stages of Qi refinement. Now, at the tender age of 18 or 19, she has blossomed into a striking young woman, exuding an enchanting allure and an extraordinary vitality. Due to her cultivation of water-based celestial arts, she is imbued with a gentle, fluid grace that captivates Yuchuan's heart each time he beholds her. The celestial beasts, the eagle and the young ape, have also made remarkable advancements, reaching the pinnacle of the first stage, equivalent to the peak of Qi refinement for human cultivators, thus significantly enhancing their strength. Over the years, Yuchuan has meticulously tended to the ancestral grave of the Ma family, creating an atmosphere of flourishing incense offerings. Each year during the Qiming festival, he dutifully adds fresh soil to the grave of Elder Ma's parents, attending to it with great care. However, it has been several years since Elder Ma last visited the ancestral site to pay his respects, nor has he inquired about its condition, seemingly having forgotten the very reason he had sent Yuchuan there. This has left Yuchuan with a tinge of resentment. One day, while Yuchuan was in seclusion, diligently honing his skills, a sudden realization of the Yellow Earth Technique's Gathering Peak mantra surged within his mind, causing a jolt of awareness. The Gathering Peak, also known as the Three Flowers Gathering at the Crown, involves the unification of essence, qi, and spirit at the crown chakra, which is the vital point of the human body. The method of cultivating the three flowers at the crown utilizes the body as a crucible, essence as the elixir, and spirit as the guiding force, employing internal refinement to consolidate the essence, qi, and spirit within the body. This culminates in the cultivation of the primordial spirit, a state that signifies a qualitative leap in power compared to the ascending origin stage, and offers a lifespan of up to 500 years, an unfathomable duration for mortals, providing each one ample opportunities to undertake greater endeavors. The primordial spirit serves as the foundation of a cultivator's existence and embodies the true essence of life. It is rooted in the cultivator's soul located in the Niwen Palace, continuously refined with the essence and qi cultivated. As each one remains in seclusion, he diligently practices the Gathering Peak method, feeling a surge of essence rushing towards the Niwen Palace, accompanied by an overwhelming sensation of pressure in his head. He endures the discomfort, and as time passes, his consciousness drifts into a state of haziness, sensing the emergence of a new life form within the Niwen Palace. Initially, it appears as a yellow orb the size of a thumb, but as he continues to cultivate, more essence flows into the Niwen Palace, and the yellow orb gradually develops limbs, followed by a head and torso. The orb, visibly transforming, slowly takes on a human shape, albeit with indistinct features, resembling a frail ginseng. Yet, it has solidified, manifesting the primordial spirit. In truth, the Niwen Palace, unlike the external world, does not possess precise dimensions. It is merely a realm of the primordial spirit's sensations, imbued with a blend of reality and illusion, revealing a paradoxical existence. Suddenly, a light illuminated his vision, and Yuchuan opened his eyes to find himself within a quaint cabin nestled in his heart's core. Rising to his feet, he surveyed his surroundings and noticed that he was clad in a robe of earthy yellow, his physique significantly more robust than before. His limbs and arms felt solid and tangible, evoking a sensation akin to reality, in stark contrast to the ethereal feeling he had previously experienced. Stretching languidly, he was filled with an invigorating sense of strength, and joy swelled within him. A glance out the window revealed a flourishing array of celestial herbs thriving in the heart's garden, prompting an involuntary smile. However, a troubling thought struck him. The celestial scripture mentioned that upon cultivating the Mud Pill Palace's primordial spirit, one could achieve spirit separation and traverse beyond the physical realm. Yet, why was his primordial spirit still confined within the heart's core, unable to venture forth? As the realization dawned upon him, he could not suppress his exclamation. Above the heart's core, the sky and the verdant fence surrounding it were shrouded in a dismal gray, devoid of any apparent exit or light, resembling the sole existence in the universe. Unlike before, however, each one had now formed a primordial spirit, no longer a mere ethereal soul but a body of substantial essence. Yet, he acutely sensed that his hard-earned primordial spirit was trapped within the heart's core, unable to move even an inch. Although the experience of having a primordial spirit was wondrous, it proved to be of little utility. With his spirit confined to this limited space, the potential for transcendence and exploration was a considerable loss. In a world rife with conflict, where death was inevitable, the ability to escape the corporeal form after one's physical demise was paramount. Through certain secret techniques, one could endure. Even if unwilling to seek a new vessel for rebirth, they could instead refine their spiritual body and continue their cultivation. Now, with his primordial spirit ensnared within the heart's core, Yichuan lost this vital opportunity for survival. This meant that should his physical form perish, his primordial spirit, while not extinguished, would remain trapped within, unable to escape, a fate more agonizing than death itself. Imagine being the sole existence in the cosmos. Despite possessing a verdant field for cultivating celestial herbs, the primordial spirit could not partake in its bounty, left merely to watch and salivate. Days and years could pass in this state, yet the profound solitude would inevitably drive one to madness. Shaking his head in despair, Yichuan walked restlessly within the heart's core. After a considerable time, he finally settled beneath a crimson fruit tree, folding his legs in meditation, with his eyes closed. A sudden brilliance enveloped him, and his physical form, seated in tranquil meditation, abruptly opened its eyes, exhaling a long breath of turbid air. He beheld two beams of yellow light, as solid as reality, shooting from his eyes, piercing the dark void and illuminating the night sky like a bolt of lightning. At last, I have ascended to the gathering peak realm. Achieving such a milestone in merely a few years is indeed worthy of celebration. Regrettably, the original spirit remains ensnared within the Heartfield, rendering it incapable of transcending into the ethereal realms, which is indeed a significant loss. Yichuan mused inwardly, shaking his head with a bitter smile. He did not rise immediately. Although he had initially succeeded in reaching the pinnacle of his practice and had cultivated his original spirit, it was still somewhat unstable and required a period of seclusion to solidify his state. Closing his eyes once more, Yichuan withdrew his consciousness, only to perceive a brilliant light before him, returning to the Heartfield where his original spirit sat cross-legged beneath the crimson fruit tree, unchanged in the slightest. It appeared that after cultivating the original spirit, the process of entering and exiting the Heartfield had become significantly simplified. The frequency and duration of his visits seemed no longer constrained, which was quite convenient. However, with the existence of the Heartfield, why did it feel as if the original spirit and the physical body had diverged, becoming akin to two separate entities? Yichuan pondered, shaking his head in contemplation, when he suddenly noticed that most of the celestial herbs within the Heartfield had matured. In the following period, Yichuan repeatedly experimented and eventually discovered numerous conveniences associated with entering and exiting the Heartfield after cultivating the original spirit. Firstly, the process had become remarkably straightforward and direct, unlike before, when he had to hover between sleep and wakefulness to access the Heartfield. Now, with the original spirit cultivated, Yichuan could simply retract his consciousness and enter or exit the Heartfield with a mere thought. Furthermore, the duration he could remain within the Heartfield was no longer restricted. In other words, after cultivating the original spirit, Yichuan could linger in the Heartfield for as long as he desired, no longer subject to the constraints that compelled him to exit upon fatigue or slumber. Previously, he would require no less than 10 hours of rest to re-enter. Thirdly, after cultivating the original spirit, Yichuan found that he could carry more items in and out of the Heartfield, including storage bags and magical artifacts, which made matters considerably more convenient, eliminating the need for the laborious transport of herbs one by one. In summary, the advantages of cultivating the original spirit were manifold. The sole drawback was that the original spirit remained trapped within the Heartfield, unable to escape. Nonetheless, Yichuan ultimately resigned himself to this reality, recognizing his inability to alter the situation and accepting his fate. Later, however, Yichuan discovered that aside from the original spirit being unable to escape the Heartfield, his physical body exhibited no adverse effects during movement. He could still wield the power of the original spirit with ease, and his consciousness remained unaffected, thus compensating for the limitation of the original spirit's confinement. The cultivation of the pinnacle realm was considerably more intricate and challenging than that of the primordial realm or the chi refining stage. Merely stabilizing his state had consumed a significant amount of Yichuan's time. After achieving stability, he did not emerge from his seclusion immediately, but continued to practice the third layer of the nameless sword technique, focusing on refining his sword light. Time has swiftly passed, and several years have elapsed. After considerable effort, Yichuan has successfully cultivated the third level of the nameless sword technique. With little else to occupy his time, he has begun to refine the mental methods of the Qingmu technique and the Susui technique to their pinnacle state. Although life in the mountains is modest, it poses no significant hardship for a cultivator. In the blink of an eye, Yichuan has resided in the old residence of the Ma family for 15 years. During this time, the maid Yeno has made remarkable progress, advancing the Susui technique to the late stage of the Chaoyuan realm. The two celestial beasts, the young eagle and the little monkey, have also exceeded expectations, reaching the pinnacle of second-tier celestial beasts, demonstrating formidable strength. One day, while Yichuan was stabilizing his realm, he suddenly heard a faint sound of hurried footsteps approaching, clearly indicating that the visitor was in great distress. Young master, something is amiss. Those sneaky individuals have returned, observing the graveyard for quite some time. I tried to chase them away, but they fled at first sight. I remembered your teachings and did not dare to pursue them. The visitor was none other than the maid Yenner, who, having reached the Chaoyuan realm, still appeared as a youthful girl of 18 or 19, exuding a gentle and charming demeanor. However, at that moment, she bore an expression of frustration akin to that of a vexed child, which made Yichuan smile. Let them observe as they wish. As long as they do not disturb the ancestral grave of Elder Ma, why should we concern ourselves with their springtime excursions? Yichuan replied with a slight smile, his tone calm and untroubled. You truly have a forgiving temperament, young master. If it were me, I would have captured a few of them for questioning, to uncover their furtive intentions and any hidden motives. Yenner pouted, expressing her discontent. Upon hearing this, Yichuan chuckled softly and shook his head. Over the years, Yenner has come to understand her master's temperament. He is generally easygoing and does not take offense at her more extreme remarks. However, disobedience to his words would inevitably result in punishment. In the past, she had faced prolonged confinement for neglecting her training and sneaking out to play. Watching as Yenner sulkily retreated, Yichuan furrowed his brow slightly. After a moment, he shook his head and slowly closed his eyes, resuming his meditation. After more than a month, Yichuan finally stabilized his realm and was ready to emerge. Elated, he stood and approached the door, pushing it open without disturbing Yenner. He swiftly exited the Ma family's old residence and made his way down to the back mountain. Throughout these years, Yichuan had been preoccupied with closed-door cultivation, delegating the task of managing the Ma family ancestral grave to Yenner and the celestial beast Little Monkey, thus alleviating his concerns. In recent days, he had been focused on stabilizing his realm and had refrained from confronting the group of cultivators who had been stealthily investigating the grave. Now that his realm was secure, his first course of action was to capture a few of these intruders for questioning. After all, if the Ma family's ancestral grave were to be disturbed, Elder Ma Rulong would surely seek retribution. Employing the technique of earthly flight, Yichuan quickly descended to the valley floor, finding a large tree to conceal himself. He activated the celestial arts of the 1,000-mile eye and the wind-listening ear to survey the surroundings. Before long, a cold smile crept across his face. The graveyard on the hillside has been thoroughly cleaned, and the headstones have long been replaced. Gone are the weeds, replaced by neatly trimmed rows of cypress trees. While it may not be lush, the transformation from the initial scene upon my arrival is strikingly profound. At this moment, dusk has descended. The setting sun paints half the sky in hues of crimson. The scenery is indeed splendid, yet a peculiar group of individuals, clad in strange attire, stealthily appears at the edge of the cemetery. This group, with their flowing hair and unique garb, possesses deep-set eyes, prominent noses, and bearded faces. Their appearance and clothing are unlike that of ordinary folk, resembling rather that of an exotic tribe. Significantly, each member exhibits considerable prowess, all having attained the Chaoyuan realm. This is precisely why Yichuan had sternly advised Yenner, during his seclusion, to observe these foreign beings from a distance, forbidding her from approaching or provoking them. Despite Yenner's rapid progress in cultivation, her lack of combat experience renders her ill-equipped to confront this band of 30 to 50 Chaoyuan realm cultivators. Once inside the graveyard, the group assumes distinct roles. Some stand guard, while others keep watch. Only a few wander within the cemetery, clutching a pearl-like artifact, seemingly in search of something. It becomes evident that these oddly attired foreigners are not there to harass me. Rather, they appear to be in pursuit of some lost object, which is hidden within the ancestral grave of the Ma family. They dare not investigate openly and conduct their clandestine activities daily, presumably to maintain secrecy. As Yichuan observes their movements, he ponders the nature of the treasures concealed within the Ma family's ancestral crypt. Employing a technique to obscure his presence, he perches atop the canopy of a large tree, careful not to alert these foreign cultivators. His curiosity about the treasures hidden within the Ma family's grave intensifies. Among this group of foreign cultivators, there are no experts of the gathering pinnacle realm or higher. Yichuan's skillful concealment technique renders him undetectable, allowing them to remain oblivious to his presence as they busily attend to their tasks. After a considerable duration of fruitless labor, the leaders of the group were expressions of discontent, clearly disappointed by their lack of success. They exchange grumbling remarks before hastily departing from the Ma family's graveyard as dusk deepens. Yichuan promptly employs a ground flight technique to pursue them. Now at the gathering pinnacle realm, his adept concealment allows him to follow without detection. Having cultivated his primordial spirit, Yichuan possesses remarkable spiritual awareness, enabling him to lock onto the group from a distance without fear of losing track of them. Thus, even at a slight remove, they remain unaware of his pursuit. The foreign cultivators move with remarkable speed, traversing several mountain ridges within a quarter of an hour, ultimately arriving at a cliff cave where several sentinels are stationed, exuding an air of vigilance. Yichuan had been lurking in a concealed location nearby, employing his keen sense of hearing to eavesdrop. However, within the cliff cave, a protective barrier obstructed any attempts at listening in. This was likely due to the use of divine techniques or talismans that rendered sight and hearing ineffective. Unaware of the intricacies within, Yichuan refrained from probing with his spiritual awareness, choosing instead to bide his time, awaiting the moment when one of the individuals would become isolated, thus allowing him to capture and interrogate them. As midnight approached, a figure from another race emerged from the cave and headed northward. Yichuan swiftly activated his movement technique to pursue. The individual possessed a late-stage cultivation in the Chao Yuan realm, which was commendable, yet with Yichuan's current prowess, catching up posed no challenge. However, in order to avoid alerting those inside the cave, he followed discreetly for several mountain peaks. Just as he was about to act, the figure abruptly halted. Could he have been discovered? That seemed improbable. Yichuan mused, remaining hidden and observing intently. He noticed the figure glance around, then flicked his wrist to release a communication talisman. At this sight, Yichuan's heart sank, and he stifled the urge to seize the individual, opting to wait patiently. A quarter of an hour later, a dark figure darted through the moonlight with remarkable speed, soon arriving before the other. They appeared to be quite familiar, engaging in animated conversation upon meeting. Yichuan strained his hearing but could not comprehend a single word, his brow furrowing in frustration, yet he felt powerless. At this moment, the moon reached its zenith, illuminating the wilderness. Although the light was not as intense as daylight, Yichuan, with his keen vision, discerned the appearances of the two. The first figure, clearly of a different race, was adorned in their traditional attire, while the newcomer donned a black robe, with a countenance that distinctly contrasted with the other. It would be prudent not to disturb the foreigner. The newcomer in the black robe seemed capable of speaking the human tongue. If I capture him and interrogate him, I shall surely glean some intelligence. Yichuan contemplated, a glimmer of cold light flickering in his eyes. While he was indifferent to the conspiracies at play, their audacity to target the ancestral grave of the Ma family rendered it his concern. After an extended conversation, the two bid each other farewell, waving their hands before parting ways. Yichuan let the foreigner go, focusing his spiritual awareness on the black-robed figure and following him at a distance. The robed individual proceeded eastward with great haste, prompting Yichuan to hasten his pursuit, fearful of losing him. When he was within several dozen feet, the black-robed figure suddenly turned, casting a cold gaze upon Yichuan. To his surprise, the figure was astutely aware, having detected his pursuit. Yichuan did not act immediately, but instead observed the black-robed figure quietly, speaking in a calm tone. Might I inquire who you are? It is rather audacious of you to follow me, and I assure you, I bear no acquaintance nor ill will towards you. The black-robed individual instinctively looked back, startled to find someone behind him, his expression shifting dramatically as he questioned with alarm. Indeed, he can speak the human language, which simplifies matters considerably. Yichuan chuckled softly and made his move. With his left hand, he delicately formed a sword gesture with his index and middle fingers, unleashing a slender white thread of light from his fingertips, the manifestation of the third level of the nameless sword technique he had mastered. The figure in black, already on guard, hastily patted the storage pouch at his waist, summoning a small, dark shield and a foot-long celestial sword. He raised his left hand, activating the shield to intercept the incoming sword light. A cold smile crept across Yu Chuan's lips as he deftly maneuvered the sword gesture with his left hand. The white thread of light, as if possessing a will of its own, spiraled around the shield with astonishing speed, emitting a sharp sound as it pierced the left shoulder of the black-clad man. The black-robed figure felt an overwhelming energy surging within him, wreaking havoc through his meridians and sealing them off, rendering his celestial essence unable to circulate. After several futile attempts, his face paled in horror as he exclaimed, What? What do you intend to do?" For Yu Chuan, who had just reached the pinnacle of his cultivation, it was the first time he had employed the newly refined sword light in battle. To his surprise, the sword light proved exceptionally effective. It was far more obedient than the second level of the nameless sword technique. With the mastery of spirit over energy, Yu Chuan's sword light, guided by his consciousness, flowed seamlessly, its density surpassing that of the sword energy cultivated at the second level. At a mere thought, the sword light concealed within you shall self-destruct, obliterating your body into a gruesome spectacle. I merely wish to pose a few inquiries and have no desire for your life. As long as you answer truthfully, I shall let you go," Yu Chuan declared, his gaze icy as he observed the black-robed man, whose eyes darted around, contemplating an escape. "First question, who are you? And who is your contact?" Yu Chuan's voice was laced with cold authority. "Do you truly believe I would divulge that? You might as well kill me. I will not answer your questions." The black-robed man hesitated briefly before responding with resolute defiance. "My temper can be rather unpleasant at times. Since you refuse to answer, I shall resort to torture. Do not pretend to be a martyr for your secrets. Your earlier hesitation indicates your desire to live," Yu Chuan retorted, his eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. With a flick of his left hand, he sent forth another delicate white thread of light, striking the black-robed man's right shoulder with a sharp hiss, piercing through and shattering his shoulder blade. With a cry of agony, the black-robed man clutched his wounded shoulder, only to realize no blood was flowing. "I have sealed your wound with celestial essence, thus you shall not perish from blood loss. However, should you continue to withhold answers, I will pierce you again and again until you comply," Yu Chuan warned, and with another swift motion of his left hand, he unleashed yet another white thread of light, this time piercing the man's right thigh. The black-robed man howled in pain, unable to maintain his stance, collapsing to the ground in anguish. "Why sacrifice your life for what you deem loyalty? It is no easy feat to cultivate to the later stages of Cheyuan realm. There will be opportunities to gather the peak in the future. Dying now would be a tremendous waste," Yu Chuan continued to persuade. The figure in the black robe hesitated for a moment, about to speak, when Yu Chuan, with a flick of his left hand, unleashed a sword technique that pierced the black-robed man's left shoulder blade with a sound like a sharp hiss. "Ah, do not stab me anymore. I shall speak. I shall speak." The black-robed man had already come to regard Yu Chuan as a devil. Despite being merely in his early 20s, Yu Chuan's methods were ruthlessly effective. While he spoke words of persuasion, he showed no hesitation in inflicting pain, relentlessly tormenting the black-robed man's psyche. If he hesitated any longer, his body would undoubtedly be pierced by sword energy, leaving him in tatters. With a cold smile, Yu Chuan remained silent, choosing instead to cease his relentless assault of sword light and patiently awaited the black-robed man's response. "My name is Li Tong, a disciple of the nearby small celestial sect, the Carefree sect. The individual I was to rendezvous with is A of the Xiongnu's leading clan, the Xinyan division, named Quan Chu." The black-robed man spoke, lowering his head. "What is that?" Yu Chuan inquired, curiosity piqued. "The cultivators of the vast continent survive by hunting, which differs from our central land. Those at the Ghost Immortal stage are referred to as, with distinctions among low-level, mid-level, and high-level. Moreover, those at the Human Immortal stage are called, and those at the Earth Immortal stage are known as." The black-robed man, having loosened his tongue, spoke freely, realizing that a single statement was as good as 100. "What level of cultivation do the Xiongnu possess? What is their purpose here?" Yu Chuan pressed further. "Quan Chu once informed me that their expedition was led by 2 great sorcerers and consisted of over 300 members. I was instructed to serve them well, and upon successful completion of their mission, I would be made the leader of the Carefree sect. As for their purpose, I am not entirely certain. Over 20 years ago, they came to the Central Land, and I had the misfortune of being captured by them. However, they did not kill me. Rather, they offered me many benefits, requesting that I map the terrain of Suaping Mountain for them. This time, Quan Chu assigned me a task to secure control of Majiabing, as they wished to disturb the ground there without attracting outside attention," Li Tong explained. "It seems that the ancestral grave of the Ma family conceals some significant secrets. However, these Xiongnu are formidable, The presence of a human immortal cultivator leading them is not something I can provoke. It would be prudent to inform Elder Ma first. Yichuan pondered, his brow furrowed. Senior, I have answered all your questions. Please spare me. I will not disclose today's events to outsiders. Li Tong, sensing Yichuan's silence and frowning expression, anxiously pleaded. I will indeed spare you, but I have a few more inquiries regarding the Xiongnu and the Carefree sect. Answer truthfully, and you may depart, Yichuan replied, regaining his composure and offering a slight smile. Yichuan proceeded to inquire about several intriguing matters concerning the Xiongnu and the Xiaoao sect. After extracting nearly all the information that Li Tong possessed, a cold smile unconsciously crept upon his lips. Senior, you promised to spare my life. Li Tong exclaimed in horror upon perceiving the murderous intent glimmering in Yichuan's eyes. Before he could finish his sentence, Yichuan extended his left hand, performing a sword gesture with a gentle twist, and uttered a single word, blast. Instantly, the sword light concealed within Li Tong erupted, reducing his body to a gruesome spray of flesh and blood. Heh, what value do you hold for one who betrays his country and his master? Yichuan mused to himself before reaching out his right hand to employ his telekinesis. Retrieving Li Tong's storage pouch and two scattered celestial artifacts, a small shield and a celestial sword, from the ground. As he probed into the storage pouch with his divine sense, disappointment washed over him. Although it contained some inferior celestial stones and mid to low-grade celestial artifacts, they were of no interest to him. After stowing away the pouch and artifacts, Yichuan furrowed his brow as he gazed toward the cave where the Xiongnu were located, remaining silent for a while. According to the information gleaned from Li Tong, the Xiongnu had mobilized a considerable force, seemingly plotting to excavate some treasure at Majiling. Moreover, two cultivators of the human immortal stage were leading this expedition, which rendered Yichuan wary of provoking them, compelling him to decide on a temporary retreat from their path. By now, the sun had risen high in the sky, and with nothing left to fear, Yichuan clapped his waist pouch, releasing his eagle companion. He mounted the eagle and returned to the former residence of the Ma family, calling for Yin who was diligently practicing her cultivation. The two of them then took flight on the eagle, departing from Majiling. After flying over 100 miles eastward, crossing above a sizable lake, they soon spotted a towering peak by the lakeshore. Though the mountain was not particularly large, standing merely 1,000 feet tall, it was replete with spiritual energy and natural beauty. Atop the summit, a sprawling flatland bore numerous buildings resembling scales. This was indeed the entrance to the Xiaoyao sect, as described by Li Tong. According to Li Tong, the Xiaoyao sect boasted a long and storied history, purportedly tracing back to ancient times when it was once a prestigious immortal sect. However, it had gradually declined over the ages, and in the last millennium, it had fallen to the status of a lesser sect. With only two pinnacle cultivators to defend its gates, lacking even a single human immortal among them, thus relegating it to the ranks of a minor celestial sect. Yichuan felt a deep curiosity towards this ancient sect. Lacking the celestial techniques necessary for his cultivation, he mused that given the Xiaoyao sect's once illustrious past, it might still harbor remnants of human immortal or even earth immortal techniques. Moreover, with the sect's current state of decline, infiltrating it would not prove overly difficult. Had the Xiaoyao sect still been in its prime, gaining entry as an outsider and acquiring the subsequent cultivation techniques would have been an insurmountable challenge. Having devised his plan, Yichuan commanded the eagle to land at the base of Xiaoyao Peak. He instructed Yin to remain in a secluded valley while he ascended the stone steps alone, making his way toward the summit. Upon swiftly reaching the summit, it became apparent that the protective formation of the Xiaoyao sect had not been activated, suggesting a decline in the sect's fortunes, rendering them unable to bear the expenses of maintaining such defenses. The main gate of the Xiaoyao sect stood magnificently, its towering structure occasionally patrolled by disciples clad in black, who walked back and forth, surveying the area below. The two broad, vermilion-painted iron doors were firmly shut, flanked by two robust, well-built guards standing sentinel at the side entrances. The pathways beside these side doors were notably spacious, ample enough for several horses to traverse side by side. The plaza outside the main gate of the Xiaoyao sect was exceptionally expansive, paved with large slabs of bluish stone. Yichuan approached and addressed one of the guards. "Esteemed brother, I seek your sect leader, Fu Lin. Please convey my request." "What a country bumpkin you are. Do you even comprehend decorum? The name of the sect leader is not one you can utter so casually. As if the sect leader would recognize a rural pauper like you. Even if he did, you would merely be an impoverished relative from afar. How dare you approach the main entrance? Go wait by the side door. As the guard's derisive laughter echoed, Yi Chuan's expression darkened. And just as he was about to retort, another keen-eyed guard pointed towards the foothills and exclaimed, "Look, Protector Tong has returned. Quickly, open the central gate to welcome them." This call stirred several guards into action, who hurriedly opened the central gate to receive a procession of individuals clad in green emerging from the mountainside. Among them were a dozen figures, led by an elderly matron with a youthful countenance, supported by a dragon-headed cane. Despite her advanced years, her cultivation was formidable. Having reached the pinnacle of the Chaoyuan realm, how blind can you be, lad? That is Protector Tong of the Xiao sect returning. Of course she walks through the main entrance. You, a mere country bumpkin, dare to approach the main gate? Moreover, did I permit you to enter? A guard bellowed angrily at Yi Chuan, who was attempting to follow the group through the entrance. Yi Chuan had no wish to trouble these gatekeepers, mere mortals without cultivation. But the disdainful remarks were too much for him to bear, causing his brow to furrow, to conceal his power and blend in. He had employed a technique to mask his aura, thus the mortals could not discern his true identity as a cultivator. Even the recently arrived Protector Tong and her entourage simply regarded him as one of the gatekeepers, oblivious to his presence. It seemed that remaining in this passive manner would not grant him entry into the Xiao sect. Since a peaceful approach had proven futile, it was time to resort to a more direct method. He realized that without revealing some of his true strength, he would not be granted passage into the sect. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Yi Chuan contemplated his next move. Spotting a secluded area, he activated his land flight technique, moving as lightly as a swallow, effortlessly soaring over the tall walls to enter the Xiao sect. Within the confines of the Xiao sect, even the most concealed corners were equipped with hidden stakes, and the foundations bore mechanisms of warning. However, in the bright light of day, the stakes had yet to be activated, and the mechanisms remained dormant, providing Yi Chuan with an opportune moment to slip into the Xiao sect unnoticed. As he traversed stealthily, unimpeded, he contemplated inquiring about the whereabouts of the sect leader, Fu Lin, when suddenly a chilling voice called from behind. Who dares to intrude upon the Xiao sect in broad daylight? A surge of imposing energy erupted from behind, causing Yi Chuan's heart to shudder. His spiritual sense alerted him to the formidable presence of the individual pursuing him, who was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the Chaoyuan realm. Before he could respond, he sensed a searing heat approaching from behind. Without a glance back, he executed a swift maneuver, evading several paces away. With a hissing sound, the ground beneath him erupted in plumes of smoke, revealing a sizable crater where he had once stood, the acrid scent of charred earth wafting through the air. "Ah, you managed to evade my fireball technique," came the cold voice from behind. A pair of large hands extended forward, palms facing upward, as two orbs of crimson light began to coalesce within his grasp. What a stroke of misfortune, to be confronted by this old man the moment I set foot inside. Yi Chuan's ire flared as he turned, casting a frosty gaze at the elder in the fiery red robe. By this point, the elder's fireball had already reached its full potency and was unleashed with a flick of his wrist. With a disdainful snort, Yi Chuan waved his left hand, invoking the water ripple technique. A wave of water vapor surged forth, effectively blocking the two fireballs. Curse be it! Such a water-based celestial technique, ripple technique, the elder shouted in frustration. Seeing his fireballs thwarted by the opposing water vapor, which rendered them formless, he felt a swell of indignation. With the fireball technique being countered, the elder's face flushed a deep crimson as he begrudgingly retracted his intention to launch another fireball. This young man possesses profound celestial essence. I cannot match him. It would be wise to summon reinforcements. The elder sighed inwardly, the redness in his face gradually fading. He then retrieved a long cylindrical object from his robes and tossed it into the air. Brilliant fireworks erupted in the sky, a specially crafted display that, despite the daylight, was clearly visible, a signal of alarm from the Xiao sect. Who dares to trespass into the Xiao sect? As the dazzling fireworks ascended, Yi Chuan noticed a throng of cultivators from the Xiao sect surging forth from unknown corners, swiftly encircling him. Faced with the hundreds of cultivators forming layers around him, Yi Chuan realized that failing to clarify his intentions would precipitate a grave tragedy, perhaps leading to a bitter enmity with the Xiao sect and jeopardizing his own plans. Thus, he proclaimed with clarity, "I am Yi Chuan, seeking an audience with sect leader Fu Lin." Humph, a dignified cultivator. Yet you choose to scale the walls instead of entering through the main gate. You are either a rogue or a thief. Stand aside, let me confront him. As the echoes of conversation faded, a dense crowd surrounding the Xiao sect parted to reveal an elderly woman clad in a blue robe. Despite her advanced years, She possessed a youthful visage, an upright posture, and a resolute stride, showing no signs of frailty. Yichuan recognized her as the guardian he had encountered at the entrance, and a cold smirk crept across his face. Junior Sister Tong, this young man is quite troublesome. The elderly man in the fiery red robe leaped forward, speaking anxiously to the purple-robed matron. Brother Wang, was it you who set off the warning fireworks? Such a trivial matter blown out of proportion. How can you claim to be a guardian of the Xiaoyao sect? The guardian, Junior Sister Tong, regarded the red-robed elder with disdain. You are right to admonish me, Junior Sister. It is my incompetence. However, this young man. The red-robed elder began to explain, but was abruptly silenced by a wave of her hand. This young man is still in his youth. If you cannot defeat him, must you continue to make a racket? Junior Sister, now is not the time for reprimands. Let us join forces against him for a greater chance of success. The red-robed elder spoke with an expression of embarrassment. Join forces? Why would I ally with you? Junior Sister Tong replied with a tone of scorn. Yichuan observed the exchange with indifference, allowing their bickering to unfold while he awaited the sect leader Fu Lin to make an appearance. Yet time passed without any sign of him. According to Li Tong's account, the Xiaoyao sect had but 2 elders of the pinnacle realm. While those of the Chaoyuan realm were referred to as guardians, all disciples of the 2 elders. It was likely that this guardian and the red-robed Wang were of the same lineage. The Xiaoyao sect, being a small and obscure sect located in the northwestern region of the Central Plains, rarely attracted outside cultivators willing to serve as guest elders, which left Yichuan with no choice but to resort to such measures. Had he sought out a more prominent sect or family that welcomed guest elders, he would not have needed to exert himself so. Gentlemen, may I have a moment of your attention? Yichuan interjected, noting their heated argument, which seemed to create an irreconcilable divide. He hoped to avoid any conflict with them. What do you wish to say? The 2 ceased their quarrel, their gazes sharpening as they turned to face Yichuan, finally cognizant of the presence of an adversary before them. I am Yichuan, here to pay my respects to sect leader Fu. I hope you do not misunderstand. It was your disciples guarding the entrance who prevented my entry, which compelled me to scale the wall. I harbor no ill intentions. Yichuan hurriedly clarified, anxious that further escalation might lead to dire consequences, jeopardizing his chances of entering the Xiaoyao sect. You? Seeking an audience with the sect leader? The 2 exchanged bewildered glances, their scrutiny of Yichuan making him feel quite uneasy. Junior Brother Tong, Junior Brother Wang, what has transpired? Who set off the warning fireworks? Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, and the tightly packed disciples of the Xiaoyao sect parted to make way for a short, rotund elder in a purple robe, who rushed forward as he spoke. The stout old man appeared to be around 60 years of age, his visage exuding an air of affluence, with notably large ears that hinted at his prosperous nature. As he squinted his small eyes, it seemed as if he had grasped the unfolding events within the gathering. Master, this gentleman claims to have come seeking an audience with you out of admiration, announced the elder in red robes, his expression brightening upon encountering the stout figure. It is my oversight that I have not attended to our esteemed guest properly. I implore you to discuss matters in the main hall. This stout old man was none other than Fu Lin, the leader of the free and unfettered sect. Upon hearing these words, his small eyes twinkled with understanding, and he hastily offered his apologies. Despite Fu Lin's cultivation being at the pinnacle of the Chaoyuan realm, he was a seasoned figure accustomed to high office, possessing a keen ability to discern character. Observing the demeanor of the man before him, particularly the celestial garment he donned, it was evident that he hailed from a distinguished background. His handsome appearance also suggested he was no nefarious character, prompting Fu Lin to extend an invitation for a conversation in the main hall. Given that the free and unfettered sect was currently a rather modest sect, they could not afford to offend fellow cultivators, especially when one had traveled in admiration. Yichuan, witnessing Fu Lin's dignified manner of speech, quickly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. I apologize for any offense I may have caused to your esteemed sect. Please accept my sincerest apologies. Junior Sister Tong, Junior Brother Wang, a guest has arrived. How can we greet him with hostility? Quickly arrange a welcoming banquet to honor our esteemed brother. Fu Lin then turned to Yichuan and inquired, by the way, may I ask your esteemed name? I am Yichuan, a humble wandering cultivator. I have found it difficult to thrive elsewhere, and thus I have come to seek refuge in this revered place, Yichuan replied, having meticulously crafted his words in his mind beforehand. To his surprise, Fu Lin appeared remarkably amiable and hospitable, leaving Yichuan wondering if this demeanor was indeed genuine. Upon hearing this, Fu Lin chuckled softly, an expression of understanding gracing his features. It was well known that wandering cultivators occupied the lowest tier within the realm of cultivation, often subjected to bullying by disciples of established sects or scions of noble families. Those who dared to resist were often met with swift retaliation, leading them to a life of constant evasion. Thus, while Fu Lin did not fully trust Yi Chuan's words, he found them reasonable. "I merely seek a tranquil place to shield myself from the storms of life," Yi Chuan assured Fu Lin. "Rest assured, I do not intend to be a burden. I possess some knowledge of alchemy and can concoct Pei Yuan pills." Yi Chuan smiled and nodded, revealing his final card. "Ah, so you are a master alchemist," exclaimed the elder protector Tong, her expression one of astonishment as she cast a sidelong glance at her companion, Protector Wang. "My apologies. My eagerness got the better of me." Protector Wang interjected with a chuckle, secretly musing. "This fellow chose to scale the wall rather than enter through the door, and I happened to be nearby. How could I remain indifferent? Yet, I cannot fault him for this. But to be so young and already a master alchemist, I wonder if his claims are credible? Although, it is unlikely anyone would jest about such matters." Upon hearing Yi Chuan's assertion, Fu Lin was momentarily taken aback. As a sect leader, albeit of a small organization, he was acutely aware of what a master alchemist could signify for a sect's prosperity and standing. It is well known that the art of alchemy is easy to learn yet difficult to master. Those who claim to have acquired even a modicum of this craft must possess commendable skills, as such assertions can be readily tested and cannot be fabricated. There is no need for empty boastings. Upon observing the expressions of the three individuals, Yi Chuan discerned that revealing his identity as an alchemist would likely secure his admission into the Celestial Gate. Given the present circumstances of the Celestial Gate, a proficient alchemist is of utmost significance, and it is believed that any doubts regarding his motivation to join would pale in comparison to the allure of such a position. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry and disperse." Fu Lin, having served as the sect leader for many years, commanded his disciples with an authoritative tone, fully embodying the dignity of his rank. The authority of a sect leader is not to be trifled with. During the banquet, Fu Lin, along with the protectors, Tong and Wang, displayed overwhelming warmth, continually toasting Yi Chuan, as if they were intimately acquainted. Yi Chuan could not help but smirk inwardly. Realizing the advantageousness of his alchemist identity, their sudden deference was telling. During the feast, Fu Lin directly extended an invitation to Yi Chuan, proposing that he serve as a guest elder of the Celestial Gate. The position of elder is highly esteemed, even surpassing that of the sect leader. Fu Lin's candid and straightforward invitation, despite not having evaluated Yi Chuan's alchemical prowess, revealed the extent of the Celestial Gate's decline. It was evident that they lacked a competent alchemist, which prompted Fu Lin's urgent invitation and immediate offer of the prestigious position, indicative of his desire to win over hearts and minds. Upon hearing this, Yi Chuan feigned contemplation for a moment before reluctantly acquiescing, all the while secretly reveling in his success as he had effectively completed the first step of his plan to join the Xianyao sect. The next phase of his scheme was about to unfold. After the banquet concluded, Yi Chuan personally descended to the Xianyao peak to escort the anxious Yener, who had been waiting in a small valley up the mountain. When Fu Lin and the others observed Yi Chuan bringing a maid-like girl with him, they refrained from making any remarks. Fu Lin, after a few more words, took it upon himself to lead Yi Chuan to the residence designated for his solitary cultivation. The Xianyao sect's premises were quite expansive, with the architectural layout divided into three pathways: left, center, and right. The central path housed the main structure, where the sect leader and senior members convened, serving as the venue for significant ceremonies and rituals. The eastern path was reserved for the disciples' living quarters and practice spaces, while the western path was home to the elders of past generations. Yi Chuan, as a guest elder, was assigned a separate residence within the western path. This residence was of considerable size, divided into three courtyards. The front courtyard served as a reception area, featuring a grand hall with a spacious yard. The middle courtyard was designated for living, containing the main house, side rooms, and a small reception hall. The rear courtyard housed a temple-like structure named the Tranquility Hall, intended for the master's secluded cultivation. The Tranquility Hall was quite magnificent, with the main hall being exceptionally spacious, flanked by side halls and other ancillary buildings, while the rear hall served as a resting area. After inspecting the layout, Yi Chuan felt quite satisfied with the Tranquility Hall, as it could serve as a place for cultivation and the side halls could be converted into an alchemy room. "Elder Yi, I shall not disturb your rest any longer. Tomorrow, we shall formally welcome you," Fu Lin said, preparing to depart from the Tranquility Hall when Yi Chuan called him back. "Sect leader Fu, Do you not possess any celestial herbs that I might assist in refining into elixirs? Celestial herbs? Fu Lin was momentarily taken aback. Then a look of delight spread across his face as he replied, "To be honest, Elder Yi, I do have quite a number of celestial herbs awaiting refinement into elixirs. However, the nearest cultivation market is quite far, and it would take half a year by flying beast to make the round trip. I had planned to wait a few days until you were well rested before troubling you with the alchemy." "Ah. These days I happen to be free and intend to commence alchemy. Let us proceed together." Yichuan responded with a smile. "Please wait, Elder Yi. I shall fetch the celestial herbs at once." Fu Lin exclaimed with joy, hastily taking his leave from the Tranquility Hall. "Yinner, go find a room for your own cultivation. Remember to set up the protective array before you begin your seclusion. Although this place appears devoid of danger, it is wise to remain cautious while away from home," Yichuan advised, turning to the pouting Yinner, who looked somewhat discontented at being sent away to cultivate instead of conversing with him. Despite her reluctance, she obediently nodded and exited the Tranquility Hall. Observing Yinner's graceful silhouette, Yichuan couldn't help but chuckle wryly, shaking his head. Yinner had always been charming and well-behaved, yet the mere mention of cultivation would prompt her to frown, wearing an expression of reluctance that left him utterly speechless. Perhaps Yinner had yet to grasp the harsh realities of the immortal cultivation world, still unaware of the need to cherish her current tranquil life. If one fails to diligently cultivate in times of peace, when danger inevitably arises, it would be impossible to elevate one's prowess in haste. This embodies the principle of being vigilant in times of peace. If one does not sweat in training, they may bleed in battle. Yichuan was acutely aware that he could not continue to live in complacency, for the world of immortal cultivation was far more brutal than the mortal realm. He had already endured the hardships of the human world, and the ruthlessness of the cultivation realm had struck him profoundly during his adventures in the Black Wind Canyon. Before long, Fu Lin entered the courtyard, carrying a storage bag. Upon reaching the tranquil hall in the back courtyard and seeing Yichuan, he handed over the storage bag and produced a thick tome from his robes. "This contains the lifelong insights of a deceased alchemist from our sect. It may prove beneficial to Elder Yi. I hope you accept it graciously." Insights on alchemy. Yichuan accepted the worn, yellowed tome, feeling a surge of excitement. The experiences and insights of an alchemist are exceedingly precious, akin to a rare treasure. Although it was a handwritten manuscript, its value was immeasurable. Fu Lin's willingness to part with it without a hint of regret indicated that his thirst for elixirs surpassed Yichuan's expectations. Once Fu Lin departed, Yichuan sealed the doors of the tranquil hall and settled onto the meditation mat, opening the tome titled Insights on Alchemy to delve into its contents. Alchemy requires a comprehensive consideration of three key factors: medicinal herbs, the alchemical furnace, and the source of fire. The quality of the elixirs directly determines the grade of the pills produced, while the quality of the furnace and fire source significantly impacts the success rate of pill creation. Seated in the tranquil hall, Yichuan read through the entire Insights on Alchemy left by the sect's master alchemist, finding great inspiration. Previously, he had relied solely on the recorded formulas, following them rigidly and depending on a plethora of medicinal herbs to hone his alchemical skills. He had not anticipated the myriad nuances within alchemy that could enhance the success rate of pill creation. Having perused the tome, he gained a newfound clarity. According to its teachings, to increase the success rate, one must ensure the highest quality of medicinal herbs, avoiding any dilution. When necessary, one could substitute lower quality herbs in the formula with higher quality ones of the same type, significantly improving the success rate. If the potency of the herbs remained insufficient, one could leverage the inner cores of magical beasts to enhance both potency and success rates, although that belonged to the realm of human-level alchemy, which Yichuan was not yet qualified to attempt. Additionally, the quality of the alchemical furnace was of paramount importance. A high-quality furnace would naturally yield a greater quantity and quality of elixirs compared to its inferior counterparts. The fire source required for alchemy is of paramount importance. In the realm of cultivation, alchemists typically employ flame-gathering formations to generate the necessary fire for their concoctions. This source of fire possesses pure energy, rendering it exceptionally effective. However, there exists a hierarchy within these formations. For instance, advanced flame-gathering formations yield a superior quality of fire compared to their lower-tier counterparts. Another source of fire for alchemy is the earth fire. However, the potency of earth fire is so formidable that it can easily melt inferior-quality alchemical furnaces. Its aggressive nature renders it unsuitable for alchemical purposes unless it is transformed through secret techniques into a gentler, purer fire source, at which point it may be utilized for alchemy. The third method involves the alchemist harnessing their own celestial essence to directly produce celestial fire for their craft. This approach, however, is exceedingly laborious, as the celestial essence within a cultivator's body is finite, while it may suffice for the creation of a couple of batches of elixirs. Any attempt to produce more could lead to the depletion of their essence, rendering it impractical for large-scale alchemical endeavors. Yichuan reflected on the records contained within the Alchemy Insights, unable to resist casting a glance at the table beside him. There, an array of porcelain vials lay meticulously arranged, each filled with powdered herbs, precisely measured according to the prescriptions he had long prepared. All that remained was for the alchemical furnace to be fully preheated before he could commence the alchemical process. The top-tier fire-gathering array had been activated, and the pale yellow flames danced relentlessly upon the surface of the exquisite silver sand alchemy furnace, its body quickly heating up, yet still far from the desired temperature. After patiently waiting for half an hour, he noted with delight that the furnace had reached its optimal warmth. He promptly employed his telekinetic abilities, manifesting an invisible hand that effortlessly lifted the lid of the silver sand furnace. Following this, he gestured again, and the unseen hand deftly collected the vials from the table, depositing the contents into the furnace in the prescribed order. Once the elixirs were added, Yichuan executed another hand sign, guiding the lid back to its place with a resounding click, sealing the furnace without a trace of a gap. Now, he simply needed to sit cross-legged beside the furnace, attentively monitoring the alchemical process while occasionally adjusting the intensity of the fire and the temperature within the furnace. The fire-gathering array provided a steady and persistent source of heat, requiring minimal effort to maintain. With an abundance of celestial energy at his disposal, he only needed to make slight adjustments to ensure the furnace remained at the required temperature. After a day and a night, the moment to harvest the elixirs arrived. Yichuan understood the gravity of the situation. He could afford no mistakes. With urgency, he seized the moment and executed the perfected alchemical formula he had practiced countless times. He diligently infused the formula into the silver sand furnace while simultaneously regulating the flame's intensity to maintain a consistent temperature within. As the elixirs formed within the furnace, he awaited patiently for it to cool down before employing the opening technique to retrieve them. Seconds turned into minutes as he harnessed his patience, and at last, the time to open the furnace had arrived. With a heart full of anticipation, he executed the opening technique, and the lid of the furnace was silently lifted by the invisible hand. A thick plume of white vapor billowed forth, emanating from the furnace, a byproduct of the alchemical process, laden with toxic residues from the herbs, unfit for absorption. Yichuan swiftly waved his hand, summoning a gust of energy to disperse the noxious fumes. "Collect," he commanded, executing the collection technique. His spiritual energy surged forth, and one by one, small, perfectly round elixirs, the size of soybeans, emerged from the furnace, exuding wisps of warmth. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved a block of white wax from his storage pouch, tossing it into the air. The invisible hand he conjured guided the flying elixirs, which, upon contact with the wax, melted into a liquid, evenly coating each elixir with a protective layer of medicinal wax. Yichuan retrieved a large azure porcelain bottle, directing its opening towards the path of the flying elixirs. With a flick of his wrist, he executed a collection incantation, and to his astonishment, the wax-sealed elixirs, as if imbued with sentience, lined up and gracefully entered the bottle. High-grade cultivation pills. An impressive total of 121 high-grade cultivation pills. Though the exterior of the silver sand furnace appeared modest, its internal capacity was substantial, yielding over 100 elixirs from a single batch, cradling the large porcelain vessel. A smile graced Yichuan's lips as he reflected on his success. A month later, Yichuan emerged from the tranquil hall, his expression weary from relentless alchemical endeavors. Despite the abundance of celestial energy sustaining him, his spirit was undeniably fatigued. Fortunately, he had managed to complete the elixirs entrusted to him by Fu Lin within the stipulated time. Fu Lin had already received news from Yenner and had been waiting in the square for quite some time. "Here you go," Yichuan announced, tossing the storage pouch containing the elixirs back to Fu Lin. Upon opening it, Fu Lin was taken aback. The quantity of finished elixirs far exceeded his expectations, indicating that Yichuan's success rate in alchemy had surpassed all his assumptions. This task of alchemical creation was, in fact, a trial for Yichuan, a fact he was well aware of. Thus, he had worked diligently to produce the elixirs, and the remarkable yield further demonstrated his growing prowess in alchemy, filling his heart with joy. "I didn't expect Elder Yu to be such an accomplished alchemist. If we calculate the success rate, it must exceed 90%. Fu Lin expressed his surprise. As per tradition, Elder Yi should retain at least 30% of the elixirs as a fee for your services. He added with a smile. Even after deducting the 2/10 as fees, the success rate would still surpass 60%. A stark contrast to the dismal rates encountered in the arduous journey to find unfriendly alchemists in the distant cultivation towns. Upon reflection, the savings in elixirs were indeed substantial. Headmaster Fu, you seem to regard me as an outsider. I assure you, I shall not accept that 30%. Each one insisted. To be honest, my visit to the Xiaoyao sect was driven by its esteemed reputation. I have heard tales of its ancient lineage, once a prominent sect in the celestial realm. My cultivation has reached the pinnacle gathering stage, yet I have long sought the cultivation methods for the human immortal stage. If it would not be too much trouble, I would greatly appreciate the opportunity to peruse the scriptures in the scripture hall or the secret chamber, he urged, knowing Fu Lin was a perceptive individual who would understand his plight. Alas, Fu Lin sighed upon hearing Yuchuan's request. While it is true that our Xiaoyao sect has its roots in ancient times and was once a revered celestial sect, that was a millennium ago. The unity among our disciples has waned, leading to internal strife that decimated our elite. As time has passed, our sect has gradually declined. And it is a blessing that we have not been erased from the annals of the cultivation world. The Celestial Gate is not lacking in advanced cultivation techniques. Yet it struggles to attract disciples of exceptional talent. The resources of the sect are gradually depleting, resulting in a lamentable absence of any practitioners at the human immortal level for thousands of years. By the time the sect's affairs reached my hands, they had deteriorated significantly. Although there are ostensibly 2 elders at the pinnacle gathering stage overseeing the sect, aside from my ancestor from the Fu family, who is secluded in meditation, the other elder, Li Chafeng, has long been at odds with the ancestor, seeking his own path of cultivation on a separate mountain. While he has not formally severed ties with the Celestial Gate, he has already established his own faction, recruiting disciples with the intention of rivaling the Celestial Gate. Once he formally opens his sect, it would signify a complete break from the Celestial Gate. However, observing Elder Li's demeanor, it seems he does not wish to establish a new sect just yet. Rather, he aims to amass strength, waiting for the ancestor's demise so he can rightfully assume control of the Celestial Gate. As Fu Lin recounted these matters, Yichuan began to comprehend the dire straits the Celestial Gate finds itself in, far worse than he had imagined. Not only is there no human immortal to safeguard the sect, but the 2 pinnacle gathering elders are also bitterly opposed to one another. Currently, the only figure at the helm is Fu family ancestor, who is engaged in a life and death meditation. Though it is said that his chances of reaching the human immortal stage are slim, merely awaiting his end. Once the Fu family ancestor passes, it is likely that the watchful Elder Li will seize the opportunity to usurp control of the Celestial Gate. At that juncture, the Fu family could face expulsion from the sect, and in the worst-case scenario, they may even fall victim to the narrow-minded Elder Li's covert machinations. Consequently, Fu Lin is deeply concerned for the future of the Fu lineage. When Yichuan, an uninvited guest, unexpectedly arrived at the mountain gate, Fu Lin initially suspected him to be a spy sent by Elder Li, remaining on guard. However, upon Yichuan revealing his identity as an alchemist, Fu Lin's suspicions dissipated. For despite Elder Li's formidable influence, he could hardly afford to support an alchemist or send one to gather intelligence. After testing Yichuan's alchemical skills, Fu Lin was profoundly moved. When Yichuan subsequently disclosed his own prowess, revealing himself to possess the strength of the pinnacle gathering stage, Fu Lin was overwhelmed with joy. So much so that he fell to his knees, weeping uncontrollably, startling Yichuan considerably. "Master Fu, what are you doing? Please, rise and speak," Yichuan exclaimed, hastily assisting Fu Lin to his feet. "This matter is of great importance. We should speak inside," Fu Lin replied, nodding in agreement and advancing toward the hall without waiting for Yichuan's invitation. Upon entering, Fu Lin activated several soundproofing talismans, allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief before kneeling once more before Yichuan. "I implore Elder Yi to assume the position of Grand Elder. As long as Elder Yi takes on this role, the Celestial Gate will henceforth be governed solely by the Grand Elder. Not only can we provide you with techniques for reaching the human immortal stage, but we also possess resources and personnel at your disposal. The authority to appoint or dismiss the sect leader will lie entirely with the Grand Elder." Fu Lin's insistence on remaining kneeling and his unexpected declarations left Yichuan utterly astonished. Is there not already a Grand Elder who is currently in deep meditation? What merit do I possess to assume such a lofty position, considering that he has only been at the Xiaoyao sect for a mere month? How could Master Fu make such a hasty decision without fully understanding Ye's background? Yuchuan, upon hearing this, felt a profound sense of surprise. He furrowed his brows in contemplation and remarked, "Is it truly possible that after just 1 month at the Shao sect, one would ascend to the position of Grand Elder? I cannot bring myself to believe that Fu Lin lacks ulterior motives." Cough. In truth, this news cannot remain concealed for long. Elderly will eventually learn of it. Fu Lin sighed as he continued, "My family's ancestor passed away 3 years ago while attempting to break through the death barrier. Before his ascension, he commanded me to keep this information under wraps, claiming he was still in seclusion, as a precaution against elderly taking advantage of the situation." Yuchuan frowned and questioned, "Why would you share this news with me? Are you not concerned that I might be a spy sent by elderly?" Fu Lin expressed confidence in his ability to discern character, asserting, "I believe that with Elder Ye's grace, he could never be swayed by elderly. Even if my judgment proves faulty, does Elder Yi not realize that the stature and position of the Grand Elder are not something elderly could bestow?" It appeared that Fu Lin had already contemplated this matter thoroughly, as he responded without hesitation. Yuchuan's frown deepened. He had initially intended to infiltrate the Shao sect, relying on his exceptional alchemical skills to procure a couple of celestial techniques for cultivation. However, he had not anticipated being ensnared in Fu Lin's scheme. This old fox was far too cunning to engage in any self-destructive actions. Yuchuan was well aware of Fu Lin's ulterior motives in seeking his assumption of the Grand Elder title. With the demise of the Fu family's patriarch, they lacked support to contend with elderly, who surely harbored animosity towards the Fu family. Given elderly's narrow-mindedness, should he gain power, the fate of the Fu family would be dire. Hence, it would be wiser to delegate the Grand Elder position to an outsider like Yuchuan, a wandering cultivator with no roots or influence within the Shao sect. Despite holding such a high office, he would still need to rely on the Fu family for assistance, making it unlikely for them to be expelled or harmed, at least for the time being. Very well, I shall acquiesce. Yuchuan recognized that after Fu Lin made such a proposition, refusing would render his quest for celestial cultivation techniques nearly impossible. Thus, after a moment's contemplation, he devised a long-term strategy and nodded in agreement to assume the role of Grand Elder of the Shao sect. That's splendid news. Please accompany me to the place of my ancestor's seclusion, where you shall receive the Shao sect's token of succession, the 9 Dragons' Divine Ring. After that, you will be the Grand Elder." Fu Lin's face lit up with joy, and he sprang to his feet, seemingly eager for Yuchuan to follow him immediately. "Never mind. I shall not accompany you. Simply retrieve this 9 Dragons' Divine Ring for me." Yuchuan furrowed his brow, hesitant to follow Fu Lin, who knew what schemes he harbored. If he harbored ill intentions, following him would only lead Yuchuan into a trap. "The Grand Elder, please do not misunderstand. The 9 Dragons' Divine Ring is a token of inheritance from the Celestial Freedom sect. According to the ancestral customs of the sect, only the current Grand Elder may bow 3 times and knock their head 9 times against the remains of the previous Grand Elder to gain the acknowledgement of the 9 Dragons' Divine Ring. Otherwise, it cannot be moved even a fraction." Fu Lin, seemingly sensing Yuchuan's guarded heart, hastily clarified, "Is there truly such a peculiar tradition of inheritance? In that case, it would be better not to be the Grand Elder." Upon hearing this, Yuchuan shook his head and did not acquiesce to Fu Lin's request. He recalled the events from years ago in Qinshan County, during which elderly sought to usurp his body. After entering the world of cultivation, he had gleaned more knowledge from various texts regarding body snatching and understood that once the primordial spirit was cultivated, even if the physical body perished, the spirit would not immediately dissipate. There exist numerous secret methods to preserve the spirit, and if a suitable body were found, one could indeed seize it and be reborn. Thus, Yuchuan preferred to forego the title of Grand Elder to temporarily relinquish the celestial techniques of the human immortal stage rather than risk his own life. If one were to say that the Celestial Freedom sect, with its lineage tracing back to ancient times and once a prominent celestial sect, had no formidable prohibitive formations, he would find it utterly unbelievable. Observing Yuchuan's resolute stance and unyielding tone, Fu Lin could only offer a wry smile and said, "In that case, we must seek an alternative, bringing the remains of our ancestor for you to pay your respects, thereby obtaining the inheritance of the 9 Dragons' Divine Ring." After a moment of contemplation, Yuchuan responded, "If that is the case, it can be considered. You may proceed." Seeing Yuchuan's agreement, Fu Lin's face brightened with joy, and he promptly bowed and excused himself to attend to the matter. Once Fu Lin departed, Yuchuan swiftly summoned Yenner and, before her, set up a top-tier 5 elements array within the meditation hall. He entrusted the array flags to her, instructing her that should Fu Lin harbor ill intentions and they find themselves in danger, she could activate the array for defense. He also released the celestial beasts, the little ape and the eagle, from his storage pouch, commanding them to ensure his safety. Only then did Yi Chuan breathe a sigh of relief. Though his skills were not particularly extraordinary, they sufficed to deal with Fu Lin and the Fu family cultivators at the Chaoyuan and refining Qi realms. It seemed that to obtain the requisite benefits, one must inevitably undertake certain risks, possibly even pay a price. But he hoped it would not be the price of his life. Yi Chuan could not help but muse. Shortly thereafter, Fu Lin arrived with over 100 members of the Celestial Freedom Sect, standing in formation outside Yi Chuan's residence. Their expressions grave as if a significant event were about to unfold. The remains of the Fu family's ancestor, contained within a crystal coffin, were transported with them. Although deceased for 3 years, the figure appeared almost lifelike. The ancestor was emaciated, with a frail body weighing scarcely a few dozen pounds, clearly having lost vitality during the final moments of life, resulting in such a decrepit state. The coffin lid creaked open, revealing the skeletal remains, upon which the middle finger of the left hand adorned a ring of antiquated design. This peculiar item resembled a ring only in name. Its ancient craftsmanship was entirely cloaked in a deep ebony hue. The sole striking feature was the expansive face of the ring, circular in shape, reminiscent of a small shield, capable of covering half of a fist when worn. Upon closer inspection of the broad ring face, one could discern a pearl, slightly raised and approximately the size of a yellow bean, situated at its center. Surrounding this pearl were intricately carved dark golden dragons, their fierce forms coiling and twisting. Albeit the dragons appeared somewhat muted in color. Following the guidance of Fu Lin, Yi Chuan performed the ceremonial 3 kneels and 9 kowtows before the remains of the Fu family ancestor. It was then that Fu Lin stepped forward, reciting incantations that seemed to invoke a spell. After a prolonged moment, he delicately removed the ring from the skeletal middle finger, cradling it respectfully in both hands before presenting it to Yi Chuan, who knelt on the ground. "Please accept this legacy of the Xiao sect, the 9-dragon divine ring," Fu Lin proclaimed, extending the ring towards Yi Chuan. As Yi Chuan took hold of the 9-dragon divine ring, he emulated the deceased ancestor's gesture, placing it upon his own left middle finger. Before he could fully comprehend the moment, the 9 golden dragons on the ring's surface sprang to life, their jaws agape as they simultaneously sank their fangs into the back of his hand. Before he could utter a cry of alarm, he was met with a more harrowing sight. The 9 golden dragons, resembling leeches, were voraciously drawing forth the blood coursing through his veins. Just as a sharp scream escaped his lips, darkness enveloped his vision, followed by a sudden brightness, an effect of excessive blood loss causing momentary dizziness. Observing the dire situation, Yen'er, who was standing guard behind Yi Chuan, promptly summoned a 5-colored array flag, channeling her celestial essence into it and activating the 5 elements formation, which enveloped both herself and Yi Chuan within its protective confines. Do not misunderstand, esteemed elder. This is a necessary process for accepting the legacy. It will soon pass, Fu Lin exclaimed, witnessing the formation's activation, while the menacing expressions of Inger and the little monkey behind Yi Chuan suggested they intended to devour him whole. His countenance turned ashen as he attempted to remove the blood-sucking ring from his left middle finger, only to be thwarted by the faint white glow emanating from the small pearl atop the ring. The 9 coiling golden dragons also radiated a feeble golden light. Why can't I take it off? Yi Chuan strained to pull the bizarre ring from his finger, only to find it impervious to his touch, as if it were a mere figment of the imagination. Congratulations on your appointment, esteemed elder. Congratulations on your appointment, Fu Lin exclaimed with delight as the 9 golden lights and the solitary white light flickered, causing the 9-dragon divine ring to vanish from Yi Chuan's finger. Instantly, his face radiated joy as he led the kneeling assembly in reverence. Upon witnessing this, the disciples of the Xiao sect outside the meditation hall also fell to their knees, chanting praises. Yen'er, please dispel the formation. Yi Chuan regained his composure, realizing that the members of the Xian Yao sect bore no ill intent. He hastily gestured for Yen'er to remain calm. Although the 9-dragon divine ring had drawn a considerable amount of his blood essence, he felt no significant harm and thus saw no reason to create animosity with Fu Lin and the others. You may all withdraw for now. We shall hold the Grand Elder's inauguration ceremony on a more auspicious day. As the sect leader, Fu Lin naturally held the authority to issue commands. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the disciples present. However, he did not depart immediately, knowing that Yichuan had many inquiries regarding the Nine-Dragon Divine Ring. After a private discussion with Fu Lin, Yichuan learned that this Nine-Dragon Divine Ring was a relic from ancient times, left behind by the founder of the Xianyao sect, and had been passed down as a token of the Grand Elder through generations. The secrets of the Nine-Dragon Divine Ring were known only to the Grand Elders of each era. Even the sect leader was unaware of them. Once Fu Lin had taken his leave, Yichuan appeared somewhat dejected, persistently attempting to remove the Nine-Dragon Divine Ring from the middle finger of his left hand. Yet he had not succeeded even once. "Child, do not strain yourself. This Nine-Dragon Divine Ring has already absorbed your blood essence and recognizes you as its master. To sever the bond between you two, you will likely need to reach the divine realm of transcendence." Suddenly, an ancient voice echoed directly in his mind, startling Yichuan greatly. Who are you? Show yourself." Upon hearing the elderly voice, which seemed to resonate from within his own consciousness, Yichuan felt a chill run down his spine, as if he had encountered a ghost. "Child, refrain from shouting. I am merely residing within the Nine-Dragon Divine Ring on your middle finger, communicating with you through spiritual thought. You have developed a primordial spirit and can converse with me without raising your voice, lest others hear and mistake you for a monster." The ancient voice resonated once more in his mind. "You are within this ring?" Yichuan lifted his left hand, gazing at the ring adorned with 9 dark golden dragons. He noticed that the surface was now faintly glimmering, and the pearl at its center, the size of a mung bean, radiated a soft white light, appearing rather resplendent. "Are you deaf or simply foolish? I do not repeat myself. However, since you have inherited this Nine-Dragon Divine Ring, you may consider yourself my disciple, but no need to bow. With your inferior spiritual root and even worse cultivation, you are hardly qualified to be my named disciple. Nevertheless, given my current predicament, I shall temporarily make an exception." The ancient voice continued in his mind. "Senior, may I inquire your esteemed name?" Yichuan asked with a tone of utmost respect, his curiosity piqued. "Very well. I shall introduce myself as Xianyao Wang. I shall refrain from detailing my origins, as it may frighten you. Now, since I wish for you to assist me, there shall be rewards in store for you. However, before we proceed, if you have any questions, feel free to ask, lest they weigh heavily on your heart." Xianyao Wang replied. Subsequently, through his conversation with the Carefree King, Yichuan gained profound insights. He learned that the realm known as the human world resembled an endless, turbulent ocean, scattered with numerous land masses. The smaller ones are referred to as islands, while the larger ones are designated as continents. The continent upon which Yichuan resided was none other than the Tianhua continent. Although the Tianhua continent is vast, it is not without its boundaries, bordered to the east, west, south, and north by expansive seas. In the northwest, southwest, northeast, and southeast, there exist subcontinents, thus forming the 5 continents and 4 seas. The seas being the East Sea, West Sea, South Sea, and North Sea, while the 4 continents, apart from the central continent, include the Southeast S Haisha subcontinent, the Southwest S Manwang subcontinent, the Northwest S Kangming subcontinent, and the Northeast S Yinyan subcontinent. Together, these realms comprise the Tianhua continent, and beyond it, it is said that countless other continents exist, collectively forming the entirety of the human realm. In ancient times, the Carefree King was one of the 10 most formidable beings of the Tianhua continent. However, cultivators are not granted immortality. The relentless passage of time eventually claims them. The Carefree King could not ascend to the celestial realm and, upon the expiration of his lifespan, was compelled to undergo a rebirth, his essence fragmenting and residing within the treasured Nine-Dragon Divine Ring, awaiting the arrival of his reincarnated self. Unexpectedly, after countless millennia without the arrival of his reincarnation, the Carefree King was disheartened until he fortuitously encountered a cultivator who had intruded into his treasure trove. This cultivator was none other than the founding ancestor of the Carefree sect. Having acquired profound celestial techniques from the Carefree King and under his direct guidance, the ancestor diligently honed his skills, rapidly increasing his power, and soon emerged as a prominent figure in the ancient cultivation world. The splendor of thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye. Growing weary of the cultivation world's pursuit of fame and fortune, the ancestor retreated into the depths of the mountains with his disciples, wholeheartedly seeking the path of immortality. Remembering the kindness of the Carefree King, he established the Carefree sect, ensuring the continuation of the cultivation legacy. Initially, the Carefree King had also hoped to find his reincarnated self through this ancestor. But despite the ancestor's tireless efforts and the involvement of all his disciples, he was unable to fulfill the Carefree King's wish. Young one, rest assured. I am merely a fragment of the carefree king and cannot usurp your being. I only hope you will assist me in my quest for reincarnation, much like the esteemed elders of the carefree sect have done in the past. Fear not, for I shall not neglect you. To begin, I will impart to you the foundational principles of the carefree cultivation technique. As the carefree king spoke, Yichuan felt a sharp pain in his spiritual center, and a multitude of information flooded his consciousness. After a moment, he began to assimilate this knowledge in his mind. This was a technique for self-cultivation and physical refinement. Substantial in content yet not overwhelmingly complex, it was merely an introductory method of practice, likely not too difficult to grasp. Ahem. I did not anticipate that a mere transmission of the primordial spirit would leave me utterly exhausted. It seems I shall require an extended period of slumber. You, young one, should diligently cultivate the leisurely cultivation technique, which was my greatest pride in my earlier days. Do not disturb me unnecessarily, the leisurely king declared, his voice abruptly ceasing, as if he had instantly succumbed to sleep. Yichuan dared not intrude upon the leisurely king's tranquil meditation and promptly closed his eyes, allowing his thoughts to plunge into contemplation. Although this leisurely king claimed to be but a fragment of his former self, incapable of seizing my essence, I must remain vigilant against his duplicity and potential intentions to usurp me. After fully assimilating the foundational principles of the leisurely cultivation technique, Yichuan found himself unable to suppress his thoughts. However, after much reflection, he could only manage a wry smile and a shake of his head. He simply lacked the means to confront even this fragment of the leisurely king. After all, the spirit was concealed within the 9 dragons' divine ring, unseen and untouchable, akin to a turtle retreating into its shell, rendering anyone powerless against it. Alas, with my Heartfield in hand, perhaps I might evade calamity as I did during Elder Yi's usurpation. Nevertheless, the leisurely cultivation technique is indeed wondrous, capable of fortifying the body to the level of a magical artifact. When perfected, it can lead to sanctification of the flesh and ascension to the celestial realm. Once I master the foundational principles, my strength will undergo a monumental transformation. Enough of thoughts of usurpation. I shall focus on mastering the foundational principles of the leisurely cultivation technique first. After much restless contemplation, Yichuan finally settled his mind and began to organize the newfound information within his memory, meticulously outlining the foundational cultivation methods of the leisurely cultivation technique. This technique is among the most elite body-refining arts from ancient times. While the principles themselves are not profoundly complex, the difficulty of cultivation is beyond imagination. The foundational method is divided into 9 layers, known as the 9 parts returning to the origin. Upon thoroughly examining the cultivation method of the 9 parts returning to the origin, Yichuan's expression turned pale. He had not anticipated the existence of such an extreme practice in this world. To illustrate, the first layer of the 9 parts returning to the origin requires the practitioner to exhaust all the celestial essence within their dantian to refine their body. The process of dispersing one's energy and the subsequent body refinement are said to be excruciating and perilous, rigorously testing the practitioner's resolve. Those with even the slightest deficiency in willpower might find it impossible to persevere. Furthermore, the 9 parts returning to the origin demands the dispersal of celestial essence at least 9 times to refine the body 9 times, hence the name. At first glance, one might think the creator of such a bizarre and incomprehensible cultivation method was a madman. Although Yichuan was unaware of the true agony involved in the processes of energy dispersion and body refinement, it was evident that it would be an experience beyond the endurance of the average person. After thoroughly sifting through the 9-fold return to origin heart method of the carefree body cultivation technique, imparted to him by the carefree king through his primordial spirit, Yichuan was rendered utterly speechless. This so-called divine technique's foundational heart method was indeed exceedingly daunting. It was likely that if 10 cultivators were to choose, 5 would shy away from practicing it. One must understand that the process of dispersing one's energy is not only excruciating but fraught with peril. Any disturbance during this delicate phase could lead to the mild consequence of losing one's mind or, in the worst-case scenario, to instant annihilation. However, from a different perspective, once mastered, the carefree body cultivation technique's power is not to be underestimated. To speak of the ability to withstand heavenly tribulations and directly attain sainthood is one matter. But even the initial level of the 9-fold return to origin cultivation, after the process of energy dispersal and body tempering, would result in the practitioner's physical strength doubling, as well as a marked increase in both the refinement and total amount of their celestial essence. After undergoing the tempering process 9 times, one could confidently assert that in the realm of ghost immortals, they would be an invincible force, capable of contending against even the adept practitioners of the human immortals' foundational stage. Yi Chuan understood the fundamental truth that there are no free lunches in this world, nor are there any fortuitous windfall from the heavens. To experience the formidable power that comes after mastering the ninefold return to origin, one must endure the boundless agony of cultivation. Only through enduring hardship can one eventually savor the sweetness of success. The sharpness of a treasured sword is achieved through grinding, and the fragrance of plum blossoms arises from the bitter cold. This is the essence of the matter. After much contemplation and a prolonged period of grappling with his fears and desires, Yi Chuan finally resolved to embark on the cultivation of this extraordinary ninefold return to origin. It is crucial to note that his primordial spirit was trapped within his heart, unable to escape. Thus, should his physical form perish, his spirit would lose its only connection to the outside world, becoming eternally ensnared within. Unlike typical cultivators who can project their primordial spirits outside their bodies, he was compelled to seek an alternative route. This carefree body cultivation technique, designed specifically for the tempering of the physical form, seemed tailor-made for him. Only by honing his physical body to an exceptional state, ensuring it would not succumb easily to death, could he prevent his primordial spirit from becoming ultimately trapped within his heart. For the sake of his long-term aspirations, pursuing this carefree body cultivation technique was undoubtedly the wisest choice. However, he found himself unable to locate a secure place for secluded cultivation, and thus he awaited the discovery of a sufficiently safe environment to commence his formal training. It is essential to realize that following the dispersal of energy, a practitioner requires a recovery period during which their strength cannot be restored overnight. They must cultivate gradually. This time frame is exceedingly perilous. Should a formidable enemy invade during this vulnerable state, it would lead to certain doom. With these thoughts clarified, Yi Chuan felt a profound sense of clarity wash over him. He also recognized his exhaustion. After a month of relentless alchemical endeavors and several days of intense contemplation, both his mind and body were at their limits. With a light chuckle, he lay down to rest, and it wasn't long before the gentle sound of his snoring filled the air. As he swiftly slipped into the realm of dreams, after sleeping for an entire day and night, Yi Chuan awoke feeling refreshed and considerably more comfortable. Just as he was about to open the door of the tranquil meditation hall to step outside, he encountered Yan rushing toward him. "Master, yesterday, sect leader Fu came to see you. Since you were resting, he left a few words and departed, stating that the auspicious day for the succession ceremony of the Great Elder has been chosen, set for the 3rd day hence, at the precise hour of the rabbit. He instructed you to prepare accordingly." Yan informed him. "Very well, I understand. Yan, please go and prepare some food and drink, so we can enjoy a meal together. It has been quite a while since we last dined together." Upon hearing this, Yan clapped her hands joyfully and exclaimed, "Excellent. Just a moment, master. I shall gather the ingredients right away." After Yan left, 2 hours later, she returned with a beautifully arranged feast, replete with delightful aromas and flavors. Yi Chuan could not resist and poured himself a drink from the exquisite celestial wine provided by the Celestial Wanderer sect, a rare delicacy presumably cherished for many years. After a hearty meal and a brief rest, Yi Chuan entered a state of seclusion within the tranquil meditation hall. Although the ceremony for the succession of the Great Elder was imminent, he need not concern himself with trivial matters, as Fu Lin had already taken care of everything. The day before the ceremony, Fu Lin personally visited the tranquil meditation hall to meet Yi Chuan, presenting him with the ceremonial attire for the Great Elder, an exquisite purple celestial robe previously worn by the former Great Elder. It is worth noting that despite the long-standing legacy of the Celestial Wanderer sect, it had suffered significant losses due to internal strife and fragmentation, resulting in depleted resources. Consequently, the former Great Elder had possessed only a single splendid celestial robe. As for the relics left behind by the former Great Elder, they were of little monetary value. To win the hearts of the people, Yi Chuan entrusted Fu Lin with their distribution, ultimately benefiting the Fu family, much to Fu Lin's delight. On the day of the ceremony, the new Great Elder must exercise caution for elderly. Having failed to obtain the sect's legacy token and thus not ascending to the position of Great Elder, would surely not let this matter rest. He was bound to create disturbances during the ceremony, and preparations must be made in advance. When Fu Lin departed, he wore an expression of unease as he cautioned Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan merely smirked and nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. The following morning, precisely at the hour of the rabbit, Yichuan donned his ceremonial attire and arrived at the conference hall of the Celestial Wanderers sect to partake in the succession ceremony of the Great Elder. Given the sect's current decline, no invitations had been extended, and in order to conserve resources, the event was conducted solely for its own members, resulting in a meager attendance. As the ceremony commenced, a commotion erupted at the entrance. Suddenly, a burly man burst in, his thunderous voice booming. "Who dares to usurp the position of the Great Elder of the Celestial Wanderers sect? You are courting death." Upon witnessing this, a glint of cold determination flashed in Yichuan's eyes. With a swift gesture of his left hand, he unleashed a slender thread of white sword energy. The imposing man, who had been charging forward, let out a pained cry, clutching his head and rolling on the ground, as if stricken by a sudden affliction. Racked with agony, "Who dares to harm my esteemed disciple?" A chilling voice echoed as a figure swiftly entered the room, gliding effortlessly to a distance of several paces before Yichuan. "Elderly, this is Elder Yichuan, who has assumed the position of Grand Elder as per the last Grand Elder's dying wish. You ought to refrain from causing a disturbance, lest you disrupt the decorum of the Xiaoyao sect." Fu Lin hastily stepped forward, addressing the intruder with a stern tone. "Fu Lin, do you believe that by clinging to this outsider, you can act with impunity? As an elder of the Xiaoyao sect, I will not allow you juniors to dictate who becomes the Grand Elder. With the previous Grand Elder's demise, it is imperative that we select a successor from among our own elders. If you take it upon yourselves to decide, you will force my hand to take action." The man retorted, his voice laced with disdain. Yichuan regarded the man coolly, observing that he appeared to be in his 50s, with a sinister countenance that, despite being relatively handsome, harbored a chilling glint in his eyes that made it difficult to meet his gaze. As their eyes locked, an invisible tempest erupted in the air, a palpable tension manifesting as waves of energy rippled outward, perceptible only to the two of them. The man's body swayed slightly, an unsettling realization dawning within him. The depth of Yichuan's power was indeed unfathomable. Their initial clash had resulted in a stalemate. A surprising outcome for someone who had been an elder of the Xiaoyao sect, having cultivated in the pinnacle realm for nearly 30 years. Achieving this level at a mere 200 years of age had been a source of pride, yet now he found himself facing a youth whose abilities matched his own, causing his eyes to narrow with a potent challenge. "Elderly, we are all disciples of the Xiaoyao sect. Harmony should be our priority," Fu Lin interjected, sensing the escalating tension between the two. Yet, he recognized Elderly's narrow-mindedness and his long-standing envy over the Grand Elder position. With Yichuan, an outsider, being nominated, Elderly's fury was palpable, rendering Fu Lin's words futile. The position of Grand Elder is of utmost significance, requiring a person of high moral standing and superior cultivation. Elderly's dark gaze swept across the assembly of Xiaoyao sect disciples before settling on Yichuan, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips. "Since you wish to nominate this young man as Grand Elder, why not take this opportunity to showcase his skills? Let us witness a glimpse of his mastery." Upon hearing this, Yichuan's brows furrowed slightly. He understood the implication behind the words. Your youth and swift ascent to the pinnacle realm must be attributed to some fortuitous encounter or elixir. And I harbor doubts about your true prowess. Showcase my skills? Yichuan felt a flicker of indignation but maintained his composure, replying coolly. What I practice is the art of assassination, ill-suited for performance. I believe it is best to forego such an exhibition. Elderly, rather than fulfilling his duties as an elder, chooses to challenge me directly, a reckless endeavor. Yichuan pondered. Having already discerned from their initial clash that Li Jin's strength was considerably inferior to his own, it appeared that his limited aptitude had hindered his advancement. Despite having ascended to the pinnacle realm early, his cultivation had progressed slowly, leaving him at a disadvantage. "Ah, the celestial arts are indeed meant for slaying," Elderly announced, beckoning to the four individuals behind him. As his words fell, four elderly figures clad in black emerged, though their exterior suggested they were well beyond 60. Their white beards and bright eyes belied their age, showing no signs of the frailty typical of their peers. The pronounced bulges at their temples indicated a profound mastery of internal energy. Yichuan furrowed his brow at the sight. As a practitioner of the pinnacle realm, engaging in combat with four cultivators of the early Yuan realm, regardless of the outcome, would be a most dishonorable affair. Yet, should he refrain from participating, he would become the subject of gossip, showcasing Elder Li's malicious intent. I may take action, but Elderly, as I have previously stated, I specialize in lethal celestial arts. Should I inadvertently kill them, how shall we reckon this matter? Yichuan retorted, adopting a provocative tone. If the elder sought to ensnare him, let him be ensnared as well. These four are merely the Li family's servants. Should you, sir, happen to slay them, it would be merely due to their own inadequacies. They cannot blame anyone else but their ill fate, Elder Li asserted confidently, believing that a young practitioner of the pinnacle realm would be evenly matched at best. And if he were to face the coordinated efforts of Li De and the others, he would find himself constrained at every turn. Truly, this youth was audacious to speak such brazen words. Since Elder Li insists, I shall no longer hold back. Allow you 3 moves. Let it not be said that I bully the weak. Yi Chuan replied coldly. The 4 peak cultivators of the early Yuan realm were immediately incensed, abandoning any further pleasantries. Li De and his companions took their positions, aligning themselves according to the cardinal directions, channeling their internal celestial energy, prepared to strike at any moment. As the formation of Li De and the others activated, they demonstrated a remarkable synergy, unleashing their celestial arts from all directions simultaneously towards Yi Chuan. Their combined might could manifest the power of an early pinnacle realm adept, and with their well-rehearsed formation, they could even exert mid-level prowess. This was one of Elder Li's relied-upon strategies. Amidst the fray, Yi Chuan felt the pressure mount significantly. However, he had previously declared he would allow his opponents 3 moves. He could not go back on his word and strike first. So he patiently awaited the execution of their 3 moves. Yet, Yi Chuan was not without preparation. He did not boast recklessly without means. Adorned in exquisite celestial silk armor and exceptional celestial garments, complemented by the Grand Elder's violet robes, he wielded a soil shield and a brass shield, superior defensive artifacts. When activated with celestial energy, these would form an indomitable barrier, surely impervious to the celestial arts of 4 early Yuan realm cultivators. A resounding crash echoed through the air as Li De and his 3 companions unleashed a synchronized strike against Yi Chuan's protective barrier. A dazzling array of colors erupted. Yet their efforts proved futile as Yi Chuan stood unscathed at the center, his form unwavering, witnessing Yi Chuan's formidable defense. A fleeting glimmer of shock crossed the eyes of Li De and his companions, swiftly replaced by an intense murderous intent. Their initial assault had not been executed with full force. They had held back, reserving their energy for a second, more lethal strike. With 2 thunderous clangs, Li De and his companions unleashed their combined might in succession. However, their attacks merely caused Yi Chuan's body to sway slightly, achieving no discernible effect and failing to breach his defenses. The expressions of the 4 men turned ashen, their gazes converging on Elder Li, who stood nearby, equally astonished. Before he could issue any commands, Yi Chuan's cold voice rang out. 3 strikes have passed. It is now time for you to strike. Alarmed, Li De and his companions quickly steeled themselves, channeling their celestial energy and preparing to defend against Yi Chuan's impending counterattack. Yi Chuan, unwilling to engage in further dialogue, pointed his hands in a sword gesture. Instantly, 4 strands of white sword energy shot forth from his fingertips at astonishing speed. One struck Li De squarely in the forehead, accompanied by the sound of his skull being pierced. The second, a tangible white sword strand, swiftly penetrated Li Er's chest, shattering his heart with its horrific energy. The remaining 2 tangible white sword strands found their marks in Li San and Li Si, piercing through their chests and leaving slender wounds from which blood gushed forth like fine threads, a scene most macabre. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chuan had dispatched the 4 peak cultivators of the Chaoyuan realm without even summoning his magical artifacts. The disciples of the Xiaoyao sect were caught off guard. And before they could react, Yi Chuan had already directed a piercing sword strike, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, towards Elder Li, who stood several paces away. Elder Li's face turned pale with alarm. Even with all his might, he could not have so effortlessly slain Li De and his companions, let alone without invoking any magical artifacts, relying solely on his celestial techniques. The sheer speed and power with which Yi Chuan had eliminated the 4 left no time for him to intervene. A display of strength that could only be described as terrifying. Fueled by anger and a desire to establish his dominance, Yi Chuan unleashed his full power. Elder Li, taken aback by the audacity of this young man to attack him, felt his expression darken, a chill settling over him as murderous intent surged forth. However, recognizing the formidable nature of the green sword light emanating from Yi Chuan, he dared not underestimate the threat. Swiftly, he summoned a silver shield to protect himself. With a resounding clash, Yi Chuan's supreme celestial sword, the Qing Feng, collided with Elder Li's silver shield. Both were exceptional gold-tier celestial artifacts, resulting in a direct confrontation that made the disparity in their strengths unmistakably clear. Yi Chuan's Qing Feng sword, forged through the nameless sword technique, radiated with an extraordinary brilliance. Earlier, he had not summoned his flying sword. Merely employing the third tier of the nameless sword technique, he effortlessly vanquished 4 peak cultivators of the Chaoyuan realm. Now, empowered by the might of the flying sword, the intensity of his sword light became even more formidable. A tremendous aura erupted, centered around 2 celestial artifacts, and soon thereafter, a figure shattered the gates of the Xiaoao sect, descending from the mountain amidst a rain of blood. Yichuan stood calmly at the scene, his expression austere. Throughout the ordeal, he remained rooted in place, his feet never shifting, nor did his body turn even slightly. As the disciples of Xiaoao sect, including elderly and nearly 100 others, regained their composure, an eerie silence enveloped the area. One could hear a pin drop, as the disciples were evidently left in a state of shock. At that moment, Fu Lin gaped in astonishment, rendered speechless for a long while. His mind raced with disbelief. He had known Yichuan to be a seasoned alchemist, even boasting a higher success rate than most of his peers. But he had not realized the profundity of Yichuan's martial prowess. With a single strike, he had dispatched Elderly and 3 other peak cultivators of the Chaoyuan realm, and had gravely injured Elderly, a nascent master of the gathering pinnacle realm, seemingly without exerting much effort. After some time, Fu Lin regained his senses and hurriedly rushed out of the hall to ascertain Elderly's condition. He beheld a gruesome sight. From where Elderly had originally stood to the outer plaza, a stream of blood formed a crimson line, extending from the inner courtyard to the stone steps leading down the mountain. At the end of this sanguine trail lay Elderly, drenched in blood, sprawled on the ground, barely clinging to life. This formidable master of the gathering pinnacle realm had sustained severe internal injuries from a single blow from Yichuan, and whether he could survive was uncertain. On the ground beside Elderly, 2 fragments of silver metal lay scattered, remnants of the exquisite defensive shield that Elderly had summoned, now cleaved in twain by Yichuan's sword, reduced to mere scrap. A single strike had incapacitated a foe of equal standing. Fu Lin's aged eyes brimmed with astonishment. With great effort, Fu Lin moved his stiffened legs back to Yichuan's side, standing respectfully, his gaze towards Yichuan filled with awe and reverence, akin to beholding a deity of high stature. In that moment, Yichuan himself was taken aback by the sheer power of the sword strike he had just unleashed. This was the first time he had utilized the sword light, propelled by the flying sword, after mastering the third tier of the nameless sword technique. And he had not expected its potency to exceed all expectations. The onlookers, disciples of the Xiaoyao sect from both the Chaoyuan and Qi refinement realms, had never witnessed such a grand spectacle in their lifetimes. The faint scent of blood lingered in the air, and feeling the overwhelming aura of death emanating from Yichuan, their gazes mirrored Fu Lin's, filled with both astonishment and reverence, as if Yichuan had transformed into a divine harbinger of death, invoking an instinctual desire to worship him. A single strike vanquished a fellow cultivator of equal standing, so utterly and decisively, bringing matters to a close. What an impressive display of dominance! What remarkable strength! Master, I have injured Elderly. Will there be any repercussions? Yichuan sheathed his flying sword, Qi Feng, and turned his gaze towards Fu Lin, speaking in a calm tone. Not at all. Not at all. Fu Lin responded hastily. Elderly initiated the provocation against the authority of the Grand Elder, and it was only out of necessity that the Grand Elder engaged in combat. Thus, life and death are determined by strength. Elderly and his companions, relying on their numbers, were unable to withstand the Grand Elder's formidable swordsmanship, resulting in their grievous injuries. This cannot be blamed on anyone else. All disciples of the Xiaoyao sect present can attest to this. Yichuan felt immense satisfaction with Fu Lin's demeanor and words. Although this would thrust him into the spotlight, attracting unnecessary troubles, it was an unavoidable circumstance. If he did not assert his dominance through decisive action, the disciples of the Xiaoyao sect might harbor doubts, leading to far greater issues in the future. Elderly had indeed gone too far, pressing relentlessly against him. If he did not quell this individual's arrogance, he would endure humiliation within the Xiaoyao sect moving forward. He yearned for a life of low profile, yet Elderly left him no opportunity to do so. The grand ceremony for Yichuan's succession as the Grand Elder of the Xiaoyao sect concluded swiftly amidst a tempest of bloodshed and chaos. Elderly was promptly carried away by his disciples. Though he survived, his shame rendered him unable to remain, and his severe injuries compelled him to seek a place to recuperate. Within the tranquil confines of the Jingxin Hall, only Yichuan and Fu Lin remained. Fu Lin sighed, a look of helplessness adorning his face as he spoke. Grand Elder, I cannot conceal the truth from you. Elderly indeed possesses a profound background. What sort of profound background? Yichuan inquired, furrowing his brow with a cold demeanor. Fu Lin sighed once more before revealing the depths of Elder Li's connections. It turned out that Elder Li had ties to Li Changfeng, a prominent elder within the Xinyang sect of the Zhao kingdom. He was said to be a distant relative of the Li family, his bloodline so diluted that it was nearly imperceptible. Moreover, due to his lackluster aptitude for cultivation, he was relegated to menial tasks within the esteemed Li family, holding a status akin to that of a servant. Despite his limited abilities, Elder Li harbored a lofty ambition and was discontent with his current situation. This dissatisfaction drove him to leave the Xinyang sect and seek opportunities elsewhere. Upon learning of the Xiaoyao sect's dire circumstances, he sought to ingratiate himself and became a disciple under Fu Lin's ancestral lineage. Initially, he adhered to the expected decorum. But after attaining the pinnacle of his cultivation, coupled with the advanced age of Fu Lin's ancestor, his demeanor grew increasingly audacious. He began to forge his own path and cultivate his strength, aspiring to ascend as the Grand Elder of the Xiaoyao sect once Fu Lin's ancestor had passed. However, he did not anticipate the emergence of Yi Chuan, who seized the position that he believed was rightfully his. Yi Chuan, too, had not foreseen that in a moment of anger during the ceremony, he would inflict grievous harm upon Elder Li, inviting such troublesome consequences. He was acutely aware of the Xinyang sect's formidable reputation as the foremost sect in the Zhao kingdom, boasting 4 transcendent elders and numerous celestial-level practitioners, with disciples numbering in the thousands. The Li family's influence within the Xinyang sect was also formidable, producing many exceptional disciples and ranking among the powerful mid-tier cultivation families in the Zhao kingdom. Offending such a family would undoubtedly lead to significant trouble. What then? Yi Chuan pondered, his brow furrowing deeper. If I cannot confront them, I must find a way to evade them. Let it be, he resolved. I shall meet challenges as they come. Perhaps Elder Li is merely a distant branch of the Li family and cannot summon the direct lineage. Yet, I fear he may resort to underhanded tactics. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, he felt a temporary sense of relief. Grand Elder, you need not overly concern yourself. Although Elder Li shares a distant blood relation with the Li family of the Xinyang sect, it is not a direct lineage. Their familial bonds have long since faded. If that were not the case, why would he remain in the Xiaoyao sect? He would not dare to covet the sect until after my ancestor's passing. Fu Lin hastened to assure Yi Chuan, noticing his troubled expression. Indeed, there is some merit to your words. However, you must assign capable individuals to closely monitor Elder Li to prevent any unforeseen developments. Yi Chuan replied, nodding in agreement. Understood, Fu Lin affirmed. Rest assured, esteemed elder. I shall make proper arrangements. With that, Fu Lin quickly bowed in respect and took his leave, exiting the Tranquility Hall. It seems that the situation on Suaping Mountain and within the Xianyao sect is not so easy to navigate. On one side, there are the sorcerers of the Xiongnu, and on the other, Elder Li, who is backed by a family of cultivators. Truly, he is besieged on all fronts. I wonder what has become of Elder Ma. It has been several days since the message talismans were sent, yet there has been no response. Yi Chuan gazed at the tightly shut doors of the hall, unable to suppress a sigh as he contemplated the predicament he found himself in. In the depths of the night, Yi Chuan opened his eyes, rising to his feet. With a swift motion of his sleeve, the heavy doors of the Tranquility Hall swung open. In the blink of an eye, he dashed out into the darkness, vanishing from sight. At the Li family estate atop Li family ridge, the lights had long since extinguished. The elder of the Li family, gravely injured, was recuperating in a secret chamber, leaving the younger members of the household anxious and unable to sleep soundly. Li Quan, the eldest disciple of Elder Li, found himself restless, lost in thought under the flickering oil lamp. Suddenly, the light flickered, and a young man clad in purple appeared in the room. He was in his early 20s. With delicate features, quietly observing the dazed Li Quan. Who dares intrude upon the Li family at this hour? Li Quan, lifting his gaze, was taken aback to find another person in the study, his face paling with alarm as he suspected an assassin had arrived. You are Li Quan, the second disciple of Elder Li? I'm Yi Chuan. Before Yi Chuan could finish his introduction, Li Quan abruptly stood, stepping forward to bow deeply, exclaiming, I was unaware of the esteemed elder's late-night visit. Please forgive my lack of proper welcome. As a direct disciple of Elder Yi, Li Quan had accompanied his master to the Xianyu sect's gate during the day, thus he had memorized the name of the elder present. Seeing that Li Quan was perceptive enough, Yi Chuan felt a sense of relief and accepted the bow graciously. Rise. I have come to speak with you regarding a matter of great importance, Yi Chuan said, moving to take a seat on a chair in the study. Li Quan stood upright, hands by his side, momentarily taken aback by Yi Chuan's words, before responding, whatever the esteemed elder commands, I shall comply without hesitation. During the day, elderly sustained severe injuries, and if he were to unfortunately pass away, who would lead the Li family? Yichuan inquired directly. Well, although my master has no children, he has 3 direct disciples. The one who was punished by the esteemed elder during the day is my senior brother. Li Quan began, but Yichuan interrupted him, asking if both your master and senior brother were to perish from their injuries. Would you be capable of managing the entire Li family? This. Li Quan was struck dumb by the suddenness of Yichuan's late-night visit and the peculiar nature of his words. Not being foolish, he quickly grasped the elder's implication. Of course. However, while my master and senior brother are gravely injured, their lives are not in jeopardy. With a year or so of recovery, they will be well again. Li Quan hesitated for a moment before finally looking up at Yichuan and speaking. I am speaking hypothetically. Moreover, do you know what relationship elderly has with the Li family of the Kenyang sect? Yichuan inquired again. This disciple is well aware of the matter. Li Quan responded eagerly. My master has mentioned that he was once a servant disciple at the Kenyang sect. Unable to endure the humiliation, he left the sect in a fit of anger, severing ties with the Li family. According to my master, he had no relatives left in the Li family. Later, he regretted his departure and wished to return, but found no one to speak to, thus he had no choice but to give up. Li Quan spoke without holding back any details. He was a perceptive individual and had already surmised that the newly appointed Grand Elder before him intended to take action against his injured master. Being wise, he valued his life and dared not offend the Grand Elder. In fact, he secretly rejoiced at being sought out by the Grand Elder. You are a clever person. You should understand what to do. Once the matter is accomplished, you shall become the vice master of the free and easy sect. After listening to Li Quan's account, Yichuan felt a great weight lift from his heart, as if the stone that had been suspended was finally released. Since Elder Li was no longer in contact with the Li family of the Kenyang sect, there was little to worry about. As Yichuan spoke, a figure flickered and vanished from the room, leaving Li Quan standing there in a daze, unable to regain his senses for a long while. 2 days later, Thulin hurriedly arrived at Yichuan's residence, requesting an audience. Grand Elder Li Quan, the second disciple of Elder Li, has led the disciples of the Li family here. He claims that Elder Li and his eldest disciple succumbed to their injuries last night. He comes on behalf of all the disciples of the Li family to seek forgiveness from the Grand Elder, hoping to return to the mountain gate. Thulin reported with a complex expression. I see. Li Quan has realized his mistakes. He is far better than Elder Li. Allow him to be your deputy, after all. They are fellow disciples. Let us not be too ruthless. Yichuan replied calmly. Yes, Grand Elder, I will handle this immediately, Thulin said, casting a complex glance at Yichuan but refraining from saying more. He bowed and exited the tranquil mind hall. Yichuan gazed at the closed hall doors, a faint cold smile gracing his lips. Last night, he had employed a technique to conceal his breath and infiltrated the Li family mansion, locating Elder Li's secret chamber where he was recuperating. With his flying sword, he took the elder's head and effortlessly eliminated the elder's eldest disciple, who had been the cultivator wounded by Yichuan during the day. Subsequently, he approached Li Quan, the second disciple of Elder Li, to explain his plans. To his surprise, Li Quan proved to be a clever individual, thus saving Yichuan a great deal of trouble. Yichuan was not a bloodthirsty person. He did not wish to annihilate the entire Li family, although such an action could eliminate future threats. Indiscriminate slaughter of innocents would likely harm his state of mind and hinder his future cultivation. Therefore, he resolved to support Elder Li's second disciple in leading over 100 cultivators from the Li family. This not only strengthened the power of the free and easy sect, but also prevented the Fu family from becoming overly dominant within it. The mutual restraint between the two factions would undoubtedly ease the concerns of Yichuan, the Grand Elder. Although Elder Yichuan has firmly established his position, he remains an outsider to the Shaoao sect, not hailing from its direct lineage. Moreover, he is reluctant to be troubled by trivial matters that might impede his progress in cultivation, as that would be counterproductive and ultimately detrimental. For cultivators, power and status are secondary to the enhancement of one's cultivation realm, which is of paramount importance. After arranging the affairs of the Shaoao sect, Yichuan grew increasingly disheartened by the absence of Elder Ma. The ancestral grave of the Ma family holds little significance for him personally. His diligence in tending to it stems solely from Elder Ma's request. However, with the imminent threat of destruction by foreign cultivators, and despite countless messages having been sent, Elder Ma, a descendant of the Ma family, remained indifferent, leaving Yichuan in a state of anxious helplessness. After all, among the Xiongnu cultivators, Two formidable human-level mages led the charge, and Yichuan dared not confront them head-on. Thus, despite the proximity of the Ma family grave and reports from disciples sent to gather information indicating that the foreign cultivators were excavating it, he refrained from intervening. Ultimately, he chose to avert his gaze and quell his worries by hanging a Do Not Disturb sign at the Serenity Hall and began his secluded meditation. With a fertile mind, he could continuously cultivate 400-year-old elixirs, ensuring an ample supply of materials for crafting low-grade, top-tier return essence pills. Although the success rate for pill refinement was somewhat low, the quantity produced was considerable, and through the extensive consumption of these elixirs, Yichuan's cultivation progressed remarkably. Having experienced the potency of the Nameless Sword technique firsthand, he prioritized mastering the third layer of its sword light, dedicating several years to reach its pinnacle. After many years had passed without a word from Elder Ma, Yichuan resolved to abandon his expectations. If Elder Ma, the rightful heir, was unconcerned about the desecration of his ancestral grave, why should Yichuan fret on his behalf? Continuing his secluded cultivation, bolstered by an abundance of top-tier return essence pills, Yichuan successfully perfected the Yellow Earth technique, the Greenwood technique, and the Pure Water technique. Furthermore, he discovered a fire technique among the numerous cultivation texts inherited from the Xiaoao sect and diligently practiced it, elevating his fire elemental essence to its zenith. This period of seclusion extended over a decade, during which Yichuan ascended to the pinnacle of the Ghost Immortal stage, yet found himself unable to progress further. A sense of frustration enveloped him as he recalled the Xiaoao cultivation technique left by the Xiaoao king. The prerequisite for mastering the foundational heart method of this technique was to reach the apex of the gathering pinnacle stage before attempting the 9/10 return essence cultivation. Should one fail to achieve 9/10 return essence during the Ghost Immortal stage, they would be unable to cultivate further after condensing their golden pill. It is crucial to understand that once the golden pill is formed, it cannot be easily dispersed, otherwise, should it shatter, the individual would either narrowly escape death or be rendered utterly incapacitated. Yichuan recognized that this was his final opportunity to decide whether to pursue 9/10 return essence. After several days of deep contemplation, he finally resolved to make a definitive choice. The cultivation method of 9 parts returning to origin is not overly profound, on the contrary. It is remarkably straightforward. It merely involves the dispersal of energy to refine the body, complemented by the detailed transmission of the cultivation techniques from the spirit of the carefree king. Once the protective array was securely established, Yichuan sat cross-legged upon the ground. Taking a deep breath, fully aware that hesitation was no longer an option, he then began to gradually circulate the 9 parts returning to origin technique, reversing the celestial essence and slowly dispersing his energy. The process of energy dispersal must be approached with caution. Should the celestial essence surge too rapidly into the meridians, flesh, and bones, the consequences could be catastrophic, perhaps even resulting in an explosive demise. Even if he managed to gain control in time, the best outcome would be a descent into madness, with chaotic celestial essence rendering him irretrievable. Thus, Yichuan proceeded with utmost care, daring not to allow his mind to wander, diligently regulating the speed of energy dispersal to ensure a steady influx into his body, averting a reckless flood. Initially, the pain was bearable, but as time progressed, it became increasingly intolerable. Every meridian, every sinew and cell felt as though it were being slowly excised by a sharp blade, seared by a branding iron, or mercilessly torn from his body. Such agony is beyond human endurance, compounding his plight. The cultivation method mandates that the practitioner must not lose consciousness amidst this ordeal. Otherwise, all previous efforts would be rendered futile, and the risk of becoming ensnared in madness loomed large. Therefore, Yichuan had no choice but to strive to remain lucid, employing every means to prevent himself from succumbing to the pain. After what felt like an eternity of suffering, he finally began to experience a gradual alleviation of his torment. Upon regaining full consciousness, Yichuan discovered that the ground around him had become saturated with cold sweat, pooling like a small stream. Fortunately, the physique of a cultivator is remarkably resilient. Had he possessed the frail constitution of a mortal, he might have perished from dehydration long ago. Following the dispersal of energy through the carefree body refinement technique, there ensues a period of adaptation, the duration of which varies depending on the practitioner's physique, recovery capability, and the quality and quantity of elixirs used. Yichuan possessed an ample supply of top-tier returning to origin pills, and the 400-year-old celestial herbs he had cultivated were of exceptional quality. Consequently, the returning to origin pills he refined were remarkably effective, allowing him to restore his full strength within less than 3 years. This is indeed due to the fact that while practicing 9 parts returning to origin dissipated all his celestial essence. It did not result in a total loss of his powers, but rather dispersed the essence to refine his body. His cultivation level remained intact, and regaining his original celestial essence was no longer as arduous as it had been during his initial training. Feeling the surging celestial essence throughout his body, Yichuan realized that the boundless agony he had endured during the energy dispersal had not been in vain. He now not only felt substantially stronger, but the refinement and quantity of the celestial essence he had reclaimed had also doubled. To comprehend the arduous journey of cultivating the pinnacle of the gathering peak realm, one must understand that advancing beyond this stage is nigh impossible. However, the 9 parts returning to origin method of the carefree cultivation technique possesses the extraordinary ability to enhance both the quality and quantity of celestial essence 9 times. Thus, this divine art can be deemed nothing short of miraculous. Having restored his entire celestial essence, Yichuan was poised to embark on the second round of 9 parts returning to origin cultivation when he was abruptly roused by the voice of Yinner. Young master. Dire news. The Huns have turned Ma Family Ridge upside down, transforming the hillside into a series of caverns. According to reports from our scouts, they have unearthed a celestial stone mine deep underground and are gathering manpower to commence mining. Yinner spoke with palpable urgency as if calamity had befallen them. This matter is beyond our control. We need only to monitor the situation without concern for their actions. Consider that even the Kenyang sect has yet to act, and Elder Ma remains indifferent. Why should we be anxious? Yichuan replied. Yinner, continue your secluded training. Let Fu Lin dispatch someone to gather intelligence. After hastily relaying his instructions, Yichuan closed his eyes, readying himself for the second round of 9 parts returning to origin cultivation. This time, the dispersal of energy felt significantly more manageable. He realized that since this technique had been successfully mastered by others, it was indeed attainable. If the carefree king could achieve it and ascend to the status of an ancient supreme being, then Yichuan was no ordinary individual, destined not to lag behind the carefree king. With renewed conviction, Yichuan discovered that the pain of the second dispersal was not as intense as the first. Although still arduous, he persevered through sheer willpower. Upon sensing a substantial increase in his physical prowess, he rejoiced and promptly consumed the returning to origin elixir he had personally crafted to restore his dissipated celestial essence. As 5 or 6 fleeting years passed, Yichuan fully regained his celestial essence, feeling its richness double. He could not help but rejoice, realizing that the fragment of the carefree king's divine method, imparted through a sliver of his spiritual consciousness, was indeed authentic, its effects aligning perfectly with claims made. Time slipped by rapidly. After enduring the 4th round of energy dispersal, Yichuan, bolstered by his unwavering determination, weathered the ordeal. Yet, before he could completely restore his celestial essence, he heard hurried footsteps outside his door. Following 4 rounds of energy dispersal, Yichuan's physical resilience had transcended what ordinary cultivators could fathom, accompanied by a significant enhancement of his spiritual power and heightened sensory perception. At that moment, he sensed the arrival of 2 individuals outside the hall. Fu Lin, the leader of the carefree sect, and the guiding maid, Yinner. Young master. The sect leader requests an audience. Yinner softly called. After a moment of silence, Yichuan replied, I am currently in seclusion. Please have the sect leader speak candidly about the matter at hand. For over 30 years of seclusion, Yichuan had not been troubled by Fu Lin, the sect leader. However, Yinner could not help but visit periodically to inquire about matters and report on the situation at Ma Jialing. Fu Lin's personal visit this time surely indicated that significant events were imminent. Esteemed elder, the Kenyang sect has received news that Ma Jialing has been invaded by the Huns. They have dispatched several stewards to gather intelligence. They have just sent a message requesting us to send someone to greet them. The disciple has come to seek your guidance on whom to send. Fu Lin bowed respectfully before the doors of the Jingxin Hall. Handle this as you see fit. I am currently in seclusion for cultivation, no matter how grave the matter. You may take the initiative. I have faith in you. Yichuan replied weakly, reluctant to move even a fraction. His celestial energy had completely dissipated. Although it had not leaked outwards but rather infused into his body for refining, the absence of celestial energy as support left him feeling fatigued and drenched in cold sweat, desperately in need of a celestial elixir for recovery. Then I shall go myself, Fu Lin stated, and upon hearing Yichuan's soft acknowledgement from within the hall, he realized the elder was deeply engaged in his seclusion. Not daring to disturb him further, he took his leave hastily. Damn it. Why did the Kenyang sect choose this moment to come? I must hasten to restore my celestial energy. Yi Chuan thought anxiously as he quickly ingested a Guiyuan Dan and began meditating to recover his dispersed celestial energy. Time passed swiftly, and a month was insufficient for Yi Chuan to regain even 1% of his celestial energy. It is known that the process of returning to 9 parts of celestial energy takes increasingly longer with each attempt, especially during recovery, which becomes progressively slower. After his third dispersion of energy, it took him 12 years to fully restore it. After this fourth dispersion, it would likely require over 20 years for complete recovery. One day, while in a meditative state, he suddenly heard Fu Qingyang's footsteps approaching. This time, Yin Er was not in attendance, raising concerns about what had transpired. Great Elder, can you not emerge from your seclusion early? A grave situation has arisen. The 5 senior stewards from the Qingyang sect that the disciple brought back included direct descendant of the Li family. He had some prior connections with elderly, and we do not know what slanderous remarks Li Quan may have made. The Li family disciple has become furious and is demanding to confront the great elder. Your maid, Yin Er, could not contain her anger and engaged him in conflict. If you can exit your seclusion promptly, it would be wise to address this matter. Fu Lin's voice conveyed urgency. Li Quan harbors ill intentions and dares to conspire with outsiders against us. It seems that my earlier decision to retain Li Quan and the faction of Elder Li was misguided. Perhaps my heart was not stern enough, inviting this predicament upon us. However, once this matter involves the Li family of the Qingyang sect, it becomes rather complex to handle. Yi Chuan pondered, not daring to delay further for fear of Yin Er's safety. He hastily concluded his cultivation, rose, and walked to the heavy doors of the hall, gently pushing them open. Outside the grand hall of the Xianyao sect, a fierce duel unfolded between a young man and a woman, the latter being the irate Yin Er, her delicate features taut with frustration. The young man, clad in resplendent attire, appeared to be in the prime of his youth, around 24 or 25 years old, with a countenance that bore a hint of heroism. However, the slight malevolence etched on his brow suggested a character of dubious intent. The clash between them was not particularly perilous. Although Yin Er had reached the late stage of the gathering pinnacle realm, her mastery of water-based celestial essence was commendable. Her weaponry, however, consisted of subpar artifacts. The celestial tools she wielded were merely of upper-grade quality, selected from the spoils of Yi Chuan's storage pouch. Devoid of any exceptional pieces, Yin Er's celestial attire, too, was an exquisite garment that Yi Chuan had generously given her from his own collection. In stark contrast, the young man's array of celestial artifacts shimmered with an ever-changing brilliance, most being of extraordinary quality, with only a few truly exceptional items. Moreover, his cultivation had reached the peak of the gathering pinnacle realm, surpassing Yin Er by a level. Consequently, he maintained a demeanor of calm assurance during their confrontation, evidently not exerting his full strength nor displaying any intent to strike with ferocity. Pray tell, my lovely maiden, what allure does remaining in this dilapidated Xianyao sect hold for you? Why not acquiesce to my proposal and become my concubine? You would not only adorn yourself in superior and extraordinary equipment, but the prospects of advancing to the celestial human realm would also be within your grasp. You see, I'm a direct descendant of the esteemed Li family of the Qingyang sect. Align yourself with me, and you shall enjoy unending prosperity. As he conjured a yellow-hued flying sword to parry Yin Er's fervent assaults, he jested, his demeanor betraying no regard for her as a worthy opponent. Silence your insolent tongue. I shall not rest until I have vanquished this unrefined scoundrel. Yin Er retorted, her fury igniting her words. Despite her initial reluctance to resort to coarse language. Ah, a spirited firecracker indeed. I am accustomed to sweet delicacies. Yet it is the fiery temperament such as yours that I find particularly enticing. He chuckled. Since you refuse to obediently become my concubine, I shall be left with no choice but to employ force. With a sudden glint in his eyes, he exhaled a stream of yellow celestial essence, channeling it into the flying sword before him. The sword flared with an intense yellow light, hurtling towards Yin Er. Alarmed, Yin Er hastily summoned her upper-grade water-based celestial sword in an attempt to counter the assault of the young man's yellow flying sword. Yet, within the elemental spectrum, Earth possesses the ability to subdue water. Moreover, the yellow flying sword was an extraordinary artifact, its might far beyond that of an ordinary upper-grade water sword. The young man, seemingly reluctant to cause Yin Er harm, had deliberately left room during his incantation. Nonetheless, even with such restraint, it appeared that Yin Er would struggle to withstand the oncoming force. As he gazed upon her beauty, a flicker of regret tugged at his heart, and he contemplated retracting the flying sword. Suddenly, a brilliant yellow light materialized before Yin-Er, acting as a barrier. With a thunderous crash, the yellow flying sword collided with the radiant barrier, erupting into a dazzling display akin to fireworks. Yet, the true master of the flying sword, the young man, felt a profound resonance of sorrow emanating from the sword, as if it had sustained a grievous blow. The young man in a brocade robe changed countenance dramatically. He pointed his sword technique, retracting the flying sword into his hand. Upon inspection, he was relieved to find it undamaged, though the radiant sword light had vanished, revealing the sword's true form. Who dares to ambush me? The brocade-clad youth, realizing that someone had intervened and thwarted his anticipated strike, glared coldly, his murderous intent surging as he shouted, "You have traveled far. Surely you are not here merely to visit the Celestial Leisure sect? Your display of weapons suggests enmity rather than friendship." A chilling voice echoed in response. Simultaneously, the voices of Elder Yin-Er and Fu Lin rang out, directing the attention of the brocade-clad youth and his companions to the young man in purple who had appeared at the entrance of the assembly hall. Casting a glance, the brocade youth observed the newcomer, who wore a purple robe, possessing a physique neither too stout nor too slender, neither too tall nor too short. Though not strikingly handsome, his features were fairly symmetrical. However, his complexion was pallid, reminiscent of one long ailing. "You must be the esteemed elder of the Celestial Leisure sect," the brocade youth sneered. "I have heard from Li Quan that you once murdered the previous elder and his master to usurp his position. You must possess some skill. Huh? Matters concerning a minor sect like the Celestial Leisure sect hardly warrant my attention. If you would grant me that charming young lady as a concubine, we could resolve this matter amicably. You could continue in your role as elder and gain the protection of the Kanyang sect, ensuring a worry-free existence. What say you?" The brocade youth chuckled maliciously. "Young Master Ming Yuan, we did not agree to such terms initially." Li Quan, standing behind the brocade youth, exclaimed anxiously upon hearing this. "Silence. Do you think that just because your master served me for a few days, I regard him as worthy? Whether you become the sect leader or elder is of no concern to me. Securing that young lady will not only grant you entry into the inner sanctum of the Kanyang sect, it depends entirely on your ability to assist me." The brocade youth retorted venomously, turning to glare at Li Quan. Stunned, Li Quan froze at the implication. Gaining entrance to the inner sanctum of a prestigious sect like Kanyang was his lifelong aspiration. Yet, procuring the young lady named Yin-Er for this young lord seemed an insurmountable challenge. Not only was he merely at the initial stage of ascendance, but the opponent had already attained the summit stage of cultivation, rendering him utterly outmatched, especially with a formidable elder supporting him from behind, leaving Li Quan in a precarious dilemma. Yin-Er is my sister, and if you wish to become my brother-in-law, you must prove your worth." The newcomer was none other than Yichuan. Seeing the brocade youth audaciously coveting Yin-Er ignited his fury. The audacity of this young man was astounding. Even children of prominent families did not so brazenly bully others. Upon hearing Yichuan's words, Yin-Er gazed up at her master with eyes sparkling like stars, deeply moved. Ever since Yichuan had taken her in and imparted the path of cultivation, she had regarded herself as a servant, yielding to all his whims and desires. Even when he treated her harshly, she harbored no grievances. However, she found solace in the fact that apart from urging her to cultivate rigorously, Yichuan had always treated her with kindness and had never humiliated her. In her heart, she had long since regarded him as the closest person to her. Yin-Er was acutely aware of her status as Yichuan's servant, a role she dared not overstep. Yet, the warmth blossomed within her heart when Yichuan publicly acknowledged her as his sister to protect her. She felt a profound sense of camaraderie, reminiscent of the sentiment where a soldier dies for a true friend, and a woman beautifies herself for one who appreciates her. "Young master, this person is exceedingly rude. He barged in demanding you come out to bow and apologize," Yin-Er exclaimed, unable to contain her anger. She engaged him in a scuffle but found herself overmatched, prompting her to seek Yichuan's intervention. Being astute, she dared not provoke him further and gracefully stepped back, seeking refuge behind him. "Are you the Grand Elder of the Free and Unfettered Sect? I have no desire to delve into your grievances with Li Quan and his master. If you are wise, you will hand over this charming young lady beside you to serve as my concubine. In return, I shall turn a blind eye to your affairs," the elegantly clad youth declared, despite having suffered a hidden loss at Yichuan's hands. If you desire Yin-Er, then come and claim her by your own merit. Unless I perish, she shall not go anywhere." Though Yichuan's celestial energy had yet to be restored, his lofty pride remained intact. He cherished his life, yet understood that yielding now would jeopardize his standing in the realm of cultivation. Thus, his tone turned decidedly harsh. Young Master Yuan, why bother with pleasantries? Just eliminate him and take the maiden you desire. One of the four accomplices accompanying the elegantly dressed youth, a stout middle-aged cultivator, shouted. Very well, you four. Seize him and kill this fellow. Upon our return to the Sunlight Sect, I shall reward you handsomely. The elegantly clad youth's eyes glinted with cunning as he turned to his companions, a smile playing on his lips. The stout cultivator, momentarily taken aback, failed to recall that the elegantly dressed youth had suffered an initial setback against Yuchuan, mistakenly believing they were on the verge of a grand achievement. He felt elated and rallied his three companions to charge at Yuchuan. You bully me with your numbers and seek to take my life? If a conflict ensues, I shall consider it self-defense. Should my retaliatory strikes prove fatal, do not blame me. Yuchuan proclaimed, summoning forth the exquisite golden sword, Qingfeng. A radiant azure glow flickered before him, resembling a dragon poised to pounce. Brothers, I observe his pallor and unsteady stance. He must either be suffering from the backlash of his cultivation or has overindulged. With young Master Yuan backing us, what have we to fear? Let us all advance. The stout and short cultivator bellowed, not a fool by any means, as he had no intention of risking himself for the sake of accolades. After all, their side boasted four peak cultivators of the gathering pinnacle realm. It should pose no significant challenge to converge upon and eliminate that pallid youth. The other three peak cultivators, upon hearing his words, felt a stir within their hearts. If they were to confront the youth alone, they would certainly need to deliberate carefully. However, since young Master Yuan had spoken, advocating for a collective assault, there was little cause for concern. Yuchuan, upon hearing this, could not suppress a cold chuckle. Though his powers were not yet restored, even with just 1/10 of his celestial essence, he could easily contend with these four oblivious individuals. Nevertheless, for the sake of prudence, he summoned forth his exquisite earth shield and the brass shield. This young man was indeed of considerable worth, possessing 3 exceptional celestial artifacts. Whoever succeeded in slaying this youth would have the privilege of choosing one of those remarkable treasures. As the young man in brocade beheld Yuchuan consecutively summon 3 exquisite celestial artifacts, his eyes gleamed with excitement. He hastily called out to his 4 attendants. Encouraged by his words, the 4 were invigorated, casting aside their hesitation as they unleashed their magical treasures to assault Yuchuan. 4 beams of radiant light surged forth. Yet Yuchuan merely chuckled coldly, remaining silent. With a flick of his right hand, he directed the sword technique towards the earthen shield floating before him, causing it to instantaneously expand into a brilliant yellow light, as he resolved to withstand the onslaught of the 4 artifacts single-handedly. A thunderous crash echoed, prompting the onlooking disciples of the carefree sect to instinctively retreat, their hearts pounding in awe of the formidable power wielded by a peak master in combat. While they silently worried for the Grand Elder, once they had safely distanced themselves, they glanced back to find the earthen shield transformed into a yellow luminescent barrier. Having successfully withstood the assault from the 4 peak-level artifacts, now floating serenely in the air, unwavering. At this juncture, the energies within the 4 artifacts were depleted, and they returned to their masters for replenishment. After a brief moment of gathering strength, they launched another attack, but this time, they did not engage in a direct confrontation. 2 artifacts ensnared the frontal earthen shield, while the other 2, under their master's guidance, circumvented the shield's defenses to strike at Yuchuan from behind. Observing this, Yuchuan revealed a faint, cold smile, and a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He swiftly directed his left hand towards the brass shield, which pivoted in midair to intercept the 2 artifacts that sought to exploit the opening. At that moment, the young man in brocade, watching from the sidelines, spotted an opening. He surreptitiously summoned his earth-colored flying sword and, amidst the tumult between the brass shield and the 2 artifacts, launched a sneak attack aimed directly at Yuchuan's vital points. Yuchuan had anticipated the ill intentions of the young man, knowing that sending his 4 attendants to swarm him was a sign of malicious intent. Now, as the young man dared to attempt a covert strike, Yuchuan concluded that this individual posed an endless threat if left unchecked. With a cold snort, Yuchuan pointed with his left hand, causing the brass shield to spin in the air, shifting the 2 entangled artifacts aside just in time to block the brocade-clad youth's stealthy strike. Without regard for the earth shield he was commanding, he then directed his sword technique towards the floating azure sword, which transformed into a streak of azure light, dashing with incredible speed towards the young man in brocade. The young man in splendid attire was already taken aback to witness Yuchuan wielding 3 exquisite celestial artifacts simultaneously. Now, seeing the resplendent azure radiance, He recognized its formidable power and dared not confront it directly. However, to evade would bring him great shame, so he steeled himself, drew forth a small, earth-toned shield from his storage pouch, and positioned it before him. Yichuan, incensed by the young man's opportunistic ambush, held him in contempt and sought to establish his dominance. Moreover, as his celestial energy had yet to fully recuperate, he could not afford to prolong the battle, lest his power falter. Thus, he unleashed an unreserved strike with his sword. The azure sword light collided with the yellow glow emanating from the shield, slicing through it as effortlessly as a masterful blade cleaves through a thin sheet of iron. With a soft hiss, the sword pierced the earth shield's defenses and continued its relentless assault towards the young man in splendid attire. Alarmed, the young man hurriedly fumbled for another shield from his storage pouch, but the azure sword light suddenly leapt, evading the defensive barrier he conjured, and with a sharp hiss, it struck beneath his left rib. The protective celestial attire could not withstand the azure brilliance. The sharp light rent the fabric, and with an upward flick, it severed the young man's left arm at the shoulder, causing blood to gush forth like a fountain, while his dismembered limb flew far away, landing on the ground. The 4 cultivators from the Li family, who were fervently attacking Yichuan, momentarily froze at the sight. Before they could comprehend the scene, they beheld the purple-clad youth donning a cold smile, his left hand executing sword gestures that released 4 slender strands of white light, akin to fine hair, moving with astonishing speed. With 4 sharp hisses, by the time the 4 regained their senses, they found delicate blood holes appearing in their chests, as the exceptional protective celestial attire proved utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of the white strands, which pierced through them as easily as a knife through tofu. One stout cultivator suddenly clutched his chest, letting out a cry before collapsing backwards, followed closely by the other 3 companions, who succumbed to the ground, lifeless. The young man in splendid attire, now pale as death, finally regained his senses. Ignoring the fallen exquisite celestial artifacts before him, he hastily pressed several acupoints near his left shoulder and chest, then retrieved a healing and blood-stopping life-saving elixir from his storage pouch, swallowing it. After a while, his complexion began to regain its color. Meanwhile, the 4 cultivators Yichuan had slain were of the gathering essence realm, having long since cultivated their primordial spirits, which could now exit their bodies. Upon the destruction of their physical forms, ethereal figures, each a mere inch in size and shrouded in colorful mist, emerged from the crowns of their heads. Their features were somewhat indistinct, yet their 8 fierce gazes fixated on Yichuan, exuding an expression of ravenous intent. A cold smile crept upon Yichuan's lips as he spread his right hand, summoning 4 walnut-sized pale yellow fireballs that shot forth towards the 4 emerging primordial spirits. "Dare you?" The stout cultivator, having escaped from the mud palace, cried out in alarm as he attempted to evade. However, just as he emerged from the palace, still unaccustomed to the external environment, his form momentarily faltered, and he was overtaken by a fireball. With a hissing sound, his primordial spirit emitted a piercing scream before vanishing entirely. The remaining 3 spirits soon followed suit, and the young man in brocade, witnessing this, was struck with terror. He had not anticipated that this seemingly young adversary would be so ruthless, having killed 4 of his subordinates outright and brazenly obliterating their spirits. His methods were indeed merciless. The young man, having lost his left arm, was now even more hesitant to confront Yichuan. As he saw Yichuan retract 3 magical artifacts, his gaze fixed menacingly upon him, a profound fear gripped his heart. Initially contemplating escape, he realized that in his severely injured state, fleeing was impossible. With a steely resolve, he slapped his uninjured right hand against his storage pouch and summoned a yellow, brilliantly radiant talisman. "Prepare for your annihilation," he bellowed, spitting forth a mouthful of essence blood onto the talisman, then furiously channeling the residual celestial energy within him into it. The talisman blazed with yellow light, enveloping him in an instant. "What talisman is this? A soil escape talisman? But those are high-tier talismans meant only for the human immortal stage," Yichuan exclaimed inwardly, startled by the sight. At that moment, the young man was about to activate the soil escape talisman. Yichuan's gaze turned icy as he hastily consumed a handful of returning essence pills, channeling the energy within. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed the unrefined celestial sword, Qingfeng, which he propelled forth with the full might of the 3rd layer of the nameless sword technique. The speed was astonishing, and just as the brocade-clad youth was on the verge of fully activating the talisman, Yichuan's sword struck the protective barrier formed by the talisman with tremendous force. Blue and yellow lights flickered incessantly. The Qingfeng sword, as if severely wounded, emitted a low moan and flew back into Yichuan's hand. Meanwhile, the yellow shield. After flashing a few times, crumbled into dust, leaving behind a fallen yellow talisman. "Ah, you shattered my earth shield talisman." The young man staggered. Unable to suppress a mouthful of fresh blood from spilling forth, his eyes wide with terror as he exclaimed. He realized that Yichuan had been so ruthless, willing to sacrifice his sword to prevent him from activating the life-saving talisman. Though he had received a soil escape talisman from his elder as a means of protection, it was a high-tier talisman meant for human immortal cultivators, far beyond the capabilities of a mere gathering pinnacle cultivator like himself. Although he had expended his essence blood to hasten its activation, there remained a crucial moment of vulnerability, which Yichuan had exploited, shattering his lifeline talisman. As the young man faced the devastation of his spell being interrupted, he had already suffered backlash from his injuries. Though he remained on his feet, he was now at the brink of collapse. "Esteemed brother, I humbly beg your pardon for my indiscretion. In due course, I, Li Mingyuan, shall personally visit to atone for my transgressions. I implore you to spare me this once." The young man, clad in splendid garments, now bereft of any means of salvation, was gripped by terror. He hastily fell to his knees, striking his forehead against the ground in fervent supplication. Yichuan, with a cold smirk, remained silent. Suddenly, with a swift motion of his left hand, he directed his sword technique, prompting the young man to recoil in fear. Despite his attempt to summon the celestial energy within him to evade, he found himself unable to act. In an instant, a thread of white light, as delicate as a strand of hair, penetrated his brow, and before his soul could escape, he perished. After extinguishing the life of the young man, Yichuan employed his telekinetic prowess to gather the scattered magical artifacts from the ground, as well as the storage pouches from the 5 individuals. Upon discovering that they possessed little of value, he released several fireballs to incinerate their remains into ashes. Upon inspecting his own celestial sword, Qi Feng, he noted that while its spirit had diminished, the blade remained unscathed, merely in need of a period of nurturing with sword light to restore its former glory. Seeing this, Yichuan sighed in relief. "Great Elder, spare me. Great Elder, spare me." I, Li Quan, was momentarily blinded by folly, speaking indiscreetly in the presence of outsiders. Yet I too am a victim. Suddenly, Li Quan, who had been in a stupor, regained his senses and, with a thud, knelt before Yichuan, fervently bowing his head. "Why did you spread such treacherous words? Do you aspire to become the Great Elder? With your capabilities, do you truly believe you can assume such a role? Even if granted, you would not be fit for it. Is it not better to serve as the vice-sect leader?" Yichuan was rendered speechless by Li Quan's naivety and could not refrain from admonishing him. It is known that Li Quan had relied on the backing of these 5 individuals from the Li family, seizing the position of Great Elder through force. Merely a puppet in the grand scheme, far better suited to be a vice-sect leader with real authority. Yichuan held little faith that Li Quan would act out of loyalty to avenge his master, elderly. I was momentarily bewitched. When Li Mingyuan inquired about my late master, I revealed that my master once served this young lord as a menial servant at the Kenyang sect. I inadvertently let slip this information, and Li Mingyuan insisted on seeking justice for my master, which I could not prevent. Li Quan knelt, his gaze flickering, desperately attempting to defend himself. Li Mingyuan, did he not come to the Shaoao sect on his own, without an elder from the Kenyang sect accompanying him? Yichuan inquired. Indeed, Li Mingyuan was merely tasked with gathering intelligence on Suaping Mountain. Li Quan replied, but suddenly, he became aware of Yichuan's intense gaze, his expression shifting to one of sheer terror, rendering him speechless. "The deed is done. Any further defense is futile," Yichuan remarked coldly, pointing his left-hand sword technique, sending a thread of sword energy piercing through Li Quan's brow, extinguishing both his life and his essence. After releasing fireballs to cleanse the scene, Yichuan furrowed his brow, staring intently in the direction of Meiji Yapping, remaining silent for a prolonged moment. When he had dispatched Li Mingyuan and the 4 attendants of the Li family, he had not hesitated in the slightest. The direct descendants of such cultivation families are known to harbor grudges. Should they be allowed to escape, they would undoubtedly seek revenge. It was far better to eliminate the threat entirely, though he harbored some trepidation towards the Li family of the Kenyang sect. Renowned for their cultivation prowess and the presence of a formidable celestial being among them, he calculated that the haughty scion of such a distinguished clan, Li Mingyuan, was merely here to flaunt his status and seek frivolous gains, rather than genuinely avenging elderly. This notion was reinforced by his observations of the conversation between Li Mingyuan and Li Quan, leading Yichuan to decisively eliminate Li Mingyuan and 4 others. From Li Quan's inadvertent revelations, Yichuan felt assured that Li Mingyuan had not arrived with the elder from the Kenyang sect, granting him a measure of relief. At least for the foreseeable future, there would be no vengeful experts from the Leaf family seeking retribution. However, caution was imperative, and he resolved to expedite their departure from Sweeping Mountain, especially given the lurking threat posed by the Xiongnu cultivators nearby. Now, as you are all undoubtedly aware of the precarious situation at Sweeping Mountain, it is time for me to take my leave. Fu Lin, regardless of your desire to remain. I must depart post-haste, Yichuan remarked, furrowing his brow in contemplation. In truth, he had long wished to vacate this realm of conflict. But Fu Lin and the other elders of the Xiaoyao sect clung to their heritage, hesitating to make a decision. Yichuan had learned from Li Tong that the Xiongnu had no intention of disturbing others, particularly the cultivators of the Kenyang sect, which had led to a prolonged period of tranquility. Thus, he had refrained from exerting pressure on them, allowing his guard to slip over the years. Having now slain 5 scions of the Kenyang sect's Li family, he felt no inclination to linger. After concluding his thoughts, he summoned his eagle from the spirit beast pouch at his waist, instructing Yinner to prepare for their departure. Elder, where shall we regroup? Fu Lin inquired urgently, no longer mired in indecision. Although his lifespan was drawing to a close, he could not afford to wait for death with so many young disciples and others relying on him. Proceed southward to find a safe haven. Once you are secure, send me a message, Yichuan instructed, producing a handful of communication talismans from his storage pouch, imbuing them with a touch of celestial energy before handing them to Fu Lin. Enough chatter. We must leave swiftly. With that, Yichuan wasted no time, grasping Yinner's hand as they ascended onto the eagle's back. With a gentle nudge to the eagle's neck, it responded with a low call and took flight into the skies. Though the Xiaoyao sect had fallen into decline and lacked substantial resources, they had nonetheless managed to maintain 2 celestial birds for emergencies. Fu Lin, no longer hesitating, quickly organized a team to prepare for their flight aboard the celestial avians. As Yichuan soared away from the peak, his senses heightened, and upon glancing back, he beheld a dark cloud rising ominously behind him, emanating an overwhelming aura that locked onto him and Yinner. This is dire. It is a celestial being from the Xiongnu, Yichuan exclaimed in surprise, gently patting the eagle beneath him, which understood and let out a long cry, accelerating its flight. A thunderous roar echoed from the dark clouds, hastening towards Yichuan and his companion. The ominous clouds surged rapidly, closing the distance between them in the blink of an eye, now merely 100 feet apart. Panic surged within Yichuan as the eagle, possessing a keen intuition, sensed the imminent danger and flapped its wings with fervor, momentarily widening the gap. Yet, the sight of the pursuing Xiongnu cultivator, evidently a seasoned practitioner, suggested that he had been lying in wait for some time, harboring ill intentions toward the celestial leisure sect. For reasons unknown, he had refrained from striking until now. Yichuan, feeling his spiritual essence depleted and his powers far from restored, pondered how he could escape the clutches of this thief. His mind raced, yet no feasible strategy emerged facing an adversary of such caliber, even at full strength. Survival seemed a distant hope, let alone in his current weakened state, with barely a trace of spiritual essence remaining. The eagle, a pinnacle-tier celestial beast, sensed the overwhelming threat and unleashed its full potential, reaching extraordinary speeds. However, the insurmountable chasm of power between them and the Xiongnu cultivator swiftly closed the gap once more. Yinner, seated in front, perceived the looming peril. Her delicate face paled, and she bit her lip in trepidation. Suddenly, she turned her head, uttering a series of incomprehensible sounds directed at the dark clouds behind them. Upon hearing her voice, the Xiongnu cultivator hesitated momentarily, yet his pursuit remained relentless. Young master, we should descend and let Yinner negotiate with that Xiongnu, she suggested, her brows furrowed with unease. Descend? Is that not courting death? Yichuan retorted, taken aback. He had just witnessed Yinner communicating with the Xiongnu, astonished to learn she spoke their tongue. Despite his curiosity regarding their exchange, he dared not slow down. To do so would invite certain doom from the pursuing cultivator. Do not worry, it will be fine, Yinner assured him with a faint smile. Seeing her unwavering determination, Yichuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed that her ability to converse with the Xiongnu hinted at some prior connection, and since she was confident, he hoped all would be well. After contemplating several thoughts, Yichuan gently patted the neck of the eagle beneath him. The eagle, possessing an uncanny intuition, understood his intent and let out a low cry before diving downwards. Shortly thereafter, it gracefully landed atop a small hill. The pursuing dark clouds settled on the opposite side, revealing a figure as it dissipated. This individual was short and stocky, with a large, round head, a broad face, high cheekbones, and wide nostrils. His thick mustache contrasted with the sparse bristles beneath his collar. Long earlobes adorned with earrings dangled from his ears. While the top of his head sported a tuft of hair, the rest shaved clean. His bushy eyebrows framed almond-shaped eyes that sparkled with intensity. He donned a flowing robe that reached his calves, split at the sides, cinched at the waist with a belt that hung down in front. A short fur cloak draped over his shoulders, and he wore a leather cap. His shoes were also made of leather, and his voluminous trousers were secured at the ankles with a leather strap. It was Yuchuan's first encounter with a Xiongnu, sparking his curiosity. Yet he dared not gaze too long, aware that this individual was a formidable master of the immortal ascension stage. Not only was his own celestial energy nearly depleted, but even at his peak, he would be no match for such an opponent. The Xiongnu master, with piercing gray-blue eyes, cast a glance at Yuchuan but quickly lost interest, redirecting his focus to Yenner's delicate face. His thick lips moved incessantly, producing a series of unintelligible sounds, which Yuchuan could not comprehend. However, Yenner understood him perfectly. After listening attentively, she parted her lips and began to speak in a rapid, melodic tongue. After exchanging just a few sentences, Yuchuan noticed the Xiongnu master nodding frequently, his gaze softening. Seeing that the murderous intent had dissipated from the Xiongnu's eyes, Yuchuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Surviving the pursuit of an immortal ascension master seemed as daunting as climbing to the heavens. He pondered how Yenner had managed to persuade this formidable opponent to spare them with just a few words. The two conversed for nearly half an hour before Yenner turned to Yuchuan and said, "My lord, it seems you must endure a temporary stay with me in the vast continent of Kangming, although it is to save our lives. I must admit I have my own motives as well." Yenner revealed that she was a princess of the Murong clan, a prominent faction of the Xianbei tribe, part of the Great Eastern Hu lineage. She had been abducted by a cultivator during her childhood and taken to the borders of the Zhao kingdom. However, the abductor was subsequently wounded by a master from her tribe and met his demise beneath 3 drought-stricken willow trees. She was later sold into slavery by passing traffickers, ultimately escaping a fate of humiliation and death thanks to her timely encounter with Yuchuan. Speaking in the common language of the Central Plains, Yuchuan grasped her story, realizing that Yenner belonged to one of the 4 great races of the vast continent, specifically the Hu people. As the cherished daughter of the Murong clan leader, her abduction at the age of 8 had thrust her into a life of exile. Had she not met Yuchuan in Dingyuan City, her fate would have surely been grim, likely ending in the hands of a cruel master. Yenner was acutely aware of her identity as a member of a different tribe, which she believed would never be accepted by her master Yuchuan. Thus, she had deliberately concealed it. However, when pursued by the formidable Xiongnu cultivator, Yenner, in a desperate bid to save the two, revealed her lineage. Her ulterior motive was to leverage the presence of the Xiongnu cultivator to return to the Murong clan of the Xianbei tribe, seeking to reunite with her long-lost parents. Her status as a princess of the Murong clan stirred the interest of the Xiongnu cultivator before her. In the vast realm of the Kangming continent, the cultivation world differs significantly from that of the Central Plains. Here, there are no sects dedicated to cultivation, nor is there a prevailing ideology of seclusion. The cultivators coexist with mortals. For instance, among the Xiongnu, their great Chanyu and various nobles are all of cultivation lineage, while commoners serve merely as laborers and progenitors of their lineages. The resources for cultivation on the Kangming continent are exceedingly scarce, compounded by the multitude of tribes and factions, leading to a chronic scarcity of resources. This dire situation has fostered a lifestyle centered on plunder and violence, as both cultivators and mortals alike navigate a life of survival. The Xiongnu stand as the most powerful among the 4 great races of the Kangming continent. However, internal strife over power and wealth has erupted in recent centuries, with various chieftains proclaiming themselves as kings or Chanyas, engaging in relentless infighting that has significantly weakened their collective strength. The Xiongnu noble before her, named Delanki, was a high-ranking aristocrat. Upon the death of the previous Xiongnu Chanyu, he conspired with the old Chanyu's advisor to elevate the right-wise king, Tu Chitong, as the new Chanyu. Alas, this was met with resistance from other chieftains who declared themselves Chanyas, leading to a fragmented governance. The newly appointed Chanyu was ultimately defeated by a rival named Yu Hangxi, rendering him unable to establish himself in the Kangming realm. Lacking resources for cultivation, he risked venturing into the borderlands of the Zhao kingdom to hunt. Among the various Xiongnu tribes, there existed some capable individuals who, after many years, discovered a vein rich in celestial stones in the western region of Tsuaping Mountain. After extensive excavation, several decades had passed. The Xiongnu did not wish to provoke the higher cultivators of the Central Plains, as they lacked the strength to confront them. Their aim was merely to extract some benefits and pilfer cultivation resources for survival. Consequently, they sought to avoid attracting the attention of the neighboring Xiao sect. Nevertheless, they dispatched Delanqi, a skilled practitioner in the early stages of human-level cultivation, to keep watch, lest the Xiao sect, in ignorance, report their clandestine mining activities to the higher cultivators, which might incite retaliation. Had Yichuan not been in a hurry to depart from the Xiao sect, he might have avoided immediate peril, though it was only a matter of time. According to the Xiongnu's plans, upon exhausting the celestial stone resources at this location, they intended to eradicate the Xiao sect entirely before their departure. The Xiongnu, having endured years of warfare, were still in dire need of manpower, particularly cultivators, whom they sought to abduct as slaves, using them as cannon fodder in conflicts with other tribes. After Yenner revealed her identity, the Xiongnu noble Du Longqi's eyes brightened with clarity. Although a millennium ago, the Donghu were forced into hiding by the Xiongnu and posed no threat. And despite the Murong clan being a prominent noble among the Donghu and Xianbei, they were hardly worthy of Du Longqi's attention. However, times have changed. The Chanyu Woyan he had supported had suffered defeat in a conflict against another Woyan and was now fleeing in panic, nearly bereft of a refuge in the vast expanse of the continent. If he could leverage the power of the great noble clan of the Xianbei, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Thus, Du Longqi heeded Yenner's counsel and resolved to escort her back to the Murong clan of the Xianbei. Anticipating that the gratitude of her father, the chief of the Murong clan, would aid them in re-establishing their foothold among the Xiongnu.